Gods, 2 more. Equals. Long Feng's face changed slightly, and he quickly slashed, and the flame demon songling sword slashed fiercely on Long Leiyang's dragon claw. Boom! The hard dragon's claws slammed together with the Balrog songling sword fiercely, an explosive storm swept out, and Long Feng and Long Leiyang both retreated. The terrifying power spread along the Yanma songling sword to Longfeng's hands, causing Longfeng's mouth to go numb, and he almost couldn't even hold the Yanma songling sword firmly. As for Long Leiyang, he just turned over in the air and grabbed Long Feng again. At this time, both of Long Leiyang's arms had already turned into dragons, and the friction between the 2 dragon claws and the air made an ear-piercing blasting sound. 1 dragon claw was hard enough, let alone 2 dragon claws. Song Lingpa. Holding back the numb tiger's mouth, Long Feng slashed out with another move of the flame demon songling sword. The dense songling sword chi formed a storm, and the momentum was astonishing. Humph! Long Leiyang sneered, and at the same time as he snorted coldly, the 2 dragon claws had been torn away. Relying on the super strength of the 7 transformations God King and the terrifying tearing power of the 2 dragon claws, after Long Leiyang rushed into the sword chi storm, he broke through the sword chi storm after only a few breaths. The gap between the 6 transformations God King and the 7 transformations God King can be seen from this. Longfeng's combat strength at this time is undoubtedly the top among the 6 transformation God Kings, but even so, Long Leiyang is only a little more serious, and almost crushes Long Feng. Suddenly, Long Feng felt a strange field covering him, and in the next moment, all aspects of himself increased a little. Although this increase is very weak, it is indeed an increase. This is. Longfeng's pupils shrank, and this familiar feeling quickly reminded Long Feng of the star token in Long Shihao's hand. At the same time, Long Leiyang also felt the same feeling, but this special field boosted Long Feng, but suppressed Long Leiyang. This kind of oppression. Long Leiyang smiled disdainfully, not even 1,000th of the strength to suppress it. The King of 7 changes, it's too scary. Long Shihao in the passage smiled wryly. 1,000th of the suppression. What is the difference between this suppression and no suppression? On the battlefield, Long Leiyang suddenly released the power of the world in his body, forming a domain of the world, covering the entire garden. Long Leiyang laughed wildly, this is the real suppression. The terrifying oppression of the world struck heavily, and Long Feng instantly felt a mountain oppressing him heavily. The 2 brothers and sisters Long Shihao and Long Shiling in the passage were only affected to some remote areas, and the power of the world in their bodies was also disordered and almost collapsed. The suppression of the world domain of the 7 changes God King is just so terrifying. After Long Feng was suppressed, his face was a little ugly. How can he be beaten even if he is already lowered by 1 level and suppressed? But soon Long Feng seemed to think of something, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Just listen to Long Feng shouting, Blaze Demon Domain. On the handle of the Flame Demon Songling Sword, there is a Flame Demon Orb inlaid. The Balrog Songling Sword is divided into 2 parts, the Balrog Orb and the Songling Sword. One of the functions of the Balrog Orb is to release the Balrog Domain. And the Balrog Domain is used to resist the power of the world. Moreover, the Balrog Domain mainly comes from the power of the Balrog Orb, not through the dragon wind. That is to say, this Balrog Domain will not consume the power of Long Feng, and it can be maintained for as long as it wants. As soon as the Flame Demon Realm came out, it immediately suppressed Long Leiyang, and even the World Domain with Long Leiyang had a faint tendency to shatter. The Flame Demon Songling Sword has lifted the last seal, and has already reached the level of an immortal artifact. The Flame Demon Domain is naturally no small matter, directly suppressing 10% of Long Leiyang's strength, so that Long Leiyang can only exert about 90% of his strength. Don't underestimate this 10%, it may be the strength of this 10%, which led to Long Leiyang's defeat. And this is the case that the main function of the Balrog domain is not suppression. The main function of the Balrog domain is to resist the suppression of the power of the world, and the counter-suppression of the opponent is mainly a little bit, and the power is not strong. Otherwise, with the current level of the immortal artifact of the Balrog Songling sword, if the flame demon domain really focuses on suppressing, then at least half of Long Leiyang's strength can be suppressed. Impossible. How could this happen? Compared to Long Feng's joy, Long Leiyang fell into unbelievable shock. Afterwards, Long Leiyang became even more envious of the flame demon Songling sword in Long Feng's hands, only to hear Long Leiyang gnash his teeth. It's just with the immortal artifact. What are you without the immortal artifact? If you have the ability to use your own ability to fight against this, let's fight. Long Feng sneered, if you have the ability, don't use the big to bully the small, and deal with me with the realm of the 7 transformations God King. Long Leiyang was immediately choked by Long Feng. Sun Choka is far from cool and hates from the sun to the moon. And Long Feng took advantage of the moment when Long Leiyang was anxious and exposed his flaws, and instantly shot again. Song Ling Pa. Song Ling Yin. Song Ling Lok. No enmity, Sun Zumoyu. The Songling pendant. Long Feng uses the 4 unique skills, and the combination of the 4 unique skills is even more powerful, and can almost raise a level. Of course, due to the high level of the 4 great skills at this time, Long Feng is not very skilled in using them, so the power has not reached the limit, but even so, for Long Leiyang whose strength is suppressed, he still needs to go all out to deal with it tricks. Long Leiyang directly turned into the main body. It was a huge monster with blue-purple scales all over its body, the thunder wings flapped behind it, and endless dragon scales shot out with the power of thunder. This is the innate supernatural power of Long Leiyang's Lei True Dragon clan, which has been cultivated by Long Leiyang to the level of half-step immortality. It is displayed at this time, and its power is earth-shattering. It directly fights against Long Feng's 4 great skills. The King of 6 transformations, don't think that you can compete with me if you master the immortal artifact. Exercising half a step of immortality, Long Leiyang obviously has more confidence. At the same time, Long Leiyang continued to spew out a special kind of green-purple divine thunder, which is obviously the innate divine thunder of the Lei True Dragon clan, just like Long Feng's innate divine fire, burning dragon and divine flame. Long Leiyang's talent Shenlei has also reached the top level of the king rank, and after being integrated with the power of immortality, it has far exceeded the limit of the king rank, and then integrated into the half-step immortality, the power is even stronger. Boom boom boom. There were deafening roars everywhere in the garden, and the Songling sword Chi and the divine thunderstorm kept bombarding each other. The strange thing is that the giant tree that contains the origin of the world has never been affected. Presumably, this should be a kind of protection for the giant tree by the palace. Also, Long Feng and Long Leiyang subconsciously did not destroy it. Reason. Long Feng was firmly suppressed, but he was not anxious at all. He was waiting for Long Leiyang to show his flaws. Not long after, Long Leiyang's negligence revealed his flaws, and Long Feng instantly displayed the 9th level of the sword demon form, and ordered that Song Lingjian to suppress the 9th level of the sword demon form, so that he could only exert 1/10 of his power. In the current sword demon form, 1/10 of his strength is already his limit, and this body will not be able to bear any more. As soon as the sword demon came out, the breath of the dragon wind was like the sword energy of the blue spirit, which could tear the sky apart. The second update. Rumble. As soon as the sword demon form appeared, Longfeng's aura reached a peak, and then Longfeng's figure was so ethereal that even Long Leiyang could not be seen clearly, which shows how fast Longfeng has reached now. What? How is it possible? A look of horror flashed in Long Leiyang's pupils. Seeing that the opponent was getting weaker and weaker, he restrained his strength a little bit. After all, Long Leiyang couldn't bear such a continuous output of immortal power. Once the immortal power stored in his body is exhausted, it may be difficult for him to suppress the opponent, so every trace of immortal power must be used rationally. He never expected that just when he was relaxing, the other party suddenly exploded with such a powerful blow. Unexpectedly, from the beginning to the end, the opponent had hidden his strength and did not explode with all his strength. You did it on purpose. Up to now, Long Leiyang didn't know that Longfeng's fatigue and lack of support before was the result of Longfeng's intention. Cut. With a roar from Long Feng, the flame demon Songling sword fiercely slashed towards Long Leiyang, and the terrifying and dense Songling sword Qi erupted in an instant, blasting towards Long Leiyang in unison. It was already too late for Long Leiyang to unleash some of the immortal power he had withdrawn before. Moreover, even if they all burst out, they may not be able to defeat Long Feng at this time. With the form of the sword demon, coupled with the 4 unique skills of the Songling sword, and the suppression of Long Leiyang by the flame demon domain, Long Feng definitely has the power to suppress Long Leiyang's strength at this moment. This is the horror of the immortal artifact. No, it should be said about the terrifying degree of innate special immortal artifacts, such as the flame demon Songling sword. Ordinary low-level immortal artifacts, when restricted to only 1/10 of their power, may not be as powerful as the flame demon Songling sword, providing such powerful help to Long Feng. Puff puff. Waves of Songling sword energy, forming storms or whirlwinds and other attack forms, bombarded Long Leiyang one after another. On Long Leiyang's huge body, there were all scars left by Songling sword energy, dripping with blood, and the dragon's scales were shattered. Long Feng's unexpected blow obviously inflicted heavy damage on Long Leiyang. Damn it! Long Leiyang let out an extremely angry and unwilling roar. Before that, he never thought that he would suffer such a big loss at the hands of a 6th transformation king. If the opponent exploded with all his strength from the beginning, he might not be attacked and severely injured. Taking advantage of the victory, Long Feng pursued and did not give Long Leiyang much chance to breathe. He showed unprecedented strength in the form of Sword Demon, and stunned the 2 brothers and sisters Long Shihao and Long Shiling in the passage. This level of strength is simply against the sky. Among the next-level God Kings, there are not too many examples of the 1st Transformation God King killing the 2nd Transformation God King, and it is also very common for the 2nd Transformation God King to kill the 3rd Transformation God King. But he also has the combat power of an ordinary 3-change God King, and he has the record of jointly killing 4-change God Kings with many other Dragon Clan talents. But among the middle-level God Kings, there are very few God Kings who can fight against and kill the God Kings of 5 changes, let alone kill the God Kings of 6 changes. It is even rarer in the world for the 6 Transformations God King to kill the 7 Transformations God King. After all, among the 7 Transformation God Kings that can be encountered, basically all of them have the foundation of the Heavenly Emperor, and there are very few 7 Transformation God Kings with the foundation of the Heavenly Emperor. It is also the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven. The gap between the 6-change God King and the 7-change God King can be described as the difference between clouds and mud. It is almost equivalent to the existence of 2 different levels. But at this time, the strength displayed by Long Feng has the tendency to kill Long Leiyang and other 7-change God Kings. One can imagine the shock that this brought to the 2 brothers and sisters, Long Shihao and Long Shiling. Long Leiyang kept dodging, but he seemed powerless in the face of the numerous attacks, and soon he suffered more injuries, basically without any good scales. Fortunately, the bodies of the Thunder-Winged True Dragon Clan are indeed powerful. Although these Songling sword Qi penetrated through the dragon scales and the flesh, it was only that, and did not go too deep to cause damage to Long Leiyang's internal organs. The space in the garden is limited, and Long Leiyang suddenly realized that his transformation into the main body certainly enhanced his strength, but it also greatly limited his flexibility. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the other party was with the help of the immortal artifact, he shouldn't be so unbearable, can't escape it. Long Leiyang knew very well that an artifact of the level of the immortal artifact, in the mere realm of the six transformations God King, would never be able to unleash its full power. It is not bad for him to have a comeback. Realizing that the garden greatly reduced his flexibility, Long Leiyang transformed into a human body again. His aura weakened, but his flexibility became stronger. This is the reason why Long Feng has not turned into the ancient burning dragon from the beginning to the end. Of course, it was also the reason why it was difficult to use the four unique skills of the Tsangling sword after turning into the ancient burning dragon. When Long Leiyang turned into a human body, his speed did not increase much, but in the limited space of the garden, Long Leiyang had more room to dodge. Thus, Long Shihao and Long Shiling discovered that the battle between Long Feng and Long Leiyang seemed to be in a state of anxiety. Long Leiyang dodged with all his strength, and due to the difference in realm between the 7 transformations God King and the 6 transformations God King, the number of times Long Leiyang could really hit Long Leiyang could be counted on the fingers of the fingers. After all, he is the king of 7 transformations. Long Feng sighed secretly, and was about to talk to Long Leiyang about giving up temporarily, but saw Long Leiyang suddenly laughed out loud, and an unprecedented black energy emanated from Long Leiyang's body emerge. As soon as this black air came out, Long Feng's pupils shrank, and goosebumps immediately appeared all over his body, and an unprecedented chilling feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. This black aura is completely different from the devilish aura I've seen before, and it's not evil. What kind of aura is this? Long Feng was in doubt, and to be cautious, Long Feng immediately retreated. Boom! At the moment Long Feng retreated, Long Leiyang's aura suddenly increased, and the black energy continued to spread towards the surroundings like a stormy wave. When the Balrog's domain came into contact with these black chi, it was constantly shrinking its own domain. This is... Long Feng was taken aback. Even the flame demon domain was afraid of that black energy? What the hell is that black air? Song Lingjian, do you recognize what that black air is? No, although I am an immortal artifact, in fact, it has only been more than 10,000 years since I was born, and I don't know as many things as you do. The flame demon, Song Lingjian, smiled wryly, and said, I am still pregnant. It took a long time in the stage, and I was given a lot of knowledge inheritance by the heavenly way of this universe, but most of these inheritances are related to artifacts, but there is no inheritance about the black air. However, Yan Emote Song Lingjian said solemnly, I always feel that this black air gives me a bad feeling. Han Feng, Long Feng wrote this to distinguish the deity from another Han Feng. Qi Ling is still will call Long Feng Han Feng, be careful. Long Feng nodded solemnly, I also have a similar feeling, the power and oppression of this black air are not strong. But it made me feel very uncomfortable. The first update. Ha ha ha, Long Feng, die. Long Leiyang looked crazy, blood red flashed in his eyes. This kind of Long Leiyang is completely different from the feeling he gave Long Feng before. Long Leiyang before, even if he was annoyed, he was only angry because he felt hurt. And now Long Leiyang is completely crazy. Boom! A cloud of black air burst out from Long Leiyang's feet, and then his whole body was wrapped in black air, and he rushed towards Long Feng. Before approaching the dragon wind, the black air has been jetted out, forming thousands of pitch-black beams. The Tsangling pendant. Long Feng retreated again, cutting out thousands of Tsangling sword energy while retreating. Without the suppression of the flame demon domain, Long Leiyang should have only recovered his original strength, but now it seems that he has exerted 110% or 120% of his original strength. Although it was not enough to crush Long Feng, it did gradually gain the upper hand again. What made Long Feng's face even more gloomy was that Long Leiyang suddenly threw out a piece of debris, gushing out an incomparable immortal Wia. Fragments of the immortal artifact. Long Feng exclaimed. The fragment of the immortal artifact is one of the many fragments formed after the immortal artifact is broken. These fragments naturally do not have the power of the immortal artifact when it is complete, but it should not be underestimated. The power of these fragments varies according to the size. If an immortal artifact is broken into thousands of pieces, each fragment will naturally not be very strong. Perhaps it will only have the power of a chaos artifact and an ordinary world artifact. However, if it is only broken into a few pieces, the power of each fragment is still earth-shattering, far from being comparable to the world's artifacts. At this time, the fragments of the immortal artifact that Long Leiyang threw out had a breadth that far exceeded the level of the world's artifact. But the immortal artifact is of course far behind, but compared with the world artifact, it is enough to crush the top-level world artifact. Roar! Long Leiyang roared again and again, and all the black energy on his body suddenly rushed into the fragment, and the fragment immediately burst out a more terrifying black thunder, like the thunder of doomsday that would destroy the world. Damn it, Long Leiyang still has such a whole card. Long Feng secretly sighed that it was unlucky. Of course, the fragments thrown by Long Leiyang were not comparable to the flame demon Songling sword, but now Long Feng did not dare to use the full power of the Balrog Songling sword, which was only 1/10 of it. However, Long Leiyang was able to display most of the power of the fragments, which undoubtedly made Long Leiyang's combat power soar again. Go! Long Leiyang controlled the fragments of the immortal artifact, and jets of black light shot out, and the fragments of the immortal artifact turned into black lights and attacked Han Feng. The Songling Pendant. Songling Pa. Songling Yin. Songling Lock. With one move of Songling Pendant, the sword energy of thousands of Songling hit those black lights head-on. Songling Pa formed a storm of Songling sword energy, swallowing more black light. Songling Yin led the black light that was attacking Han Feng to another place, and was finally locked in the Songling prison by the Songling lock. In the end, only the fragments of the immortal artifact were left to face Han Feng fiercely. The speed of the fragments of the immortal artifact is very fast, and even Longfeng's current soul can only observe an afterimage. However, Longfeng's combat experience is not bad. When he can't see clearly, his body's instincts are fully exerted. Let the fragment of the immortal artifact hit itself through the defense. Instead, the flame demon Songling sword slashed heavily on the fragments of the immortal artifact. Boom boom boom. In an instant, terrifying ripples spread, and endless black light filled the air. Puff. The Yanma Songling sword was intact, but the vibration caused by the collision between the Balrog Songling sword and the fragments of the immortal artifact spread to Longfeng's body, causing Han Feng to shoot backwards and vomit blood at the same time. Long Leiyang, who has been amplified by the strange black energy, and Long Leiyang, who has the fragments of the immortal artifact as the means of attack, is obviously stronger than ever before, and it is difficult to find an opponent in the realm of the Seven Transformation God King. Whoosh whoosh. After the immortal artifact fragment was blocked for a while, it attacked Long Feng again. No matter how strong Longfeng's fighting instinct was, the immortal artifact fragment gave him a chance and pierced Longfeng's right leg. Ah! The pain at that moment made Long Feng scream. I can't go on like this, otherwise I will definitely lose. Nowadays, I can only use Songling Gui. This move may turn the tables in the end. But if I want to use Songling Gui, especially Songling Gui on the 9th floor, even if it is suppressed with only 1/10 of its power left, it will be a huge burden for me, and it will take time to prepare. But what I lack right now is time. It is impossible for Long Leiyang to give me time to prepare for the unique art of Songling Gui. Then, that's the only way. Longfeng's thoughts raced quickly, and he quickly thought of a way. Blame, come out! Long Feng shouted, and a group of golden Balrog giants suddenly appeared beside him. These are the Balrog giants condensed from the Balrog orb in the Balrog Songling sword. Long Feng has already cultivated the Balrog art to the 4th level of the highest level, so the Balrog giant summoned is also the highest golden Balrog giant, with 80% of the strength of the main body. To be honest, this Balrog is just a weak existence, so whether it is the deity or Long Feng, it is rare to summon Balrog to fight against the enemy. Possessing 80% of Longfeng's strength, this 80% indicator does not include the flame demon Sungling sword, that is to say, this 80% refers to 80% of Longfeng's strength after using the bleeding veins. Therefore, it is easy for every golden flame demon to crush the ordinary 5-change God King, even the 5-change God King who is the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven. After all, at the level of the God King, the gap gets bigger the further you go. It is as difficult as going to the sky for the 5 transformations God King to fight against the 6 transformations God King at a higher level. But in the face of Long Lei Yang, whose strength is as high as the realm of the 7-change God King, this strength is to deliver food. Just deliver the food, as long as it can consume some of Long Lei Yang's power and delay the time. This is the way Long Feng thought of, relying on a large number of golden flame giants to delay time. The Balrog giant relies on the Balrog domain to live. As long as the Balrog domain continues, the Balrog giant can theoretically be reborn continuously. Long Feng calmly directed these golden Balrogs to roar towards Long Lei Yang and the fragments of the immortal artifact, while he kept retreating. At the same time, Long Feng has quietly started to use the 5th unique skill of the Songling sword, Kangling Grui. That is to say, the fusion of the human sword and the flame demon, Songling sword, is completely integrated. Also limit the power of the 9th layer to 1/10. The power of the human sword fusion is far greater than the 4 great skills of Songling Pendant, Songling Pa, Songling Lock, and Songling Yin. The full power of the 9th floor of the 4 great unique skills is released, which is the low-level immortal unique skill. But Songling Grui's full power is released, but it can be compared to the intermediate level of immortality, which is a huge gap. Whether he can defeat Long Lei Yang and get rid of this crisis depends on this last trick. The second update. P.S. It's still a card. I don't know if there will be a second update. If the second update doesn't come out, the third update will be added tomorrow. Ho 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 ho. A group of golden Balrog giants roared towards Long Lei Yang. Long Lei Yang punched with a sneer, his figure flickering, and every time he punched, a golden Balrog would fall down. At the same time, the fragments of the immortal artifact also turned into a streak of black light that traveled continuously, piercing through the body of the golden flame giant. These golden flame demon giants, which looked huge and had an astonishing size, performed extremely unbearably in front of Long Lei Yang. Almost in the blink of an eye, dozens of golden flame giants fell down. However, the rebirth of the golden Balrog giant was also very fast, which greatly slowed down Long Lei Yang's footsteps and the attack of Long Feng by the fragments of the immortal artifact. Just at this moment, an unprecedented sharp sword intent erupted from the rear, and Long Feng finally completed the display of Songling Grui's great skill, and his whole body was completely integrated with the flame demon Songling sword. At this time, the dragon wind is the flame demon blue spirit sword, and the flame demon blue spirit sword is also the dragon wind. Boom boom boom. Waves of sword energy surged out, and these sword energy rushed towards both sides like a stormy wave, and at the same time squeezed towards Long Lei Yang. In Long Lei Yang's senses, sharp swords are densely scattered around him at this time, and directly in front of him, there is even a divine sword swaying and locked on him, making it impossible for him to dodge. Because of the pervasive strange black energy, Long Lei Yang, who had lost his sanity at first, seemed to have regained some sanity at this moment. In front of this blow, Long Lei Yang felt tingling pain all over his body, as if endless sword energy had pierced into his body. Crisis. Big crisis. Extreme danger. For the first time in his life, Long Lei Yang felt such danger, and his intuition told Long Lei Yang that he had to block this blow with all his strength, otherwise he was in danger of falling. Death. The roar of Long Feng came from the flame demon Songling sword, and the next moment the flame demon Songling sword almost turned into a beam of light, blasting towards Long Leiyang. "Resist it for me!" Long Leiyang also roared crazily, and the fragments of the immortal artifact forcibly resisted, colliding fiercely with the tip of the flame demon Songling sword. Boom boom boom. The frightening aftermath surged towards the surroundings, and the black light and sword energy continuously washed over the surroundings. It is estimated that a six-change god king with the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven was involved here, and he would only end up with hatred. Click. Click. The damage caused to the god king in the palace has been greatly weakened and suppressed. The attacks of ordinary god kings can't leave the slightest trace on the walls and ground in this palace. But at this time, the aftermath of the battle between Long Feng and Long Leiyang caused the walls and ground around the garden to rattle and crack open. The power of this aftermath has reached the point of shaking the world and crying ghosts and gods. In the center of the aftermath, the fragments of the immortal artifact let out whimpers. Even if it is just a fragment, it can be regarded as a fragment of an immortal artifact, and it naturally has an extraordinary spirituality. Visible to the naked eye, there are also cracks on the fragments of the immortal artifact. After a few breaths, the crack grew bigger and bigger, eventually spreading to the entire fragment, and then the fragment was completely annihilated. At the same time, the light transformed by the flame demon Songling sword, attacking Long Leiyang again, but the strength has slowed down. Even so, Long Leiyang had no strength to resist this blow, and the berserk thunder blasted towards the flame demon Songling sword with black energy, but was sliced open by the Balrog demon Songling sword. Roar! Long Leiyang once again turned into the body of a thunder-winged real dragon, trying in vain to use the powerful defense of the dragon body to resist the fatal blow. Immediately, the flame demon Songling sword pierced Long Leiyang's body, pierced in from Long Leiyang's neck, and pierced out from his abdomen. A large amount of blood and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. The huge creature let out a terrible wailing, and then its whole body fell heavily to the ground. The oppression that filled the entire garden gradually dissipated. Beside the huge body, Longfeng's face was pale, and he knelt on one knee panting. Songling Gri's move is powerful, but it also consumes a lot, especially on the 9th floor. Even if it is only 1/10 of the power, the consumption required is extremely terrifying, and at the same time, the oppression on Longfeng's body is also great. If Longfeng's cultivation base is a little worse, he may not be able to bear it, which will lead to the failure of this move. I have no energy at all. Longfeng smiled wryly. Songling Gri's move can be said to have exhausted his strength. For him now, it is estimated that a random 3/4 transformation god king can kill him. Seeing that the battle was over, Long Shihao and Long Shiling rushed over. They looked at Long Leiyang's dragon corpse and were extremely shocked. This is Long Leiyang, the prince of the Lei True Dragon clan. If the Dragon Emperor hadn't accepted Long Feng and Long Chutai as his personal disciples to compete with Long Leiyang, then Long Leiyang would most likely be the next Dragon Emperor. But now, this genius who could have become the Dragon Emperor, the majestic super master of the 7 transformations God King, has fallen like this. The murderer, however, is nothing more than a mere 6 transformation God King. And thousands of years ago, Long Feng had just set foot in the realm of the God King. It's really unbelievable. At the beginning, I thought you broke through to the God King too quickly, and your foundation was unstable, and you would gradually catch up. Now it seems that I underestimated you too much. Long Shihao's tone was full of disappointment. Long Shihao met Long Feng for the first time, but Long Feng hadn't stepped into the half-step God King yet. He was only the peak of the ancient god. It can be said that Long Shihao witnessed with his own eyes that Long Feng went from the peak of the ancient gods to the half-step God King, and then from the half-step God King to the one-step God King, and finally reached the current state that he looked up to. If it is said that Long Shihao was able to break through to the 6th transformation God King before Long Feng was lucky in the God King space, then with Long Feng killing Long Leiyang, the master of the 7 transformation God King, it is not only it was luck. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to kill the 6 transformations God King and kill the 7 transformations God King. It's all thanks to it. Long Feng pointed at the flame demon Songling sword. Long Shihao and Long Shiling's eyes fell on the flame demon Songling sword, and their eyes flashed with amazement. Now they have seen the power of the immortal artifact. Long Shiling praised, the immortal artifact is not so easy to subdue. You can subdue the immortal artifact, which is an explanation in itself. If it were Long Leiyang, I'm afraid it would not be possible. Long Feng smiled and didn't say anything. It seemed that he agreed with Long Shiling's words. Indeed, not everyone can subdue the immortal artifact. Even the emperor may not be able to subdue the immortal artifact and make the immortal artifact work for him. Long Shihao suddenly said, Long Feng, Shiling, we have to go. With Long Feng's current state, he must retreat and heal his wounds. The space in this palace is not a good place. What if we meet a 6th God King? Given Long Feng's current situation, I'm afraid he's no match for him. Long Feng's expression was slightly cold. Yes, we are not suitable to stay here in our current state. Anyway, we have gained enough now, we can no longer be greedy, and the time to leave has come. But before leaving, Long Feng's eyes fell on the huge dragon corpse. The first update. C_T. The 2 brothers and sisters Long Shihao and Long Shiling followed Long Feng's gaze and laughed. Visit. Please search to see the most complete. The fastest updated novel. Long Leiyang, as a master of the 7 transformation God Kings, is afraid that what he gained in this palace is not trivial. It's a pity that now his gains belong to others. Enmity is not far away, hatred is not far away, enemy is not grand. Above Long Leiyang's dragon corpse, there is a God King stone floating, which is a 3rd-class God King stone. It shouldn't be. With the strength of Long Leiyang's 7th God King and the foundation of the Heavenly Emperor, he must be a 2nd-class God King stone again. Long Shihao was puzzled. Long Feng was also a little puzzled, and finally said, maybe there is a small probability event, and it doesn't necessarily mean that the higher the strength and the stronger the foundation, the higher the God King stone will be. Maybe. Long Shihao couldn't figure out the reason, and could only attribute it all to bad luck. Afterwards, Long Feng began to sort out other spoils. After sorting out the harvest, Long Feng found that there are quite a lot of good things in the Longliang storage container, not to mention some high-level God King stones, and some immortal objects contain a lot of immortal power. To be honest, in the battle just now, the immortal power stored in Long Feng's body was basically exhausted, and he really lacked some immortal things to supplement the immortal power. The rest are some treasures that contain the origin of the world. Of these treasures, Long Feng took away the parts that contained more of the world's origin and were of higher quality, and handed the remaining part and the treasures that contained less of the world's origin to the 2 brothers and sisters, Long Shihao. The 2 brothers and sisters refused on the spot. Long Shihao shook his head again and again. Long Feng, it's your credit for killing Long Leiyang. These trophies are naturally yours, I can't take them. That's right, we brothers and sisters can't have it. Long Shiling also completely rejected it. But Long Feng smiled and said, Brother Shihao, don't forget that you still have the merits of the Star Order. Long Shihao sighed, I don't know how much the Star Token has done to you. With or without the Star Token, you should be able to win Long Feng. Seeing that the 2 brothers and sisters were determined, Long Feng had no choice but to give up. Then Long Feng said, in this case, there are flowers of the origin of the world around that giant tree. I don't want it. The enemy is not far away, the coolback hates to catch the cold trick. Just as Long Shiling was about to say something, Long Feng stopped her and said, don't refuse any more, the danger of the God King space must have been seen by both of you today. There may not be many 7 transformation God Kings in the God King dimension, but in 200 or 300 years, there may even be some 8 transformation God Kings. If you don't seize the time to improve your cultivation, it will only become more dangerous in the future. Those flowers that contain the origin of the world are useless to me, so I might as well leave them all to you. Thinking of the terrifying existence of Long Leiyang, Long Shihao said after a moment of silence, then we, brother and sister, will be disrespectful. Soon, these treasures containing the origin of the world were divided up by the 3 of them. Long Feng only wanted a giant tree purely condensed from the origin of the world. Let's go. After the division was completed, the 3 of them walked back cautiously with solemn expressions. The 3 of them were lucky along the way, they didn't meet other masters, and left this space quickly. It may be because the 3 of them were together. The 3 of them were still together after leaving the space, but the exit was not the palace that Long Feng encountered. The same is true for Long Shihao's 2 brothers and sisters. To make an analogy, Long Feng entered the palace space from Palace A, and Long Shihao and his brother and sister entered the space from Palace B, so now the 3 of them are in Palace C, not Palace A. It's not Palace B either. In the garden of the palace, the huge dragon corpse lay there motionless, lifeless. Suddenly, a burst of black air gushed out from the huge dragon corpse, and the black air gradually wrapped the dragon corpse, as if there was a sound of being corroded. When the black air dissipated, the huge dragon corpse disappeared. Not a trace at all. Somewhere in the God King space. A certain person closed his eyes, he opened his hand, and a cloud of black air appeared in his hand, and this cloud of black air gradually merged into the person's body. After a long while, this person opened his eyes and said contemptuously, "A useless thing, with the magic spell imprinted on it, has been dealt with, and still called Prince Lei? Shameless! If there is no heavenly demon seal, wouldn't it be impossible to force the opponent's last whole card? I didn't expect that divine sword to be an immortal divine weapon." The man recalled that Long Feng seemed to have used the flame demon songling sword back then, but it wasn't so strong back then. It seems that the immortal artifact should have been in a certain seal at the beginning, so its power is not strong. I didn't expect that. I also drilled it. If I had known earlier, I should have set a relatively high-level heavenly demon seal in Long Leiyang's body. Maybe this battle would not only kill that Long Feng, but also obtain an immortal artifact by the way. I didn't take that dragon wind seriously before, but I didn't expect that he is now the king of the 6 transformations. This sun has already hindered my plan. I am bound to win the position of Dragon King. It seems that I can only do it myself. Get rid of that dragon wind. According to Long Leiyang's memory, I can roughly confirm that Long Feng's memory, but I need to search more specifically. In the next second, this person soared into the sky, turned into a black light, and disappeared into the sky. Long Shihao cursed secretly, "Damn, it's too bad luck." The 3 of them were intercepted not long after they came out. One of them, Long Feng, and the 3 of them still knew each other. He was the number 1 strongman on the list of dragon lords in the dragon god realm, Long Feixiang. The original Long Feixiang was squeezed out by Long Feng and Long Chutai, which was regarded as a shame by Long Feixiang. Now that it's hard to see that Long Feng is in poor condition, how can he let Long Feng go? Today, Long Feixiang is also the king of 4 transformations, and is in the same realm as Long Shihao, but Long Feng can feel that Long Feixiang has a deeper background, and the difficulty of breaking through the king of 5 transformations is less than that of Long Shihao. A mere Long Feixiang is nothing, even if he wants to trouble Long Feng, there is a Long Shihao who is not weaker than Long Feixiang. But the other person had to be treated with caution by Long Feng and the others. This person is from the same family as Long Feixiang, and also from the tyrant dragon, but he is a master of the 6 transformation gods. By the way, this king of 6 transformations is also the foundation of the Heavenly Emperor. Long Wuxi, the former strongman on the Long Jun list. Long Shihao took a breath. Long Feixiong sneered, 3, it's really unlucky to meet the two of us. Long Wuxi narrowed his eyes slightly, Feixiong, you didn't complain about the loss back then, this son is already the king of 6 changes, 2 realms higher than you. The king of 6 changes. Long Feixiong's expression changed. He couldn't see through Long Feng's realm, and only thought that Long Feng was the king of 5 changes, but he was 1 level higher than him, but he didn't expect it to be 2 levels. 2 levels, it's not easy to catch up. However. So what if I'm 2 levels higher than me? Judging by his weak appearance, he might not be my opponent. For the 3 of you to be in such a state of embarrassment, the opponent must not be weak. Since the 3 of you are still alive, there is a 10 to 10 chance that you will win, so it is estimated that the 3 of you will have a good harvest. Unfortunately, now the harvest of the 3 belongs to us. Moreover, we can still get 3 God King stones. Long Feixiong grinned a cold smile. The second update. P.S. Make a mistake, what should have been revealed in the last chapter was the God King Spirit Crystal, instead of the God King Stone. Hearing Long Feixiong's blatant words, the hearts of the 2 brothers and sisters Long Shihao sank immediately. To explode the Spirit Crystal of the God King, the only way is for the God King to fall. This dragon flying really didn't intend to let them live. Brush. Long Shihao stood in front of Long Feng, and quickly said via voice transmission, Long Feng, run away, we 2 brothers and sisters are no match for Long Wu Sui, but we can still do it if we try our best to delay it. As long as you can escape, you can avenge my brother and sister in the future. Long Shihao is very decisive, the current situation is very unfavorable to them, 1 bad situation may wipe out the whole army, but as long as Long Feng escapes, then even if the 2 brothers and sisters died today, they would not die in vain. Long Feng will definitely avenge their brother and sister. Long Shirling also took a step forward, a flash of determination flashed in his eyes. Long Feng's expression changed suddenly, surprise flashed in his eyes, and he secretly replied via voice transmission, you 2 don't need to do this, the 3 of us just need to hold on for a while, and someone will come to rescue us soon. Long Feng, do you have friends nearby? Long Shihao was extremely surprised. Long Feng's face was strange, it's a friend. The deity and the reincarnation be friends? Interesting. Long Wuxi suddenly said coldly, sound transmission? Do you think you can find a way to escape by secretly transmitting the sound? Feixiong, you take action. Leave it to me. Long Feixiong smiled ferociously, and suddenly turned into his own body, a tyrant dragon, rushing towards the 3 of Long Feng like a giant mountain. Roar. Long Shihao also roared angrily, transforming into the body of a golden star dragon, facing Long Feixiong. Long Shirling was not afraid at all, and also turned into a golden star dragon. The 3 giant dragons instantly fought together in the void. Long Shihao sacrificed the star token to increase the strength of himself and Long Shirling, and then used the innate supernatural powers of the Golden Star Dragon clan to fight Long Feixiong with vigor. With Long Shirling's help again, they actually suppressed Long Feixiong. Long Shihao and Long Feixiong are at the same level. Even if Long Feixiong has a deeper background and has accumulated enough, it is just easier and easier than Long Shihao to break through the 5 transformation God King. In terms of basic combat power, it is not much different from Long Shihao, almost nothing. Therefore, the winner of the 2 dragons depends on their respective bloodlines, innate abilities, artifacts, immortal power stored in their bodies, etc. In these conditions, Long Shihao was not inferior to Long Feixiong, so Long Shirling's combat power was not worth mentioning compared to the 2 of them, but at this time it also played an extremely critical role. Long Feixiong was furious. Did he experience a big battle? Totally nonsense. Long Feixiang probably never dreamed that the three brothers and sisters Long Feng and Long Shihao had experienced a great battle, but the center of the battle was Long Feng and Long Leiyang, who were not much different from Long Shihao and Long Shiling. Relation. Brother and sister Long Shihao just had some soy sauce, so naturally they didn't consume much, at most they were mentally frightened a little. Humph. Seeing that Long Feixiang was gradually falling into the wind, Long Wusui couldn't help but snorted coldly in dissatisfaction, and immediately took a step forward. The power of the surging world gushed out like a spring, and he suddenly planned to help Long Feixiang. In order to get rid of the Long Shihao brothers and sisters in the realm of the six transformation god kings of Long Wuxi, it doesn't take much time at all. But just as Long Wusui took a few steps forward, a figure appeared in front of Long Wusui in a flash, preventing Long Wusui from helping Long Feixiang. It was Long Feng who intercepted Long Wusui. Long Wuxuan sarcastically said, "You have the guts to stop me when you are injured and exhausted. I have to say that you have courage. However, in my opinion, it's just a pointless struggle." Having said that, a trace of solemnity flashed in Long Wu's eyes. After all, he was an opponent of the same level. Even if his current strength was less than 20% to 30% of his heyday, who knew what would happen? Under such circumstances, Long Wuji made a move, and he stretched out his hand to grab it in midair, and infinite oppression rushed towards Long Feng. Then Long Wuji's figure flashed, approaching Long Feng, and a huge axe appeared in his hand and slashed at Long Feng. Long Feng took out the flame demon songling sword, and directly slashed at it. Huge force surged towards the two of them. Long Feng's face turned pale again, and he was struck flying by an axe. With not many tears of the world left in his body, the power of Long Feng's slash was really limited, and he couldn't resist at all. If it wasn't for the high level of the flame demon songling sword, Long Wusui might not have been repelled. Long Wusui retreated hundreds of meters in the void, listening to the wailing of his artifact spirit. Long Wusui widened his eyes. Immortal artifact. You have an immortal artifact. Immediately, Long Wusui laughed loudly. Okay, today is really my lucky day, and I will accept your immortal artifact. After saying that, Long Wusui swung his axe again and slashed at Long Feng, and violent ripples appeared in the surrounding space, which was a sign that the space was compressed to the limit and was about to collapse. Boom boom boom. Long Wusui came with a torrential momentum, and Long Feng was forced to retreat again and again by this momentum. Sword demon form. Long Feng shouted, and the flame demon songling sword gradually disappeared. At the same time, Long Feng's body was filled with dense songling sword chi. Today's sword demon form is not the 9th level, but the 8th level. Whether it is the exhaustion of immortal power or the little power left in the world, it is not enough to support Long Feng to unfold the 9th level of sword demon form. Only the sword demon form on the 8th floor can increase the strength of Long Feng, but not much. Facing Long Wusui's pressing attack every step of the way, Long Feng was defeated one after another. Suddenly, Long Wusu swung his axe and blasted a stern beam through the barrier of songling sword energy and hit Long Feng. Long Feng let out a muffled grunt and vomited blood. Relying on the strength of the reincarnated body, Long Feng forcibly took the blow. In the human race, the flesh body was relatively weak among the human race, and that sharp light was enough to split the whole body in half. As expected of an existence of the same level, even if the consumption is huge, the strength of the physical body is there. Usually changing 4 or 5 god kings, I really can't help this one. Unfortunately, what this guy met today was me, Long Wuxi, the king of 6 transformations who is based on the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven. Long Wuxuan let out a roar, and the sky was full of savage light, and Long Feng had no choice but to turn into the body of the ancient burning dragon to resist. It is already impossible to resist with the human form alone. Fortunately, the body of the ancient burning dragon can also display the form of the sword demon, but it is inconvenient to use unique skills such as the Tsungling pendant. Boom boom boom. One after another Li Meng and Tsungling sword Chi exploded together. The Tsungling sword Chi, in the form of the 8th level sword demon, was obviously inferior to the Li Meng wielded by Long Wuxi. Dragon Wind. Long Feng's huge body was immediately dripping with blood, and there were huge scars from Li Meng's chopping everywhere, and the dragon scales scattered everywhere. Not good. Long Shihao, who was still fighting Long Feixiong, noticed Long Feng's situation and was extremely anxious. The first update. This anxiety exposed many flaws to Long Shihao. What kind of character is Long Feixiong? The original Dragon Lord ranked first. Long Feixiong immediately seized this opportunity and made a comeback in one fell swoop. It's not enough to crush Long Shihao and Long Shiling, but at least he is gradually gaining the upper hand after getting out of the previous unfavorable situation. Oops. Long Shihao immediately didn't dare to be distracted anymore, but the battle at this time has already begun to follow the rhythm of Long Feixiong. To restore the decline, he must either use overwhelming force, or find the correct position as Long Feixiong did just now. The opponent's flaw turned the situation around. The first possibility is that it can't be done. If you really have to worry about it, Long Shihao is not as good as Long Feixiong. As for the second method, would Long Feixiong show his flaws so stupidly? The whole situation is extremely unfavorable to Long Feng and Long Feng. Why bother to continue the needless struggle? Could it be that you still think you can turn the tables? On the other side, Long Wusui began to attack Long Feng's mind with words even though he had repeatedly injured Long Feng but still failed to kill Long Feng. Unnecessary struggle? That's not necessarily the case. On the contrary, if you don't leave quickly, I'm afraid you'll stay here forever. Long Feng said coldly, enduring his injuries. The future is far away. I don't know what to say. A trace of anger flashed across Long Wusu's face. Ho Diyuan's voice was extremely cold. I'm here, leave the next thing to me, you just wait to receive the 2 God King Spirit Crystals. After a few cups of tea, Long Feng suffered more injuries, many of which were deeply visible. If it weren't for the many Tsungling sword Chi around him to resist Long Wusui's attack, Long Wusui might have really killed Long Feng. Seeing that Long Feng was about to be beheaded by him, and the immortal artifact would also fall into his hands, Long Wusui was extremely excited, and shouted, "Go to hell." However, before this blow was struck, there was an icy sound rolling from the sky. Dare! The sound boomed, and the surrounding space suddenly shattered, cracking huge cracks one after another. At the same time, there was also a terrifying momentum, like a torrential flood. The enemy's land is ruthless, the enemy's ball battle is cold. Boom! Puff! Under the oppression of this momentum, Long Wusui's attack was immediately interrupted, and because the attack was not sent out, the power of the world in Long Wusui's body was disordered for a while, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Who is it? Long Wusui turned his gaze to the sky in horror, where a figure was flying towards him rapidly, and at the same time oppressed him with a coercion like heaven and earth. The closer the figure was, the stronger the heaven and earth oppression became, as if the whole world was shrinking, trapping him in it. Until the world collapsed, he also exploded. Sun Buke is not alone. Even Long Wuyu was so unbearable and frightening, let alone Long Feixiong. Long Feixiong has rich combat experience, and he will not easily reveal his flaws, but under the oppression of such heaven and earth majesty, he still has to reveal great flaws. Long Shihao and Long Shiling immediately seized the opportunity and severely injured Long Feixiong in one fell swoop. After that, they ignored Long Feixiong, and looked into the distance, with solemn and uncertain eyes. This is the friend Long Feng mentioned? This kind of momentum is too terrifying, isn't it a master of the 7 transformations God King? And this kind of coercion has little effect on the 2 brothers and sisters. Such amazing control. It's incredible. Almost in the blink of an eye, the deity has appeared in front of everyone. Long Feng recovered his body, his complexion was pale, he lost a lot of blood, there were many scars on his arms and legs, and the white bones inside could be seen. The deity sees his reincarnation being beaten like this, and the anger in his heart boils. You're finally here. Long Feng sighed. The deity's voice was extremely cold. I'm here, leave the next thing to me, you just wait to receive the 2 God King spirit crystals. Long Wuju's expression changed immediately. Senior, do you want to use the big to bully the small? Bullying the small with the big? Are you qualified to say that? Long Shirling sneered. If you have the ability, you can fight against the dragon wind in its heyday. Long Wuxi ignored Long Shirling, just stared at the deity's scalp and said numbly, Senior, this junior doesn't know that person is related to senior. If he knew earlier, this junior would never make trouble like that. If senior is willing to let this junior go, junior, I am willing to give all the harvest of these years to the seniors as compensation. Long Wusui groaned secretly in his heart. Didn't that fellow Long Feixiang say that the other party had no backer at all? Who is this senior who suddenly appeared? With such power and influence, he must be the king of 7 changes. This deity is of course not the 7 transformations God King, but the 6 transformations God King, and he has not even reached the peak of the 6 transformations God King. To be honest, there is a gap with Longfeng's realm. But the foundation of this deity is to surpass the Emperor of Heaven, and the realm of the 6-change God King is not weaker than the 7-change God King. If it was the deity who fought Long Leiyang before, I am afraid that it would not take long for the deity to kill Long Leiyang, instead of fighting so hard like Long Feng. Senior? There was a hint of sarcasm on the corner of the deity's mouth, and then he said coolly, Sorry, Han is not a senior, and he may not have been practicing for as long as you. Therefore, there is no need to use the principle of bullying the small to run on Han. Long Wuju gasped, Isn't he senior? The training time is shorter than him? How can it be? How could he be so strong in such a short period of time? Could it be that he had encountered many adventures in this space of the God King? Yes, it must be so. Even the 2 brothers and sisters Long Feixiang and Long Shihao thought so. It's not senior, and Long Feixiang also said that this person is only friends with Long Shihao and his brother and sister in the Dragon God realm, that is to say, this person and Long Feng should be familiar with each other in the God King space. Then, this person and Long Feng's friendship must be limited, which is great. Long Wusui showed joy, but the next sentence of the deity made Long Wusui feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Just listen to the deity said, Long Feng is the reincarnation of Han. If you want to be unfavorable to Long Feng, you will be unfavorable to Han. Rather than bullying the small by the big, it is better to say that Han is here to save himself. So, you'd better die. The deity suddenly raised his palm, and the whole world seemed to be included in this palm. Facing this blow from the deity, Long Wusui turned around and fled. Just kidding, how could he be able to fight against the king of 7 transformations? Seeing Long Wuju turn around and run away, the deity showed mockery. As Long Wuju fled, he found that the oppression of heaven and earth was getting stronger and stronger, causing his breathing to become more and more rapid, more and more unbearable, and his speed became slower and slower. No! Long Wusui wailed in despair, and with an earth-shattering explosion, Long Wusui seemed to be hit by some huge force, and was bombarded into fly ash. There was only one God King Spirit Crystal that glowed close to deep purple, which was the 3rd-class God King Spirit Crystal. After killing Long Wuxi, the deity waved his sleeve robe, and a ray of purple gold light shot out. It was the Zijin flying sword. The target of Zijin Feijian is Long Feixiang. With a flash of Zijin's light, it pierced through Long Feixiang, and the Zijin Feijian pierced through Long Feixiang's forehead. Long Feixiang, die. More. The purple gold flying sword was Tang Feng's original purple gold sword battle soul. With the fusion of Tang Feng and the deity, the purple gold sword battle spirit has disappeared, replaced by the purple gold flying sword in the immortal fetus. At the beginning of the initial integration, the power of the purple gold flying sword was only equivalent to the level of half-step immortality. Now the power of the purple gold flying sword is equivalent to the quasi-immortal technique. However, Zijing Feijian has almost reached its limit, and it is difficult to go any further. If one breaks through by chance due to various encounters, the final achievement may only be equivalent to a low-level immortal skill. No matter how high it is absolutely impossible. After all, it is only a cultivation system in the God Emperor's world, and its achievements in the big world are naturally limited. If it wasn't for the fusion of Tang Feng and the deity that caused the Zijing sword's war spirit to change, it would never even reach its current power. Not to mention reaching a level comparable to immortality. Withdrawing the purple gold flying sword, the deity's eyes fell on the two siblings, Long Shihao and Long Shiling, who looked dull. Reincarnation? The deity? The two brothers and sisters looked at Long Feng, then at the deity, and fell silent. They never thought that Long Feng and the strong man who suddenly appeared had such a relationship. The reincarnations naturally know what's going on, but they have never heard of it. Some people are still alive, but they have a reincarnation body. How is this possible? Long Feng, you really opened my eyes to my brother and sister. Long Shihao said to Long Feng with a wry smile. As for the deity, even though Long Shihao knew that the deity and Long Feng were the same person, he did not dare to act presumptuously in front of the deity. Therefore, they can only complain to Long Feng, and never dare to complain about the deity. The pressure that this deity put on Long Shihao was really too great. I hope you two don't blame me. Long Feng sighed. Long Feng was a little worried that Long Shihao and the two would be unfamiliar with him because the deity was a human race. How can you blame me? Although I don't know how you did it, Long Feng, it was you I made friends with, not. Long Shihao glanced at the deity cautiously. The deity smiled indifferently. Long Feng, you are seriously injured now, and you need to find a place to recover. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Long Feng's face was pale, he lost a lot of blood, and he said weakly, trouble with the main body. What are you talking about? Aren't I just you? Aren't you just me? Don't bother me. The deity stretched out his hand to catch Long Feng, and then turned into a startled rainbow, followed by Long Shihao and his sister. Half a day later, the deity and others appeared in a bamboo forest. This bamboo forest is covered by a light yellow barrier, which has the effect of blocking other spirits from investigating. The deity said, I also found it by accident when I passed by here. My spirit has not reached a certain level, so it is difficult to find this place. If I fly over from the outside, I will only think that this is a flat land, not a green bamboo forest. You too, I think you have all reached the realm of the 4 transformation god kings. And it's time to attack the 5 transformation god kings. This place is obviously an excellent retreat, so don't worry about being disturbed. Long Shihao mistakenly thought that the deity was the god king of 7 changes, and thought that only the spirit of the god king 7 changes could not be confused by the light yellow barrier in this bamboo forest, and could see through the bamboo forest itself through the light yellow barrier. In today's God King space, it is expected that the 7 transformations God Kings should still be a minority, so the possibility of being discovered by the 7 transformations God Kings here is extremely small. However, the two of them didn't know that this bamboo forest was not actually discovered by the deity, but Xiaopeng discovered it first. Today's Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda, with the improvement of Jiuyan Huaju, although the level has not yet returned to the immortal level, it is extremely close, far surpassing the level of the world's artifact. This deity's cultivation base of the 6 transformations God King is not weaker than that of the 7 transformations God King, and he did not discover this peculiar bamboo forest, but was discovered by Xiaopeng. In Xiaopeng's words, at the very least, it would take the spirit of the 8 transformations God King to discover the light yellow enchantment above the bamboo forest. If the King of 8 changes is negligent and doesn't care, he may fly over directly. But 9 changes God King, that is sure to be found. By the way, this bamboo forest is not an ordinary bamboo forest. The bamboo leaves of these bamboos contain a little power of Tao. Subdued cultivation here, whether it is the improvement of the inner world or the comprehension of absolute knowledge, has unimaginable benefits. 2. If you want to take a step further in your own unique knowledge, you can practice seriously here. The deity said. As for the improvement of the inner world, it is still the fastest to absorb the origin of the world. I have already realized the limit of Daluo immortal physique, and I have a clear direction for the breakthrough in the next stage, but every time I break through, I always feel that it is a little bit worse. Perhaps through the Tao power contained in the bamboo leaves here, it can help me take the Daluo immortal physique one step further and reach the next stage. The deity thought secretly. Long Shihao and Long Shiling obviously did not expect this bamboo forest to have such miraculous effects. But that's right, if it weren't for this, I wouldn't have clearly passed through several places where I could cultivate subconsciously, but I didn't stop there. At that time, they were still a little doubtful, but now it seems that this deity of Long Feng has long planned. There are half-step immortal skills and quasi-immortal skills above the God-King skills. The two mistakenly thought that the deity was planning to upgrade their skills to these 2 levels. Afterwards, everyone went to find a place to submerge and cultivate to reach a higher level. Before the impact, Long Feng must first recover from his injuries. As for the deity, since he is still far away from the peak of the 6 transformations God King, it is not yet time to attack the 7 transformations God King. Fortunately, Long Feng has obtained a lot of treasures over the years, especially in that palace. He has obtained more treasures containing the origin of the world. In addition, there are 3rd-class God King spirit crystals that exploded from Long Wuxi and Long Leiyang, and they are all extremely high-level existences among the 3rd-class God King spirit crystals. Not only that, but what Long Wusui and Long Leiyang gained over the years has naturally become the spoils of the deity and Long Feng. Among these trophies, there are also treasures containing the origin of the world, as well as the God King stone. With so many resources, it is enough for the deity to improve his cultivation. Therefore, while Long Feng was recovering from his injuries, the deity absorbed these God King stones, 3rd-class God King spirit crystals, and treasures containing the origin of the world, constantly improving his cultivation, and striding towards the peak of the 6 transformation God Kings. The foundation of this deity surpassed the Emperor of Heaven, and in order to reach the peak of the 6th change God King, the resources needed were far higher than that of Long Feng. Therefore, when these resources are almost consumed, the deity has reached the peak of the 6th change God King, and it is a level that can be reached, and the foundation is not yet stable. If you try to attack the 7 changes God King at this level, you will probably fail. Beyond the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, each breakthrough needs to consume too many resources. If it is the other 6 transformation God Kings, with so many resources, I am afraid that it is enough to attack the 7 transformation God Kings. The deity sighed secretly. Then, the deity looked at Long Feng. It took decades for the deity to ascend from the 6th change God King to the peak of the 6th change God King. Long Feng's injuries have already recovered in these years, and now he is absorbing the giant tree that contains the origin of the world, preparing to attack the 7 change God King. Territory. The first update. Brothers and sisters, 2. 1. From the half-step God King back then to the current 6th change God King, Long Feng already knew the disasters that a God King would go through every time he was promoted. Although it is extremely difficult for the 6th transformation God King to break through the 7 transformation God King, the process is still the same. The same is to experience the catastrophe of the world in the body is washed away by the catastrophe of the world, and then the power of the world in the body swallows the power of the catastrophe of the world, and turns these powers of the world into its own use, making the inner world further evolve and improve. This time, even if there is a giant tree that contains the origin of the surging world, it took decades to succeed in the impact on the realm of the seven changing God King. The realm is completely stable. There are not many remaining world origins. Long Feng hesitated a little. The deity said slowly, "Leave it to them. My foundation surpasses the Emperor of Heaven. These world origins can at most make my peak state of the six-change God King more stable and deeper, and it cannot support my breakthrough to the seven-change God King at all. Howdy is unscientific and independent. Since that's the case, it's better to let those two absorb it. Anyway, you and I are about to merge. After the fusion, I can easily step into the realm of the seven transformations God King." Hearing this, Long Feng let out a breath. Finally, we are going to merge. Immediately, Long Feng went to look for Long Shihao's brother and sister. It has been more than 100 years since they came to this bamboo forest. Brother and sister Long Shihao, relying on many God King stones and treasures containing the origin of the world, have broken through to become the five-changing God King, and they are still the five-changing God King. The King's Peak is only half a step away from the realm of the six-change God King. The remaining world origin of the giant tree is enough for the two to break through. The two of them got the rest of the source, and they still had a bit of astonishment on their faces. They didn't expect that they could get such a world source, so they wanted to reject it immediately. It was Long Feng who told the story of the deity, and the two of them accepted it when they learned that the remaining source of the world was of little use to Long Feng and the deity. Long Shiling hesitated to speak. Long Feng smiled and said, "What's the matter so secretive?" Long Shiling gritted his teeth and said, "After the fusion, are you still you?" "Of course it's me. I am the same as the deity, there is no difference, whether it is personality or other things, they are exactly the same. And my memory over the years will also be integrated into the deity." "Even so." Long Shiling remained silent. Long Shihao sighed slightly. Long Feng was also silent. Although he was no different from the deity, to Long Shihao and Long Shiling, once he merged with the deity, it might mean that he ceased to exist. In this regard, Long Feng was helpless, but helpless. Long Feng guessed that when he merged with the deity, the two brothers and sisters would probably be estranged from the deity. Thinking about it carefully, the two brothers and sisters did get along well with him at the beginning, not the deity. In the end, Long Feng could only sigh and turn around to leave. In the next few years, Long Feng and the deity have been adjusting their status to prepare for the fusion, while Long Shihao and Long Shiling have left a year ago. Obviously, the two brothers and sisters couldn't accept Long Feng's final disappearance. Even though they knew that Long Feng and the deity were actually one person, the hurdle in their hearts still couldn't be eliminated. Perhaps only the passage of time can the two brothers and sisters gradually accept the disappearance of Long Feng and the existence of this deity. Are you ready? It can be integrated at any time. Sun Budi is far away, loves, hates, fights, and makes promises. Good. The deity and Long Feng both formed seals, and then the bodies of the two became illusory and overlapped each other for fusion. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a boundless and monstrous aura swept out, blowing many bamboos into several pieces. Inside the illusory body, the inner world is undergoing earth-shattering changes, with storms appearing constantly, tearing the earth and the sky apart, and streaks of purple light continuously pouring in from all directions, restoring the broken inner world. In the constant fragmentation and recovery, the inner world is evolving towards a deeper level step by step. The mountains, rivers, land, rivers, and sky become wider and wider, like a fairyland. Sun Yuanxiu's local enemy Moyang failed the test. Enemy land Kadi Kul Sun Shueo Yu Zhan Kefan. Outside world. Long Shihao and Long Shiling have been promoted to the 6 Changes God Kings. So far, Long Shiling's potential has been almost squeezed out. After all, it is only the foundation of Heavenly Venerable, placed in the 3000 God realm, among the 106 Transformation God Kings with this kind of foundation. It is difficult for one to be promoted to 7 Transformation God King. In the God King dimension, because of various adventures, the possibility of breaking through to the 7 Transformation God King has greatly increased, but that's all. After being lucky enough to break through the Queen of 7 Changes, no matter how many treasures there are, it is difficult to go further. After the 7 Changes King, that is the field that only the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven can set foot in. Therefore, after breaking through the 6 Transformations God King, Long Shiling's progress gradually slowed down. Long Shihao was already approaching the peak of the 6 Transformations God King, but Long Shiling was still hovering in the middle stage of the 6 Transformations God King. I finally found you. This day, Long Shihao and Long Shiling were still cultivating, but suddenly a creepy feeling resounded above them. What frightened the two of them even more was that the two of them hadn't even noticed it before. Long Chu Tai. People, Long Shihao and Long Shiling gasped. At the beginning, this person was on par with Long Feng, but even if he is worse now, he is definitely not far behind. What do you want to do? Long Shihao suddenly got up and asked vigilantly. A coldness flashed across Long Chu Tai's eyes, and he said coldly, "Where is the dragon wind?" Looking for Long Feng? How would we know where Long Feng is? Long Shihao resolutely refused to admit that he had stayed with Long Feng for decades. He. Long Chu Tai just smiled coldly, really thought he didn't know anything? Suddenly, Long Chu Tai took a step forward, but was rushed away with overwhelming force. Boom! The earth cracked and the mountains and rivers shattered. Long Chu Tai just took a step forward, Long Shihao and Long Shiling both vomited blood and knelt down. Long Shihao raised his head with difficulty, eyes full of horror. How can it be? How could this guy be so strong? Compared with this kind of aura, the original Long Leiyang was just a firefly. Could it be that this guy has stepped into the realm of the 8 Transformations God King? In this way, it is impossible to say where the dragon wind is. Sun Henyu, the local enemy of Yuanka. I know you stayed with Long Feng some time ago. If you don't want to die, you'd better tell the truth. Long Chu Tai narrowed his eyes slightly, the ground under his feet was torn apart again, and the aura that could tear apart the sky rumbled like a knife. Out. Sun Henyu from the Diyuan branch complained about Yuan Qing. Long Shiling gritted his teeth and said, "After the fusion, will you still be you?" Under such momentum, Long Shiling screamed and had no choice but to turn into a golden star dragon to fight. Even so, it was dripping with blood, and large pieces of dragon scales were cut off by this aura like a knife. Long Shihao suddenly felt desperate, knowing that the two of them, brother and sister, had fallen into an unprecedented desperate situation. This Long Chu Tai is a more terrifying existence than Long Leiyang, and the two of them, brother and sister, are in danger. The second update. P.S. Some cards will be updated once today, and will be added in the third update tomorrow. Little girl, run away! Long Shihao roared, and after turning into a golden star dragon, he released his aura with all his strength, trying to resist the oppression of Long Chu Tai's aura. He wants to fight for his little sister's chance to escape. Brother! Long Shiling's face was miserable, tears streaming down her face. How could she watch her elder brother fight against Long Chu Tai alone? She was looking for death. But how can she help? The 6-Change God King based on Tianzuan's foundation is barely able to compete with the 5-Change God King based on the Emperor of Heaven. And Long Chu Tai is not only the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, but also more likely to step into the realm of the 8-Changing God King. The gap in the middle is really too big. Since you can't get help, let's run away, at least not let the big brother die in vain. If he can escape to that place, maybe he can not only survive, but also rely on that one to avenge his elder brother. Thinking of this, Long Shirling took advantage of Long Shihao's resistance to the oppression of Long Chutai's breath, greatly reducing the oppression he received, and quickly turned into a beam of starlight, shooting into the distance. Want to escape? Long Chutai chuckled, her face full of sarcasm, towards Long Shihao and Long Shirling. Just as Long Chutai was about to raise his hand, Long Shihao roared and opened his fangs to bite Long Chutai. A sharp light flashed in Long Chutai's eyes. Get lost. With just a random wave of his hand, it was as if an ancient giant punched Long Shihao heavily. Long Shihao screamed and flew backwards. His huge body crushed countless rocks and trees, and the ground messy. In the next moment, Long Chutai stretched out his hand to grasp the void, as if an invisible force in the void turned into a giant hammer and fell heavily. There was a loud bang, and the ground shook. The invisible giant hammer fell directly on Long Shihao's back, crushing Long Shihao's back and crushing Long Shihao's internal organs. Little sister. Long Shihao's eyes gradually dimmed, and his breath gradually weakened. When he was dying, the only thing Long Shihao was worried about was his little sister. Long Shihao was even more regretful. He knew that there would be a catastrophe today, so he shouldn't have left that place in the first place. After a while, Long Shihao's huge body became icy cold, and a third-class God King Spirit Crystal burst out. Cut. But Long Chutai didn't look down on the third-class God King Spirit Crystal at all, and reached out to grab it, and the God King Spirit Crystal exploded directly, and the surging world itself turned into a whirlwind and scattered away. Keep running, just let me see where Long Feng is. Long Chu followed Long Shirling too slowly, with a relaxed expression on his face. Brother. Long Shi was inspired by the dissipation of Long Shihao's breath, her heart twitched, unspeakable pain spread all over her body, and she couldn't help crying out in grief. Damn Long Chutai. Immediately, deep-seated hatred welled up in his heart. Long Shirling wished to tear Long Chutai into pieces, and even hated his own low strength and lack of ability to take revenge. Hateful, I should really have endured it back then, to attack the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven. The regret in Long Shirling's heart continued to spread, and she completely forgot that even if she had the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, she probably didn't have the ability to take revenge at this moment. Long Shirling traveled very fast all the way. If she wanted to find Long Feng and the deity, she couldn't find Long Feng very quickly. Shirling found Long Chutai following behind. It's not that Long Shirling's soul is so heaven-defying that he can find someone stronger than himself, but that Long Chutai didn't cover his tracks at all. If Long Shirling can't find it like this, then there is a problem. Wait. This guy seems to be looking for Long Feng from the beginning, and it must be bad for Long Feng. I can't get rid of Long Chutai now. Didn't I just bring Long Chutai to find Long Feng? If something happens to the wind, I am the murderer. And when Long Feng was killed, it was even more difficult to avenge the eldest brother. Long Shirling suddenly remembered that decades ago, Long Feng and Long Feng's deity were going to merge, and the fusion didn't know how long it would take to succeed. No, if we get to that bamboo forest, Long Feng and his deity haven't been fused together, it will harm Long Feng at all. I can't do that. You are so blatant to use me to find Long Feng. Do you think you will succeed? Long Shirling's eyes were cold, and he changed direction immediately. Then Long Chutai wants to follow behind, so let's follow, and see how long he can follow. All I can do now is delay the time. Maybe Long Chutai will kill me after seeing through my intentions, but it will be difficult for Long Chutai to find Long Feng again. Even so, Long Feng may not know that my elder brother and I have died in the hands of Long Chutai, but so what? As long as Long Chutai wanted to kill Long Feng, he would face Long Feng sooner or later. And after Long Feng and his deity are fused, he will never be weaker than that Long Chutai, and will even be stronger. Long Shiling didn't turn his eyes immediately, because that intention would be too obvious. Therefore, although Long Shiling continued to fly, he gradually deviated from the original direction. After a few days, Long Chutai finally realized Long Shiling's intention. This Long Shiling didn't intend to go to Long Feng for help at all. Heh. Originally, I wanted you to die quickly. Since I am looking for abuse, don't blame me. Long Chutai sneered. In the next second, Long Chutai's speed suddenly increased, and within a few breaths, he caught up with Long Shiling. What? Long Shiling's heart skipped a beat. Can't help it so soon? Immediately, Long Shiling said resolutely, then let's fight to the death. Just as I am dead, this guy can't find Long Feng. However, what Long Shiling didn't expect was that Long Chutai stood in front of him, and just stretched out his hand. Endless black energy blasted towards him. This black air. This is the black air, gushing out of Long Leiyang's body. Long Shiling exclaimed. Afterwards, Long Shiling retreated quickly, using his unique skills, to blast into the black air. Long Chutai said indifferently, it's useless, the original chi of the heavenly demon in this seat is not so easy to fight against. Long Shiling realized that her attack was useless, so she simply turned around and ran away. Her intuition told her that if she was swallowed by the black energy, extremely bad things will definitely happen, and it is likely to make my life worse than death. However, just like what Long Chutai said, this black air is definitely not something that Long Shiling can resist. Not long after Long Shiling flew out, he was completely swallowed by the black air. No! Long Shiling exclaimed. These black chi turned into traces, and pierced into Long Shiling's body like a sharp sword. Long Shiling screamed again and again. This kind of pain made Long Shiling wish to explode himself immediately. But after the black air entered her body, Long Shiling found out in despair that she didn't even have the ability to control her own body. Soon, all the black air poured into Long Shiling's body, and even pierced into various organs in Long Shiling's body. In the end, Long Shiling found tragically that not only did he have to endure this inhuman pain all the time, his body was no longer under his control, and he was about to fly towards the bamboo forest. Long Chutai flew up to Long Shiling, patted Long Shiling's cheek, and sighed. I knew why I had to do it today. It would be nice to be obedient and go to where Long Feng is. How could I end up being controlled by me now? Pooh! Long Shiling yelled viciously at Long Chutai. Although Long Shiling couldn't control his body, he could control his speech. Long Chutai's complexion darkened, and the gloomy eyes flashed past, and then she smiled coldly. I don't know how to live or die. If you don't have some usefulness, just show disrespect to me. I will make your life worse than death, torture you. You have tens of thousands of years. Now, take me to where Long Feng is. Long Shiling's consciousness kept struggling, trying to control his body in vain, but he could only watch helplessly as his body flew towards the bamboo forest. Long Shiling suddenly thought that when Long Leiyang's body gushed out black energy back then, he seemed a little crazy and lacked sanity. Could it be? You bastard, you have already controlled Long Leiyang? So, it's your intention that Long Leiyang plotted against the disciples of the Dragon Emperor? It's a good plan. Controlling Long Leiyang plotted against the direct disciples of the Dragon Emperor, forcing the Dragon Emperor to reselect the direct disciples. After you participate in the selection and show your immortal blood, you will naturally become the direct disciples of the Dragon Emperor. Could it be that your goal is to become the Dragon Emperor? It's a pity that you never expected that you would have an opponent like Long Feng. Long Shiling sarcastically said. Long Chutai glanced at Long Shiling before saying disdainfully, I planted the heavenly demon seal on Long Leiyang's body. Through the heavenly demon seal, you can use the heavenly demon chi to increase your strength. Although you may lose your mind, but that's all, I can't directly control it. A puppet that can be controlled by others, how can it compare with a puppet that has its own thoughts and can fight by itself? You woman, you are not worthy of letting me cast the demon seal. As for the purpose of this seat, he. Long Shirling's heart sank. Could it be that Long Chutai's purpose was not just to become the Dragon Emperor? What is that for? Long Shirling had a very bad premonition in his heart, as if there was going to be turmoil in the Dragon God realm. And, the heavenly demon curse seal? Demon spirit? How does it sound familiar? After a while, Long Shirling smiled wryly in his heart. I'm going to die soon, I still think about it so much, I only hope that my Golden Star Dragon clan can avoid that unknown catastrophe. The land of bamboo forests. Sun Ku hates Ku and hates to fight alone. With a surge of aura sweeping out, the deity and Han Feng were completely integrated, and his cultivation was raised to the limit of the 7 Transformation God King, only half a step away from the 8 Transformation God King. If we get that giant tree again, it will be enough to break through to the God King of 8 changes, said the deity. If the foundation of this deity is only the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, it is impossible to say that he has broken through to the 8-change God King at this time, but the foundation of this deity is beyond the Sky Emperor, so after integrating into the Dragon Wind whose strength is as high as the early stage of the 7-change God King, he can only be promoted to the 7-change God King at the peak. He has not entered the realm of the 8 Transformation God Kings. Even so, this deity's basic combat power is not inferior to those peak masters of the 8 Transformations God Kings who are the foundation of the Heavenly Emperor. In addition, other changes have taken place in the deity's body. For example, the body of Longfeng's ancient burning dragon is completely integrated into the body of the deity at this time, and the firmness of the divine body is rare in the same level. Just relying on his powerful body, this deity is enough to compete with the 8 changes God King at this time. No, it should be said that there are few God Kings, with 8 transformations, to compare with. In addition to becoming stronger physically, the deity also possesses supernatural powers such as Long Wei. Once Long Wei is released, it has a strong suppressive effect on the dragons with weak blood. The Fenlong divine flame was also inherited by the deity, and it was fully integrated into the Xuanhuan Fenqianyan, causing the Xuanhuan Fenqianyan to exceed the limit of the king-level divine fire without the power of immortality. Incorporating the power of immortality, the power is even stronger. There is an immortal god embryo in the body of the deity, and the power of immortality is endless, and because it is the power of immortality transformed by the deity himself, the fit is very high, and the power of immortality is integrated into the god fire or the unique art, and the power will be stronger than other god kings. Finally there is, the ancient dragon transformation. The deity shouted, and the whole person changed into a dragon man at this moment, standing up like a miniature version of the ancient burning dragon. With the use of the ancient dragon transformation, the deity can find that his aura and body strength have soared to another level again. And after using the primordial dragon transformation, even the primordial Fenlong Finger and Fenlong Guardian, the inheritance of the primordial Fenlong clan, can also be used, and the power of these unique techniques has all reached the half-step immortal level. Only the power of unique knowledge has reached half-step immortality. Once it is integrated with real immortal power, its power will be stronger than that of the best God King's unique knowledge integrated with immortal power. This time the fusion, the benefits that Long Feng brought to the deity made the deity couldn't help but smile. With the addition of the flame demon Songling sword, my current comprehensive strength can already compete with the 9 changes God King. The deity murmured. At this moment, the deity felt stronger than ever. Like those God Kings with 5 or 6 transformations, based on the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, who broke through to the First Order God Queen by chance, they may not be the opponent of this deity at this time. As for those God Kings with 5 or 6 transformations based on the foundation of Tianzuan, basically only when they break through to the Third Order God Emperor can they crush the current deity. In other words, although the deity is still a God King at this time, if he goes to those God Emperor forces, his status will not be worse than ordinary God Emperors, and he is also the top group of people in the God Emperor forces. Moreover, this is not the limit of the present deity. Due to the successful fusion just now, the flame demon Songling sword can only exert 20% of its power for the time being, which is only 10% more than the 10% of the power controlled by Han Feng. However, according to my estimation, at this moment, with the peak strength of the 7 transformation God King and his already stronger physical body, the limit he can withstand should be 60% of the power, that is to say, he still has 40% of the power to promote. The 10% power of the flame demon Songling sword is already so terrifying, so one can imagine the horror of 60% power. In addition to the flame demon Songling sword, the deity also felt that the Daluo immortal physique had a faint tendency to be promoted to a higher level. Once the Great Luo immortal physique is successfully promoted to a higher level, that kind of promotion can be said to be more terrifying than the 60% powerful Balrog Songling sword. It's only been 500 years since the Divine King space descended, and in the remaining 500 years, I may not be able to hit the 9 transformations Divine King. The deity was in a turbulent mood. At that time, the 9 changes God King who surpassed the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, the fully powerful flame demon Songling sword, and the Daluo immortal physique will make further progress, and the Fenchen divine physique and Xuanhuan Fenqianyan will also undergo qualitative changes again. How strong will he be? I am afraid that the vast majority of the first-level God Emperors are still the kind of God Emperors who have broken through with the foundation of the Heavenly Emperor and transformed into God King 6 or 7 times. It is hard to get him. Huh? The deity frowned, and the power of the vast soul gushed out. In the sky outside the bamboo forest, the deity felt 2 familiar auras approaching rapidly. One of the breaths exudes extreme malice, which is clearly malicious, towards him. The first update. P.S. It's still a card, and the third one may have to be filled tomorrow. Long Shirling? Long Chu Tai? The deity narrowed his eyes. After merging with Long Feng, the deity also inherited Long Feng's memory, so he naturally knew who Long Chu Tai was. But, why was Long Shirling the one who brought Long Chu Tai here? Wait, that black light. The deity's expression froze, thinking of the black energy that had emanated from Long Leiyang's body back then. So it turns out that this Long Chu Tai has plotted against Long Leiyang long ago, so now Long Shirling is also plotted against? The deity stepped out, and a flash appeared in the sky. Long Chu Tai and Long Shirling's speed was also very fast, almost within a few breaths. They reached the range that the deity could see with naked eyes. The deity clearly saw the pain on Long Shirling's face, the despair and hatred that could not escape, and the flash of light in his eyes when he saw him. Long Shirling opened his mouth, and the deity recognized what Long Shirling was going to say through the shape of his mouth. Revenge for me and Big Brother. The deity felt that he seemed to have heard Long Shirling's cry. Long Shirhao is dead. The deity's body shook. Integrating into Long Feng's feelings are naturally passed on to this deity. In the eyes of this deity, Long Shirhao and Long Shirling are already one of his few friends. But now, one of the 2 friends is dead, and the other is in danger. Boom! The aura erupted, and the deity shot without hesitation. He turned into a beam of light and charged straight at Long Chu Tai. Long Chu Tai was also stunned at this time. He couldn't figure out why he was looking for Long Feng, so how could a strange strong man suddenly appear? What's even more inexplicable is that this strong man suddenly attacked him. As soon as the Zijin Feijian came out, even Long Chu Tai felt chills all over his body for an instant. Boom! Long Chu Tai swung out a punch violently, instantly colliding with the Zijin flying sword. And then Long Chu Tai let out a muffled grunt, and couldn't stop backing up in the air. I was actually injured. Long Chu Tai looked at his right fist. If he hadn't turned his right arm into a dragon at the last moment, then his right arm would have been pierced by the inexplicable purple gold flying sword just now. The deity controlled the Zijin Feijian and slashed towards Long Chutai again. At the same time, the deity appeared behind Long Shirling a few steps away and took Long Shirling away. Long Chutai finally got serious at this time. Maybe he couldn't see through the realm of the deity, but the initial fight was to make Long Chutai sure that the deity at least had a basic strength not weaker than him. "Who is your excellency? Why did you attack me all of a sudden?" Long Chutai's tone was serious, not without suspicion that Long Shirling deliberately took him to the wrong place. However, Long Chutai is very confident in his own demonic aura, and it is by no means a problem to control a mere six-change god king with the foundation of Tianzuan. In other words, what does this person have to do with Long Feng? Long Chutai's face was gloomy. At this moment, the deity has no time to talk to Long Chutai. After saving Long Shirling, the deity tried to get rid of the black energy, but in the end, the deity found that no matter what method he used, the black energy stayed in Long Shirling's body. "Come out." Long Shirling's face was pale, and he said intermittently, "No. No need, I feel that I may not be able to survive." Long Feng, you must survive. Then, for revenge for me and my elder brother. Long Shirling stared at the deity with difficulty, eyes full of pleading. Up to now, Long Shirling still calls the deity Long Feng, which shows that in Long Shirling's eyes, she has always known Long Feng, not the real deity. Naturally, the deity will not refute Long Shirling at this time, saying that his real name is Han Feng instead of Long Feng. Facing Long Shirling's request, the deity nodded solemnly. Long Chutai's behavior completely angered this deity, and how could this deity fail to see that Long Shirling and Long Shihao were clearly implicated by him, so Long Chutai's target was him from the beginning. Therefore, no matter what, he will never let Long Chutai go. Heavenly Demon Evil Eye. Long Chutai cast a secret technique at this moment, and instantly opened a vertical demonic eye on his forehead. This is... Long Chutai's pupils suddenly shrank when he observed the deity with the evil eyes of the demon. The origin of the soul is completely compatible with that Long Feng? Could it be that? Long Chutai blurted out in shock, "Long Feng is your reincarnation." The deity stood up coldly, and as the deity got up, the world kept rumbling, as if it couldn't bear any huge oppression and was trembling. "You can guess that Long Feng is the reincarnation of Han. It seems that your excellency is really not easy. But no matter how difficult it is for you, since you want to trouble Han, and even implicate two innocent people, Han, I swear, I will kill you here today." "Is that so?" Long Chutai smiled evilly, and the deity immediately felt that something was wrong, and the next moment, he felt a dragon roar from behind, and a giant claw descended from the sky. The deity dodged quickly, and the figure appeared in the air on the right in a flash. "Long Chutai, you deserve to die." The veins on the forehead of this deity protruded, and it was Long Shirling who had turned into a golden star dragon to attack him. All Long Shirling's movements were controlled by Long Chutai. "Long Feng, kill me. Kill me." Long Shirling choked up and begged. The deity is silent, although he knows that killing Long Shirling right now is to help Long Shirling, but he can't do it. Long Shihao and Long Shirling were reduced to such a level because of him, and I felt so guilty in my heart, and under this guilt, I couldn't do anything to Long Shirling. Damn Long Chutai. The deity cursed Long Chutai in his heart while dodging Long Shirling's attack. Tsk tisk. Long Chutai gloated, and then his figure snaked and quickly attacked the deity like lightning. Tianlong seal. Long Chutai used the secret knowledge inherited from the Tianlong clan of the Eastern Emperor, and its level has reached a half-step immortality. The deity was dodging Long Shirling, saw this, and cut out the Zijin Feijian again. Rumble. The purple gold flying sword hit the Tianlong seal, and suddenly there was the sound of dragon chant and endless sword energy rushing towards the surroundings. Click. Click. The power of Zijin flying sword has already reached the level of quasi-immortality. The mere half-step immortal Tianlong seal, under the slash of Zijin flying sword, crackled and spread out dense cracks. Quasi-immortal. Long Chu was too shocked. A powerful unique skill that most of the 8 transformation god kings could not comprehend, unexpectedly appeared in front of him. The power of immortality, melt. Long Chu Tai immediately chose to integrate the power of immortality in his body into the Tianlong seal. The next moment, the light of the Tianlong seal shone brightly, and there seemed to be a body of Tianlong surging in the huge light seal. Do you think you are the only one with the power of immortality? The power of immortality in the body of the deity gushed out continuously. But at this moment, Long Shirling was controlled by Long Chu Tai, and he opened his mouth and bit him. The deity didn't want to hurt Long Shirling, so he had no choice but to evade for the time being. The second update. The fusion of the immortal power was interrupted, and the purple gold flying sword suddenly failed, and was suppressed by the Tianlong seal. That kind of scene is like a dragon swallowing the purple gold flying sword. The deity doesn't care either, and now the Zijin flying sword is neither a battle spirit nor a divine weapon, but more like a special existence. If the Zijin flying sword is shattered, then a Zijin flying sword will recondense inside the immortal embryo. Enemy Yuan Kyuan Solo Ball, by Gusen Qufan. After the deity dodged, Long Shirling also turned around suddenly, and the Tianlong seal from behind blasted towards the deity again. Whenever the deity wants to take a shot to defeat the Tianlong seal, Long Shirling will suddenly accelerate towards the deity. The deity was tied up, and was quite embarrassed by the Tianlong seal. Ha ha ha, Long Feng, you should make a move. Long Chu was too playful. But at the next moment, Long Chu Tai's face changed drastically. Long Shirling suddenly spurted blood and fell from the sky. A broken dragon pill spurted out from Long Shirling's mouth. Not only that, but at that moment Long Shirling broke free from the shackles, turned around and directly faced the Tianlong seal, was directly blasted to the ground by the Tianlong seal, and smashed into the ground fiercely. The ground shook, and Long Shirling made a deep hole. You blew up the dragon pill. Long Chu's face was too dark. He didn't expect that Long Shirling found a gap and blew up the dragon pill when he didn't pay attention. The dragon clan can be considered as the monster clan. The Yaozu has the Yaodan, and the dragon clan naturally also has the dragon pill. Dragon pill can be said to be the natal object of the dragon clan. As a dragon race, the vitality is far stronger than that of the human race. Some fatal injuries to the human race may not be fatal injuries to the dragon race. In other words, as long as they get timely treatment, the dragon race will always recover. However, the dragon pill is different. Once the dragon pill is broken, the dragon clan will perish. Some dragon clans will cultivate dead warriors. The attack method of these dead warriors is to attack the enemy with dragon pills, and their combat power is stronger than when they don't use dragon pills. But because of this, these dead soldiers are basically useless after one battle. Even if the dragon pill is not broken, as long as there is some damage, it is enough to ruin the 10,000 years of practice of the dragon clan. Therefore, most of the dragon clan, even if they are in a desperate situation, will rarely use dragon pills to meet the enemy. In desperation, maybe you will find a chance to come back or escape. But once the dragon pill is sacrificed, it basically means that the future is useless. Although the power of the dragon pill is powerful, it is also extremely fragile. A little damage will cause huge damage to the dragon clan. Everyone has a fluke mentality, and the dragon clan is no exception. So there are almost no dragons who dare to use dragon pills to fight, not even the dragon clan of the God Emperor level. Therefore, when Long Chu Tai saw Long Shirling self-destructing the dragon pill, she was shocked. It really required a high level of awareness and determination. Miss Shirling. The deity flew to the ground with a complicated expression. Long Shirling vomited blood, and his breath was weak, but Long Shirling smiled. Long Chutai, that bastard, really think that he can control this girl forever? Long Feng, the dragon core is broken, and my vitality is gone, don't worry about me anymore. Long Shirling continued intermittently, one must take revenge for me, and, big brother. This bitch, even I have been fooled. Long Chutai looked cold. The land and the land are alone, the hatred is sealed by the sun and the cold. During this period of time, Long Chutai has been controlling her, and Long Shirling has become numb from the constant struggle at the beginning. No longer resisting much, it seems that he has given up struggling, which makes Long Chutai relax a little. Long Shirling took advantage of Long Chutai's slack and self-destructed Long Dan in one fell swoop. Sun Choka's love for Sun Shueo's loneliness. After all, Long Chutai also needs to be distracted to control Long Shirling with the chi of the heavenly demon. Only by paying attention to controlling the chi of the heavenly demon can he use the chi of the heavenly demon to control Long Shirling to do anything. The previous slack, coupled with more focus on fighting the deity, gave Long Shirling a chance. Long Shirling didn't take this opportunity to let herself out of control, it was impossible. Long Shirling knew that if she moved a little bit, it would definitely alarm Long Chutai. As long as Long Chutai immediately put more attention on controlling her in the future, she will no longer have the possibility of turning the tables. Instead of disturbing Long Chutai, it is better to use that momentary gap to self-destruct Long Dan. As it turned out, she succeeded. The dragon core was shattered, her whole body was completely destroyed, and she was severely injured by the Tianlong seal, and her life was about to be cut off. Even if the heavenly demon energy could control her, what could it do? Don't worry, I will definitely kill Long Chutai to avenge you and Long Shirhao. The deity's face is full of sadness, but his eyes are full of coldness, which is the intent to kill Long Chutai. The two friends were implicated to death by him. At this moment, the deity's killing intent towards Long Chutai reached its peak. Long Chutai, die! The deity suddenly roared, and immediately the sky was overcast, and terrifying thunderbolts raged in the void, as if entering a doomsday world for tens of thousands of miles. Boom boom boom. The deity's aura also skyrocketed at this moment. The great Luo immortal physique and the Fenchen divine physique unfolded immediately, and the immortal power in the immortal embryo was continuously integrated into the De Luo immortal physique and the Fenchen divine physique, and the vast aura exploded. Boom. Keek's only enemy is Chayu Lung Momo. A deep pit was directly blasted by the breath under the deity's feet, and the deity disappeared in an instant. Even Long Chutai at this time was a little shocked at that speed, and only a few afterimages could be seen. Long Shirling took advantage of Long Chutai's slack and self-destructed Long Dan in one fell swoop. Dragon Claw. The claw shadows all over the sky bombarded the deity, each claw shadow tore away, and ripples appeared in the surrounding space. Many space ripples overlap, and the space at this moment is extremely distorted, as if it will be completely shattered in the next moment. However, the deity shuttled between the shadows of claws, and was not hit by a shadow of claws. It didn't even take a breath, and the deity was not far away from Long Chutai. Tianlong seal. Long Chutai saw that the deity's ability to dodge is so strong, his expression changed slightly, and at the same time as his body backed up, he blasted out the Tianlong seal again. However, at this moment, the speed of the deity unexpectedly soared by another level, and he had already used the ancient dragon transformation, and with a dragon roar, the Tianlong seal collapsed immediately. As soon as Long Wei came out, Long Chutai only felt that the blood in his body was suppressed for a moment. Although the time of being suppressed is very short, not even a breath, but for the deity, and Long Chutai, and other strong people, the time of a breath is enough to do many things. Die. The deity has already come to Long Chutai's side, and the dragon's body turns the deity's hands into dragon claws, which can easily tear the sky apart. This claw, in less than a blink of an eye, had already hit Long Chutai heavily. Scoff. Puff. Although Long Chutai tried his best to dodge, the flesh and blood on his chest was still torn off by the deity's claws, dripping with blood. It is also thanks to Long Chutai's body strength being stronger than other dragon clans as the Eastern Emperor's heavenly dragon clan, coupled with the frequent nourishment of the immortal blood, the body strength of Long Chutai has increased a little bit, otherwise the claw of the deity just now would have been enough. It directly penetrated Long Chutai's body and grabbed out the heart. The deity took advantage of the victory to pursue, bullied him again, and at the same time, the dragon roared out, trying to use the dragon's power to frighten Long Chutai again, even if it was only for a breath. The first update. However, the long way of this deity is just an ability produced by fusing the dragon wind and the blood of the ancient Fenlong. Before Long Feng was fused, his immemorial Fenlong bloodline was only at the top of the royal rank, while Long Chutai's Donghuang Tianlong bloodline was as high as the immortal rank. This is one of them. Second, in ancient times, the Donghuang Tianlong clan had a higher status than the primordial Fenlong clan. If it is said that the primordial Fenlong clan was one of the few first-class dragon clan forces in the dragon god realm a long time ago, then the Eastern Emperor Tianlong clan was once the dominant force in the dragon god realm, just like the dragon god palace in the dragon god realm now. Same. Therefore, the long way displayed by the deity has limited influence on Long Chutai. And Long Chutai also developed resistance to the deity's long way. For the first time, long way of the deity can suppress Long Chutai for less than a breath, but this time, long way has no effect on Long Chutai. Therefore, Long Chutai was not affected at all, and retreated quickly. Dragon Demon Armor. A pair of pitch-black armor appeared on Long Chutai's body. On the armor were ink-like dragon scales, and a vast power of the dragon diffused out. Long Chutai continuously injected the immortal power in his body into the dragon demon armor, and the dragon demon armor released a stronger black light. In this black light, one could faintly see the roar of the black dragon. Boom! The deity's claws hit the dragon demon armor, but it didn't tear the dragon demon armor at all. How is it possible? The deity was taken aback. He was sure that the dragon armor was not an immortal artifact at all, so how did it resist his own claw? Relying on the defense of the dragon demon armor, Long Chutai resisted the move of the deity, but the power of this move made the dragon demon armor vibrate, and the vibration force passed through the dragon demon armor, causing Long Chutai to groan. At the same time, the power of this deity's move also made Long Chutai retreat thousands of feet. Long Chu finally stopped his figure, and his face was gloomy. The power of this deity is stronger than he imagined. He originally thought that with the defense of the dragon demon armor, he would not be injured at all, but the fact is that the dragon demon armor defended most of the power, but because the opponent's strength was too strong, he would not be injured. This caused the dragon demon armor to generate vibrations. This shaking force, even if Long Chutai is the god king of 8 changes at the foundation of the heavenly emperor, it is very uncomfortable. Han Feng, the defensive armor on the opponent should be artificially refined, not conceived by the Tao of heaven itself, and the material should be dragon scales and dragon body. Xiaopan's dignified voice reached the deity's ears, and the deity was immediately taken aback. Man-made? Is there such a refiner in this universe? There are both innate and acquired artifacts. Innate is conceived by heaven, and acquired is artificially refined. This deity knows that some perverted weapon refiners can refine extremely high-level artifacts, and their power is not inferior to some outstanding world artifacts. And some acquired artifacts may not be as powerful as innate artifacts, but they often have some magical effects, and these magical effects are beyond the reach of many innate artifacts. But I have never heard of being able to refine the Hotian artifact that is unmatched by the world's artifacts. To be able to refine that kind of divine weapon, its refining technique has definitely reached an unimaginable level, and it is absolutely extremely famous in the entire 3000 god realm, perhaps even some god emperors can't compare. Before this deity, I had never heard of such a refiner. Not to mention the refining of Hotian artifacts that surpass the world's artifacts, but also the Hotian artifacts that can be compared to the world's artifacts. Those who can refine such artifacts are extremely rare. All of them have great reputations. Then, Xiaopeng's more dignified voice came out, those dragon scales and dragon body materials should come from god-level black dragons. The deity's pupils froze, God Emperor level. This made the deity even more horrified. It is true that higher-level materials are needed to refine high-level artifacts, but it is too frightening to use dragon scales and dragon bodies of the Emperor level to make artifacts. This Long Chu Tai comes from the Eastern Emperor Tianlong clan. What kind of dragon clan is this Eastern Emperor Tianlong clan? Could it be that the former overlord of the dragon god realm was so perverted? The master's refining technique can also luxuriously refine the body and dragon scales of a god emperor into a divine weapon. It's no wonder that I was able to withstand my blow without any injuries. However, my blow is extremely powerful. Even if there is a strong defense against the god realm, the shock of that power can still cause some damage to Long Chu Tai. As long as they are hit continuously, even if there is no problem with the defensive armor, Long Chu Tai will be shocked to death. The deity's tone was cold. Long Chu Tai obviously also discovered this problem, and suddenly the sound of dragon roars rolled out, rolling in all directions like a thundercloud. In an instant, Long Chu Tai turned into the main body of the Eastern Emperor Tianlong. At the beginning, Long Chu Tai was only a half-step god king, unable to display all the power of the bloodline at all, but now Long Chu Tai is already at the level of the 8 transformation god king, and can display 50 to 60% of the power of the immortal bloodline. Of course, due to the rapid ascension in the god king space, the current body has not yet fully adapted to the power of 50% to 60% of the immortal blood, so the power that Long Chu Tai can really display should be about 30% to 40%. 30 to 40% of the immortal bloodlines are still extremely terrifying. Rumble. The heaven and the earth shook at this moment, with Long Chu Tai as the center. The vast and immortal power swept away like waves, turbulent, terrifying, and powerful. The deity has an immortal fetus, so there is a steady stream of immortal power in his body. Although Long Chu Tai does not have an immortal fetus, he does have immortal blood, and what flows in the blood naturally has the power of immortality. In the past, because of Long Chu Tai's low strength, these immortal powers were in a latent state, but now it is different. The deity and Long Chu Tai are not like other god kings who have to refine immortality and temporarily store it in the body, so once the momentum is fully released, it is almost as if the god emperor is in person. A raging wave formed by layers of immortal power came, and this deity also released the immortal power in the immortal fetus with all his strength. Fortunately, it is the deity. If other god kings are here, even the 8 transformation god kings will probably be swallowed by this raging wave of immortal power. Because the immortal power temporarily stored in their bodies is not comparable to the continuous immortal power in Long Chu Tai and the main body. The immortal power of the two, at this moment, is like 2 oceans rolling up thousands of waves, tsunamis, and waterspouts, colliding fiercely together. Impossible. You obviously don't have immortal blood. Long Chu Tai finally lost his composure and roared out in disbelief. This kind of vast and immortal power is simply not something that normal god kings can possess. This deity ignored Long Chu Tai at all. So naturally he would not tell Long Chu Tai that an immortal child, a weakened version of the immortal child, had condensed in his body. Long Chu Tai quickly put away his groggy face, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Long Chu Tai regarded the deity as an object for him to study. Long Chu couldn't wait to dissect the deity and see how the deity did it. The second update. Donghuang Tianlong has a huge body, and the evil eyes of the demon on his forehead are opened again. The figure of the deity was reflected in the evil eyes of the demon, and was continuously analyzed by the evil eyes of the demon. Huh? Donghuang Tianlong soon discovered that the evil eye of the demon, which was handy in the past, seemed to have encountered a strong enemy at this time, and it was impossible to analyze the secrets of the opponent's body in a short time. Not every god king of 8 changes has immortal blood, and they all have a strong bloodline inheritance, and not every god king of 8 changes has the aura of heavenly demon to increase his combat power. Qiu Mo, a rival in love with Qiu, made a noise. Han Feng Tianyan, with the aura of burning the sky and boiling the sea, marched forward bravely. If an ordinary god king of 8 transformations faced this deity at this moment, he would have knelt down long ago. The deity stretched out his hand in the void, and in an instant, with the deity's finger as the center, a wisp of gray flame rolled out. The momentum of the gray flame suddenly exploded, turning into a large sea of flames. The torrent of gray flames whizzed away, forming a tsunami, which swept many Donghuang Tianlong into it, and finally turned the Donghuang Tianlong into ashes. This gray flame is exactly Han Feng Tianyan. Han Feng Tianyan marched forward bravely with the aura of burning the sky and boiling the sea. This Han Feng Tianyan also incorporates the power of immortality, making the power of Han Feng Tianyan shocking, far surpassing the king-ranked divine fire. And when Han Feng Tianyan merged into Fengtian divine body and Deluo immortal body, the strength of the deity skyrocketed again. At this moment, the deity is just standing there, and the surrounding space is faintly about to collapse. The limit of this God King space is the 9 transformations God King. A 9 transformations God King in the God King space can easily break the space, and a random punch can break the space. The performance of the deity at this time can be said to be infinitely close to the performance of the 9 changes God King. And when the deity waved his sleeves and the Tsongling sword turned into a Tsongling storm and blasted out wildly, the space where the Tsongling storm passed was shattered along the way. Many Eastern Emperor heavenly dragons were actually drawn into the broken space. This guy, Long Chutai, became a little impatient. This was the first time Long Chutai encountered such a difficult person in the God King space. This level of strength is also at the peak level in the entire 3000 God realm, and it has a foothold in any plane of the God realm. It seems that I can only use that magic weapon. This is the magic weapon that the Lord personally rewarded me. Although the real product is in the main body, what I have here is just an imitation, but it is also powerful. Long Chutai's eyes flashed, and he opened his mouth to spit out a magic lamp. The ancient magic lamp, the flames of the ancient magic, burned this world to the ground. The ancient magic lamp stood in the void, and the lights rose instantly, extremely bright, but the surrounding void became darker and darker. Rolling demonic energy was released from the ancient magic lamp, and after a while, black, turbulent demonic flames gushed out. These magic flames also form a sea of fire, but it is just a black sea of fire. The black sea of fire instantly pressed towards the gray sea of fire, and the collision of the 2 seas of fire created an endless hurricane of flames. After the ship does not hate the enemy, the ball fights the moon. And in the black sea of fire, the flames of the ancient demon transformed into various creatures, such as human race, dragon race, demon race, etc. Although the races are different, the creatures formed by these ancient demon flames have the same expression, that is, pain, despair, and hatred. Xiao Yan said, "My name is Xiao Yan, and I am a person who brushes the level every day." Lin Dong said, "My name is Lin Dong, and I am a person who brushes the level every day." Mu Chen said, "My name is Mu Chen, and I am a person who brushes the level every day." Xiao Yan said, "I practice every day, and my goal is to become a fighting emperor." Lin Dong said, "I practice every day, and my goal is to advance to the ancestral realm." Mukan said, I practice every day, and my goal is. Tudo didn't tell me. Xiaoyan said, there is a Yao Lao in my ring, who knows everything and is even more NB than a strategy. Lindong said, there is a Diao Lord in my stone talisman, who knows everything and is even more NB than a strategy. Mukan said, there is a 9 Yux in my black paper, who knows everything, even more NB than strategy guides. Xiaoyan said, in my world, there is something called a different fire, which is as powerful as an out-of-print equipment at the divine level. Lindong said, in my world, there is something called the ancestral talisman, which is as powerful as an out-of-print equipment at the divine level. Mukan said, in my world, there is something called the supreme movement, whose power is comparable to that of divine-level out-of-print equipment. Xiaoyan said, I come from the Xiao family in Wutan City, and I am a young master. Lindong said, I'm from the Lin family in Qingyang Town, and I'm a young master. Mukan said, I come from Muyu in Biling Realm, and I am a young master. Xiaoyan said, I like a girl, her name is Gu Suner, but his family's ancient family is powerful, and they won't let me be with her. Lindong said, I like a girl, her name is Ling Qingzhu, but her family's 9 heavens Taiqing palace is very powerful, and they won't let me be with her. Muchen said, I like a girl, her name is Luo Li, but her Luoshan clan is powerful, and they won't let me be with her. Xiaoyan said, when I was young, I didn't have any great ambitions. My only goal was to defeat Nalin Yanran. Lindong said, when I was young, I didn't have any great ambitions. My only goal was to kill Lin Langtian. Muchen said, when I was young, I didn't have any great ambitions. My only goal was to defeat Ji Xian. Xiaoyan said, to be honest, the reason why I have today's achievements is entirely due to chance, the number of high-level pills I have eaten and the number of ancient inheritances I have encountered are countless. Lindong said, to be honest, the reason why I have achieved what I am today is entirely due to chance. The number of natural materials and treasures I have eaten and the ancient inheritances I have encountered are countless. Muchen said, to be honest, the reason why I have today's achievements is entirely due to chance. The number of medicinal herbs and herbs I have eaten and the ancient inheritances I have encountered are countless. Xiaoyan said, I have a hobby, and that is to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. I think back then, when I was fighting the emperor, there were a lot of fighting sects planted in my hands. Lindong said, I have a hobby, and that is to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. Back then, when I was born in the profound realm, there were a lot of profound death realm planted in my hands. Muchen said, I have a hobby, that is, I like to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. I think back then, when I transformed into the heaven realm, there were a lot of heaven-reaching realms planted in my hands. Xiaoyan said, I have special skills, I can make alchemy. Lindong said, I have special skills, I can draw symbols. Muchen said, I have special skills, I can form formations. Xiaoyan said, I have 2 wives. Lindong said, I also have 2 wives. These creatures of various races that emerged from the black sea of fire rushed towards the deity roaring and howling. In the gray sea of flames, the flames hindered the movement of these creatures, but these creatures were still rapidly approaching the deity. This is. The deity's eyes narrowed slightly, and deep in the core of these monsters, dragons, monsters, and other creatures, the deity felt some soul origin that was struggling. Could it be that the monsters formed by these ancient demon flames are not just simple ancient demon flames? This deity owns the Balrog Songling sword, so this deity knows that the Balrog orb can also condense golden Balrog giants, but these golden Balrog giants are just flame giants condensed from the Balrog orb, without wisdom, and the core is the flame. Naturally, there is no soul origin. Huh? The deity suddenly gasped in surprise, and saw that among the creatures that emerged from the black sea of flames, there were people he was familiar with. It was the Purple Ape God King and the Een Moon God King who were in the spirit world back then. This deity recognized the Inuit god king because he had met the Inuit god king before. As for the purple ape god king, after all, he had a falling out with the purple ape empire, and the portrait of the purple ape god king is not a secret. The deity naturally knows what the purple ape god king looks like through various channels, so he can avoid it in the future. Of course, the current deity naturally doesn't have to avoid the purple ape god king. The strong enemy at the beginning is already a weak person who can be destroyed with a snap of his fingers to the present deity. That is to say, the two next to you are the 5 sacred god king and the Yunhao god king. The deity glanced at the 2 god kings, beside the Een moon god king and the purple ape god king. The deity once fought against the god kings of these 2 empires, and naturally came into contact with the breath of the royal blood of the 2 empires. Not far from here. The aura of the blood of these 2 god kings is stronger than the breath of the 2 empire god kings that I have fought against, so I guess that these 2 god kings are 8 or 9 times out of 10 the 5 mountain god kings and Yunhao god kings. In addition to the previous guesses, the deity is at least 70% certain that these strong men who emerged from the Black Sea of Flames do exist, but they are controlled by Long Chu Tai for some unknown reason. Ending a long-distance branch, feuding alone, forming a hatred by Ling Cao Yufan. When Long Shiling was controlled before, the first thing I thought of was that these strong men were also controlled by Long Chu Tai, and the means of being controlled were more advanced than those who controlled Long Shiling before. It seems that there are people you know here. Long Chu Tai noticed the deity's expression, narrowed her eyes, and said coldly. Immediately, Long Chu Tai grinned again. It is a good thing to have acquaintances, because soon you will be with them. Sure enough, these people are controlled by you. The deity's tone was gloomy, and while speaking, he dodged the flames of the ancient demon that rushed towards him. Ho Yuan Enmity Ghost Enemy Ball, Battle Moon Love Fong Yu. The deity can sense the pain and struggle of these strong souls, as well as the hatred, which is the hatred of Long Chu Tai. The deity thought that perhaps these strong men would rather be beheaded and their souls completely annihilated than be controlled by Long Chu Tai like this. Ho Yuan Chocho Ghost Enemy Ball Battle Moon Love Fong Yu. It's nothing more than the 7 transformation god kings. Among these god kings, there are actually a few 8 transformation god kings. After being controlled by the ancient magic lamp, their bodies condensed by the ancient magic lamp, coupled with various unique skills and means, their overall strength is also in the upper middle of the 8 transformation god kings. Long Chu Tai couldn't see that the deity was not used to his behavior. However, Long Chu didn't care too much, and proudly said, when the flames of the ancient magic swallow you, your soul will be controlled by the ancient magic lamp, imprisoned in the ancient magic lamp, and your soul will also be controlled by the ancient magic lamp's ancient magic lamp. The flames of demons continue to assimilate, and eventually become ancient demons. Besides, after becoming an ancient demon, your strength will be stronger than before you were alive. Why don't you worry about becoming an ancient demon? With your current combat power comparable to that of the 9 transformations god king, after becoming an ancient demon, you will definitely be stronger than the average 9 transformations god king powerful. The deity was just short of spitting at Long Chu Tai, and became stronger after becoming an ancient devil? If he doesn't become an ancient demon, he will be stronger in the future than he is now, so why rely on becoming an ancient demon to increase his strength? What's more, becoming an ancient demon, the soul is imprisoned, forced to do things you don't want to do. The soul can never be freed, that is worse than death. Who would like to become an ancient demon? Hunyuan Fenchianyan can't resist this damned ancient demon flame? The deity stood in the middle of the sea of fire formed by Hunyuan Fenchianyan, and found that the sea of fire formed by Hunyuan Fenchianyan was shortening his range. Large expanses of black flames rushed towards him, and within the black flames, the god kings controlled by the ancient magic lamp finally rushed to the deity. Seeing this, the deity no longer hesitated. Maybe these god kings are forced to do so, but now he can only take action. In addition, these god kings have long since fallen, their bodies have been destroyed, and only their souls are left imprisoned in the ancient magic lamp. Don't worry about it, Anne. It might be a relief for them to kill them. The deity murmured. Songling sword chi surrounds the deity, Songling pendant, Kanglingpo, and other 4 unique techniques are displayed one after another, piercing through those god kings. The strength of these god kings is high or low. Some of the 7 changed god kings who are the foundation of the heavenly emperor, after being condensed through the flames of the ancient demon, are all top-notch in strength among the 7 changed god kings. Bloodline or divine body is enough to rank at the top among the 7 transformation god kings. That's right, these divine kings who have lost their physical bodies can still display their blood and divine bodies. What is the origin of this ancient demon flame? It can also imitate the blood and divine body of these god kings. The deity felt a little tricky. This is no different from the previous Donghuang Tianlong avatars. Those avatars are actually just energy avatars, which are equivalent to the basic combat power of the 7 transformation god kings. They don't know all kinds of unique skills of Long Chu Tai, so they naturally pose little threat to the deity. But the god king controlled by the ancient magic lamp is different. That's all for the 7 transformations god kings. Among these god kings, there are actually a few 8 transformations god kings. After being controlled by the ancient magic lamp, their bodies condensed by the ancient magic lamp, coupled with various unique skills and means, their overall strength is also in the upper middle of the 8 transformation god kings. Individually speaking, it is not difficult for this deity to deal with, you only need to use 1 or 2 whole cards. But the addition of these 8 transformation god kings, and the support of many god kings behind them, pose a greater threat to this deity. Not only that, the ancient demon flames had gradually suppressed Xuanhuan Fenqianyan, and surrounded the deity from all directions. The deity felt that the ancient demon flames suppressed his strength to a certain extent, and the soul also felt an unprecedented crisis. The deity did not hesitate to activate the Balrog orb, releasing the Balrog domain, and the Xuanhuan Fenqianyan rolled in the Balrog domain. After combining with the Balrog domain, it could faintly counteract the flames of the ancient demon. Kiki Kiki Kwang hated Moyang Gadong. Then the deity released the golden Balrog giants, allowing these Balrog giants to contend against the controlled god king. The golden Balrog giant possesses 80% of the body's power, and it was Long Feng who held the Balrog Songling sword back then, so Longfeng's 80% strength is naturally not strong. But now the one holding the flame demon Songling sword is the deity. 80% of the power of the deity is terrifying. The first update. P.S. There was a small mistake in the last chapter. The golden Balrog should be 70% of the power of the caster, not 80%. It has been corrected now. Net. 70% of the power of the deity, although it is only 70% of the basic combat power, but even so, it is enough to crush all the god kings except for a few 8-change god kings. In other words, with the help of these golden flame demon giants, the only opponents of this deity are Long Chu Tai and a few controlled 8-change god kings. When Long Chu Tai saw a large number of golden flame demon giants, his face changed slightly, and he was even more annoyed. With all kinds of means, he is definitely the most against the sky among the 8 transformations god kings. Even if he plots against the 9 transformations god king, he may be able to successfully kill an ordinary 9 transformations god king. But Long Chu Tai never expected that this Long Feng himself had so many tricks and trump cards. If the ordinary 9 transformations god king underestimated him because of this, he would probably suffer a lot. However, Long Chu Tai still didn't take part in the battle. At this time, Long Chu Tai was still trying his best to mobilize the evil eye of the demon to analyze the opponent. Long Chu Tai vaguely felt that once the analysis was successful, maybe he would gain more than he expected. The spirit is like one. The deity merged with the flame demon Songling sword in an instant, and the whole person was like an immortal sword, turning into a sword light, breaking through the flames of the ancient demon in an instant, first piercing through one of the 8 transformation god kings, then he split an 8 transformation god king in half, and then pierced through the forehead of one of the 8 transformation god kings. After Sun Chodi's science and technology, the ball game made a lot of trouble with the cool moon. The remaining 2 8-change god kings were also dealt with by the deity one by one. In today's space of god kings, this deity believes that the 8 transformation god kings are definitely the top group, and the number must be extremely rare. In today's god king space, I believe that the 8-change god kings are definitely the top group, and the number must be extremely rare. However, there are 5 god kings, controlled by Long Chu Tai, and this deity has to admire Long Chu Tai's methods. With the loss of these 5 8 transformation god kings in the huge space of god kings, it is unknown how many 8 transformation god kings will be left. After killing the 5 god kings of 8 transformations, the deity was about to attack Long Chu Tai, but saw a huge vortex in the sea of flames formed by the flames of the ancient demon, and in the whirlpool, one after another, the 8 transformations the god king appeared again. It was the 8 changes god king who was beheaded by the deity before. Could it be that these strong men whose souls are imprisoned are endless? The deity gasped. This ability is no longer inferior to the flame orb, and even better than the flame orb. And that ancient magic lamp clearly has no aura of immortality. Could it be artificially refined? The Donghuang Tianlong clan, just so changed? Sun Buqiu's local police inspector, Lin Yuka. No, this ancient magic lamp should not belong to the Eastern Emperor's Heavenly Dragon clan. The Eastern Emperor's Heavenly Dragon clan really has such a strong background. Now the Dragon God realm is still ruled by the Dragon God Palace. Furthermore, according to Long Feng's memory, the attributes and innate supernatural powers of the Eastern Emperor's Tianlong clan have nothing to do with demons. It seems that Long Chu Tai must have some adventures that other people don't know about. Whether it is the previous defensive armor or the current ancient magic lamp, it should be related to that adventure. The deity originally thought that Long Chu Tai had these methods and was inseparable from Donghuang Tianlong, but now the deity thinks that everything is Long Chu Tai's own adventure. This time, the deity used Songlingrui again, but only displayed 1/10 of the power of the 9th layer of Songlingrui. This 1/10 of the power is enough to kill 5 8-changing god kings at once. Today's deity, if the Kanglingrui move is only 1/10 of the power of the 9th layer, it will not cause any oppression to the body, nor will it be unbearable. 2 or 3/10 of the power will not cause any major problems, but the consumption of 2 or 3/10 of the power is not too small for the deity, and it is absolutely impossible to use it continuously. This deity doesn't know how many times this 8-changed king will be resurrected, so naturally he must minimize his consumption as much as possible every time he performs it. The 5 god kings with 8 changes were killed by their own gods again and again, and they were resurrected again and again. The same was true for the rest of the controlled god kings, who were constantly crushed to death by the golden flame giant, and finally reborn again. Fortunately, the golden flame giant is powerful enough, and the golden flame giant also has the characteristic of continuous rebirth, so these god kings cannot affect the deity from the beginning to the end. The speed of rebirth of these 5 god kings is getting slower and slower. And the deity faintly felt that the soul origin of these 5 god kings was getting weaker and weaker. For example, the source of the soul sensed by the deity at the beginning is like a burning candle, but at this moment, the source of the soul is like a candle that is about to burn out, with only a trace left, which may be blown out by the wind at any time. Moyang Zhan Shueshing. So that's it, I understand. The deity's eyes lit up immediately. These god kings whose souls were imprisoned and controlled by the ancient magic lamp to be reborn continuously, each rebirth required a large amount of ancient magic flames and soul origin. The ancient demon flame himself didn't see a tendency to weaken, but the soul sources of these 5 were almost exhausted. The spirit is like one. The spirit is like one. The spirit is like one. After performing it again and again, finally, after more than 10 times, the 5 8-change god kings showed no signs of rebirth. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the deity used Songling Grui again, but this time, he used the power he could display to the limit. The power of 20% to nearly 30%, the power of this move is enough to startle the king of 9 changes. Boom boom boom. The boundless sea of flames of ancient demons was forcibly split in 2 by this sword, and the deity turned into sword light and shuttled away from the middle. The hatred complex in the land and the land. Not good. Long Chu was too anxious, let out a long whistle, and went to stop him with astonishing momentum. Death. The deity said coldly. The strongest blow of the deity directly pierced Long Chu Tai's body, bringing out a large amount of blood. Long Chu Tai screamed out, but Long Chu Tai's gaze, no, it should be said that the evil eye of the demon is still staring at the deity. In Long Chu Tai's eyes, expressions of disbelief, horror and ecstasy appeared. At the last moment, Tianma Xian still analyzed the deity. Long Chu Tai's Tianma Xian broke the cover of the deity from the Jiuyan Tianhua pagoda, and completely saw through the deity's current state the peak of the 7-change god king. Shimoyu Sun Jigong. The god king of 7 transformations has almost no weaker combat power than the ordinary god king of 9 transformations. How outrageous is this? The gap between the 7 transformations god king and the 9 transformations god king is like the true god and the god king, almost no longer on the same level. Through the evil eyes of the demon, Long Chu Tai seemed to see through the root of the deity. Through the inner world of the deity, Long Chu Tai seemed to see a colorful chaotic lotus. So, you are the one your lord is looking for. Long Chu Tai had a weird smile on his lips, and the dragon body fell to the ground. At the same time, this blow of the deity pierced through the ancient magic lamp fiercely, and the ancient magic lamp shattered in an instant, turning into endless fragments. The flames of the ancient demon that covered the sky and the sun quickly withdrew, and finally disappeared, as if this black sea of flames had never appeared in this world. The bodies of many god kings controlled by the ancient magic lamp have also become illusory one by one. The bodies condensed by the flames of the ancient magic lamp are collapsing. What appears now is their souls. The second update. C_T. Without the confinement of the ancient magic lamp, these souls seem to have broken free from the shackles and regained their wisdom. They nodded to the deity one after another, and immediately disappeared completely in this world and plunged into the cycle of reincarnation. -79, copy URL access. Enmity with the enemy, Sun Shumo, lonely mysterious young ghost. The purple ape god king had a grievance with this deity at the beginning, but now his eyes are complicated, and finally he sighed. The complexity in his eyes turned into kindness and pleading. The kindness, of course, is to thank the deity for liberating him from the imprisonment of his soul, and the plea is to hope that the deity can spare the Purple Ape Empire. With the current strength of the deity, if he really intends to take revenge on the Purple Ape Empire, it will be extremely easy. There is even no need for the deity to make a move at all. As long as the deity speaks, many middle god kings will make moves in order to curry favor with the deity, the god-defying king. The deity understood the eyes of the Purple Ape Empire, and nodded slowly after a while. Although there were grievances at the beginning, the present deity no longer takes the Purple Ape Empire seriously. In the eyes of this deity, the few god kings of the Purple Ape Empire are no different from those true gods and ancient gods. They are all ants. As long as they don't take the initiative to cause trouble, the deity will not bother to talk to the Purple Ape Empire. If it is said that when I first left the spirit world and entered the War Soul continent, this deity had plans for revenge, then as the deity became stronger and stronger, he gradually did not take the Purple Ape Empire seriously. It was just an ant, why bother? Multiple reads. It's just that the deity didn't expect that the Purple Ape Empire and the Purple Ape God King, which he didn't care about, would appear in front of him in this state. The Purple Ape God King saw the deity nodded and got the deity's promise, and his eyes were even more grateful. Immediately, the Purple Ape God King put everything down and entered the cycle of reincarnation. Read the full text of the latest chapter. The enmity between God King Wuyue and God King Yunhao was not that deep with this deity. They bowed to this deity, and their souls slowly disappeared. It was the moon god King Yin who sent a message to the deity before disappearing. The Inuitai female is also here? The deity's expression changed. Back then, Tai Inu took him to Linghuang Palace to reunite with Qingshan. Yin Moon God King, don't worry, I will guarantee the safety of the Yin Moon Lady. The deity sighed, and then bowed slightly towards the place where the Yin Moon God King disappeared. From the news from the Moon God King Yin, the deity learned that the Inuitai Envi and Yaching are together, and there is the super strong Brahma Spirit King by her side, so it can be said that it is extremely safe in the space of the God King. This deity believes that in today's space of God Kings, the 8 transformations God Kings are still the top group, and whether there are 9 transformations God Kings is still a matter of opinion. Even though the Brahma Spirit King was the 8 transformations God King before entering the God King space, even so, hundreds of years have passed, and the Brahma Spirit King may not be able to break through to the 9 transformations God King. To a certain extent, it is as difficult for the 8 transformation God King to break through the 9 transformation God King, as it is for the 6 or 7 transformation God King to break through the God Emperor. So far, the 9 transformations God Kings that have been born in history are basically breakthroughs in the God King space, and there are almost no breakthroughs to the 9 transformations God King outside by their own strength. No enmity. Therefore, the deity has no worries about Qingshan's safety. The Yin Moon God King was originally among them, but he was temporarily separated due to something. Not long after the separation, he met Long Chutai unluckily, and was finally swallowed by the ancient magic flame of the ancient magic lamp. Imprisonment. The deity had to shake his head. The moon god King Yin is really too remorseful. After all the souls broke free from the shackles and entered reincarnation, the deity's eyes were on Long Chutai, who still had some vitality at this time. It has to be said that the vitality of the dragon clan is extremely tenacious. Just now, the deity used Songling Grui to transform into the hull of the flame demon Songling sword to pierce Long Chutai, but it directly penetrated Long Chutai's heart. Die. The deity made a clean cut, and Long Chutai was completely killed, and a second-class God King Spirit Crystal burst out. This second-class God King Spirit Crystal is dark purple in color, but it can only be regarded as a lighter color in the dark purple color, and there is still a big gap from the black-purple color. It's relatively inferior among the second-class God King Spirit Crystals. With my current cultivation at the peak of the 7-change God King, coupled with the foundation beyond the Heavenly Emperor, a second-class God King Spirit Crystal with a relatively low level may not be enough for me to break through to the top. 8 changes God King. This deity sighed faintly, surpassing the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, although he is extremely powerful at the same level, and can easily fight beyond the level, he is a complete God-defying king. But also because of this, the resources needed to improve the cultivation base are several times or even 10 times more than the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven. A second-class God King stone, replaced by other 7-change God King peaks, or the 7-change God King peaks with a deep foundation, at least 40% to 50% may break through successfully. However, on the deity, the possibility of a successful breakthrough is less than half. Forget it, let's see what else Long Chutai has to gain. After a while, the deity found depressedly that Long Chutai did have some God King stones and God King Spirit Crystals on him, but they were all of low level, 4th or 5th rank. Thousands of God King stones or God King Spirit Crystals of this level would hardly be of much help to the present deity. Long Chu Tao broke through to the 8 transformations God King in a short period of time. It seems that he absorbed all the God King stone and God King spirit crystal. The deity shook his head again. It seems that it will take a while to break through the 8 transformations God King. Yaqing is following the reincarnated body. According to the induction, both of them have already broken through to the 7 transformation God Kings, but it seems that they have just broken through, and the realm is not stable. Now they are staying in one place for cultivation. Qingshan has Senior Brahma Spirit King by her side, and there is no danger for the time being, so. The deity's eyes flickered, and then he returned to the bamboo forest. In the next period of time, the deity intends to use the power of Tao in the bamboo forest to attack the higher level of the Deluo immortal physique. In the past, Deluo immortal physique was slow to be promoted, and this deity roughly guessed the reasons. One was that there was no continuous immortal power in the body before, and the other was that the previous cultivation base was still low. The enemy is far away from the ground. Now the body has condensed the immortal god fetus, and the cultivation base has also been raised to the peak of the 7-change god king. The basic combat power is not weaker than the ordinary peak of the 8-change god king, and the overall strength is even higher than some ordinary junior god emperors. All of these provided an opportunity for Deluo's immortal physique to advance. In the bamboo forest, with the help of the power of Tao in the bamboo, after 100 years, the Deluo immortal physique was finally broken through, which is a qualitative breakthrough. After the breakthrough, the great Luo immortal physique is called the immortal physique by the deity. The immortal physique at the primary stage increases the strength of the deity no less than the improvement of the immortal divine physique to the god king. The difference is that the immortal body or the immortal blood can provide a steady stream of immortal power for the god king to use, while the immortal body of the deity needs to consume the immortal power. After all, the immortal physique is essentially a special unique technique, not a natural divine body or divine blood. This is also the reason why the deity was unable to break through the Deluo immortal physique before, because before the immortal fetus was condensed, the deity did not have a steady stream of immortal power in his body. It can be said that the immortal body is the key to breaking through to the immortal physique of Deluo. The first update. The deity tried to cast the immortal physique once, and suddenly the golden light shone, piercing the sky. Sun Qiu's lonely promise and hatred. Sun Qiu's cool sun learns to take on Linguyo and fight. Bathed in the golden light, this deity is like a lofty immortal, with immortal brilliance in every move. However, the deity in the golden light frowned dissatisfiedly, just like the flame demon Songling sword. It seems that I can't fully exert the power of the immortal physique for the time being, at most 60%. Unknowingly complex, hate to meet the sun, Feng Kuyu. Perhaps only by breaking through to the 8 transformations God King and reaching the peak of the 8 transformations God King can the full power of the flame demon Songling sword and immortal physique be exerted. In the following time, the deity continued to familiarize himself with the immortal physique, striving to fully display 60% of its power, and the same was true for the flame demon Songling sword. In the battle with Long Chu Tai, the 9th level of the sword demon form only exerted 20% of its power, but the limit of the deity was 60%. When both the sword demon form and the immortal body can exert 60% of their power, the overall combat power of this deity is no longer the same as that of Long Chu Tai in the first battle. Today's deity is very confident, and the ordinary 9 transformations God King will definitely not be his opponent. Perhaps only the 9 transformations God King who has comprehended the unique art of immortality, mastered the unique art of immortality, or has the blood of immortality, can compete with the deity at this moment. After the strength sword, the deity became more confident, but the deity did not go out of the test, but took out some treasures containing the origin of flames. These treasures were all obtained from Long Chu Tai, and they were trophies. These treasures are not of a high level for the current deity, and the deity does not want to use these treasures to improve his cultivation, but to improve the 4 unique skills of Fenchen Divine Body, Fenchen Divine Fist, Fenchen Divine Seal, and Fenchen Divine Armor. Right now, this deity has a lot of cards, and his comprehensive strength is against the sky. The ordinary 9 transformations God King will not be his opponent, but the 4 unique skills of the Fenchen Divine Body are still only in the 4th stage, or the early stage of the 4th stage. In those years in the Soul of War continent, due to the lack of high-level fire attribute treasures in the Soul of War continent, the improvement of the 4 great skills was slow. In the God King dimension, most of the treasures contain the origin of the world, rather than fire-attributed treasures. Now it's hard to get these fire attribute treasures from Long Chu Tai. It is inevitable to improve the 4 great skills. Now the deity's whole cards probably include Sword Demon Form, Zijin Sword, Immemorial Dragon Transformation, Immortal Physique, etc. Immortal Body can continue to improve, not to mention, but the Sword Demon Form and the Ancient Dragon Form have reached the peak. Do not hate alone. There are only 9 levels in total in the form of the Sword Demon. Although the power is astonishing, even if all the power is released, it is only equivalent to the improvement of a low-level immortal body or a low-level immortal blood. Song Lingzhua and other 4 unique skills, the strongest is only the low-level immortal unique skill. Song Lingrui has a higher level and can reach the level of intermediate immortal skills. Immemorial Dragon Transformation is only half a step of immortality, and it is impossible to improve it. The power of the purple gold sword is equivalent to that of a quasi-immortal art, and if it is lucky enough to advance again, it is only the power of a low-level immortal art. These whole cards play a vital role for the current deity, and are the key to the deity's ability to kill ordinary 9 transformation God Kings, with the cultivation base of the 7 transformation God King. Enemy Qiyuan's Ghost Backball is coldly shown by Yutong. The Fenchen Divine Physique and other 4 unique skills are far inferior to these whole cards. In the early stage of the 4th stage of the 4 great unique arts, they are not considered top-notch among the top-grade God King's unique arts. When they reach the peak of the 4th stage, they are only comparable to half-step immortality or quasi-immortality. On the surface, the 4 great skills are far inferior to the trump cards such as the Sword Demon Form, and spending time improving the 4 great skills seems to be a waste of time. However, the trump cards such as the Sword Demon Form have no way to advance, only the 4 unique skills of the Fenchen Divine Body have the possibility of infinite improvement. If the deity breaks through to the God Emperor in the future, the Sword Demon Form will still be the power of the low-level immortal God Body, but the 4 unique skills of the Burning Sky God Body may surpass the level of the low-level immortal skills, reaching the intermediate-level immortality, high-level immortality, and top-level immortality skills. The top immortal technique, also known as the Master Supernatural Power. Today, the emperors of the 3,000 gods, including the Lord of the Flame God, have not mastered the supernatural powers. After a long-distance hatred, I learned from Mo Lungunua early. Therefore, the deity spent more than 10 years continuing to cultivate, and among them, the 2 unique skills of Fenchen Divine Body and Fenchen Divine Fist have been promoted to the 4th peak. Ho Yuenki alone learned Mo Lungunuozeo, however, the trump cards such as the Sword Demon Form are already impossible to advance. Only the 4 unique skills of the Fenchen Divine Body have the possibility of infinite improvement. Adding up the back and forth, it has been about 600 years since the Divine King dimension descended. This deity has finished the retreat, and the 2 great skills of Fenchen Shenin and Fenchen Shinjia have not been promoted to the 4th peak. It is not that there are not enough treasures, but this deity has received news from Han Feng, who is beside Yaqing. Now the deity and Han Feng are in order to distinguish the main body from the reincarnation. After the fusion, the deity will return to the same space as Han Feng, and there will be no strong sequelae when using the secret method to transmit the message. Enmity is far from alone. According to the news from Yaqing and Han Feng, they captured Su Yushur, the great apprentice of Brahma Spirit King. From Su Yushur's mouth, Yaqing and Han Feng got very bad news. In the deep valley, Han Feng grabbed Su Yushi and threw him on the ground. Back then, Su Yushi was a master of the three changed god kings, and he was also the foundation of the heavenly emperor. When they met for the first time, the deity was only the peak of the ancient gods, and there was a huge gap with Su Yushi. At that time, the oppression that Su Yushi brought to the deity was like a wild beast. But now, Su Yushi is already the god king of 6 transformations based on the heavenly emperor, but this deity has soared to the peak of the god king of 7 transformations, and has the combat power to kill ordinary god kings of 9 transformations. Su Yushi, now I'm afraid he can't even take a casual blow from the deity. Not to mention that he couldn't compare with the deity, even Han Feng, who was reincarnated as Lin Feng, Su Yushi was also far behind. Han Feng is now a master of the 7 transformation gods, and he is also the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven. It is extremely easy for Han Feng to catch Su Yushi, let alone Su Yushi was injured before. Not long ago, Han Feng and Yaqing stabilized the realm of the 7 transformation god kings, and then left the customs. Not long after, the two found Su Yushi, who was running around in a panic. Han Feng just stopped Su Yushi and asked about Qingshan's whereabouts, but Su Yushi's face changed drastically, and he asked Han Feng sternly, and his erratic eyes were looking for the direction of escape. Han Feng immediately noticed something was wrong. He just asked about Qingshan's whereabouts. Why did Su Yushi put on such a guilty expression? Han Feng suddenly felt a bad premonition, and then he caught Su Yushi. After some severe torture and Yaqing's soul-searching method, the two finally figured out the ins and outs, and their hearts sank. Unexpectedly, this Su Yushi had already secretly turned to the eldest son of the Linghuang Palace, and when the eldest son was fighting with the Brahma Spirit King, he plotted against the Brahma Spirit King, so that the Brahma Spirit King had to take the Inua lady and the Qing dynasty with him. Shan fled all the way. The great emperor, who had some kind of adventure, also soared to the realm of the 8 transformations god king. Brahma Spirit King, who was plotted against by Su Yushi, was no match for the great emperor. If he escaped like this, he would fall into the hands of the eldest disciple at some point. Enmity branch is not a ghost. Mo Yang Fan is the farthest. Second more. You deserve it. Han Feng stared coldly at Su Yushi, who had collapsed on the ground because of being searched for his soul. Please read the most complete. Because the Brahma Spirit King valued Qingshan more and more, Su Yushi was worried that the Brahma Spirit King's inheritance would be acquired by Qingshan, so he took refuge in the eldest emperor's son. However, the eldest emperor did not trust Su Yushi that much, and the eldest emperor also had the intention of devouring the foundation of the Brahma Spirit King, so after Su Yushi plotted against the Brahma Spirit King to join the eldest emperor's gang, the eldest emperor planned to secretly solve Su Yushi as well. Lose. Su Yushi sensed the danger and sneaked away, but was still chased and killed by the subordinates of the eldest emperor. This was the reason why Su Yushi panicked before, for fear of being overtaken by the subordinates of the eldest emperor. That's why Han Feng said that Su Yushi was in a cocoon and wanted to die. If Su Yushi hadn't betrayed the Brahma Spirit King and joined the great emperor, with the strength of the Brahma Spirit King, he would not be afraid of the great emperor and his party at all. Without the protection of the Brahma Spirit King, Su Yushi, the 6th transformation god king, is nothing at all in the current god king dimension. It has been almost 600 or even more than 600 years since the divine king space came down. The 5th and 6th transformation god kings can only be regarded as average, and the 3rd and 4th transformation god kings are all bottom level. Only those who have broken through to the 7 transformations god king can be considered masters, and the 8 transformations god king is at the top. Revenge is not cool. In the last 1 or 200 years of the god king space, especially the last 100 years, it is very likely that a super master of the 9 transformations god king will be born. You, who are you? Su Yushi was dying, his eyes wide open, and he was unwilling to question. Unresolved hatred, Cool Sun Shui institutes accusations. Ho Yuan enmity, Kufang Ho Shu Mo lonely school enemy. Although the Brahma Spirit King is not as famous as the Spirit Emperor, he has also created some foundations, and he also knows many masters of the 6 or 7 transformation God Kings, and makes good friends with these masters. Some of these good friends have also entered the space of the God King, and now they are at least the 7 transformation God King. Su Yushi is not only worried about the subordinates of the Great Emperor, but also worried that the Brahma Spirit King will send messages to his friends to solve his problem. Traitor. At first, Su Yushi regarded Han Feng as his master's friend, so after Han Feng asked, Su Yushi panicked and felt very guilty. But looking at it now, it doesn't seem to be the case. Could it be Qingshan's friend? But when did Qingshan know such a strong person? At this time, the Korean style. It is the reincarnation of the deity, which is different from the deity's appearance, so Su Yushi didn't think about the deity at all. No enemy, no love, no love. Even, perhaps in the eyes of Su Yushi, the deity has long since fallen in the War Soul continent. You don't care who we are? Let's think about your life first. Han Feng's tone was cold, thinking that because of Su Yushi, Qingshan might fall into the hands of the emperor and others at any time. Han Feng hated tooth-itching. You, how dare you? Su Yu's face was stern. We don't dare? Han Feng's face turned sharp, his killing intent condensed into substance, and he slashed towards Su Yushi like a sharp sword. Su Yushi's face turned pale instantly, and he screamed in horror. But at this moment, a ball of flame hit the sword of killing intent and burned Han Feng's sword of killing intent. Yaqing? Han Feng looked at Yaqing in confusion. It was Yaqing who made the move. Yaqing sighed, Han Feng, I already know something about the relationship between you and the Brahma Spirit King. To be honest, although you are Qingshan's husband and have also accepted the Brahma Spirit King's guidance for 100 years, Su Yushi accepted it. How many years has Brahma Spirit King guided you? This guy is a direct disciple of the Brahma Spirit King. Even if he betrayed the Brahma Spirit King, he should be dealt with by the Brahma Spirit King. What are you doing? If you really kill this guy, the Brahma Spirit King may not be grateful to you. I might even hate you. Han Feng frowned slightly, and nodded slowly, you're right, although Su Yushi betrayed the Brahma Spirit King, even if the Brahma Spirit King hated Su Yushi deeply, he didn't seem to have any feelings for Su Yushi. If I killed him if I leave Su Yushi, Brahma Spirit King may not be angry with me, but he is very likely to feel uncomfortable in his heart. As Qingshan's master, Brahma Spirit King, there is no need to create a gap between Brahma Spirit King and me because of Su Yushi. It seems that this guy can only be left to Brahma Spirit King to solve it himself. You are Han Feng. This is impossible. Su Yushi yelled in disbelief. The enemy is far away and alone in Chamo, the enemy is fighting coldly. Naturally, Han Feng would not specifically explain his situation to Su Yushi, and he was too lazy to talk to Su Yushi. After beating Su Yushi unconscious, he threw Su Yushi into the Xuanhuan temple. Immediately afterwards, Han Feng and Yaqing both flew to look for Brahma King and Qingshan. Now that the Brahma Spirit King is being hunted down, he will naturally not be at the location in Su Yushi's memory, but if he looks around based on that location, he is very likely to meet the Brahma Spirit King. If you run into the subordinates of the Great Emperor, it is just right to deal with these minions of the Great Emperor. In the bamboo forest, the deity received a message from Han Feng, and immediately passed the news to the beasts distributed in the space of the God King through the Skyfire Tower. After coming to the space of the God King, the deity separated from the Feitian Yanshi and let Jiutian Xianfeng and the others find their own opportunities. Now, several beasts have also reached the realm of the 6 transformations God King, and are only half a step away from the 7 transformations God King. The enemy's unscrupulous situation is so cold and early to learn. The deity plus Han Feng and Yaqing are only 3 people, but if you add a few beasts, the search will be greatly increased, and the possibility of encountering the Brahma Spirit King will be even greater. Han Feng was the first to meet the subordinates of the Great Emperor, 3 God Kings of 6 changes and 2 God Kings of 5 changes. One of the Kings of 6 changes was the foundation of the Heavenly Emperor, and he was also an emperor of the Linghuang Palace. Look at the situation. I am afraid that after finding that he could not compete with the Great Emperor, he took refuge in the Great Emperor. The other 2 6 transformation God Kings are the foundation of Tianzuan, and the same is true for the 2 5 change God Kings. These people should be chasing and killing Su Yushi. Yaqing found the 5 God Kings and whispered to Han Feng. Han Feng's eyes flashed, and he said, "It's very likely that the route these people followed was indeed the escape route that Su Yushi used to escape." Then the killing intent suddenly surged, and Han Feng blocked in front of the 5 God Kings with a dodge. Hou Yuanke is ruthless and Sun Shui picks up trouble with Jia. Who? The 5 God Kings were shocked, especially when they felt Han Feng's unfathomable aura. They were even more nervous. Han Feng grinned a big smile, which was full of coldness and malice. Who? The one who killed you. As soon as the word herringbone fell, the eternal gun in Han Feng's hand suddenly shot out and turned into a silver light. In the case of, he was completely bombarded and killed. Seeing this scene, the emperor's face changed greatly, and he looked terrified. With a loud roar, he threw out a top-grade defensive world artifact, and then he turned into a ray of light, fleeing into the distance. The Spear of Eternity is also a top-grade artifact in the world, which is of the same level as the artifact thrown by the Emperor, but the Spear of Eternity is the top of the top grade, which is even better. Coupled with the power of Han Feng's own 7-changing God King, this a punch directly pierced the defensive artifact, causing the defensive artifact to lose its spirituality. Han Feng could even hear the scream of the artifact spirit. The first update. Enable new URL. Emperor. C_T. However, with the obstruction of the best world artifact, the Emperor escaped a long way. Visit. Afterwards, the ghosts and grandsons of the future do not learn the art of receiving young recipes. Han Feng watched the Emperor flee without any intention of stopping him. He saw that, not long after the Emperor flew out, suddenly there was a sky full of flames sweeping in from afar. Even though the Emperor used all kinds of methods, he was still swallowed by the flames, reduced to ashes. It was Yaqing who made the move. After the scientific enmity, Sun Shui, Mo Yang, and Feng Xing. Once upon a time, the God King of 6 changes, who was also the foundation of the Heavenly Emperor, was so powerful to them that he tried his best to kill one of them. But now, between the 2 of them, any one of them can kill a 6 transformation king with the foundation of a Heavenly Emperor. The God King space is indeed a place full of dangers and opportunities for the God King. Enmity is not far away, the enemy's goal is based on love. Here, you may sink forever, or you may soar into the sky. Let's go. Picking up the God King spirit crystal that exploded, Han Feng didn't talk nonsense, and Yaqing, who killed the Emperor's son, turned into 2 rays of light, disappeared into the sky, and embarked on the road to find Brahma Spirit King and Qing Shan. As for the Flying Flame Lion and their beasts, except for the Phantom Thunder Leopard and King Kong Giant Crocodile who have not yet arrived due to the distance, the other 5 beasts have all arrived near the location in Su Yushi's memory. Search around. During the period, the 5 beasts also encountered the subordinates of the Great Emperor's son, and these minions immediately fell into bad luck. In terms of foundation, the 5 beasts are the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven. In terms of realm, the 5 beasts are the kings of the 6 transformations, and under the command of the Great Emperor, except for the only Emperor who has the foundation of the Emperor, the rest are all the foundation of the Emperor. The only emperor with the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven has died in the hands of Yaqing. The remaining Tianzuan 6 transformation god kings, even if several of them are at the same level, it is difficult to compete with any one of the 5 beasts, unless it is the eldest emperor himself or the guardian of the eldest emperor. The guardian of the great emperor's son was already a 6 transformation god king before entering the god king space, and now he has broken through to a 7 transformation god king. If it weren't for the fact that the guardian of the great emperor is only Tianzuan, the adventure of the great emperor in the space of the god king may not be able to impact the realm of the 8-change god king. At this time, in a temporary residence, the face of the emperor was distorted, and the subordinates sent out lost contact one by one, which made the emperor extremely angry. Damn it, the Brahma Spirit King was seriously injured, and now he is mainly trying to avoid it. Who did it? The eldest emperor roared. The guardians around him were silent, and the rest of the subordinates dared not even take a breath. Could it be a friend of the Brahma Spirit King? It is said that the Brahma Spirit King knows quite a few 6 transformation god kings. At present, those 6 transformation god kings should have basically reached the realm of the 7 transformation god kings. This kind of strength is indeed not those under your command, son, can contend. After a long while, the guardian took a step forward and expressed his opinion. Sundi's enemies are far away in the final ball battle. The great emperor's eyes narrowed. It is indeed possible. Originally, I wanted to continue to grind that Brahma Spirit King, but now it seems that I have to deal with that Brahma Spirit King as soon as possible, and then leave this place. When the Brahma Spirit King is getting weaker and weaker because of repeated injuries, and when the Brahma Spirit King loses his viciousness because of escaping again and again, he is the great emperor. The moment when the sun shot. At the beginning, the Brahma Spirit King was plotted against by Su Yushur and severely injured by the son of the great emperor, but the Brahma Spirit King was after all the peak master of the 8 transformations god king. During these years in the god king space, because it is too difficult for the 8 transformations god king to break through the 9 transformations god king, the Brahma Spirit King has not broken through for a long time. But the Brahma Spirit King has accumulated enough at the peak level of the 8 transformations god king. The bottom line, once you get the chance, you will soar into the sky in the future, and step into the ultimate god king realm of the 9-change god king reeds. And it can quickly hit the middle and late stage in the realm of the 9 transformations god king. But the eldest emperor is only in the early stage of the 8 changes god king. Therefore, even if the Brahma Spirit King was injured due to the plot, and the son of the great emperor used this opportunity to severely injure the Brahma Spirit King, the great emperor still did not dare to force the Brahma Spirit King into a desperate situation on the spot. A Brahma Spirit King who is forced into a desperate situation, or a god king of 8 changes who is forced into a desperate situation, once crazy, it is very terrifying. If the secret method with serious sequelae is used again, even if the eldest emperor does not die, he will suffer a big loss. The eldest emperor was not willing to do such things as hurting 1,000 enemies and self-injury 800, so after the battle was almost over, the eldest emperor let the Brahma Spirit King go, but kept chasing after him, so that the Brahma Spirit King could not be quiet. Come down and find a place to retreat to recover from your injuries. Once or twice, the more times, the injury of Brahma Spirit King will only get worse. And because he was not forced into a desperate situation, even if the Brahma Heaven Spirit King guessed some of the eldest emperor's thoughts, he could only escape according to the eldest emperor's wishes, instead of dying together. After all, he still has 2 maids by his side, so as long as there is even a slight chance that he can persist until his friend arrives, he cannot give up easily. If you can retreat once, you can retreat twice. After a few times, you will lose the ferocity to die with the enemy. When the Brahma Spirit King became weaker and weaker due to repeated injuries, and when the Brahma Spirit King lost his ferocity due to repeated escapes, it was the moment for the eldest emperor to make a move. At that time, the son of the great emperor will kill Brahma Spirit King at the least cost. Right now, the eldest emperor doesn't feel that the time has come. It's just that the subordinates lost contact one by one, which made the great emperor's uneasiness grow. If the friends of the Brahma Spirit King came to rescue them, the situation would be unfavorable to them. Although it is unlikely that the friend of the Brahma Spirit King will step into the 8 Transformation God King, he is not afraid of 10,000, but just in case, what if one of them really gets shit luck? Therefore, after thinking about it, the great emperor made up his mind that even if the force too much this time would cause losses to his side, he must kill the Brahma Spirit King. The great emperor quickly sent people to intensify the search for the Brahma Spirit King. In the past, because these subordinates understood what the great emperor was thinking, the search was not serious. Sometimes they clearly found traces of the Brahma Spirit King and others, but they finally let them go. Anyway, their purpose is to alarm the Brahma Spirit King, so that the Brahma Spirit King can't rest assured to recover from his injuries. Therefore, once the search was made, the traces of the Brahma Spirit King, Qingshan and Inua Tianvi were soon discovered. Upon receiving the news from his subordinates, the eldest emperor immediately stepped on his mount, chasing and killing him like a rainbow. As for the guardian of the great emperor's son, he followed some subordinates to investigate the reason why those subordinates lost contact a few days ago. When the eldest emperor stepped on his mount and was majestically chasing and killing the Brahma Spirit King, Han Feng and Yaqing also ran into the guardian of the eldest emperor. Sun Kiki is not a ghost and hates to meet Ling Feng's lonely finger. Vermilion Skylark also found the trace of the eldest emperor, and retreated far away, not rashly provoking the eldest emperor. When the figure of the great emperor went far away, Vermilion Skylark immediately got in touch with the deity through the Skyfire Pagoda. This deity has a stern expression, and his speed is faster, like a ray of light, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Hoyuan Science and Information Vessel surveying Naoyang Hosua. The cold wind in the air was piercing. Han Feng killed the guardian of the emperor with one shot, and exchanged glances with Yaqing. It seemed that he was not far away from finding the emperor. If you can't meet the Brahma Spirit King and Qingshan, then killing the great emperor will also save the Brahma Spirit King and Qingshan. The enemy is not alone, Sun Shuama fights alone. Han Feng and Yaqing are the 2 god kings of 7 changes, especially Yaqing can fuse many divine fires and immortal powers, so she might not be invincible in a battle against the god king of 8 changes. The second update. PS, good card, 1 update today, 3 updates tomorrow. In a deep valley, 3 figures in the Lingtan quietly absorbed the origin of the world in the Lingtan. Suddenly, one of the figures opened his eyes, and a trace of helplessness flashed across his face. Girl, princess, it seems that we can't recover from our injuries quietly. The Brahma Spirit King sighed. Powerful people like Brahma Spirit King already felt waves of malice coming from outside, and the malice was far deeper than before. The Brahma Heaven Spirit King naturally understood that he was able to escape again and again before, because the eldest emperor released the water. After all, the eldest emperor was also afraid that he would die with him. The other one is to intentionally make him lose his determination to be fearless in every escape. When a person is facing a desperate situation, he may be able to be brave and not afraid of death once, and even if he dies together, he will make it difficult for the enemy, but after the second and third times, he may not be so brave and not afraid of death. In fact, it was true. After discovering the intentions of the great emperor, the Brahma Spirit King immediately contacted his friends, hoping to come to rescue him before the great emperor really killed him. Girl, princess, it seems that we can't recover from our injuries quietly. Brahma Spirit King sighed. Although it will take some time for these friends to rush over due to the distance, this has already given Brahma Spirit King life. Under the condition of vitality, the Brahma Spirit King really didn't want to just fall into the space of the God King. Now based on those malice, Brahma Spirit King understands that the great emperor doesn't seem to plan to procrastinate any longer. Only Now, although it is difficult for him to calm down and recover under the repeated harassment by the eldest emperor and his party, his physical condition has not yet dropped to the lowest point. It is not the best time to fight thoroughly at this time. The Brahma Spirit King thought to himself that if he tried his best with his current strength, the eldest emperor's side would at least suffer heavy losses. In the next few hundred years, it may take more than half of the time to rest and recuperate. I am afraid it will be difficult to impact the supreme realm of the 9 transformations God King. What the hell happened? Let the eldest son behave like this. Brahma Spirit King murmured. Is the eldest emperor finally serious? Qingshan's face was serious. Princess Inua smiled wryly. It's not that the eldest emperor found out that we found this altar, worried that we would recover from our injuries, and that the eldest emperor also coveted this altar, so he made up his mind to kill us completely. This Ling Tan was discovered by Brahma Spirit King, Qingshan, and Princess Inua on the way to escape, which surprised the 3 of them. The origin of the world, their absorption can not only improve their strength, but also restore the damaged injuries of the inner world. Brahma Spirit King was attacked by Su Yushir, and what was damaged was the inner world, and only this kind of damage could make it impossible to recover the state of the majestic 8 transformation God King. If it's just a physical or other injury, with the powerful vitality of the God King realm, even if he doesn't take the initiative to recover, the strong vitality of the God King will automatically recover from the damage suffered by the God King, let alone the 8 transformation God King who is waiting. It is also an extremely high-level existence in the realm of God Kings, and its ability to recover from injuries is even higher than that of ordinary God Kings. Only when the inner world is damaged, does the King of God need to find a hidden place to expend effort to repair it. Even the King of 9 transformations cannot ignore such damage. If the damage to the inner world gets deeper and deeper, to a certain extent, it is very likely that the God King will be backlashed by the power of the inner world, or simply fall into a realm. Only the world essence in the spiritual altar can restore the damage of the world inside the body, so the first thing that Princess Inua thought of was that the emperor didn't want Brahma Spirit King to use the world essence in the spiritual altar to recover. However, Qingshan shook her head, disagreeing with Princess Inua. Qingshan said, "Now I am only the king of 5 transformations, and you are only the king of 4 transformations. It has a great effect on the 2 of us, but to Xuanhuan, it is nothing more than nothing. Even if the eldest emperor really finds Ling Tan, he will never be worried about Xuanhuan recovering from his injuries. The great emperor himself is already the God King of 8 changes, so it is naturally impossible for him to take a fancy to this spiritual story." When the deity entered the Soul of War continent, Qingshan had just stepped into the foundation of Tianzuan not long ago. After 10,000 years, she had only reached the peak of the ancient gods. Most of the time was spent breaking through the heavenly emperor and the ancient gods. It didn't take much time for the ancient god to reach the peak of the ancient god. The God King space has been in the space for hundreds of years. From the peak of the ancient gods to the 5 transformation God Kings, it is already an astonishing improvement, which is a full 5 levels of improvement. From the perspective of level alone, Yaqing's breakthrough from the 3 transformations God King to the 7 transformations God King has only increased by 4 levels. The Inua princess, however, is limited by the foundation of the heavenly monarch. Even if she has a lot of opportunities in the space of the God King, she is limited to the realm of the 4-change God King. Lady Inua frowned slightly when she heard the words. Could it be that the eldest son discovered the traces of some friends of senior Brahma Spirit King, and that's why he was so anxious? Brahma Spirit King and Qingshan's eyes lit up. It was indeed possible. The Brahma Spirit King excitedly said, "If it's really my friend who is about to arrive, why should we be afraid of the eldest son?" Brahma Spirit King sneered again and again. "I didn't attack you before, but I didn't want to advance the date of a decisive battle with the eldest emperor. But now that the eldest emperor has decided to have a decisive battle, do you think the old man will be as patient as before?" I used to be scruples about the eldest emperor, worried that the eldest emperor would be angry because of the loss of minions, so the old man did not take action against those minions who were secretly following us. Now that the great emperor is planning to do it, I don't have to worry too much, I can just kill those minions directly. The Brahma Spirit King's face was ruthless. As a master of the 8 transformation god king, when did he suffer such grievances? Obviously just a bunch of rubbish that can be dealt with easily, but in order to delay time, I have to endure the tracking of those rubbish. The next moment, the 3 of them soared into the air and exploded out of the Ling Tan. At the same time as the 3 of them burst out, the subordinate of the great emperor who was monitoring the 3 of them also shot at the same time. Brahma Spirit King sneered again and again, I didn't attack you before, but I didn't want to advance the date of a decisive battle with the eldest emperor, but now that the eldest emperor has decided to have a final decisive battle, do you think the old man will be as patient as before? Immediately, the Brahma Spirit King burst out his terrifying aura at the level of the 8 transformation god king, like a wave of terror, engulfing the rushing emperor's subordinates. Although it will take some time for these friends to rush over due to the distance, this has already given Brahma Spirit King life. Death. Brahma Spirit King roared angrily, and slapped it away with a palm. Under this palm, only the emperor's subordinates who were at the level of 4, 5, or 6 transformation god kings were all smashed into powder. Under the command of the great emperor's son, the Brahma Spirit King could not be stopped at all. Even the injured 8 transformations god king is still not comparable to this group of middle god kings who only have the foundation of Tianjun and Tianzuan. With a few palms, the Brahma Spirit King completely killed these minions and rushed out of the encirclement. But at this moment, a beast's roar shook the heavens and the earth in the distance, and the great emperor stepped on the dragon and appeared in the sight of Brahma Spirit King. These creatures of various races that emerged from the black sea of fire rushed towards the deity roaring and howling. In the grey sea of flames, the flames hindered the movement of these creatures, but these creatures were still flying close to the deity. This is. The deity's eyes narrowed slightly, and deep in the core of these monsters, dragons, monsters, and other creatures, the deity felt some soul origin that was struggling. Could it be that the monsters formed by these ancient demon flames are not just simple ancient demon flames? This deity owns the Balrog Tsungling sword, so this deity knows that the Balrog orb can also condense golden Balrog giants, but these golden Balrog giants are just flame giants condensed from the Balrog orb, without wisdom, and the core is the flame. Naturally, there is no soul origin. Huh? The deity suddenly gasped in surprise, and saw that among the creatures that emerged from the black sea of flames, there were people he was familiar with. It was the Purple Ape God King and the Een Moon God King who were in the spirit world back then. This deity recognized the Eniwe God King because he had met the Eniwe God King before. As for the Purple Ape God King, after all, he had a falling out with the Purple Ape Empire, and the portrait of the Purple Ape God King is not a secret. The deity naturally knows what the Purple Ape God King looks like through various channels, so he can avoid it in the future. Of course, the current deity naturally doesn't have to avoid the Purple Ape God King. The strong enemy at the beginning is already a weak person who can be destroyed with a snap of his fingers to the present deity. That is to say, the 2 next to you are the 5 Sacred God King and the Yunhao God King? The deity glanced at the 2 God Kings, beside the Een Moon God King and the Purple Ape God King. The deity once fought against the God Kings of these 2 empires, and naturally came into contact with the breath of the royal blood of the 2 empires. The aura of the blood of these 2 God Kings is stronger than the breath of the 2 Empire God Kings that I have fought against, so I guess that these 2 God Kings are 8 or 9 times out of 10 the 5 Mountain God Kings and Yunhao God Kings. In addition to the previous guesses, the deity is at least 70% certain that these strong men who emerged from the Black Sea of Flames do exist, but they are controlled by Long Chu Tai for some unknown reason. When Long Shiling was controlled before, the first thing I thought of was that these strong men were also controlled by Long Chu Tai, and the means of being controlled were more advanced than those who controlled Long Shirling before. It seems that there are people you know here. Long Chutai noticed the deity's expression, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said coldly. Immediately, Long Chutai grinned again. It is a good thing to have acquaintances, because soon you will be with them. Sure enough, these people are controlled by you. The deity's tone was gloomy, and while speaking, he dodged the flames of the ancient demon that rushed towards him. The deity can sense the pain and struggle of these strong souls, as well as the hatred, which is the hatred of Long Chutai. The deity thought that perhaps these strong men would rather be beheaded and their souls completely annihilated than be controlled by Long Chutai like this. Long Chutai couldn't see that the deity was not used to his behavior, but Long Chu didn't care too much, and instead said proudly, when the ancient demon flames swallow you, your soul will be controlled by the ancient magic lamp. Imprisoned in the ancient magic lamp, the soul will be continuously assimilated by the ancient magic flame of the ancient magic lamp, and eventually become an ancient magic. Besides, after becoming an ancient demon, your strength will be stronger than before you were alive. Why don't you worry about becoming an ancient demon? With your current combat power comparable to that of the 9 transformations God King, after becoming an ancient demon, you will definitely be stronger than the average 9 transformations God King powerful. The deity was just short of spitting at Long Chutai, and became stronger after becoming an ancient devil? If he doesn't become an ancient demon, he will be stronger in the future than he is now, so why rely on becoming an ancient demon to increase his strength? What's more, becoming an ancient demon, the soul is imprisoned, forced to do things you don't want to do. The soul can never be freed. That is worse than death. Who would like to become an ancient demon? Xuanhuan Fengqianyan can't resist this damned ancient demon flame? The deity stood in the middle of the sea of fire formed by Xuanhuan Fengqianyan, and found that the sea of fire formed by Xuanhuan Fengqianyan was shortening his range. Large expanses of black flames rushed towards him, and within the black flames, the god kings controlled by the ancient magic lamp finally rushed to the deity. Seeing this, the deity no longer hesitated. Maybe these god kings are forced to do so, but now he can only take action. In addition, these god kings have long since fallen, their bodies have been destroyed, and only their souls are left imprisoned in the ancient magic lamp. Don't worry about it. And it might be a relief for them to kill them. The deity murmured. Songling sword chi surrounds the deity, Songling pendant, Kanglingpo, and other 4 unique techniques are displayed one after another, piercing through those god kings. The strength of these god kings is high or low. Some of the 7 changed god kings who are the foundation of the heavenly emperor, after being condensed through the flames of the ancient demon, are all top-notch among the 7 changed god kings. Bloodline or divine body is enough to rank at the top among the 7 transformation god kings. That's right, these divine kings who have lost their physical bodies can still display their blood and divine bodies. What is the origin of this ancient demon flame? It can also imitate the blood and divine body of these god kings. The deity felt a little tricky. This is no different from the previous Donghuang Tianlong avatars. Those avatars are actually just energy avatars, which are equivalent to the basic combat power of the 7 transformation god kings. They don't know all kinds of unique skills of Long Chutai, so they naturally pose little threat to the deity. But the god king controlled by the ancient magic lamp is different. That's all for the 7 transformations god kings. Among these god kings, there are actually a few 8 transformations god kings. After being controlled by the ancient magic lamp, their bodies condensed by the ancient magic lamp, coupled with various unique skills and means, their overall strength is also in the upper middle of the 8 transformation god kings. Individually speaking, it is not difficult for this deity to deal with, you only need to use 1 or 2 whole cards. But the addition of these 8 god kings, and the support of many god kings behind them, pose a greater threat to this deity. Not only that, the ancient demon flames had gradually suppressed Xuanhuan Fengqianyan, and surrounded the deity from all directions. The deity felt that the ancient demon flames suppressed his strength to a certain extent, and the soul also felt an unprecedented crisis. The deity did not hesitate to activate the Balrog orb, releasing the Balrog domain, and the Xuanhuan Fenchen Yen rolled in the Balrog domain, and after combining with the Balrog domain, it could faintly counteract the flames of the ancient demon. Then the deity released the golden Balrog giants, allowing these Balrog giants to contend against the controlled God King. The golden Balrog giant possesses 70% of the power of its body, and it was Han Feng who held the Balrog songling sword back then, so the 70% power of Han Feng is naturally not strong. But now the one holding the flame demon songling sword is the deity. 70% of the deity's power is terrifying. The first update. P.S. There was a small mistake in the last chapter. The golden Balrog should be 70% of the power of the caster, not 80%, it has been corrected now. 70% of the power of the deity, although it is only 70% of the basic combat power, but even so, it is enough to crush all the God Kings except for a few 8-change God Kings. In other words, with the help of these golden flame demon giants, the only opponents of this deity are Long Chutai and a few controlled 8-change God Kings. When Long Chutai saw a large number of golden flame demon giants, his face changed slightly, and he was even more annoyed. With all kinds of means, he is definitely the most against the sky among the 8 transformations God Kings. Even if he plots against the 9 transformations God King, he may be able to successfully kill an ordinary 9 transformations God King. But Long Chutai never expected that this Han Feng himself had so many tricks and trump cards. If the ordinary 9 transformations God King underestimated him because of this, he would probably suffer a lot. However, Long Chutai still didn't take part in the battle. At this time, Long Chutai was still trying his best to mobilize the evil eye of the demon to analyze the opponent. Long Chutai vaguely felt that once the analysis was successful, maybe he would gain more than he expected. The spirit is like one. This deity merged with the flame demon songling sword in an instant, and the whole person was like an immortal sword, turning into a sword light, breaking through the flame of the ancient demon in an instant, and first pierced through one of the 8 transformations the King of Gods, then split an 8-change God King in half, and then penetrated the forehead of one of the 8-change God Kings. The remaining 2 8-change God Kings were also dealt with by the deity one by one. In today's God King space, I believe that the 8-change God Kings are definitely the top group, and the number must be extremely rare. However, there are 5 God Kings, controlled by Long Chutai, and this deity has to admire Long Chutai's methods. With the loss of these 5 8 transformation God Kings in the huge space of God Kings, it is unknown how many 8 transformation God Kings will be left. After killing the 5 God Kings of 8 transformations, the deity was about to attack Long Chutai, but saw a huge vortex in the sea of flames formed by the flames of the ancient demon, and in the whirlpool, one after another, the 8 transformations the God King appeared again. It was the 8 changes God King who was beheaded by the deity before. Could it be that these strong men whose souls are imprisoned are endless? The deity gasped. This ability is no longer inferior to the flame orb, and even better than the flame orb. And that ancient magic lamp clearly has no aura of immortality. Could it be artificially refined? The Donghuang Tianlong clan, just so changed? No, this ancient magic lamp should not belong to the Eastern Emperor's Heavenly Dragon clan. The Eastern Emperor's Heavenly Dragon clan really has such a strong background. Now the Dragon God realm is still ruled by the Dragon God Palace. Furthermore, according to Longfeng's memory, the attributes and innate supernatural powers of the Eastern Emperor's Tianlong clan have nothing to do with demons. It seems that Long Chutai must have some adventures that other people don't know about. Whether it is the previous defensive armor or the current ancient magic lamp, it should be related to that adventure. The deity originally thought that Long Chutai had these methods and was inseparable from Donghuang Tianlong, but now the deity thinks that everything is Long Chutai's own adventure. This time, the deity used Tsang Lingrui again, but only displayed 1/10 of the power of the 9th layer of Tsang Lingrui. This 1/10 of the power is enough to deal with 5 8-change kings at once. Today's deity, if he uses Tsang Lingrui's move, if it is only 1/10 of the power of the 9th floor, it will not cause any oppression to the body. It will not be unbearable. 2 or 3/10 of the power will not cause any major problems, but the consumption of 2 or 3/10 of the power is not too small for the deity, and it is absolutely impossible to use it continuously. This deity doesn't know how many times this 8-change king will be resurrected, so naturally he must minimize his consumption as much as possible every time he performs it. The 5 god kings with 8 changes were killed by their own gods time and time again, and they were resurrected again and again. The same was true for the rest of the controlled god kings, who were constantly crushed to death by the golden flame giant, and finally reborn again. Fortunately, the golden flame giant is powerful enough, and the golden flame giant also has the characteristic of continuous rebirth, so these god kings cannot affect the deity from the beginning to the end. The speed of rebirth of these 5 god kings is getting slower and slower. And the deity faintly felt that the soul origin of these 5 god kings was getting weaker and weaker. For example, the source of the soul sensed by the deity at the beginning is like a burning candle, but at this moment, the source of the soul is like a candle that is about to burn out, with only a trace left, which may be blown out by the wind at any time. So that's it, I understand. The deity's eyes lit up immediately. These god kings whose souls were imprisoned and controlled by the ancient magic lamp to be reborn continuously, each rebirth required a large amount of ancient magic flames and soul origin. The ancient demon flame himself didn't see a tendency to weaken, but the soul sources of these 5 were almost exhausted. The spirit is like one. The spirit is like one. The spirit is like one. After performing it again and again, finally, after more than 10 times, the 5 8-change god kings showed no signs of rebirth. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the deity used Tsang Lingrui again, but this time, he used the power he could display to the limit. With a power of 20% to nearly 30%, the power of this move is enough to shock the king of 9 transformations. Boom boom boom. The boundless sea of flames of ancient demons was forcibly split in 2 by this sword, and the deity turned into sword light and shuttled away from the middle. Not good. Long Chu was too anxious, let out a long whistle, and went to stop him with astonishing momentum. Death. The deity said coldly, the strongest blow of the deity directly holed through Long Chutai's body, bringing out a lot of blood. Long Chutai screamed out, but Long Chutai's gaze, no, it should be said that the evil eye of the demon is still staring at the deity. In Long Chutai's eyes, expressions of disbelief, horror and ecstasy appeared. At the last moment, Tianma Xian still analyzed the deity. Long Chutai's Tianma Xian broke the cover of the deity from the Jiuyan Tianhua pagoda, and completely saw through the deity's current state the peak of the 7-change god king. The 7 transformations god king has almost no weaker combat power than the ordinary 9 transformations god king. How outrageous is this? The gap between the 7 transformations god king and the 9 transformations god king is like the true god and the god king, almost no longer on the same level. Through the evil eyes of the demon, Long Chutai seemed to see through the foundation of the deity, and through the inner world of the deity, Long Chutai seemed to see a 7-color chaotic lotus flower. So, you are the one your lord is looking for. Long Chutai had a weird smile on his lips, and the dragon body fell to the ground. At the same time, this blow of the deity pierced through the ancient magic lamp fiercely, and the ancient magic lamp shattered in an instant, turning into endless fragments. The flames of the ancient demon that covered the sky and the sun quickly withdrew, and finally disappeared, as if this black sea of flames had never appeared in this world. The bodies of many god kings controlled by the ancient magic lamp have also become illusory one by one. The bodies condensed by the flames of the ancient magic lamp are collapsing. What appears now is their souls. The second update. Without the confinement of the ancient magic lamp, these souls seem to have broken free from the shackles and regained their sanity. They nodded to the deity one after another, and immediately disappeared completely in this world and plunged into the cycle of reincarnation. The purple ape god king had a grievance with this deity at the beginning, but now his eyes are complicated, and finally he sighed. The complexity in his eyes turned into kindness and pleading. The kindness, of course, is to thank the deity for liberating him from the imprisonment of his soul, and the plea is to hope that the deity can spare the Purple Ape Empire. With the current strength of the deity, if he really intends to take revenge on the Purple Ape Empire, it will be extremely easy. There is even no need for the deity to make a move at all. As long as the deity speaks, many middle god kings will make a move in order to curry favor with the deity, the god-defying king. The deity understood the eyes of the Purple Ape Empire, and nodded slowly after a while. Although there were grievances at the beginning, the present deity no longer takes the Purple Ape Empire seriously. In the eyes of this deity, the few god kings of the Purple Ape Empire are no different from those true gods and ancient gods. They are all ants. As long as they don't take the initiative to cause trouble, the deity will not bother to talk to the Purple Ape Empire. If it is said that when I first left the spirit world and entered the continent of war souls, this deity had plans for revenge, then as this deity became stronger and stronger, he gradually did not take the Purple Ape Empire seriously. It was just an ant, so why bother so many? It's just that the deity didn't expect that the Purple Ape Empire and the Purple Ape God King, which he didn't care about, would appear in front of him in this state. The Purple Ape God King saw the deity nod and got the deity's promise, and his eyes were even more grateful. Immediately, the Purple Ape God King put down everything and went into reincarnation. The enmity between God King Wuyue and God King Yunhao was not that deep with this deity. They bowed to this deity, and their souls slowly disappeared. It was the God King Inue who sent a message to the deity before disappearing. The Inue princess is here too? The deity's expression changed. At the beginning, it was Princess Inue who took him to Linghuang Palace to reunite with Qingshan. God King Inue, don't worry, I will guarantee the safety of Empress Inue. The deity sighed, then bowed slightly towards the place where King Inue disappeared. From the news from the Inue God King, the deity learned that the Inue Queen and Yaqing are together, and there is a super strong Brahma spirit king by her side, so it can be said that it is extremely safe in the God King space. This deity believes that in today's space of God Kings, the 8 transformations God Kings are still the top group, and whether there are 9 transformations God Kings is still a matter of opinion. Even though the Brahma Spirit King was the 8 transformations God King before entering the God King space, even so, hundreds of years have passed, and the Brahma Spirit King may not be able to break through to the 9 transformations God King. To a certain extent, it is as difficult for the 8 transformation God King to break through the 9 transformation God King, as it is for the 6 or 7 transformation God King to break through the God Emperor. So far, the 9 transformations God Kings that have been born in history are basically breakthroughs in the God King space, and there are almost no breakthroughs to the 9 transformations God King outside by their own strength. Therefore, the deity is not worried about Qingshan's safety. The Inue God King was originally among them, but later they separated temporarily due to something. Not long after the separation, they met Long Chutai unluckily, and were finally swallowed by the ancient magic flame of the ancient magic lamp, and their soul was imprisoned by the ancient magic lamp. The deity had no choice but to shake his head. The Inue God King was too rebellious. After all the souls broke free from the shackles and entered reincarnation, the deity's eyes were on Long Chutai, who still had some vitality at this time. It has to be said that the vitality of the Dragon Clan is extremely tenacious. Just now, the deity used Songling Rui to transform into a flame demon Songling sword to penetrate Long Chutai, but it directly penetrated Long Chutai's heart. Die. The deity made a clean cut, and Long Chutai was completely killed, and a second-class God King Spirit Crystal burst out. This second-class God King Spirit Crystal is dark purple, but it can only be regarded as a lighter color in dark purple, and there is still a big gap from black purple. It's relatively inferior among the second-class God King Spirit Crystals. With my cultivation at the peak of the 7 Transformation God King and the foundation of Yuetian Emperor, a second-class God King Spirit Crystal with a relatively low level may not be enough for me to break through to 8th. Become a God King. This deity sighed faintly. Although the foundation of Yuetian Emperor is extremely powerful in the same level, he can easily fight across levels. He is a complete God-defying king. But also because of this, the resources needed to improve the cultivation base are several times or even 10 times more than the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven. A second-class God King stone, replaced by other 7-change God King peaks, or the 7-change God King peaks with a deep foundation, at least 40% to 50% may break through successfully. However, on the real body, the possibility of a successful breakthrough is less than half. Forget it, let's see what else Long Chutai has to gain. After a while, the deity discovered depressedly that Long Chutai did have some God King stones and God King Spirit Crystals on him, but they were all of low level, 4th or 5th rank. Thousands of God King stones or God King Spirit Crystals of this level would hardly be of much help to the present deity. Long Chutao broke through to the 8 Transformations God King in a short period of time. It seems that he absorbed all the God King Stone and God King Spirit Crystal. The deity shook his head again. It seems that it will take a while to break through the 8 Transformations God King. Yaqing is following the reincarnated body. According to the induction, both of them have already broken through to the 7 Transformation God Kings, but it seems that they have just broken through, and the realm is not stable. Now they are staying in one place for cultivation. Qingshan has Senior Brahma Spirit King by her side, and there is no danger for the time being, so. The deity's eyes flickered, and then he returned to the bamboo forest. In the next period of time, the deity intends to use the power of Tao in the bamboo forest to attack the higher level of the Deluo Immortal Physique. In the past, Deluo Immortal Physique was slow to be promoted, and this deity roughly guessed the reasons. One was that there was no continuous immortal power in the body before, and the other was that the previous cultivation base was still low. Now the body has condensed the immortal god fetus, and the cultivation base has also been raised to the peak of the 7-change God King. The basic combat power is not weaker than the ordinary peak 8-change God King, and the overall strength is even higher than some ordinary junior God Emperors. All of these provided an opportunity for Deluo's immortal physique to advance. In the bamboo forest, with the help of the power of Tao in the bamboo, after 100 years, the Deluo immortal physique was finally broken through, which is a qualitative breakthrough. After the breakthrough, the Great Luo Immortal Physique is called the Immortal Physique by the deity. The Immortal Physique at the primary stage increases the strength of the deity no less than the improvement of the Immortal Divine Physique to the God King. The difference is that the immortal body or the immortal blood can provide a steady stream of immortal power for the God King to use, but the immortal body of the deity needs to consume the immortal power. After all, the immortal physique is essentially a special unique technique, not a natural divine body or divine blood. This is also the reason why the deity was unable to break through the Deluo immortal physique before, because before the immortal fetus was condensed, the deity did not have a steady stream of immortal power in his body. It can be said that the immortal body is the key to breaking through to the immortal physique of Deluo. The first update. The deity tried to cast the immortal physique once, and suddenly the golden light shone, piercing the sky. Bathed in the golden light, this deity is like a lofty immortal, with immortal brilliance in every move. However, the deity in the golden light frowned dissatisfiedly, same as the flame demon Songling sword. It seems that I can't unleash all the power of the immortal physique for the time being, at most 60%. Perhaps only by breaking through to the 8 transformations God King, and reaching the peak of the 8 transformations God King, can we wield the full power of the flame demon Songling sword and the immortal physique. In the following time, the deity continued to familiarize himself with the immortal physique, striving to fully unleash 60% of its power, and the same was true for the flame demon Songling sword. In the battle with Long Chu Tai, the 9th level of the sword demon form only exerted 20% of its power, but the limit of the deity was 60%. When both the sword demon form and the immortal physique can display 60% of their power, the overall combat power of this deity is no longer the same as that of Long Chu Tai in the first battle. Today's deity is very confident, and the ordinary 9 transformations God King will definitely not be his opponent. Perhaps only the 9 transformations God King who has comprehended the unique art of immortality, mastered the unique art of immortality, or has the blood of immortality, can compete with the deity at this moment. After the strength sword, the deity became more confident, but the deity did not go out of the test, but took out some treasures containing the origin of flames. These treasures were all obtained from Long Chu Tai, and they were trophies. These treasures are not of a high level for the current deity, and the deity does not want to use these treasures to improve his cultivation, but to improve the 4 unique skills of Fenchen Divine Body, Fenchen Divine Fist, Fenchen Divine Seal, and Fenchen Divine Armor. Right now, this deity has a lot of cards, and his comprehensive strength is against the sky. The ordinary 9 transformations God King will not be his opponent, but the 4 unique skills of the Fenchen Divine Body are still only in the 4th stage, or the early stage of the 4th stage. In those years in the Soul of War continent, due to the lack of high-level fire attribute treasures in the Soul of War continent, the improvement of the 4 unique skills was slow. In the God King dimension, most of the treasures contain the origin of the world, rather than fire-attributed treasures. Now that he finally obtained these fire attribute treasures from Long Chu Tai, it is inevitable to improve the 4 great skills. Now the deity's whole cards probably include Sword Demon Form, Zijin Sword, Immemorial Dragon Transformation, Immortal Physique, etc. The Immortal Physique can continue to improve. Leaving aside, but the Sword Demon Form and the Ancient Dragon Form have reached their peak. There are only 9 levels in total in the form of the Sword Demon. Although the power is astonishing, even if all the power is released, it is only equivalent to the improvement of a low-level immortal body or a low-level immortal blood. Song Lingzhua and other 4 unique skills, the strongest is only the low-level immortal unique skill. Song Lingrui has a higher level and can reach the level of intermediate immortal skills. Immemorial Dragon Transformation is only half a step of immortality, and it is impossible to improve it. The power of the purple gold sword is equivalent to that of a quasi-immortal art, and if it is lucky enough to advance again, it is only the power of a low-level immortal art. These whole cards play a vital role for the current deity, and are the key to the deity's ability to kill ordinary 9 transformation God Kings, with the cultivation base of the 7 transformation God King. The Fenchen Divine Physique and other 4 unique skills are far inferior to these whole cards. In the early stage of the 4th stage of the 4 great unique arts, they are not considered top-notch among the top-grade God King's unique arts. When they reach the peak of the 4th stage, they are only comparable to half-step immortality or quasi-immortality. On the surface, the 4 great skills are far inferior to the trump cards such as the Sword Demon Form, and spending time improving the 4 great skills seems to be a waste of time. However, the trump cards such as the Sword Demon Form have no way to advance, only the 4 unique skills of the Fenchen Divine Body have the possibility of infinite improvement. If the deity breaks through to the God Emperor in the future, the Sword Demon Form will still be the power of the low-level immortal God Body, but the 4 unique arts of the Burning Sky God Body may go down to the level of the lower-level immortal mastery, and reach the middle-level immortality, advanced immortality, and top immortality mastery. The top immortal technique, also known as the Master Supernatural Power. Today, the emperors of the 3,000 gods, including the Lord of the Flame God, have not mastered the supernatural powers. Therefore, the deity spent more than 10 years continuing to cultivate, and among them, the two unique skills of Fenchen Divine Body and Fenchen Divine Fist have been promoted to the fourth peak. Adding up the back and forth, it has been about 600 years since the Divine King Dimension descended. This deity has finished the retreat, and the two great skills of Fenchen Shenin and Fenchen Shinjia have not been promoted to the fourth peak. It is not that there are not enough treasures, but this deity has received news from Han Feng, who is beside Yaqing. Now the deity and Han Feng, in order to distinguish the main body from the reincarnation, the deity will return to Han Feng after the fusion, are in the same space, and there will be no strong sequelae when using the secret method to transmit the message. According to the news from Yaqing and Han Feng, they captured Brahma Spirit King's great apprentice, Su Yushi. From Su Yushi's mouth, Yaqing and Han Feng got very bad news. In the deep valley, Han Feng grabbed Su Yushi and threw him on the ground. Back then, Su Yushi was a master of the three change god kings, and he was also the foundation of the heavenly emperor. When they met for the first time, the deity was only the peak of the ancient gods, and there was a huge gap with Su Yushi. At that time, the oppression that Su Yushi brought to the deity was like a wild beast. But now, Su Yushi is already the god king of 6 transformations based on the heavenly emperor, but this deity has soared to the peak of the god king of 7 transformations, and has the combat power to kill ordinary god kings of 9 transformations. Su Yushi, now I'm afraid he can't even take a casual blow from his deity. Not to mention that he couldn't compare with the deity, even Han Feng, who was reincarnated as Lin Feng, Su Yushi was also far behind. Han Feng is now a master of the 7 transformation gods, and he is also the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven. It is extremely easy for Han Feng to catch Su Yushi, let alone Su Yushi was injured before. Not long ago, Han Feng and Yaqing stabilized the realm of the 7 transformation god kings, and then left the customs. Not long after, the two found Su Yushi, who was running around in a panic. Han Feng just stopped Su Yushi and asked about Qingshan's whereabouts, but Su Yushi's face changed drastically, and he asked Han Feng sternly, and his erratic eyes were looking for the direction of escape. Han Feng immediately realized that something was wrong. He just asked about Qingshan's whereabouts. Why Su Yushi put on such a guilty expression? Han Feng suddenly had a very bad premonition, and then he caught Su Yushi. After some severe torture and Yaqing's soul-searching method, the two finally figured out the ins and outs, and their hearts sank. Unexpectedly, this Su Yushi had already secretly turned to the eldest son of the Linghuang Palace, and when the eldest son was fighting with the Brahma Spirit King, he plotted against the Brahma Spirit King, so that the Brahma Spirit King had to take the Inua lady and the Qing dynasty with him. Shan fled all the way. The great emperor, who had some kind of adventure, also soared to the realm of the 8 transformations god king. Brahma Spirit King, who was plotted against by Su Yushi, was no match for the great emperor. If he escaped like this, he would fall into the hands of the eldest disciple at some point. The second update. You deserve it. Han Feng stared coldly at Su Yushi, who had collapsed on the ground because of being searched for his soul. Because the Brahma Spirit King valued Qingshan more and more, Su Yushi was worried that the Brahma Spirit King's inheritance would be acquired by Qingshan, so he took refuge in the eldest emperor's son. However, the eldest emperor did not trust Su Yushi that much, and the eldest emperor also had the intention of devouring the foundation of the Brahma Spirit King, so after Su Yushi plotted against the Brahma Spirit King to join the eldest emperor's gang, the eldest emperor planned to secretly solve Su Yushi as well. Lose. Su Yushi sensed the danger and sneaked away, but was still chased and killed by the subordinates of the eldest emperor. This was the reason why Su Yushi panicked before, for fear of being overtaken by the subordinates of the eldest emperor. That's why Han Feng said that Su Yushi was in a cocoon and wanted to die. If Su Yushi hadn't betrayed the Brahma Spirit King and joined the great emperor, with the strength of the Brahma Spirit King, he would not be afraid of the great emperor and his party at all. Without the protection of the Brahma Spirit King, Su Yushur, the sixth transformation God King, is nothing at all in the current God King dimension. It has been almost 600 or even more than 600 years since the Divine King space came down. The fifth and sixth transformation God Kings can only be regarded as average, and the third and fourth transformation God Kings are all bottom level. Only those who have broken through to the seven transformations God King can be considered masters, and the eight transformations God King is at the top. In the last 100 or 200 years of the God King space, especially the last 100 years, it is very likely that a 9 transformation God King level master will be born. You, who are you? Su Yushur was dying, his eyes wide open, and he was unwilling to question. Although the Brahma Spirit King is not as famous as the Spirit Emperor, he has also created some foundations, and he also knows many masters of the 6 or 7 transformation God Kings, and makes good friends with these masters. Some of these good friends have also entered the space of the God King, and now they are at least the 7 transformation God King. Su Yushur is not only worried about the subordinates of the great emperor, but also worried that the Brahma Spirit King will send messages to his friends to solve his problem. Traitor. At first, Su Yushur regarded Han Feng as his master's friend, so after Han Feng asked, Su Yushur panicked and felt very guilty. But looking at it now, it doesn't seem to be the case. Could it be Qingshan's friend? But when did Qingshan know such a strong person? At this time, Han Feng was the reincarnation of the deity, and his appearance was different from the deity, so Su Yushur didn't think about the deity at all. Even, perhaps in Su Yushur's eyes, the deity has long since fallen on the Battle Soul continent. You don't care who we are? Let's think about your life first. Han Feng's tone was cold, thinking that because of Su Yushur, Qingshan might fall into the hands of the emperor and others at any time. Han Feng hated tooth-itching. You, how dare you? Su Yu's face was stern. We don't dare? Han Feng's face turned sharp, his killing intent condensed into substance, and he slashed towards Su Yushur like a sharp sword. Su Yushur's face turned pale instantly, and he screamed in horror. But at this moment, a ball of flame hit the sword of killing intent and burned Han Feng's sword of killing intent. Yaqing? Han Feng looked at Yaqing in confusion. It was Yaqing who made the move. Yaqing sighed, Han Feng, I already know something about the relationship between you and the Brahma Spirit King. To be honest, although you are Qingshan's husband and have also accepted the Brahma Spirit King's guidance for 100 years, Su Yushur accepted it. How many years has Brahma Spirit King guided you? This guy is a direct disciple of the Brahma Spirit King. Even if he betrayed the Brahma Spirit King, he should be dealt with by the Brahma Spirit King. What are you doing? If you really kill this guy, the Brahma Spirit King may not be grateful to you. I might even hate you. Han Feng frowned slightly, and nodded slowly, you're right, although Su Yushur betrayed the Brahma Spirit King, even if the Brahma Spirit King hated Su Yushur deeply, he didn't seem to have any feelings for Su Yushur. If I killed him if I leave Su Yushur, Brahma Spirit King may not be angry with me, but he is very likely to feel uncomfortable in his heart. As Qingshan's master, Brahma Spirit King, there is no need to create a gap between Brahma Spirit King and me because of Su Yushur. It seems that this guy can only be left to Brahma Spirit King to solve it himself. You are Han Feng. This is impossible. Su Yushur yelled in disbelief. Naturally, Han Feng would not specifically explain his situation to Su Yushur, and he was too lazy to talk to Su Yushur. After beating Su Yushur unconscious, he threw Su Yushur into the Xuanhuan temple. Immediately afterwards, Han Feng and Yaqing went together to find Brahma and Qingshan. Now that the Brahma Spirit King is being hunted down, he will naturally not be at the location in Su Yushur's memory, but if he looks around based on that location, it is very likely that he will encounter the Brahma Spirit King. If you run into the subordinates of the Great Emperor, it is just right to deal with these minions of the great emperor. In the bamboo forest, the deity received a message from Han Feng, and immediately passed the news to the beasts distributed in the space of the God King through the Skyfire Tower. After coming to the space of the God King, the deity separated from the Feitian Yanshi and let Jiutian Xianfeng and the others find their own opportunities. Now, several beasts have also reached the realm of the 6 transformations God King, and are only half a step away from the 7 transformations God King. The deity plus Han Feng and Yaqing are only 3 people, but if you add a few beasts, the search will be greatly increased, and the possibility of encountering the Brahma Spirit King will be even greater. Han Feng was the first to meet the subordinates of the great emperor, 3 God Kings of 6 changes and 2 God Kings of 5 changes. One of the Kings of 6 changes was the foundation of the Heavenly Emperor, and he was also an emperor of the Linghuang Palace. Look at the situation. I am afraid that after finding out that he could not compete with the great emperor, he took refuge in the great emperor. The other 2 6 transformation God Kings are the foundation of Tianzuan, and the same is true for the 2 5 change God Kings. These people should be chasing and killing Su Yushi. Yaqing found the 5 God Kings and whispered to Han Feng. Han Feng's eyes flashed, and he said, "It's very likely that the route these people followed was indeed the escape route that Su Yushi used to escape." Then the killing intent suddenly surged, and Han Feng blocked in front of the 5 God Kings with a dodge. Who? The 5 God Kings were shocked, especially when they felt Han Feng's unfathomable aura. They were even more nervous. Han Feng grinned a big smile, which was full of coldness and malice. Who? The one who killed you. As soon as the word herringbone fell, the eternal gun in Han Feng's hand suddenly shot out and turned into a silver light. In the case of, he was completely bombarded and killed. Seeing this scene, the emperor's face changed greatly, and he looked terrified. With a loud roar, he threw out a top-grade defensive world artifact, and then he turned into a ray of light, fleeing into the distance. The Spear of Eternity is also a top-grade artifact in the world, which is of the same level as the artifact thrown by the emperor, but the Spear of Eternity is the top of the top grade, which is even better. Coupled with the power of Han Feng's own 7-changing God King, this a punch directly pierced the defensive artifact, causing the defensive artifact to lose its spirituality. Han Feng could even hear the scream of the artifact spirit. The first update. Emperor. However, with the obstruction of the best world artifact, the emperor escaped a long way. Han Feng watched the emperor flee without any intention of stopping him. He saw that, not long after the emperor flew out, suddenly there was a sky full of flames sweeping in from afar. Even though the emperor used all kinds of methods, he was still swallowed by the flames, reduced to ashes. It was Yaqing who made the move. Once upon a time, the God King of 6 changes, who was also the foundation of the Heavenly Emperor, was so powerful to them that he tried his best to kill one of them. But now, between the 2 of them, any one of them can kill a 6 transformation king with the foundation of a Heavenly Emperor. As for the foundation of Tianzuan, it is even more crushing. The God King space is indeed a place full of dangers and opportunities for the God King. Here, you may sink forever, or you may soar into the sky. Let's go. Picking up the God King spirit crystal that exploded, Han Feng didn't talk nonsense, and Yaqing, who killed the emperor's son, turned into 2 rays of light, disappeared into the sky, and embarked on the road to find Brahma Spirit King and Qing Shan. As for the Flying Flame Lion and their beasts, except for the Phantom Thunder Leopard and King Kong Giant Crocodile who have not yet arrived due to the distance, the other 5 beasts have all arrived near the location in Su Yushi's memory. Search around. During the period, the 5 beasts also encountered the subordinates of the great emperor's son, and these minions immediately fell into bad luck. In terms of foundation, the 5 beasts are the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven. In terms of realm, the 5 beasts are the kings of the 6 transformations, and under the command of the great emperor, except for the only emperor who has the foundation of the emperor, the rest are all the foundation of the emperor. The only emperor with the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven has died in the hands of Yaqing. The remaining Tianzuan 6 transformation god kings, even if several of them are at the same level, it is difficult to compete with any one of the 5 beasts, unless it is the eldest emperor himself or the guardian of the eldest emperor. The guardian of the great emperor's son was already a 6 transformation god king before entering the god king space, and now he has broken through to a 7 transformation god king. If it weren't for the fact that the guardian of the great emperor is only Tianzuan, the adventure of the great emperor in the space of the god king may not be able to impact the realm of the 8-change god king. At this time, in a temporary residence, the face of the emperor was distorted, and the subordinates sent out lost contact one by one, which made the emperor extremely angry. Damn. The Brahma Spirit King was seriously injured, and now he is mainly avoiding it. Who did it? The eldest emperor roared, the guardians around him remained silent, and the rest of his subordinates dared not even take a breath. Could it be a friend of the Brahma Spirit King? It is said that the Brahma Spirit King knows quite a few 6 transformation god kings. At present, those 6 transformation god kings should have basically reached the realm of the 7 transformation god kings. This kind of strength is indeed not those under your command, son, can contend. After a long while, the guardian took a step forward and expressed his opinion. The great emperor's eyes narrowed, it is indeed possible. Originally, I wanted to continue to grind that Brahma Spirit King, but now it seems that I have to deal with that Brahma Spirit King as soon as possible, and then leave this place. At the beginning, the Brahma Spirit King was plotted against by Su Yushur and severely injured by the son of the great emperor, but the Brahma Spirit King was after all the peak master of the 8 transformations god king. During these years in the god king space, because it is too difficult for the 8 transformations god king to break through the 9 transformations god king, the Brahma Spirit King has not broken through for a long time, but the Brahma Spirit King has accumulated enough at the peak level of the 8 transformations god king. The bottom line, once you get the chance, you will soar into the sky in the future, and step into the ultimate god king realm of the 9-change god king in one fell swoop. And it can quickly hit the middle and late stage in the realm of the 9 transformations god king. But the eldest emperor is only in the early stage of the 8 changes god king. Therefore, even if the Brahma Spirit King was injured due to the plot, and the eldest emperor took advantage of this opportunity to severely injure the Brahma Spirit King, the eldest emperor still did not dare to push the Brahma Spirit King into a desperate situation on the spot. A Brahma Spirit King who is driven into a desperate situation, and an 8 transformation god king who is driven into a desperate situation, once crazy, it is very terrifying. If the secret method with serious sequelae is used again, even if the eldest emperor does not die, he will suffer a big loss. The eldest emperor was not willing to do such a thing as hurting 1,000 enemies and self-injury 800, so after the battle was almost over, the eldest emperor let the Brahma Spirit King go, but kept chasing after him, so that the Brahma Spirit King could not be quiet. Come down and find a place to retreat to recover from your injuries. Once or twice, the more times, the injury of Brahma Spirit King will only get worse. And because he was not forced into a desperate situation, even if the Brahma Heaven Spirit King guessed some of the thoughts of the eldest emperor, he could only escape according to the wishes of the eldest emperor, instead of dying together. After all, he still has 2 maids by his side, so as long as there is even a slight chance that he can persist until his friend arrives, he cannot give up easily. If you can retreat once, you can retreat twice. After a few times, you will lose the ferocity to die with the enemy. When the Brahma Spirit King became weaker and weaker due to repeated injuries, and when the Brahma Spirit King lost his ferocity due to escaping again and again, it was the moment for the eldest emperor to make a move. At that time, the son of the great emperor will kill Brahma Spirit King at the least cost. Right now, the eldest emperor doesn't feel that the time has come. It's just that the subordinates lost contact one by one, which made the great emperor's uneasiness grow. If the friends of Brahma Spirit King came to rescue them, the situation would be unfavorable to them. Although it is unlikely that the friends of the Brahma Spirit King will step into the 8 transformations God King, they are not afraid of 10,000, but just in case, what if someone really gets shit luck? Therefore, after thinking about it, the eldest emperor made up his mind that even if the persecution was too severe this time and his side would suffer losses, he must kill Brahma Spirit King. The great emperor quickly sent people to intensify the search for the Brahma Spirit King. In the past, because these subordinates understood what the great emperor was thinking, they did not search seriously. Sometimes they found traces of the Brahma Spirit King and others, but they finally let them go anyway. Their purpose is to alarm the Brahma Spirit King, so that the Brahma Spirit King can't rest assured to recover from his injuries. Therefore, once the search was made, the traces of the Brahma Spirit King, Xuanhuan, and the Inuit Queen were quickly discovered. Upon receiving the news from his subordinates, the eldest emperor immediately stepped on his mount, chasing and killing him like a rainbow. As for the guardian of the great emperor's son, he followed some subordinates to investigate the reason why those subordinates lost contact a few days ago. When the eldest emperor stepped on his mount and was majestically chasing and killing the Brahma Spirit King, Han Feng and Yaqing also ran into the guardian of the eldest emperor. Vermilion Skylark also found the eldest emperor's trail, and retreated far away, not rashly provoking the eldest emperor. When the figure of the great emperor went far away, Vermilion Skylark immediately got in touch with the deity through the Skyfire Pagoda. The deity has a stern expression, and his speed is faster, like a ray of light, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. The cold wind in the air was piercing. Han Feng killed the guardian of the emperor with one shot, and exchanged glances with Yaqing. It seemed that he was not far away from finding the emperor. If you can't meet the Brahma Spirit King and Xuanhuan, then killing the great emperor will also save the Brahma Spirit King and Xuanhuan. Han Feng and Yaqing are the 2 god kings of 7 changes. Especially Yaqing can fuse many divine fires and immortal powers, so she might not be invincible in a battle against the God King of 8 changes. The second update. You are. Brahma Spirit King looked at Han Feng in confusion. Brahma Spirit King was sure that he did not know the young man in front of him. However, Brahma Spirit King did not reject Han Feng's kindness, nor did he rashly doubt Han Feng. Before Han Feng came with Xuanhuan, the Brahma Spirit King saw it, and the Brahma Spirit King would not think that Xuanhuan would bring a helper that was not good for him. At this time the battle situation was extremely tense. Han Feng naturally had no time to explain. After bringing the Brahma Spirit King to the rear, he stood with Yaqing, ready to face the eldest son together. The water mist in the void gradually disappeared, but the air was still mixed with the power of endless gusts, as well as the destructive thunder, blazing heat, and icy cold that emanated from the sea of fire. As for the God Emperor promoted by the 7 Transformation God King of Tianzuan's foundation, the treatment is the same as the God Emperor promoted by the 6 Transformation God King of Tiandi's foundation. People of the Yan clan. The eldest emperor's expression was ferocious, with fear in his ferociousness. Being able to control a variety of divine fires, or different attributes, and all of them have reached an extremely high level, only people of the Yan clan can do it. The Yan clan is not a force that can be provoked casually. The Linghuang Palace is a giant in the spirit world, but in the eyes of the Yan clan, it is probably not worth mentioning. There are not a few strong people like the Linghuang in the Yan clan. Under normal circumstances, the great emperor would not want to provoke people from the Yan clan, and he is still a master of the Yan clan's 7 transformation gods, which means that he is likely to face endless troubles in the future. When did the old Brahma Spirit King and the people of the Yan clan have friendship? The great emperor's heart was full of turmoil. Fiefdom, far earth, ghost art, far enmity, fingerless technique. No. You must not give up, and you must not let the old Brahma Spirit King live, otherwise, once this old thing is promoted to the God Emperor, I will face this trouble forever in the future. The killing intent towards Brahma Spirit King once again gained the upper hand. In the God King space, although many opportunities will make the strength of the God King soar, but this kind of improvement is too fast after all, so compared with the old God King Brahma Spirit King, the God King who has improved too fast, such as the Great Emperor and Han Feng, will not be able to do so. In one aspect, it is inferior to the Brahma Spirit King, and that is the preparation for the immortal Emperor. The God Emperor promoted by the Nine Transformation God King is absolutely invincible among the God Emperors of the same level. The God Emperor, whose foundation is the Six-Change God King breakthrough, needs to break through to the third rank to compete with him. The Brahma Spirit King has already been able to hit the realm of the immortal God Emperor, but he just wanted to rise to a higher level before the impact, so he has been procrastinating. However, procrastination does not mean that the Brahma Spirit King is not prepared. It can be said that once the Brahma Spirit King is promoted to the Nine Changes God King and leaves the God King space, with these years of preparations, there are 8 out of 10 that he can be promoted in the shortest time. The Emperor of God has become the ultimate master in this universe. This is also the reason why the son of the Great Emperor covets the foundation of the Brahma Spirit King. Before entering the space of the God King, the eldest emperor was only the king of 5 transformations, and he had not had time to make preparations. He did not have the foundation of the Brahma Spirit King. It is estimated that it will be difficult to break through in 1,000,000 years. And, whether the breakthrough is successful or not is another matter. Therefore, whether it is to prevent future revenge by the Brahma Spirit King, or to seize the foundation of the Brahma Spirit King over the years to impact the realm of the God Emperor, the eldest emperor must kill the Brahma Spirit King and Qingshan. In the God King space, although many opportunities will make the strength of the God King soar, but this kind of improvement is too fast after all, so compared to the old God King like Brahma Spirit King. God Kings who have promoted too quickly, such as the Great Emperor and Han Feng, are inferior to the Brahma Spirit King in one aspect, and that is the preparation for the immortal God Emperor. Friends of the Yan clan, as long as you are willing to leave now and don't interfere with the affairs below, I can do 3 things for you for free in the future, even if it is fighting other God Emperors, the eldest emperor said loudly. The Brahma Spirit King suddenly became nervous, and a master who is likely to be promoted to the God Emperor with the 9 transformations God King in the future promised this temptation. The temptation is too great. The God Emperor promoted by the 9 transformation God King is absolutely invincible among the God Emperors of the same level. The God Emperor, whose foundation is the 6 transformation God King breakthrough, needs to break through to the 3rd rank to compete with him. Such a God Emperor, no matter which faction he belongs to, has a high status, and such forces as the Yan clan cannot treat him lightly. Therefore, the Emperor of Heaven, who was promoted to the God King after 9 transformations, also has the title of Invincible God Emperor. As for the God Emperor promoted by the 7 transformation God King of Tianzhuan's foundation, the treatment is the same as the God Emperor promoted by the 6 transformation God King of Tiandi's foundation. The God Emperor, who was promoted to the God King by the 8 changes of the Emperor of Heaven, is habitually called the legendary God Emperor. The God Emperor, who was promoted to the God King by the 7 transformations of the Emperor of Heaven, is called the God Emperor against the sky. As for the God Emperor promoted by the 7 transformation God King of Tianzhuan's foundation, the treatment is the same as the God Emperor promoted by the 6 transformation God King of Tiandi's foundation. If the little girl can save the Brahma Spirit King, she will also gain the friendship of an invincible emperor in the future. You are not the only one who has the potential of an invincible emperor. Yaqing said calmly, not giving up on the promise of the emperor. In the eyes. The eldest emperor's expression became even more gloomy. Jia sneered, very well, I originally planned to let you go for Yan clan's sake, but I didn't expect you to be so reckless. At this moment, they really felt the horror of the 8 changes God King, which really made them despair. It's just the King of 7 changes, do you really think you can compete with this emperor? Even if you are a member of the Yin clan, it will be difficult to fight beyond the level when you reach the realm of a high-ranking god king. The Yin clan is powerful, but as long as we kill you and block the news from the Yin clan, that's all. When this emperor breaks through to the god empress, why should you worry about your Yin clan? The world domain of the great emperor's son unfolded at full strength, enveloping everyone in it. Immediately, everyone seemed to have come to the world of heavy rain, and the breath of the 8 transformation god king suppressed and oppressed everyone. And, whether the breakthrough is successful or not is another matter. The 2 weak ones like Xuanhuan and Tina feel like they are in the boundless and raging sea, and there will be huge waves coming at any time, swallowing them completely and submerging them in the vast and angry sea. At this moment, they really felt the horror of the 8 changes god king, which really made them despair. Humph. But at this moment, the Brahma spirit king snorted coldly, and the Brahma power of the Brahma spiritual body soared into the sky, and at the same time released his own world domain to contend with the eldest son. Han Feng and Yaqing also released their 2 realms of the 7 transformation god king realm. Behind Han Feng, 9 dazzling suns emerged, blasting out the flames of the sun continuously, incinerating the torrential rain. The great Luo immortal physique also unfolded quietly. The eldest son, unexpectedly has such a whole card. More and more divine fires condensed around Yaqing, and every kind of divine fire fluctuated with extremely terrifying power. Under the united will, the oppression of the eldest emperor was instantly defeated. The empress and Qingshan felt as if the rain had passed, and the warm sunlight fell on them, making them feel comfortable all over. The eldest emperor's eyes were serious. It's a bit capable, but that's all. The eldest emperor suddenly threw out a piece of debris, and the surging immortal power centered on the piece of debris, pouring out crazily. A fragment of the immortal artifact. Han Feng and the others were taken aback, and seeing that the power of this fragment was extremely close to the real immortal artifact. Before the immortal artifact to which this fragment belonged was broken, it must have been an extremely powerful immortal artifact, most likely a mid-level immortal artifact. The eldest son, unexpectedly has such a whole card. This son didn't use all his strength before. Brahma Spirit King took a deep breath. This son of the emperor was hiding so deeply. This fragment, because the power is too strong, the emperor can't completely control it, and if you use it rashly, it is likely to attack the emperor, but you have completely angered the emperor. This time, the emperor will fight back and hurt you, and you will be completely bombarded. Kill here. The great emperor said viciously. The 3rd update. Chapter 2442 Heavy Sewing, below, P.S., it's still a change. Fragments of immortal artifacts, although powerful, are extremely close to low-level immortal artifacts, but they are fragments after all, and have serious flaws compared with real immortal artifacts. For example, the Flame Demon Songling Sword is a low-level immortal artifact. With the current cultivation of the Great Emperor's Son, it can be easily mastered to exert 50 to 60% or 60 to 70% of its power. As for the fragments held by the eldest emperor, even if they exert the strongest power, they may be even stronger, approaching 70% to 80% of the power of low-level immortal artifacts. However, a fragment is a fragment after all, it is incomplete, and its power is not stable. If the power of the fragments is too strong, it is actually not a good thing for the King of Gods, because the fragments are likely to hit the enemy hard, and at the same time, they will also bite back on themselves. For the eldest son, if the power of the fragments of the immortal artifact is only 20 to 30% of the power of the complete low-level immortal artifact, it is extremely easy to grasp, and there is no need to worry about being backlashed. Because with his current state of 8 transformation God King, even if there is a backlash, he can easily overcome it. But fragments equivalent to 70% to 80% of the power of low-level immortal artifacts are extremely terrifying, and it is difficult for the eldest emperor to control them easily, and it is more likely that while killing the enemy, he will also injure himself. This is also the reason why the great emperor had never used the fragments to fight Brahma Spirit King before. It's just that Han Feng and others have the upper hand at the moment, especially Yaqing, who is a genius of the Yan clan, has a cultivation base of 7 transformation gods, and has mastered a lot of magic fires. This makes the eldest emperor decide to go all out and end the battle in the shortest possible time. It can be seen from this that the great emperor's son's fear of Yaqing is so deep. It also shows the great prestige of the Yan clan in the 3000 god realm. The fragments of the immortal artifact released terrifying power, and then centered on the immortal artifact, a torrential flood rolled out. These floods fell on the ground with great oppressive power, directly smashing the ground to pieces. In the void, this heavy flood rolled up thousands of feet and rushed away. Drink! Brahma Spirit King suddenly shouted, put his hands together, and then opened them. And as Brahma Spirit King opened his hands, a huge light curtain appeared in front of everyone, between them and the flood. It is indeed the powerful technique of Brahma Spirit King Brahma Seal. The Brahma Seal has already surpassed the unique art of the King of Gods, and has reached the half-step immortal level. During these years in the God King space, the Brahma Spirit King also obtained some immortal objects. After refining them into his body, he could already fuse them with the half-step immortal art he had comprehended. The half-step immortal art, without the power of immortality, is not much different from the ultimate art of the God King, but once it is integrated with the power of immortality, it can exert extremely powerful power. Even if it is the ultimate God King's unique knowledge that also incorporates the power of immortality, it is far inferior. The Brahma Seal lay in front of everyone, and it was instantly hit head-on by the waves of the thousands of feet of flood, and there was a rumbling sound immediately. The violent impact of the flood and the waves directly made the Brahma Seal crackle, spreading out countless cracks, and then there was a chi-chi sound. The flood created by the fragments of the immortal artifact has the ability to corrode. Brahma Spirit King's complexion turned pale in an instant. The son of the great emperor who possesses the fragments of the immortal artifact cannot be compared even in the heyday of the Brahma Spirit King, not to mention the fact that the Brahma Spirit King is seriously injured now. Seeing that the situation was not good, Han Feng immediately mobilized the immortal power in his body, pouring all of it into the eternal spear. In the battle with Yan Jiyu, Han Feng consumed his immortal power, but Han Feng has gained some of it over the years, so there is still immortal power stored in his body. At the moment when the power of immortality poured into the Spear of Eternity, the Spear of Eternity burst into dazzling immortal brilliance, and then the silver light spread away like a tide. And in the silver tide another silver ray roared away, it was the Eternal Spear. At the moment when the gun of eternity burst out, the Brahma Seal finally couldn't support it and shattered, and the silver tide immediately went straight up after the Brahma Seal was broken. However, when the silver light touched the flood from the fragments of the immortal artifact, it immediately changed from dazzling silver to black and yellow. Han Feng originally planned to use the Eternal Spear to pass through those floods, but his goal was not achieved. When the Eternal Spear returned, even his spirituality was corroded. The spirit of the Eternal Spear screamed again, and Han Feng also felt sorry for the Eternal Spear, and he dared not let the Eternal Spear shoot again, otherwise the Eternal Spear's spirit might be corroded, and the Eternal Spear would also be removed from the top-grade world artifact. Falling Realm. Yaqing once again fused the divine fires, but before that it was the fusion of the 7 divine fires, but this time Yaqing fused all the divine fires she had mastered and incorporated the power of immortality. Even so, the sea of fire formed by these divine fires could barely withstand the flood's attack. The great emperor's son, who activated the fragments of the immortal artifact, now has the highest combat power among the 8 transformation god kings. Let's retreat. Seeing this, Han Feng said bluntly. After the eldest emperor's son showed his infinite combat power, Han Feng understood that they had no chance of winning. Ordinary God King of 8 changes, with his and Yaqing's strength, plus Brahma Spirit King who is in the weakening stage, it may not be impossible to compete or even kill. But for the great Emperor's son who possessed the fragments of the immortal artifact, which were still extremely powerful fragments, they had no chance of winning at all. Through the reincarnation and the induction of the deity, Han Feng knew that the deity would arrive here in a short time, so there was really no need for them to hold on. Before that, Han Feng also told Jiaqing, Qingshan and the crown daughter about the upcoming arrival of the deity. After hearing Han Feng's order to retreat, the three daughters immediately understood that Han Feng's plan was to delay. Only Brahma Spirit King is still a little confused. Escape? How long can they escape in their current state? But the Brahma Spirit King didn't say anything, just sighed secretly. Maybe in the end he still needs to fight with his life, to provide these people with a chance to escape. Escape? The eldest emperor's expression was cold. He not only offended the Brahma Spirit King, but also the masters of the Yan clan. How could the eldest emperor allow Han Feng and others to escape? Putting away the fragments, the eldest emperor followed closely behind. This chase and escape lasted for a full hour, during which the two sides fought several times. Brahma Spirit King was seriously injured, Han Feng was also injured, and Jiaqing's pretty face was also pale. In order to fight against the Super Master, the Great Emperor, Brahma Spirit King, Han Feng, and Jiaqing, it can be said that none of them is intact. Only Qingshan and the Crown Prince did not make a move because of their poor strength, but they are doing well now. Beside Qingshan and the Crown Daughter, there are several huge monsters protecting the two daughters. They are the Flying Flame Lion, Swallowing Sirius, Vermilion Skylark, Nine Heavens Xuanhuan and several beasts. The beasts were already nearby, so it was easy to spot Han Feng and the others who were fleeing. The strength of these beasts is not bad, and they are all six-change god kings based on the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, but they seem to be powerless in the face of masters like the eldest emperor. Therefore, the main task of Jisho is to protect Qingshan and Tainu. You can't escape this time. Fighting again, the eldest emperor sneered again and again. Being overtaken again, Brahma Spirit King, Han Feng and Jiaqing's fighting power was greatly weakened. Even if they escaped, they would be overtaken again in less than a cup of tea. Therefore, escaping is already meaningless. From the looks of it, Han Feng and the others seemed to be in a desperate situation, but a smile appeared on Han Feng's face. Han Feng smiled faintly. We don't need to escape anymore, but you, the Emperor, if you don't escape, you won't be able to escape later. What do you mean? The eldest emperor frowned slightly, and then his face suddenly changed. His eyes stared at the sky, and he saw a startling rainbow in the sky, which was bursting rapidly. Another helper is here? The eldest emperor wanted to go crazy. A few beasts appeared out of nowhere before, and now it seems that a strong man is about to appear. He just wants to kill a few people. Why is it so difficult? In this life, the great emperor's son had killed quite a few people, but there had never been a single person who could make him so tired. At this time, the eldest son regretted that he hadn't directly fought against the Brahma Spirit King. Even if he might have been injured because of the Brahma Spirit King's desperate blow, it was better than now. It doesn't matter, let's kill the Brahma Spirit King first. The eldest emperor noticed that the aura of the helper who came this time was a little unfathomable, and his intuition told the eldest emperor that the helper this time was by no means simple. The eldest emperor went all out, regardless of the terrible backlash from the fragments of the immortal artifact, and urged the fragments of the immortal artifact with all his strength. The power of the vast world poured into the fragments of the immortal artifact continuously, and the terrifying black and yellow flood rolled out. Not good. Han Feng, Brahma Spirit King, and Jiaqing's complexion changed suddenly, and they immediately used their strongest moves to resist the raging waves. However, the three of them were already wounded, and in several battles with the eldest emperor, the fighting strength of the three of them had reached the lowest point, and they were only slightly stronger than the heavenly emperor's 6 transformations god king. The attack of the three was quickly swallowed by the flood. Seeing that the three of them were about to be swallowed by the flood, the flying flame lions couldn't sit still anymore. They spewed out flames, or displayed their innate supernatural powers, and poured into the flood one after another. As a result, nature is also flooded. The God King of 8 transformations activated the fragments of the immortal artifact, whose power could be easily countered by the mere God King of 6 transformations. Court death. But at this moment, there was a loud shout from the depths of the sky, and immediately after that, thousands of terrifying sword chi roared over. It was the Zhongling sword chi. After so long delay, the deity finally arrived. At this moment, the deity is surrounded by terrifying sword energy. Each sword energy seems to tear the sky apart, and it is in the form of a sword demon. From a distance, the deity has already felt the powerful aura of the fragments of the immortal artifact. This aura is even more terrifying than what Han Feng encountered back then. In the battle between Han Feng and Long Leiyang, the fragment of the immortal artifact used by Long Leiyang was simply weak compared to this fragment. The fragments of the immortal artifact used by Long Leiyang at the beginning were only 10% of the power of the low-level immortal artifact. But the fragment of the immortal artifact in the hands of the eldest emperor is equivalent to 6 to 7 points of the power of a low-level immortal artifact. This kind of power is not inferior to Long Chutai's ancient magic lamp, or even stronger. Such frighteningly powerful fragments were controlled by the 8 Changes God King, so the deity merged with the sword demon form at the first time, otherwise it would be difficult to save Brahma Spirit King and others. Boom boom boom. Tens of thousands of Zhongling sword chi blasted into the black and yellow flood like a torrent, tearing the black and yellow flood apart. It's you. When the eldest emperor saw the deity appearing, he was horrified. How could he not recognize the deity, thinking that in order to obtain Qingshan and then control the foundation of the Brahma Spirit King, the eldest emperor had always wanted to get rid of the deity, and finally asked an emperor to kill the deity in the Soul of War continent. Although it was unexpected that no one returned in the end, the deity also did not return, which made the emperor extremely satisfied. The eldest emperor never expected that the guy he thought had fallen suddenly appeared in the space of fascination. Judging by his momentum, he was not weaker than himself at all, and even stronger. How can it be? The great emperor roared in his heart. At the beginning, the eldest emperor was the 5-change God King, and the deity was only a half-step God King, and he hadn't even stepped into the God King realm. Right now, the two sides are at about the same level in terms of basic combat power. How can this not shock the eldest emperor's heart? The one who was also shocked was naturally the Brahma Spirit King. In Brahma Spirit King's heart, the deity should also be a person who has long since fallen. Suddenly appearing now, it seems that his strength is still extremely outstanding, and Brahma Spirit King was shocked speechless. Only then did the Brahma Spirit King understand why Qingshan and the others hadn't despaired. They ran and stalled while fighting. It turned out that they had known for a long time that there would be reinforcements. Very good, I didn't do it myself at the beginning, so I will kill you personally this time. The eldest emperor roared, and more power of the world poured into the fragments of the immortal artifact. No, not only the power of the world, the great emperor also poured all the immortal power stored in his body into the fragments of the immortal artifact. Immortal artifact, since it has the word immortal, it naturally needs the power of immortality to be able to exert the most complete power. When the power of immortality poured into the fragment of the immortal artifact, the fragment of the immortal artifact released an even more terrifying aura. The entire space trembled violently in such a terrifying breath, and terrifying cracks opened in the air. This time, the floods and torrents rolled out by the fragments of the immortal artifact are no longer black and yellow, but pure black. This torrent seems to come from some extremely evil place. Wherever it passes along the way, even the space is corroded. This level of power is even more terrifying than when it was still black and yellow. Puff. The eldest emperor suddenly vomited blood, his left cheek twitched, and veins popped out, and then it was as if it had been roasted by a fire. It was scorched black, and it looked like it had been corroded by something, with pits and holes. In a short period of time, the left cheek of the great emperor was disfigured. This is a complete disfigurement. Even with the strength of the great emperor's 8 transformations God King, the cheek cannot be restored unless he breaks through again in the future and advances to the 9 transformations God King or break through to the immortal God Emperor to recover 1 or 2. Obviously, this is the damage caused to the eldest emperor by the backlash of the immortal artifact. This power. The deity saw that the space was corroded by the black water, and this power made the deity feel astonished. With such power, I am afraid that the ordinary 9 transformations God King can only watch himself being swallowed helplessly, without the power to resist. What level is that fragment of the immortal artifact when it is complete? The deity took a deep breath. Such a terrifying fragment of the immortal artifact is close to the power of a low-level immortal artifact. When it is complete, it may be as high as a high-level immortal artifact. Facing the mighty black water, coming from all around, the deity immediately displayed the immortal body. Immediately, a dazzling golden light surged out, and the black water rushing madly was illuminated by the golden light. The deity was bathed in immortal brilliance, and then shot out, directly piercing into the black water. A scene that horrified the eldest emperor happened. The deity was bathed in golden light, like a sharp golden sword, splitting the black water in an instant. Casting the immortal physique, coupled with the previous sword demon form, the deity's strength immediately soared to an incredible level, and the immortal power contained in the immortal physique made Heishui shrink back, unable to take a step closer. The golden light approached quickly, seeing that the deity was about to rush in front of the eldest emperor. The first update. Han Xingxia, I remember that the royal surname of the Dashing Empire seems to be the Shao surname. Lin Tianqiu seemed to think of something, and whispered to Han Feng. Han Feng nodded slightly. It seems that Xiao Ba's identity is indeed the prince. If it is the prince, it's no wonder that there is a dark place. At this point, Han Feng didn't continue talking, which made Lin Tianqiu confused. Emperor, prince. The complexion of the young master surnamed Sun changed. He can be a dominator in the Holy Ring City, but it is only limited to the Holy Ring City. In Xingxiao City, the imperial city of the Dashing Empire, his status is nothing. As for the prince, he can also exist freely in Xingxiao City, which is not comparable to him. But just swallowed the loss? The young master surnamed Sun had a grim expression on his face. You said you are the prince, and you are the prince, do you have proof? The middle-aged man also reacted, yes, do you have proof? There are not many princes in the Dashing Empire, only 9, of which the first 6 are over 100 years old, and all of them are sanctuaries strong. Only the 7th prince, 8th prince, and 9th prince were born in the last 30 or 40 years. As a strong man in the sanctuary, the middle-aged man has been in seclusion for decades, and has never seen these 3 princes. In the big and prosperous empire of Nuoda, the middle-aged man didn't quite believe that he would be so unlucky, and he would be the prince if he met a young man casually. You. Xiao Ba was very annoyed, but this time he ran out secretly and in a hurry. The token symbolizing the status of the prince was accidentally left in the palace. At this time, he really had no way to get it. Proof. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man smiled. Sure enough, you are pretending to be the prince of the Dashing Empire. You are looking for death. If you are a brave person like you, maybe the royal family will reward me. The young master surnamed Sun was very excited. Third grandpa, arrest all of this group. The eyes of the young master surnamed Sun flashed with malicious intent and resentment. The middle-aged man didn't hesitate anymore. He came to Xiao Ba in a blink of an eye, and grabbed it with his claws. Xiao Ba looked furious, but there was nothing he could do. Xiao Ba's own cultivation base is only the second level of the sanctuary, and he is absolutely no match for the middle-aged man. Just when the middle-aged adult was about to grab Xiao Ba in his hand, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Ba, and he slapped it out. This person is Han Feng. Humph, how dare a mere junior dare to fight with this old man, ah! The middle-aged man screamed. Claw and palm collided with each other. The middle-aged man originally thought that the kid in front of him would be torn into pieces by his own claw, but he never thought that the end result would be that his entire wrist was broken. The big man screamed, flew upside down, and smashed into the wall with a bang. The young master surnamed Sun's smile froze. The shopkeeper of the fifth ring building was dumbfounded. All the servants of the Sun family looked terrified. God, this is the third elder of the Sun family who is at the pinnacle of the sixth heaven of the sanctuary, and he was slapped into the wall with a palm. What is the origin of this person? It's so strong. Behind Han Feng, Xiao Ba also swallowed his mouth and spit. I am a good boy, this Feng Han is too perverted. No wonder I can't see through his cultivation. It looks like this. It's not that this guy has a secret method to hide his cultivation. It's because my cultivation level is too low to tell. Slapped the sixth heaven of the sanctuary into the air with one palm, and even vomited blood. His cultivation base is at least the peak of the seventh heaven or even the eighth heaven. How did this kid cultivate? You. The middle-aged man is the sixth heaven of the sanctuary. Han Feng didn't use much force in his palm, even though the man vomited blood, it didn't hurt much. At this moment, the big man pointed at Han Feng speechless, his eyes full of fear. The reason why Han Feng was merciful was naturally because he was in the Dashing Empire. No matter how arrogant the Sun family is, it is still a family belonging to the Dashing Empire. If the strong Sun family is killed casually, who knows what the attitude of the royal family of the Dashing Empire will be like. Han Feng came to participate in the imperial assessment on behalf of the Great Jin Kingdom, not to make enemies. Xiao Ba's eyes flashed, and he guessed Han Feng's scruples, and immediately stepped forward. Senior, you are the third elder of the Sun family. Senior, you can let the Grand Elder of the Sun family come here. The Grand Elder met you in the Imperial City a few years ago. This prince. The face of the middle-aged man finally changed. Looking at Xiao Ba's unwavering expression, he was shocked and panicked. Could this guy really be the prince? Since he is the prince, why didn't he take out the prince's badge? When the young master surnamed Sun saw Xiao Ba being so confident, he also had a bad premonition in his heart. The middle-aged man stood up with a respectful expression. Please wait a moment, the old man is going to visit the great elder. In a flash, the big man disappeared in front of everyone. The gazes of Han Feng and the others fell on the young master surnamed Sun, with their faces on the periphery. The young master surnamed Sun had an ugly face and remained silent. On the contrary, the shopkeeper of the fifth ring building was so attentive. At this level, the shopkeeper couldn't tell that this guest was really a prince. No matter how awesome the young master surnamed Sun is, he is no better than the prince of the Dashing Empire. The private room that was originally intended for the young master surnamed Sun was replaced by Han Feng and others. Just as they sat down in the private room, the middle-aged man hurried over with an old man with white hair and a childlike face. The majestic gaze of the old man swept towards Han Feng and the others. The moment he saw Xiao Ba, the old man was shocked. Sun Bin sees the eighth prince. Sun Bin, the elder of the Sun family, immediately bent down. If the eighth prince was only a prince, Sun Bin could still maintain his cultivation level of the ninth heaven of the sanctuary and treat him as an equal. But Sun Bin knew that the eighth prince was already a second-tier saint in the sanctuary at the young age of 30, and he was fully capable of attacking the great sanctuary in the future. Coupled with his status as a prince, his status was not comparable to that of the grand elder of his grandson family. Seeing Sunbin bend over, the middle-aged man didn't know that this young man was really the prince of the dashing empire. Immediately, the middle-aged man's body softened and he fell to the ground. I don't know, it's the prince's arrival. Please forgive me if I offended you before. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly, with a look of panic. The old man scolded angrily, you dare to be disrespectful to the 8th prince, how bold you are. After finishing speaking, the old man turned his head and said in awe and fear, this person will be handed over to the 8th prince. The 3rd child offended the 8th prince, even if he is executed by the 8th prince, he deserves it. The middle-aged man's face turned pale in an instant, but thinking of the consequences of the 8th prince's anger, the entire Sun family might be destroyed in an instant. Compared with the safety of the family, my own life is mere. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's expression was dull. The little one can be dealt with by the 8th prince. Xiaoba's face was calm. You should feel lucky. If you really hurt this prince before, not only you will die, but the whole Sun family will also be buried with you. The first update. More. By the way, senior, this junior thinks that this person should be handed over to you for punishment. Han Feng patted himself on the head suddenly, and then threw a person out of the Xuanhuan temple. It was Brahma Spirit King's eldest disciple, Su Yushir. Suddenly, the scene was silent. Su Yushir had just been released, and he was still a little dazed. But soon Su Yushir discovered his situation. Whether it's Brahma Spirit King's flat eyes or Qingshan's angry face, it all shows that his future end is likely to be bad. Master, this disciple is wrong, this disciple was forced. Su Yushir wailed loudly, describing all his actions as forced, and even pressed the reasons for these forced on the emperor's head. Qingshan's anger decreased, replaced by contempt. Did Su Yushir treat everyone present as fools? Do you really think they will believe what he said? The deity, Han Feng, Yaqing, and the princess did not say a word. This Su Yushir is the eldest disciple of the Brahma Spirit King. It is up to the Brahma Spirit King to decide whether to release or punish him. Brahma Spirit King just stared at Su Yushir with those flat eyes. Gradually, Su Yushir's voice became smaller and smaller until he couldn't continue. Brahma Spirit King let out a long sigh, and then said with a little reminiscence, Little Shir, do you still remember the scene when our master and apprentice met for the first time? Su Yushir was silent. There seemed to be a scene in front of his eyes. It was a snowy day in winter. He curled up and endured the bullying of others. Su Yushir was born in the Su family. This Su family is nothing special, it is just a family of ancient gods. As a collateral branch of the Su family, Su Yushir always thought that his whole life would be like this, but he never thought that one day he would be favored by the God King and be accepted as a disciple by the God King. Up to now, Su Yushir still remembers that when he came out of the darkness, he swore to be loyal to the master all his life, let alone not to embarrass the master, so he studied hard every day. Since when did he change? Su Yushir's eyes were blank. Brahma Spirit King noticed the blankness in Su Yushir's eyes, and couldn't help sighing. As a teacher, I have already discovered that Xiaoshir, you are different from the beginning, but people will always change. As a teacher, I didn't pay much attention to it. How could I expect you to change so much? Big. Speaking of which, being a teacher is also a mistake. If we had paid attention earlier, maybe our master and apprentice would not have come to where we are today. Brahma Spirit King's eyes were also full of self-blame and pain. Su Yushir hesitated to speak, facing the self-blame and pain in Brahma Spirit King's eyes. Su Yushir found that he suddenly didn't want to say anything. Little Shir, people are always responsible for what they do. If you just betrayed teacher might arrest you and imprison you instead of taking your life. However, your behavior is very likely to cause the girl and the princess to fall into the hands of the emperor and be tortured by the emperor. Even the friends who came to rescue the teacher will die because of this. Although all these dangers are due to the appearance of Han Feng's deity dissipated, but this does not mean that the mistakes she made are not mistakes. If it weren't for the strong Han Feng himself, today's result may be different. Xiaoshi, if there is an afterlife, let's continue the relationship between master and apprentice. Xuanhuan was finally killed by the palm of Brahma Spirit King. Han Feng captured Xuanhuan, and he could have killed Xuanhuan, but in the end he handed Xuanhuan to Brahma Spirit King to deal with it. With Brahma Spirit King's experience, how could he not know why Han Feng did this? It's all just out of respect for him. Since Han Feng respected him, he had to accept it. And, Xuanhuan did go too far this time. If Han Feng himself hadn't appeared, the Brahma Spirit King knew that he would die in all likelihood, and Qingshan's fate would not be much better. Han Feng's deity is so strong, in order to give Han Feng's deity an explanation, he must not spare Xuanhuan lightly. In the God King space, everyone came to a mountain forest. When the matter was over, the beasts left again. Discovering that the deity's strength is so strong, the beasts also feel the urgency. If this continues, they will probably become soy saucers forever, which is something that few beasts don't want to see. Even if you can't protect the deity, at least you have to be a powerful helper. But Han Feng, the deity, Yaqing, Qingshan, the Crown Maiden and Brahma Spirit King stayed temporarily. As a collateral branch of the Su family, Xuanhuan always thought that his whole life would be like this, but he never thought that one day he would be favored by the God King and be accepted as a disciple by the God King. Han Feng, Yaqing, and Brahma Spirit King need to recover from their injuries, and during this period, the deity will be on guard. It was not easy for Qingshan to reunite with this deity, so naturally she was unwilling to separate from this deity. As for the princess, she is too weak to venture into the space of the God King alone, so she can only stay here with everyone. About half a day later, a friend of the Brahma Spirit King found here. This friend is the 7 Transformation God King, who was the 6th Transformation God King before coming to the God King space. In half a month, Brahma Spirit King's injury has recovered 7 or 788. Before that, Brahma Spirit King had sent a message to his friends, explaining that he is safe now and there is no need to continue to rush here. Most of Brahma Spirit King's friends returned, and only one friend continued to rush here, because this God King had other things to do to find Brahma Spirit King. According to a friend of the Brahma Spirit King, he and some other God Kings discovered a God King stone mine. This God King stone mine does not produce the highest grade of God King stones, but the God King stone mine mainly consists of 4th-class God King stones and 5th-class God King stones, and occasionally 3rd-class God King stones are produced, but the quantity is too small to be ignored. The level of the God King stone is not high, but the production is large, and when it reaches a certain level, it is not bad for the 7 Transformation God Kings. However, when they were excavating the God King stone recently, the God King stone mine was also targeted by other God Kings. They might be attacked in a short time, and they urgently need super masters who can sit in charge. Therefore, this person thought of the Brahma Spirit King. With the God King of 8 changes sitting in command, it is enough to guarantee that they own the God King stone mine. The Brahma Spirit King naturally agreed to a friend's request. If the output is really as much as that of his friends, then it is not without benefits for him. It is naturally impossible to break through, and he may accumulate more foundation. The foundation is deep to a certain extent. Once you break through the 9 transformations God King in the future, you can hit the middle and late stages of the 9 transformations God King, or even the peak in a very short period of time. Of course, Brahma Spirit King also put forward a condition, that is, once a 3rd-class God King stone is produced, it must be provided to him for practice. On this point, the friend quickly agreed. For one thing, the number of 3rd-class God King stones is really scarce, and not many can be produced. Secondly, if there is no Brahma Spirit King sitting in the town, once other people invite the 8 changes God King, they will not get the 3rd class God King stone, even the 4th class and 5th class God King stones. Good thing, Brahma Spirit King was the first to think of this deity, and made an invitation to this deity, and that friend was even more enthusiastic when he learned that this deity had already killed 2 masters of the 8 transformation kings. However, after thinking for a moment, the deity still refused. With the foundation of the deity surpassing the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, the God King stone with a low level, even if there are a lot of them, has a weak effect on him. The most important thing is that this deity intends to integrate with the Korean style here. After so many years, the 3 parts of the original soul that were separated at the beginning, now it is time to reunite and integrate into the body of the deity. 3rd. God King, one more. D2446 Peak of the 8 Transformations God King, 1 update. In fact, when the Brahma Spirit King invited him, he also thought that the deity would probably reject his invitation. Even he looked down on the God King stone. If his friend hadn't promised that all the 3rd class God King stones would belong to him, Brahma Spirit King himself might not be sure. We'll go. Xuanhuan is still the 5-change God King. Although she is the foundation of the Heavenly Emperor, she can only be considered medium in the overall strength level of the current God King space. If it weren't for the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, it would not be impossible to rank in the lower middle or even the lower reaches. 4th and 5th class God King stones are very useful to Xuanhuan. If there are a certain amount of them, Xuanhuan has some hope of breaking through to the 7 transformation God Kings in one fell swoop. Gangbabudi Love Secret Test star enemy Feng Chaxian was a bit disappointed that he failed to invite the deity, but the Brahma Spirit King is also the 8 transformation God King, and the one that friend wanted to invite at first was the Brahma Spirit King, so there is no pity of. The God King with the foundation of Tianjun also has the hope of hitting a higher level in the God King space. Although this hope is very small, it is better to have hope than to have no hope. Yaqing is already the God King of 7 changes, but she has just stepped in, and she is still far away from the peak of the 7 changes God King, so a large number of 4th and 5th class God King stones are not useless to Yaqing. It is unlikely to break through the 8 transformation God Kings through this, but it is still possible to reach the peak of the 7 transformation God Kings and accumulate a deep foundation at the peak of the 7 transformations God Kings. Xingdi Chu Yuan cool skills, Tai Shua Xing Yuan I detect hatred soon. The deity and Han Feng found a hidden place. Han Feng began to improve his cultivation, and the deity was guarding at the side. Being stared at by the 2 women, the deity felt a little numb, touched his nose, and said with a wry smile, "Next, I will completely merge with the reincarnation. This is the last fusion. The fusion time must be very long, and the same is true for the stable state after fusion. For such a long time, it is a waste of time for you to stay here, you might as well go out and look for opportunities." Kucho Ku is unsympathetic to test secret hate Feng Zhan Kuyu Ku, because before they merge, they still need to reach the peak of the 7 transformation God Kings. This fusion will take at least 100 or 200 years from the beginning to the end, and then stabilize the state and adapt to the changes after the fusion. It is really not a big deal for them to stay here all the time. The 2 women are also very ambitious, and they finally waited for the God King space, a place full of opportunities. If they don't take this opportunity to hit a higher level, then it will be difficult to have this opportunity again in the future. Although I was a little disappointed that I didn't succeed in inviting the deity, but the Brahma Spirit King is also the 8 transformation God King, and the friend wanted to invite the Brahma Spirit King at first, so there is no pity. The fiefdom is not unique to the secret art gang battle ball cool place 8 change God King and 9 change God King. Almost impossible to reach outside. Even in the 2 ranks of the middle God King and the upper God King, which are generally recognized as difficult to fight beyond the level, it is not impossible for the Yan tribe to want to fight beyond the level. Ku Yu Ji hated Feng Chuan Feng Jietai, I see. Brahma's spirit king knew the deity's plan, so he gave up. However, Han Feng, like Yaqing, has just stepped into the realm of the seven transformations God King, and has just stabilized the realm of the seven transformations God King, and there is still a distance from the peak of the seven transformations God King. Gonka de Yuan's ghost skills are the most troublesome to test me, is this good? Brahma Spirit King was a little surprised when he heard that the deity planned to let Yaqing and Qingshan go together. Fortunately, after killing the eldest son, the deity got a lot of spoils. With these spoils, plus 2 second-class God King stones, it is enough to ensure that Han Feng will be promoted to the peak of the seven transformation God Kings. Decades later, Han Feng absorbed 2 second-class God King stones, and with the spoils he got from killing the great emperor, he finally succeeded in ascending to the peak of the seven transformation God Kings. And the deity didn't waste time. After a period of vigilance, he practiced for a while, and after a period of practice, he was vigilant for a while. He kept vigilant all the time, allocated part of his mind to vigilance, and did not devote himself to cultivation. This kind of practice will naturally affect the efficiency, but after all, this deity has long been the peak of the seven transformation God King, and he used the loot resources to cultivate, just to deepen his background, and he didn't even think about hitting the 8-change God King. If you put your heart into it, it will not have a big impact on your cultivation. Gang, Kuyuan Enmity Love Secrets Study Gongdi Academics. The Empress Dowager is just the foundation of the Heavenly King, and if she can break through to the 4 transformations God King, she has basically reached the top, which can be regarded as reaching a limit of the Heavenly King's foundation. I have had the experience of merging with Tang Feng and Long Feng, and I have also experienced many times of world disasters before. This time, the deity was very calm in the fusion and breakthrough, and did not panic at all. Even if the inner world suffered another strong impact and was almost damaged during the breakthrough process, it was only a slight eyebrow raised, and soon with rich experience, the inner world was stabilized again. With Han Feng's breakthrough to the 8 transformation God King, Han Feng's internal world has reached a limit, it seems boundless, compared to the soul of war continent that he has been to before, and not in the slightest. As Han Feng breaks through to the God King of 8 transformations, the world inside Han Feng's body has reached a limit, it seems to be boundless, and it is not small compared to the soul of war continent that he has been to before. Only when the inner world undergoes the cleansing of immortal power and evolves into a higher level world, can a high-level life with a complete cultivation system be born. It wasn't until the rumbling sound of the mountain forest continued that it was almost shattered, that Han Feng suddenly stopped his long roar, and restrained his breath deep inside his body again. Gang Yuanqiu Kutai, the most skilled ball player, said, "We will be separated for a while again." The deity watched Qingshan and Yaqing leave, and couldn't help but sigh. See 2 more. D. 2447, Immortal Great Sun Body, Second Update. A 7-change God King and a 6-change God King have been promoted to the peak of the 7-change God King, so this time it should also be an 8-change God King and a 7-change God King to be promoted to the peak of the 8-change God King. The most hated Yuan Ku Kao, me hated, Kufang Bujian Mo 8 Transformation God King Peak. Some things are beyond my expectation. Han Feng was a little surprised. It seems that what state will be after fusion and how much can be improved. Although the cultivation state of the reincarnated body is important, the cultivation state of the main body is even more important. Han Feng secretly said. In the previous fusion, the main body was promoted from the 6-change God King to the 7-change God King peak, a whole big realm, especially the foundation surpassed the Emperor of Heaven, and the improvement was even greater. So even if the reincarnated body is still in the realm of the 7 transformations God King, but because of the extraordinary strength of the main body, it was finally promoted to the peak of the 8 transformations God King. Not bad. Xingbuqiu, Fengmi, the most hated Xian Tongji in the examination of Fengmi, the white sun flame that it fluctuates alone, is extremely powerful, and it is not bad at all compared to the low-level immortal fire. In terms of comprehensive strength, Han Feng believes that he is still among the best. Han Feng did not underestimate the genius of the world, so he did not confidently say that he is the first person. Although immortal blood or immortal body are extremely rare, they are not uncommon. Gang Di Chiu Ku Kao Secret Ball Feng Zao, cannot when Han Feng has raised himself to a limit in all aspects. The space of the God King is about to end, and only a few decades are left. If there is a genius who possesses an intermediate level immortal bloodline or immortal body, then his combat power cannot be ignored even by the current Han Feng. As for the high-level immortal bloodline or immortal body, Han Feng believes that it should be impossible to have. As far as he knows, in today's 3000 god realm, although there are very few god emperors who have high-level immortal blood and immortal god bodies, they became god queens and got promoted by acquired means. It's a pity that you have just stepped into the peak of the 8 transformations god king, and you need more resources to stabilize the realm before you can hit the 9 transformations god king realm. Han Feng felt his current state. He was at the level that could reach the peak of the 8 transformations god king. If he suffered some damage from the original source, he would easily fall from the peak level of the 8 transformations god king and fall back to the later stage. The improvement of cultivation is second, the most important thing is. Han Feng suddenly smiled, this fusion means completeness. The 3 parts of the soul that were separated at the beginning have all returned, so after this fusion, one of the divine bodies has undergone drastic changes. The benefits brought to Han Feng are also the biggest among the 3 fusions. When Han Feng was still in the stage of true God and ancient God, especially in the stage of true God, the great Rian body provided Han Feng with great help. However, with the continuous growth of Han Feng's strength, Dainikianti was gradually eliminated. The ultimate state of the great Rian physique is only equivalent to an ordinary top-grade chaos divine physique, and the increase in Han Feng's strength is really limited. Take the present as an example. Han Feng's realm has reached the peak of the 8 transformations god king, and his basic combat power is not weaker than the ordinary 9 transformations god king. The increase achieved is to increase the combat power by 20 or 30. The farthest love skill is too big to make trouble. 100,000 increased by 20 or 30, not even a fraction, and the increase was minimal. But what Han Feng didn't expect was that this divine body, which had long been unable to keep up with his own, actually merged with Jiuyang's divine body, undergoing earth-shaking changes. That's right, after the fusion of the great Rian physique and the 9 suns divine physique, a new divine physique has been formed, and the level of this divine physique has qualitatively changed to the immortal level. There is no doubt that even if Han Feng is promoted to God Emperor in the future, if he has 4 low-level immortal bloodlines and divine body, he will still have a huge advantage in the same level. If Fen Tianxian had a physical breakthrough, or a qualitative breakthrough and was promoted to the immortal level, then what Han Feng possessed was almost equivalent to having 4 different immortal bloodlines or divine bodies in his body. Xuanhuan, Qing Tai Badminton, Sealing Technique Naoji Ship, the Great Rian Physique, is a kind of divine body that Han Feng possessed in the past, and it was obtained in the small world of martial arts. There is no doubt that even if Han Feng is promoted to God Emperor in the future, if he has the 4 low-level immortal bloodlines and divine body, he will still have a great advantage in the same level. In addition, as the cultivation base breaks through to the peak of the 8 change God King, he has the basic strength no less than the ordinary 9 change God King peak, such as the Flame Demon, Sungling Sword and the Immortal Body, which can already exert great power and need to be practiced again to master, until the power of 10 can be exerted. Feng Yuan Bu Qiu Feng's secret test technique. Feng Zhan Nua Di Ship congenital immortal blood or divine body. It is rare to surpass the intermediate level, because the level is too high, and the newborn body can't bear it. From the king of the 6 transformations to the peak of the 8 transformations, the improvement is not small, but compared with the Lord of the Flame God, it is far behind. Han Feng frowned. With only the last few decades left, even if there is an adventure, the possibility of breaking through the 9 transformations God King is extremely small. How did the Lord of the Flame God soar from the 1 transformation God King to the 9 transformations God King? Forget it, let's go join Yaching and the others first, and fight hard in the last few decades. If you really can't break through to the 9 transformations God King, you can only go out and work hard. But what Han Feng didn't expect was that this divine body, which had long been unable to keep up with his own, actually merged with the Jiuyang divine body, undergoing earth-shaking changes. When Yaching and the others left, Brahma Spirit King's friend had already informed Han Feng of his location, so Han Feng only had to fly directly according to the news given by the God King. C. The Tower of the Gods and Kings, one more. D. 244, on the Tower of the King of God, one more. With Han Feng's current cultivation level at the peak of the 8 transformations God King, which is not weaker than that of the ordinary 9 transformations God King peak, in just 10 days and a half months, Han Feng came to the God King stone mine that Brahma Spirit King friends said. Among the many races and in the same realm, the physical body of the dragon race has always been among the best. This kid, I'm afraid I can kill the old man with just a breath now. Brahma Spirit King shook his head and smiled, and then his figure flashed, disappeared into the opened cave, and appeared in the void of the mountain range to meet Han Feng. This good friend called the Xuanhuan God King, who came from the Dali clan. The Dali clan is born with a strong physical body, and most of them are the best of the same level. They dare to compete with the dragon clan of the same realm. The most unscientific situation is to test the ball, to conquer the enemy. The Qinglong clan is the same as the Donghuang Tianlong clan. They are now hiding in the different space of the Dragon God realm, and they are rarely born. In today's Dragon God realm, it is rare to see the Azure Dragon clan, which makes the Azure Dragon clan extremely mysterious. According to rumors, it is said that the Qinglong clan and the other 3 clans are not far behind, and it is also said that during these years of recuperation, the Qinglong clan has regained its vitality, and its current strength is enough to rank in the forefront in the Dragon God realm, second only to Dragon God Palace and Eastern Emperor Tianlong. Of course, this does not mean that the God King Xuanhuan possesses the combat power of the 8 transformations God King, it is just that he has a strong physical body. He can only say that he has the power to fight, and he will not be as unbearable as the ordinary 7 transformations God King. Kuyuanka, Qiu Feng's secret research, Fengmi, Ke Chaiyuan Yaching, Qingshan, and Brahma Spirit King soon discovered Han Feng's undisguised aura. The imposing manner of Han Feng's arrival also alarmed the other God Kings. These God Kings appeared one after another with solemn expressions, and when they saw the actions of Brahma Spirit King, Xuanhuan God King and others, their faces softened. Boy Han, congratulations on your breakthrough again. You should have been promoted to the God King of 9 transformations by now. The Brahma Spirit King sized up Han Feng a few times, and after finding that he couldn't see through Han Feng's realm, he tried this way. Han Feng just smiled and said, "This junior has indeed made great progress in strength." As for whether he is the king of 9 changes, Han Feng did not answer, neither admitted nor denied. Han Feng just smiled and said, "This junior has indeed made great progress in strength." As for whether he is the king of 9 changes, Han Feng did not answer, neither admitted nor denied. Beyond the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, this matter is too important. The 3000 God realm does not have such a foundation, so Han Feng will not easily reveal his foundation. Anyway, the God King of 8 transformations who surpassed the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven is similar to the God King of 9 transformations who is the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven. It is not wrong to treat him as the God King of 9 transformations. Brahma Spirit King thought that Han Feng had admitted it. Can't help but take a breath, and then look envious. Your boy's reincarnation and fusion skills are too perverted. Without such skills, even if your boy is in the space of the King of Gods, he can't improve so quickly. Xingqiu Keyuan's cool secret technique Gangyue Ho Qing Zhan. The realm of the 7 transformations God King and the physical strength of the Li Xuan God King are comparable to the ordinary 8 transformations God King. Divine King Li Xuan did not know the reincarnation formula of the 3rd generation. Although he was a little puzzled by the conversation between Han Feng and the others, Divine King Li Xuan was certain of one thing. That is, the young man in front of him had reached the ultimate state of a divine king. Never neglect. Han Feng discovered that Yaqing's cultivation base has been raised to the peak of the 7 transformations God King, and she is only 1 step away from the 8 transformations God King. It seems that she has gained a lot here. Qingshan has also improved a lot, from the original 5 transformations God King to the current 7 transformations God King. However, compared to Yaqing's peak, Qingshan is still a little behind. As for the princess, she is still in the realm of the 4-change God King. Obviously, she is only a princess with the foundation of the Heavenly King. Even if there are many God King stones, she cannot easily break through the limit of the Heavenly King's foundation, and step into the 5-change God King that the Heavenly King's foundation does not even dare to hope for. Realm. For the sake of the Brahma Spirit King, Han Feng's attitude towards these God Kings is considered gentle, but Han Feng's attitude is gentle, and these 7 transformation God Kings dare not neglect. That's right, all of these God Kings are in the realm of the 7 transformation God Kings, and many of them have reached the peak of the 7 transformation God Kings. It's a pity that in the realm of the upper God Kings, breaking through from the 7-change God King to the 8-change God King, and from the 8-change God King to the 9-change God King are 2 great difficulties, so although these God Kings have absorbed a large number of 4th-level God Kings, 5th-class God King stone is still trapped in the peak of the 7-change God King, and it is difficult to go further. The same is true for the Brahma Spirit King, who has been in this God King space for more than 900 years, and the Brahma Spirit King is still hopeless except for the fact that the 8 transformation God King peak is getting deeper and deeper. Because of the rise of the Su family, the White Tiger clan, the right to name the God realm was replaced, and the White Tiger God realm was changed to the Taishu God realm. When the Xuanhuan temple was obtained in the lower plane, the former master of the Tool Spirit, King Zhu Yan, was from the Suzaku clan. Han Feng still remembered that there was a collection of the God King Zhu Yan in the Xuanhuan temple, and he needed to return it to the relatives of the King Zhu Yan of the Suzaku clan. For a long time, although Han Feng remembered this incident, he was unable to go to the Suzaku God realm for various reasons. Another one, Han Feng didn't know where the Suzaku God realm was. Xing is far from alone. Feather hates Xing too secret and hates early. Anyway, the 8 transformations God King who surpassed the foundation of the Heavenly Emperor is similar to the 9 transformations God King who is the foundation of the Heavenly Emperor. It is not wrong to treat him as the 9 transformations God King. Among the many races and the same realm, the physical body of the dragon race has always been among the best. As for the Azure Dragon clan, because of the rise of the Eastern Emperor Tianlong clan, the right to name the God realm was also replaced, and the Azure Dragon God realm was changed to the Eastern Emperor God realm. The Azure Dragon clan is the same as the Eastern Emperor Tianlong clan. They all hide in the different space of the Dragon God realm and rarely come out. In today's Dragon God realm, it is rare to see the Azure Dragon clan, which makes the Azure Dragon clan extremely mysterious. According to rumors, it is said that the Qinglong clan and the other 3 clans are not far behind, and it is also said that during these years of recuperation, the Qinglong clan has regained its vitality, and its current strength is enough to rank in the forefront in the Dragon God realm, second only to Dragon God Palace and Eastern Emperor Tianlong. Xingqiu Keyuan's cool skill feather technique star not cold seal test Qingshan has also improved greatly, from the original 5-change God King to the current 7-change God King. However, compared to Yaqing's peak, Qingshan is still a little behind. See The Tower of the Gods and Kings, 2 more. Phone reading. Brahma Spirit King is such a sensitive person. During the conversation, Han Feng quickly discovered that Han Feng seemed to be very interested in Zhu Lai and Suzaku God Realm, so he intentionally brought the topic to Zhu Lai God King and Suzaku God Realm to satisfy Han Feng. Curiosity. God King Zhu Lai seemed to have noticed this too, although he was surprised, but in order to befriend Han Feng, the God King of 9 transformations, God King Zhu Lai didn't mind telling Han Feng about some things about his clan. Anyway, it's not a secret thing. Han Feng found that although the Suzaku clan had declined and there were only 3, 4, or 5 God Emperors in the clan, God King Zhu Lai still looked very proud. The enemy, the ground, the cool ship, the cold, and the cold. After chatting for a while, Han Feng changed the topic, and if the conversation continued, it would bring other people the feeling that they were not slightly interested, but that they had plans. Han Feng didn't rashly ask God King Zhu Lai if he knew God King Zhu Yan. After all, God King Zhu Yan fought against God King Blood Demon and many other God Kings for a powerful world artifact with the potential to be promoted to an immortal artifact. When he escaped from the lower plane, the Blood Demon God King seemed to have raised the world's artifact from a potential to a true immortal artifact level. Han Feng believed that the Vermilion Flame God King's competition for the immortal artifact must have been known to the God Kings of the Suzaku clan. If the matter of King Zhu Yan was directly told, the higher-ups of the Vermilion Bird clan might wonder whether the immortal artifact would be on him after they knew about it. It is true that Han Feng's current comprehensive strength is not afraid of some weaker and ordinary first and second-tier God Emperors, but there must not be many God Emperors of the Suzaku clan. For example, the Suzaku clan, even if they decline, the glory and self-esteem that once belonged to the Suzaku clan would not allow them to become mere ordinary God Emperors. Against the God Emperor, at the first level, Han Feng can still compete, but at the second level, it pales in comparison. The legendary God Emperor, even at the first level, probably needs Han Feng's all-out efforts at this time. Sun Di is far from being in love with the enemy and learning the skill of Zhanyang Lone Star. The Invincible Emperor, the first rank, is not what Han Feng can compete with now. Sun Di is far from being in love with the enemy and learning the technique of Zhanyang Lone Star. Thousands of years are really too short. Especially after experiencing from the early stage of the 6 transformations God Kings to the current peak of the 8 transformations God Kings, Han Feng is more aware of the difficulty of the breakthrough of the God Kings. Moreover, the heaven-defying God Emperor is basically Tier 2 once he breaks through, the legendary God Emperor is Tier 3 once he breaks through, and the invincible God Emperor is Tier 4 once he breaks through. In other words, after the current Han Feng's comprehensive strength has exploded, he can barely compete against the God-defying Emperor who just broke through. The ancestor of the Suzaku clan was originally the 6th-level peak invincible God Emperor, and possessed the top immortal blood, so he was known as being able to fight against the weakest master. The current Lord of the Flame God. Not as good as the ancestor of the Suzaku clan. With such an ancestor in front, the God Kings of the Suzaku clan would not be willing to lag behind too much. If it weren't for this, Han Feng believed that with the background of the Suzaku clan for so many years, there would never be a small number of weak God Emperors and ordinary God Emperors. I said, "Are we going to talk in the sky all the time?" Brahma Spirit King couldn't help crying and laughing when he saw the endless communication between the people in the sky. When the other God Kings heard this, they felt a little embarrassed. It's not their fault. They finally saw an ultimate God King who had reached the realm of the 9 transformation God King. They were so curious that they couldn't help talking more. Yes, what is it in the sky? Let's all go to Brahma Spirit King. Divine King Xuanhuan said hastily. Among the crowd, Brahma Spirit King was the most powerful and had a higher realm. Xuanhuan God King and others did not dare to surpass Brahma Spirit King to entertain Han Feng. Soon, Han Feng arrived at Brahma Spirit King's cave mansion, like stars holding the moon. All the decorations in the cave are very simple. There is no need to make too many tricks in the temporary cave. However, Brahma Spirit King has practiced here for hundreds of years, which makes this simple cave full of popularity. Now that there are more people, it will be more lively. About half a day later, many god kings left one by one, leaving the space for Han Feng and others. Haha, the old man will not delay the reunion of the three of you, grand lady, let me go with the old man. Brahma Spirit King laughed loudly, touched his chin, and then asked the crown lady to leave together, leaving his cave to the Han Feng three people. Inside the cave, the breath gradually became ambiguous and pink. This time, Han Feng really reunited with Yaqing and Qingshan, reunited with the two daughters in the most complete form after the three souls returned to one. The second daughter doesn't have to worry about the subject and reincarnation. Are you really the God King of 9 changes? Yaqing raised her eyebrows, somewhat disbelieving. Qingshan seems to think that, 10,000 years ago in the Linghuang Palace, Han Feng said that his foundation surpassed the Emperor of Heaven, so that means. Han Feng smiled and nodded, now I am only the 8 transformation God King, and I have just reached the peak, and I am still far from the 9 transformation God King. I knew it, but even so, your strength is not weaker than those 9 transformation God Kings. With all kinds of means, there are probably very few 9 transformation God Kings who can beat you. TSK, you really deserve to be my man. Qingshan hugged Han Feng's arm with a proud face. Yaqing smiled slightly, and said, fortunately, it's not the God King of 9 changes, otherwise you won't get much benefit from the next opportunity. Opportunity? Han Feng raised his eyebrows. Yaqing nodded, I also heard from Senior Brahma Spirit King and Zhu Lai Xuanhuan. Senior Zhu Lai came from the Suzaku clan. The Suzaku clan has a long history. It is not once or twice to enter the space of the God King, so there are many people left behind. Information. It is said that when there are only the last 10 years left in the God King space, a God King Tower will be lowered. As long as you enter the God King Tower and pass through the barrier, you will get the God King Golden Light bestowed by the God King Tower. Absorbing the golden light of the God King can greatly improve the cultivation level. For those with weaker foundations, they can even rely on the golden light of the God King to improve their foundation. For example, the foundation of Tianzuan may be able to upgrade to the level of the foundation of the false emperor. The foundation of Tianjun can be promoted to the foundation of false Tianzuan or Tianzuan. If the princess wants to break through to the 5-changing God King, she can only rely on the golden light of the God King. It is too difficult for the 8 transformations God King to break through to the 9 transformations God King. Only the God King Jingguang can have some hope. Senior Brahma Spirit King hopes to break through to the 9 transformations God King through the God King Jingguang. The Lord of the Flame God also absorbed the golden light of many God Kings before he was promoted to the 9 changes God King. God King Tower. God King Golden Light. A gleam flashed in Han Feng's eyes, and at the same time he finally understood why the Flame God Lord could improve so much. Han Feng was wondering before, even if the Lord of the Flame God got a lot of God King stones or God King Spirit crystals at the beginning, and absorbed a lot of God King Chi to make his cultivation level soar, it would take time to refine it, and it would take time after refining it. It will also take time to fully harness the power of the pump. 1,000 years is really too short. Especially after experiencing from the early stage of the 6 transformations God King to the current peak of the 8 transformations God King, Han Feng is more aware of the difficulty of breaking through the future of the God King. Enemy Yuanqiu, Ku Alone Not Ball, by Guion Shuttlecock. The root of everything lies in the God King Tower and the God King Golden Light bestowed by the God King Tower. The second update. Chapter 24:55, 2450, God King Pagoda arrives, first update. P.S. the second update may be very late, or there may not be one. If there is no second update, tomorrow the third update will be made up. No wonder Senior Brahma Spirit King didn't look in a hurry. It seemed that he was planning to rush into the God King Tower and muttered to Han Feng, and then Han Feng smiled, speaking of which, I didn't break through to the 8 transformation God King, but it's just a matter of time. Good thing. That's right. Qing Shan and Yaqing agreed very much, otherwise in the God King Tower, there is really no way to advance. Even if one breaks through from the 9 transformations God King to the peak of the 9 transformations God King, the gap is not that big, and the breakthrough to the God Emperor is still a 4th level God Emperor, and there will be no difference. I'm relieved now. I was still thinking about the space of the God King this time. I'm afraid the 8 transformations God King is my limit. It's over here. I didn't expect. Han Feng looked happy. By the way, how many floors does the God King Tower have? How much benefit can you get at most? Yaqing spread her hands, blinked, and said, I don't know about this, even Senior God King Zhu Lai doesn't know. It seems to be infinite, as long as you can persevere. That's it. Han Feng held his chin, thoughtful. So, how did the God King Tower come down? How are we going? I heard from Senior God King Zhu Lai that in the last 10 years, the God King space will drop God King Tower clones everywhere, and we can choose the nearest place to fly to. When everyone enters the God King Tower, they will appear together inside the God King Tower. Furthermore, those who entered the same God King Tower will also descend in a very close place, and they can join forces to fight against the enemy. The reason why Master, Senior Divine King Zhu Lai and Divine King Li Xuan gathered together is also to join forces in the Divine King space. It seems that the weakest monsters appearing on every level in the God King space are the ordinary 7 transformations God King level. If they don't unite, even the 8 transformations God Kings won't be able to break through a few layers. This time it was Qing Shan who explained to Han Feng. Later, Han Feng learned more about the God King Tower. In the God King Tower, there are monsters specially condensed by the God King Tower, called God King Beasts, which are divided into 4 levels, low level, middle level, high level, and top level. Each level also has different strengths. Some low-level God King beasts are powerful, and there are few opponents in the same level. Some low-level God King beasts are only average in strength and will be instantly killed by powerful low-level God King beasts. According to the difference in combat power in the same level, the God King beasts of each level are divided into 3 levels, 1 star, 2 star, and 3 star. 1 star is considered ordinary in the same level, 2 stars are considered elite, and 3 stars are considered extreme. For example, the low-level God King beast is equivalent to the strength of the 7-change God King. The 1-star low-level God King is the most common 7-change God King, and the 3-star low-level God King beast is the ultimate master among the 7-change God Kings. The middle-level God King beast is equivalent to the 8-change God King. The high-level God King beast is equivalent to the 9 changes God King. As for the top level, it is said that its strength has surpassed the limit of the 9 transformations God King. It is said that only the 9 transformations God King with defying strength can compete, such as possessing immortal blood or divine body. So far, very few can compete with the top-level God King beasts, so no one has determined how many floors the God King Tower has in total, because the God Kings who often enter the God King Tower can only deal with high-level God King beasts at most. Basically, if you see the top-level God King beast, you will be eliminated and cannot enter the next level. Does the strength exceed the limit of the 9 changes God King? A sharp light flashed in Han Feng's eyes. I don't know, with his current comprehensive strength, whether he has the ability to compete with the top-level God King beast. Next, Han Feng chatted with Yaqing and Qing Shan about other topics, mainly to relieve their lovesickness. The 3 of them didn't do anything embarrassing. After all, this is the cave of the Brahma Spirit King. How could they do that kind of thing? Time basically passed by chatting. Then, Han Feng simply opened up a cave by himself. Living here obviously intends to stay with Qingshan and Yaqing until the God King Tower comes down. Seeing this scene, the rest of the God Kings were ecstatic. In the Tower of the God King, if there is a God King of 9 transformations to help them, the benefits they will get are self-evident, and they will definitely not refuse to save them. In their own cave, the 3 of Han Feng don't mind doing anything. Every time Qingshan and Yaqing leave the cave, they look nourished and are often teased by other God Kings. In such a day, time flies, and there are only 10 years left before the end of the God King space. On this day, a hole suddenly opened tens of thousands of miles away, and a golden tower of gods flashed out from the hole, which was the tower of the King of God. At the moment when the God King Pagoda descended, hundreds of thousands of miles around were engulfed by a piece of golden light. When these golden lights spread to Han Feng and the others, Han Feng suddenly felt direct. When he resonated with the golden light, he would be transported to the God King Tower. Obviously, Han Feng is not the only one who feels this way. Qingshan, Yaqing, the Empress Dowager, Brahma Spirit King, God King Xuanhuan, God King Zhu Lai, and other God Kings all feel this way. My lord, God King Pagoda, please. Han Feng of many God dynasties surrendered. They dare not call Han Feng a boy like Brahma Spirit King. Han Feng cupped his hands in return. Don't worry, everyone, as long as Han is within the scope of his ability, he will help anyone in the God King Tower. With Han Feng's promise, these God Kings resonated with the golden light one after another, and the next moment their figures twisted, and they merged directly into the golden light. Han Feng turned around and said to Yaqing, Qingshan, and the prince, you 3 should gather by my side as soon as possible, especially the prince, you are the most dangerous. The princess had a bitter face. I understand. I didn't expect that the weakest low-level God King Beast can give me my body in seconds. The weakest low-level God King Beast has the strength of a common 7-change God King with the foundation of a heavenly emperor. For the queen, even the space on the first floor of the God King Tower is an extremely terrifying and dangerous place. It's like a harmless cat that broke into the group of dinosaurs. Any dinosaur can swallow a cat in its stomach. Han Feng and others resonated with the golden light one after another, and soon merged into the golden light. The golden light enveloped tens of thousands of miles, and continued to spread outward until it reached a limit before converging at an astonishing speed. Resonating with the golden light, the God King, who merged into the golden light, was also brought into the Tower of the God King. The God King Tower. The sky is gloomy, and there is a desert nearby, and the Han wind descends on this place. In an instant, Han Feng's powerful spirit gushed out frantically and blasted in all directions. In the Tower of the God King, Han Feng's soul was not suppressed too much. The soul that is not weaker than the level of the 9 transformations God King makes Han Feng's perception range has reached an unprecedented level. Soon, Han Feng discovered the aura of a familiar person. In the next moment, Han Feng turned into a beam of light and flew away. Ho ho! But at this moment, a God King Beast roared and charged. Judging by its aura, it was just a low-level God King Beast. The King Beast exploded. Soup. The first update of the God King, one more. Where the God King Beast was blasted, a golden light suddenly flew out and attacked Han Feng. This golden light fell into Han Feng's hands and quickly turned into an illusory token. Han Feng knew that this was the God King Gold Medal. Every time he killed a God King Beast, he would get golden light condensed into a God King Gold Medal. When the God King Gold Medal was completely condensed and turned into real gold, he could enter the next level. It is worth mentioning that the God King Beasts in each space are limited. In other words, although it is necessary to fight with the God King Beast in the God King space, it is also necessary to be careful of other god kings to snatch it. The higher you go, the fewer god kings and beasts, and the more fierce the battle between god kings will be. If you can't hunt enough god king beasts and condense the real god king gold medal, then even if you have the strength, you won't be able to enter the next level, and the god king golden light you get will be greatly reduced. Perhaps it is the lack of such a layer of the golden light of the god king, which leads to falling into the limit of a certain stage of the god king and being unable to break through for a long time. Therefore, even if the 1-star low-level god king beast is not worth mentioning to Han Feng still used his momentum to suppress and explode the god king beast. Flying all the way, Han Feng found that the number of god king beasts is really not much. This is still the first floor, wouldn't it be less in the next few floors? Han Feng. A voice of surprise came, and then a figure flew from the other side. It was the princess whom Han Feng's soul had sensed for a long time. Han Feng also didn't expect that the one closest to him would be the Empress Dowager instead of Qingshan and Yaqing. Great, the concubine's luck seems to be good. Soon the two met, and the princess smiled. For the princess, it was a great fortune to meet Han Feng so quickly when she came to the God King Tower for the first time. "Ma'am, have you ever discovered the God King Beast?" "No, if a God King Beast appeared near my body, I'm afraid it would have been swallowed up long ago." The princess felt lingering fear. Although she knew that the Tower of the God King was terrifying, but after she got here personally, the queen found out that it was more terrifying than she had imagined. The space here was filled with terrifying coercion, which made her almost breathless. Even without the divine king beast, she probably wouldn't be able to last long. Han Feng could see that the crown prince's body was trembling. Indeed, even if it is only the first floor of the God King Tower, the oppression pervading everywhere cannot be resisted for a long time by the 4 or 5 transformation God Kings, not to mention the 4 transformation God Kings with the foundation of the Emperor, who is a mere queen, is too far behind. Involuntarily, Han Feng used his aura to resist a lot of oppression for the prince, and the prince's complexion improved a lot. "Thank you." Feeling that the oppression had weakened, the princess didn't know that all of this was helped by Han Feng, and she couldn't help being extremely grateful. Hated, Feng hated Moyue and Xingji. Han Feng nodded, and then opened his soul with all his strength again, and then overlapped with the search area formed by a soul. Found it. Han Feng was overjoyed, and flew over with the princess. This time, Han Feng found the Brahma Spirit King. The moment Han Feng found the Brahma Spirit King also found Han Feng, so the Brahma Spirit King also approached Han Feng. Beside Brahma Spirit King is Qingshan. Obviously, Brahma Spirit King and Qingshan are closer, so they are the first to reunite. Sun Chunyuan kicked the ball and was caught by Nao Shui. After reuniting, the 4 of them began to look for other people, and encountered several God King beasts on the way. These God King beasts were all 1-star low-level ones, not even as good as Qingshan, so they were naturally eliminated quickly. While looking for people, they dealt with the God King beast. It didn't take long to find Yaqing, followed by God King Zhu Lai and God King Li Xuan. After about half a day, everyone gathered together. There are 13 people in total, that is to say, if everyone wants to go to the 2nd floor of the God King Tower together, they need to collect 13 God King gold medals. 1-star low-level God King beasts are not difficult to deal with. Now that everyone has reunited, remember this place. We will reunite here when we all condense a complete God King gold medal, and then we will ascend to the first stage of the God King Tower together. 2nd floor. In addition, let's all exchange contact information. If you encounter danger, you can use this contact information to seek assistance. Brahma Spirit King said in a deep voice. The rest of the God Kings nodded in agreement. Indeed, 1-star low-level God King beasts, that is, the strength of ordinary 7-change God Kings, They have accumulated so many years at the peak of 7 changed god kings, and they have powerful artifacts, and they have comprehended half-step immortality. Coupled with the immortal power of refining, they can compete with the 3-star low-level god king beasts after they erupt. There is really no need to gather together to find the god king beasts, which is too inefficient. So, after everyone exchanged their contact information, they separated again. Only Han Feng and Mrs. Yaqing Qingshan gathered together. The 4 of us will condense 4 gold medals from the god king. Han Feng held his chin. I'm sorry, I'm the one who dragged everyone down. The crown maid said apologetically. Among the 4, she was the only one who didn't have the slightest strength to resist. Sisterine, don't say that, it's going to be out of the question. Qingshan immediately comforted the princess. Among the 4, the friendship between Yaqing and the crown prince is mediocre, but Han Feng remembers the kindness of the crown lady for bringing him to Linghuang Palace, and is also grateful to the crown lady for saving Qingshan. As far as these 2 points are concerned, Han Feng won't mind helping the princess to condense a gold medal of the King of Gods. Seeing that both Han Feng and Qingshan were willing to help, Yaqing would not object, so the princess became more and more grateful to Han Feng and the 3 of them. The enemy's branch is not the enemy's side, the ball catches the enemy's auspiciousness. The hostility between the 2 parties is caused by Now Kyuk. The number of God King beasts on the 1st floor of the God King Tower is rare, but that is compared to the huge space on the 1st floor of the God King Tower, compared to the 2nd, 3rd, and even 7th and 8th floors of the God King Tower. The 1st floor, the number of God King beasts is still the largest. In addition, the 1st floor is vast and boundless, so there are basically no enemies encountered. In just one day, the 4 of Han Feng gathered 4 God King gold medals. Han Feng did some calculations, and about 10 God King beasts can condense a complete God King gold medal. Sun Shuzhan coldly meets Xuanhuan. Also, let's exchange contact information. If you encounter danger, you can use this contact information to seek assistance. Brahma Spirit King said in a deep voice. The enemy is not far away. When I came back to the place where everyone gathered before, the Brahma Spirit King and the others had returned a long time ago. Obviously, because they only needed to be responsible for themselves, these people were faster than Han Feng and the other 4. It's just the 1st floor of the God King Tower, so it's really not difficult for them. Everyone took out the gold medal of the God King and resonated with the gold medal of the God King. The next moment, the gold medal of the God King burst into a dazzling golden light and swallowed Han Feng and others. When Han Feng and others came back to their senses, they had been sent to the God King, the 2nd floor of the King Tower. The 2nd level of space brings even more oppression to everyone. Ordinary 6-change God Kings, or the 6-change God Kings who are the foundation of the Heavenly Emperor, would probably feel a little uncomfortable, especially for the princess. Fortunately, Han Feng, Qingshan and Yaqing blocked the oppression of space for the prince from time to time, otherwise the prince would not be able to bear it. The 2nd layer is still in charge of their own, because most of the God King beasts on the 2nd layer are 2-star low level, and they still haven't reached the level where they need to join forces. This time, it took a little longer for everyone. After a few days, everyone gathered again to gather the God King gold medals they needed. Not and Daiko Complex Mo Lingyu Jiayu. The first update. D. 2452, Kingjimu, 2 more. Although they can deal with the 2-star low-level God King beasts, it will not be so easy. What's more, from the 2nd floor onwards, the competition between God Kings becomes more obvious. Because the overall scope of the 2nd floor is smaller than that of the 1st floor, the number of God King beasts is also much less. And the reason why the 1st level is not too difficult is that basically as long as the strength reaches the level of the 7 transformation God Kings, they can pass the 1st level to the 2nd level. Those who can come to the second floor of the God King Tower are basically the 7 transformations God Kings, and no one is much higher than anyone else. Now the 8 transformations God Kings may be much more than 200 or 300 years ago, but they are also it will never be too many, more than 100 people will be killed, maybe less than 100 people or even less. Gonka Yuandi's secret examination technique is the most lonely one to come to the 3rd floor. In view of the fact that the 2nd floor Lixuan God King has been besieged, this time, except for Han Feng and Brahma Spirit King, the rest of the God Kings are in pairs. Together, no longer acting independently. Therefore, for example, Han Feng and Brahma Spirit King seem to surpass the 7 transformation God Kings, and not many God Kings dared to fight for it. However, the 8 God Kings, such as God King Lixuan and God King Zhu Lai, who are at the level of 7 transformation God Kings, the rest of the God Kings will not have so many scruples. Now that they were gathered together again, Divine King Lixuan was obviously in a lot of distress, and there was still a scar on his cheek from being rubbed by the divine sword. In the words of God King Lixuan, he managed to escape from the encirclement of the God King. That's right, it was surrounded by the God King, and there were 5-7 change God Kings besieging the Lixuan God King. If it wasn't for the fact that God King Lixuan was from the Hercules God clan, he was extremely powerful, and he was capable of fighting against ordinary God Kings of 8 changes. Needless to say, in the process of escaping, he killed a 7 transformation God King. Of course, the 5 God Kings besieging Lixuan God King are just ordinary powerhouses among the 7 transformation God Kings, comparable to 1-star low-level God King beasts, at most 1 line stronger. Otherwise, even if Lixuan God King is the ultimate 7 transformation gods, the King of Gods, I am afraid, can only fall with hatred. When we came to the 3rd floor, in view of the fact that the Lixuan God King had been besieged on the 2nd floor, this time, except for Han Feng and Brahma Spirit King, the rest of the God Kings were grouped together and no longer acted independently. Feng Qiudi's Qiu Qingmi hates the self-restraint star Han Feng with a slight smile. It's a good thing if seniors are willing to condense an extra gold medal of the God King, but the juniors definitely won't be able to use it, but God King Lixuan and the others might use it. Got it. In fact, Brahma Spirit King originally suggested that Zhu Lai's 8 people should be divided into 2 groups, and 4 people should form a team. However, forming a team of 4 means condensing 4 God King spirit crystals, but 4 people pair, the efficiency of searching for God King beasts will be greatly reduced, which makes it more difficult to condense the God King gold medals, so in the end it is only 2 or 2. Divide into a team. Today's Korean style. Just the basic combat power, I am afraid that it will no longer be below the 1-star high-level God King beast, and the comprehensive strength will explode, even comparable to the top-level God King beast, and maybe there is still a chance to win. With such strength, Han Feng is confident that he can protect the 2nd daughter, Yaqing, so naturally he doesn't need to be separated from the 2nd daughter. Well, anyway, you are also the God King of 9 changes, but the 4 of you have to collect 4 pieces together, and you have to look for more God King beasts. If it is really impossible, it is not impossible for the old man to collect 1 more piece for you. Brahma Spirit King, seeing that the 4 were unwilling to separate, they gave up their previous plan. In fact, Brahma Spirit King originally suggested that Zhu Lai's 8 people should be divided into 2 groups, and 4 people should form a team. However, forming a team of 4 means condensing 4 God King spirit crystals, but 4 people pair, the efficiency of searching for God King beasts will be greatly reduced, which makes it more difficult to condense the God King gold medals, so in the end it is only 2 or 2. Divide into a team. Han Feng smiled slightly. It's a good thing if seniors are willing to condense 1 more gold medal of the God King, but the juniors definitely won't be able to use it, but God King Lixuan and the others might be able to use it. The God King beast on the 3rd floor is at the low level of 3 stars, which is equivalent to the top 7 transformation God Kings, and is the best and the top existence among the 7 transformation god kings. However, for Han Feng, as long as these god king beasts are low level, there is no difference between 1 star and 3 star, and they can be easily dealt with. Impossible. It's hard to condense a piece of physical god king gold metal. Right now, the number of god king beasts on the 3rd floor is very small. I gave you this one. Maybe one of the divine kings Li Xuan will stop at the 3rd floor and will not be able to enter the 4th floor. The divine king Zhu Lai gritted his teeth and refused to give it. What really troubled Han Feng was probably the need to find these god king beasts. If you stay where you are, these god king beasts will not run towards you in a foolish manner. Huh? Han Feng, who was searching for the trace of the god king beast, suddenly received the news from the god king Zhu Lai that there was danger in the god king Zhu Lai. Zhu Lai, hand over your god king gold medal, for the sake of the same clan, I don't have to kill you. Opposite the god king Zhu Lai, the middle-aged man in purple yelled. The most scientific and far-reaching secret technique, Xingqi Zhanke, can come to the 2nd floor of the god king tower. Basically, they are the 7 transformations god kings, and no one is better than anyone else. 100 years ago, it was a lot more, but it would never be too much. More than 100 people were killed, maybe less than 100 or even less. Zhu Mu, you are a master of the 8 transformation god kings. You can hunt and kill those low-level god kings and beasts easily. Why should you fight against me? The god king Zhu Lai was wounded, and his face was full of anger. Next to the divine king Zhu Lai was the divine king Li Xuan. The two teamed up to hunt down the divine king beast, and managed to condense a physical golden medal of the divine king. Unexpectedly, they were targeted by the divine king Zhu Mu. The middle-aged man in the purple robe, that is, the Zhu Mu god king, chuckled. That's right, the mere low-level god king beasts are impossible to be my opponents. But it will take time to find these god king beasts. The sooner you enter the 4th floor, the more you can take the lead. Since you already have ready-made ones in your hand, why should I waste time hunting the god king beast? Say one more thing, hand over the god king's gold medal. A hint of impatience flashed in the eyes of the god king Zhu Mu. If it wasn't for the sake of his fellow clan, he would have killed people to seize the treasure and left. How could he be so chattering? Impossible. It's hard to condense a physical god king gold medal. Right now, the number of god king beasts on the 3rd floor is very small. If I give you this piece, maybe one of me and Li Xuan god king will stop on the 3rd floor, unable to enter the 4th floor. God king Zhu Lai gritted his teeth and refused to give it. Looking for death. The Vermilion God King roared, and the sky turned black and red in an instant. With the Vermilion God King at the center, torrential flames gushed out like a storm. 2 Suzakus were fighting in the void, and it was obvious that one of them was bigger and more powerful, but after only a few moments, the smaller Suzaku was caught bloody by the powerful Suzaku. Gongdi's far-reaching secret skills hate Kaguti's pointing at his grandson. Therefore, Han Feng and Brahma Spirit King seemed to surpass the 7 transformation God Kings at first glance, and not many God Kings dare to fight for it. However, the 8 God Kings, such as God King Li Xuan and God King Zhu Lai, who are at the level of 7 transformation God Kings, the rest of the God Kings will not have so many scruples. Xingke is far away from the 3rd floor to test secret hate. In view of the fact that the 2nd floor Li Xuan God King has been besieged, this time, except for Han Feng and Brahma Spirit King, the rest of the God Kings are in 2 pairs. Together, no longer acting separately. See. Phone reading. If it were an ordinary God King of 7 changes, facing the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame released by the Vermilion Wood God King at this time, he would probably be invincible. Please search products and books Xuanhuan to see the most complete, the fastest updated novel. But facing Suzaku Divine Flame at this time, it was the Li Xuan Divine King of the Hercules God clan, whose physical strength far exceeded that of the 7 transformations divine king of the same level, and his physical strength had already surpassed the 7 transformations divine king. Therefore, it can be clearly seen that the Hercules, as if protected by the protective light of the divine light, moved forward steadily in the flame river formed by the Suzaku divine flame, as if they were not affected by the Suzaku divine flame at all. Then, God King Lixuan punched God King Zhimu heavily, and God King Zhimu let out a muffled groan, and his huge body was thrown out of the way. The Suzaku clan is also good at using flames, and they are not good at physical combat, so if they fight in close quarters, the Suzaku clan will often suffer a big loss. Of course, this is not good at physical combat, which is equivalent to races with superior strength, such as the Hercules. If it is an ordinary race, such as ordinary human race, the Suzaku clan is not afraid of physical combat at all. God King Zhimu was blown away by a punch, but God King Lixuan was also not much better. Before the divine King Lixuan showed that he was not afraid of the Suzaku divine flame, but when the vermilion wood divine king was blown away and the vermilion bird divine flame gradually weakened, he would find that the Lixuan divine king standing in the Suzaku divine flame was all over his body. They were all burnt and bloody. A mere 7 transformation god king, even a Hercules god race, dare to. Zhimu god king was furious. He was a majestic 8 transformation god king master, but was blown away by the 7 transformation god king's punch. It was a shame. So the vermilion wood god king's next offensive was even more fierce. The endless vermilion bird flames covered the sky and covered the sun, with the power of burning the sky and boiling the sea. It seemed that it was going to burn thousands of miles around to ashes. After taking a punch from God King Lixuan, God King Zhimu seemed to realize how strong the Hercules are in terms of strength and physical strength. If his realm hadn't been a level higher, that punch just now would have caused him serious injuries. Therefore, God King Zhimu kept away from him and did not fight with God King Lixuan in close quarters. Can't get close to God King Zhimu, so what if God King Lixuan has great strength and a strong body? Facing Suzaku Xinyan, he could only retreat steadily. God King Zhu Lai saw that God King Lixuan was in a bad situation, so he immediately supported him, and the top 2 masters of the 2 7 transformation God Kings teamed up to hold off God King Zhimu. God King Zhimu is obviously only in the middle of the 8 transformations God Kings, and he is not a powerful master of the 8 transformations God Kings. Otherwise God King Zhu Lai and God King Lixuan would have been killed long ago. Kiki cool enemy ball all alone with no secrets. Even so, if this continues, it won't be long before God King Zhu Lai and God King Lixuan will be completely killed. Divine King Zhu Lai and Divine King Lixuan struggled to support. They had already sent the message out, and only hoped that they could wait until the moment when someone came to save them. Their persistence paid off. Just when they thought they could not hold on any longer, Han Feng and the 3 women finally arrived. Han Feng raised his eyebrows, and the Zijin flying sword flew out, and the dazzling Zijin ray directly cut off the Suzaku divine flame. Han Feng didn't say a word, and directly bloomed his aura with all his strength, and the terrifying aura was bombarded away like a monstrous wave. Under this aura, the Suzaku divine flame was as dim as the light of a candle that was about to be extinguished. Rumble. The imposing momentum of the mountain was overwhelming, and the world domain around the Zhimu God King was directly squeezed to collapse. The Zhimu God King also seemed to be swallowed by the stormy waves. He turned several times in the void, and the flames of the Suzaku god around him were blown away. The King Zhimu was horrified. Could this aura be the king of 9 transformations? How could such a strong enemy suddenly come? Han Feng continued to release his aura with all his strength. He was not too strong an 8 transformation god king. Han Feng only needed to use his aura to completely defeat the enemy. Seeing this scene, Divine King Zhu Lai and Divine King Lixuan stared wide-eyed. 9 transformation god kings, they are naturally powerful, and some examples in history also confirm this scene. The end is not far away. How could such a strong enemy suddenly come? But the Hercules clan has not yet given birth to the 9 transformations God King. The Suzaku clan has long since declined, and the 9 transformations God King has not been born for a long time. Therefore, the 9 changes God King is still too far away for them. It is a legend, and they have seen even the God Emperor. Only the God King of 9 transformations, they have never seen before. They know the power of the 9 changes God King, but they don't have a concept. They don't know how strong it is, and they haven't experienced it personally. But now, they really felt the power of the 9 transformations God King. When the 9 transformations God King was angry, the little aura leaked out, made them tremble with fear and palpitations. The God King of 8 transformations couldn't even hold back his aura, and was completely defeated by the God King of 9 transformations. This scene left a very deep scene in the hearts of the two of them. The purple gold flying sword turned into a ray of light and slashed at the Zhumu God King. The Zhumu God King looked terrified and wanted to dodge, but found that the speed of the Zijin flying sword made him unable to even dodge, so he could only watch helplessly as the Zijin flying sword penetrated his body. In the next second, a cloud of blood spilled out of the air, and the huge body of King Zhumu was directly pierced through a hole by Zijin Feijian. Fortunately, although the Vermilion Wood God King did not dodge the Zijin flying sword, he escaped a fatal injury. The purple gold flying sword was originally aimed at the heart, but in the end it brushed past the edge of the Vermilion King's heart, almost piercing through the heart of the Vermilion King. "My lord, don't." Just as Han Feng was about to turn the purple gold flying sword back and penetrate the heart of King Zhumu, God King Zhu Lai suddenly yelled. "Sun Bu is not far away, the Queen of Ghosts, Mo Yang, Yugonka." Han Feng paused, and Zijin Feijian's speed dropped sharply. Zhumu Xuanhuan was overjoyed, took this opportunity to flap his wings, turned into a ball of flames and flew away, flying extremely far in the blink of an eye. If Han Feng were to chase now, of course he would be able to catch up, but the victim, King Zhu Lai, had already said no, so Han Feng didn't go after him and let the King Zhumu escape. Why? Han Feng turned around and frowned at God King Zhu Lai. God King Zhu Lai smiled wryly and said, "The Suzaku clan is also divided into direct lineage and collateral lineage. It doesn't matter if it's just a collateral lineage, but Zhu Mu is a direct lineage, and he is also a descendant of Emperor Zhuning of the Suzaku clan. If something happens to Zhu Mu, Emperor Zhuning will never let it go. God Emperor Zhuning is one of the few God Emperors of the Suzaku clan, a 4th-level God Emperor Peak Master, only half a step away from a high-level God Emperor. The most important thing is that before Emperor Zhuning broke through, he was the king of 8 changes. Emperor Zhuning is the strongest of the Suzaku clan today." God King Zhu Lai sighed. "My lord is already a God King of 9 changes at a young age, and he has a bright future, but before he breaks through to God Emperor, he can't be the opponent of God Emperor Zhuning. It's really not worth offending for mere sake Emperor Zhuning. The peak of the 4th Order God Emperor? Before the breakthrough, he was the 8 transformation God King?" Han Feng's face turned serious. The heavenly phenomenon God Emperor was also the 8 transformation God King. After breaking through, he directly became the 3rd Order God Emperor. The Celestial Emperor is already very strong, but the Emperor Zhuning is stronger than the Celestial Emperor, reaching the critical point of the mid-level God Emperor and the high-level God Emperor. The Celestial Elephant Emperor faced the Emperor Zhuning, and it is estimated that he was not the enemy of the Emperor Zhuning. The third update. There is a huge gap between the upper God Kings at each level, and the distance is so far that it almost seems like 2 completely different realms. This is the case with the upper God Kings, and it is even more so among the God Emperors. Regardless of the fact that it is only a difference of 1 rank, with the same foundation and the same state before the breakthrough, a god emperor who is one rank higher is enough to crush a god emperor who is one rank lower. For example, the gap between the celestial elephant emperor and Zhuning emperor is really a gap that cannot be bridged by the high-level immortal blood and high-level immortal skills. In this way, Han Feng finally understood why God King Zhu Lai would stop him. The Suzaku clan was already in decline, and there were fewer direct descendants, and among the direct descendants, there were very few who could be valued by Emperor Zhuneng, and Zhu Mu was one of them. With the ability of Emperor Zhuneng, maybe he will set up some secret method in the bodies of these few direct descendants he values. If something happens, this secret method can either burst out with extremely strong power to save the lives of Zhu Mu and others, or possess the tracking method that allows Emperor Zhuneng to find the murderer. Of course, there are other possibilities as well. However, no matter which one it is obviously extremely unfavorable to Han Feng. For example, the above two, the first one may cause Han Feng to be injured or fall directly, and the second one, after Han Feng leaves the space of the God King, he will be chased and killed by a fourth-order God Emperor peak powerhouse. So that's the case. Knowing everything from God King Zhu Lai, Han Feng suddenly nodded. In this way, Han Feng finally understood why God King Zhu Lai would stop him. But Han Feng glanced at God King Zhu Lai, afraid that God King Zhu Lai stopped him not only because he was worried that he would be targeted by God Emperor Zhuneng, but also because he himself would be angered by God Emperor Zhuneng. God King Xuanhuan was a little annoyed that God King Zhu Lai stopped Han Feng from chasing and killing God King Zhu Mu. God King Xuanhuan snorted, "Old Zhu, God King Zhu Mu left with injuries, so he will hate your lord, he will be very serious in the future, he may cause trouble for adults, but if he is released now, it will only cause trouble for adults." God King Zhu Lai smiled wryly. He didn't know that God King Zhu Mu would hate Han Feng, who intervened, but what could he do? Really watch Zhu Mu get killed? Once things are exposed, what awaits him is definitely not a good end. And if Emperor Zhuneng left a means in Zhu Mu's body that could temporarily burst out a powerful blow, it would not be a good thing that King Zhu Mu was forced into a desperate situation. Han Feng didn't care about it at all, and said, "It's just being hated, what is this? It's okay if he doesn't come to trouble Han, but if he really wants to trouble Han, Han will never let that Zhu Mu have any more troubles. Chance to live." Emperor Zhuneng is strong, and Han Feng is indeed very afraid. For now, it is easy for Emperor Zhuneng to kill him. But so what? As long as you can break through to the 9 transformations God King in the God King Tower, and then break through the God Emperor in the future, it will be easy to surpass the God Emperor Zhuneng. When the 9 transformations God King breaks through the God Emperor, he will directly soar to the early stage of the 4th rank God Emperor. As the 9 transformations God King who surpasses the foundation of the Heavenly Emperor, he does not expect to be able to break through to the 5th rank God Emperor in one step, at least he must reach the peak of the 4th rank God Emperor bar. In the same realm, one is the foundation surpassing the Emperor of Heaven, and the other is only the Emperor of Heaven. It is clear at a glance who has the greater advantage. For example, the gap between the Celestial Elephant Emperor and Zhuning Emperor is really a gap that cannot be bridged by the high-level immortal blood and high-level immortal skills. Han Feng now has the immortal essence in his hands, which undoubtedly makes it much easier for Han Feng to break through the God Emperor, and can also speed up Han Feng's progress in breaking through the God Emperor. Therefore, Han Feng really wouldn't dare to attack Zhu Mu Xuanhuan just because of Zhuning Xuanhuan. Of course, as long as God King Zhu Mu didn't provoke him anymore, he wouldn't bother to deal with God King Zhu Mu. Although he wasn't afraid of God Emperor Zhuneng, it would be best if he didn't make enemies with God Emperor Zhuneng. After saving God King Xuan and God Queen Zhu Lai, the 2 God Kings simply followed Han Feng without forming a team. Han Feng didn't refuse either. For Han Feng, it was not difficult to collect the golden light condensing God King gold medal. A few more days later, all the gold medals of Han Feng, God King Xuan, and God King Zhu Lai were all gathered, and then they returned to the place where everyone ascended to the third floor of the God King Tower for the first time. When Han Feng and others arrived, the Brahma Spirit King had already condensed the gold medal of the God King. As for the friends of the Brahma Spirit King, the group of 7 transformation God Kings were not so lucky, and one of the God Kings did not completely condense the gold medal of the God King. It's not that the God King is weak, but that the God King beast has almost been killed, and there are very few left, which is not so easy to find. Fortunately, the Brahma Spirit King thought of this possibility, so he condensed an extra gold medal of the God King and handed it to the God King. Now is the time to advance to the 4th floor of the God King Tower. Brahma Spirit King suggested. Lady Inua suddenly interjected, Senior, this junior will not go to the 4th floor this time. The little girl is already very content to pass through the 4th floor with the help of Han Feng. Sister Yin. Xuanhuan was taken aback, and Han Feng frowned and said, Why should the crown prince be like this? With Han here, even on the 6th floor, Han can condense a complete piece for the crown maiden. God King Gold Medal. The princess sighed slightly, and then said, Little girl naturally knows that with your help, Han Feng, even the 7th and 8th floors are not impossible to break through. However, that requires you, Han Feng, to unleash your momentum all the time to help the little girl resist the terrifying oppression that is everywhere in the God King Tower. This will definitely distract you, Han Feng. Han Feng didn't refuse either. For Han Feng, it was not difficult to collect the golden light, condensing God King Gold Medal. Besides, the more you go up, the fewer God King beasts. It's not that you are strong enough, Han Feng, that everything will be fine. At the time of the King Beast, you have already condensed the complete God King Gold Medal to advance to a higher level, and hunt the God King Beast in the higher level space. Then, when Han Feng condensed the God King Gold Medal for the little girl to enter a higher level, maybe even Han Feng, you can't hunt enough God King Beasts to condense the God King Gold Medal. Of course, Lady Inua can continue to follow Han Feng without saying a word, and Lady Inua also believes that Han Feng and Xuanhuan will not say anything. But Lady Inua knew that she couldn't do that, that would be too greedy. Even if Han Feng and Xuanhuan didn't say anything, they would definitely leave a bad impression in their hearts, so from then on, she and Xuanhuan's friendship faded. Princess Inua, of course, would not do things to self-destruct the Great Wall. This. Han Feng hesitated when he heard Mrs. Inua say this. Indeed, the Tower of the God King does not mean that you can be promoted to the next level if you have the strength. What is needed is to condense the gold medal of the God King. Once one step too late, even if the strength is enough, he can only be forced to leave the God King Tower. There is a huge gap between the upper God Kings at each level, and the distance is so far that it almost seems like 2 completely different realms. Remember, it is forced. There are 2 ways for the God King to leave the God King Tower. One is to rely on the God King Gold Medal. The God King Gold Medal is not only the key to advance to the next level, but also the key to leave the God King Tower. Without the God King Gold Medal, you can only stay in the God King Tower until the end, and be excluded when the God King space is closed. This is the second way to leave the God King Tower. The first update. King Tower, 2 more. No one is willing to leave the God King Tower in the second way, and the second way of leaving will not get the golden light from the God King Tower. See? That means, you get nothing. The foundation cannot be improved. Cultivation cannot be improved. Han Feng's strength is indeed strong enough, but if he has too many burdens around him, and each floor needs to collect a lot of God King Gold medals, while other God Kings only need 1, then Han Feng's promotion will inevitably be greatly hindered. This may lead to a situation, that is, Han Feng was promoted to a certain level, and as a result, all the God King beasts on this level were killed, then Han Feng could only leave the God King Tower in the second way. Not available. Han Feng thought of this possibility, so he stopped trying to persuade Mrs. Inua. Han Feng also wanted to use the golden light of the God King to break through to the God King of 9 transformations, so he didn't want to end up with nothing. The decision of Princess Yingyue seems to have affected the other God Kings. They looked hesitant. Are they going to the 4th floor next? Most of the 4th-level God King beasts are middle-level ones. Even a 1-star middle-level God King beast has the combat power of an ordinary 8-change God King, which is far beyond the comparison of their group of 7-change God Kings. Acting alone, it is impossible to hunt the God King beast. Acting in a team, they might not be able to kill the middle-level God King beast. Even if one is lucky enough to kill one, it is impossible to condense a complete God King gold medal, and there are 8 of them. Of course, if they follow the Brahma Spirit King or Han Feng, with the help of Brahma Spirit King and Han Feng, maybe they can get a complete God King gold medal one by one. But a total of 8 God King gold medals, this will inevitably greatly drag down Han Feng and Brahma Spirit King. They are not thick-skinned enough to ignore the influence on Han Feng and Brahma Spirit King, and let Han Feng and Brahma Spirit King help them gather their spirits. King Gold Medal. If he really wanted to do that, he might be making enemies with Brahma Spirit King and Han Feng. Brahma Spirit King, we won't go either. My lord, Brahma Spirit King, I hope you too can be promoted to a higher level. Taking God King Li Xuan and God King Zhu Lai as their leaders, the 8 God Kings also chose to lead the Tower of God Kings. The Brahma Spirit King sighed and didn't hold back, and so did Han Feng. The words of Lady Yingyue just now made Brahma Spirit King and Han Feng realize that it is not a matter of strength now. It's a matter of degree. As for Qingshan and Yaqing, the 2 women wanted to leave, but Han Feng was unwilling. Who are Qingshan and Yaqing? That's his Han Feng's wife. Can his wife be the same as God King Li Xuan and others? God King Li Xuan and other 8 God Kings would not have any opinion on keeping the 2 daughters. Who told them that they were not women, let alone Han Feng's wives? In the end, the Tainu and the 8 God Kings resonated with the God King Gold Medal. Immediately, the God King Gold Medal released a dazzling golden light and swallowed the Tainu and others. After the golden light dissipated, the Tainu and others had already arrived outside the God King Tower. The place before the God King Tower. Boom boom boom. A golden vortex rolled out of the sky, and with the roaring sound in the vortex, beams of light formed by the golden light of the 9 God Kings descended. The 9 beams of light are exactly the same no matter in size or color. All 9 of them broke into the 3rd floor of the God King Tower, and they still left the God King Tower with the help of the God King Gold Medal, so they enjoyed the same amount of God King Golden Light infusion. In an instant, the 9 golden pillars of light had engulfed the 9 princesses. Rumble. The world in the princess's body set off turbulent waves. The world is expanding rapidly, and the power of the world is also constantly increasing, becoming more and more. Even the Princess Tianjun Foundation is ready to move at this moment, as if she is about to be promoted to a higher level. The 8 God Kings, God King Li Xuan and God King Zhu Lai, used the golden light of these God Kings to attack the realm of the 8 transformation God Kings, with all their strength. Perhaps because of the stronger cultivation base than the Tainu, the 8 God Kings absorbed the golden light of the God King far faster than the Tainu. When the foundation of the princess was promoted from Tianjun to Yuedianjin but did not reach the level of Tianzuan, she was regarded as a fake Tianzuan, and her cultivation base was also able to break through to the 5-change God King. 8 God Kings broke through to the 8-change God one after another. King's Realm. Then, the remaining God King Jin Guang was absorbed by the 8 God Kings at a faster speed. After the golden light of the God King disappeared, some of the 8 God Kings reached the peak of the 8 God Kings, while others were only in the middle or late stage. The same God King Jin Guang has different final realms. It can only be said that the background accumulated by the 8 God Kings, before breaking through, is different. The golden light of the God King is indeed a good thing. It not only allowed the 8 God Kings to break through, but also directly stabilized the realm of the 8 God Kings, without any instability. It seems that they have practiced for millions of years, and it is not like they have been promoted to this level in a short period of time, and their background is extremely solid. After the breakthrough, the 8 God Kings looked at the Inuit princess, who was still absorbing the golden light of the God King. Except for the twinkling eyes of the 2 God Kings, the other God Kings had no intention of snatching it. The Inuit Empress obviously had a good relationship with Mr. Han, even if the friendship was not deep enough, they couldn't take risks. The 2 Divine Kings, with flickering eyes, finally suppressed themselves. Even if they were robbed, they probably wouldn't be able to break through to the 9 transformations God King. The princess didn't know that 2 of the 8 God Kings outside almost had the idea of snatching her God King's golden light. At this time, the Inuit prince was trying her best to refine and absorb the God King's golden light. The foundation of Inuit Tainu continued to improve, and finally stopped at the peak of Tianzuan, and did not rise to the level of Tiandi. The foundation of the Emperor of Heaven is not so easy to break through. And in terms of realm, Princess Inuit has also been promoted to the peak of the 6 transformations God King. Breaking through from the peak of the 4-change God King to the peak of the 6-change God King, there are 2 full realms. Compared with the 8 God Kings, the improvement is obvious. However, this is also normal. Lady Inua's level is already low, so her improvement is naturally very obvious. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that the granddaughter's foundation was weaker and she was only a heavenly venerable, then it would not be impossible for the granddaughter to hit the early stage of the 7 transformations God King in one fell swoop this time. At the same time, on the 4th floor of the God King Tower, the 4 of Han Feng separated and continued hunting the God King beast. In order not to cause too much trouble for Han Feng, and also for the sake of efficiency, Qingshan chose to follow Brahma Spirit King. Han Feng was no match for Qingshan, so he had to accept his fate, and left with Qingshan depressed. A 1-star mid-level God King beast is only equivalent to an ordinary 8-change God King beast, and even Yaqing can kill it with all her strength, let alone Han Feng. With only 2 people and only needing to condense 2 God King gold medals, Han Feng felt that it was easier and more efficient than on the 3rd floor. Such a situation made Han Feng feel a little heavy. It seemed that he had wasted a lot of time on the first 3 floors. I'm afraid some of the 8 transformation God Kings had already made it to the 5th floor. The God King beasts on the 3rd floor seemed to be much less than imagined, and the same is true on the 4th floor. It's time to speed up the efficiency. Han Feng secretly said he didn't want to be promoted to the 5th and 6th floors, and he couldn't even find enough God King beasts. The second update. P.S. I will update it today, and make it up tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. He wanted to speed up, but in the case that there were not many God King beasts, Han Feng could only suppress his anxiety and slowly search for the God King beasts. It took several days for Han Feng and Yaqing to gather 2 God King gold medals. After confirming through contact information that Brahma Lingwang and Qingshan had also gathered 2 God King gold medals, the 4 of them returned to the original place and resonated with God King gold medals. Came to the 5th floor of the God King Tower. In the God King Tower on the 5th floor, most of the strength of the God King beasts are 2-star mid-level God King beasts. The strength of the 2-star mid-level God King beast is about the same as that of the Emperor's son. Of course, it was the son of the great Emperor who did not rely on the power of the fragments of the immortal artifact and the power of immortality. Even if it is the Brahma Spirit King, it is not easy to deal with such a God King beast. If it falls into the siege of the God King beast, it may be defeated. On this 5th floor, the Brahma Spirit King did not dare to be careless. No Emity Fong Xuanqiu learns the secret from Lingdu. Therefore, Qingshan finally followed Han Feng, even Brahma Spirit King. In the fifth floor of the God King Pagoda, strong men like Brahma Spirit King dare not guarantee their own safety. After all, apart from the God King Beast, the other 8 changed God Kings are also competitors. Being in the same realm, no matter how deep Brahma Spirit King has accumulated, it is impossible to deal with too many 8 transformation God Kings at the same time. Especially these 8 transformations God Kings are not ordinary 8 transformations God Kings. With the 4 of them together, the efficiency of searching for the God King Beast will naturally be greatly reduced, but there is no other way. Hey, I met an acquaintance. Han Feng let go of his soul to search for the God King Beast, and suddenly his expression changed. Acquaintance? Qing Shan, Brahma Spirit King and Yaqing were all taken aback. It's brother and sister Di Yonghao. Han Feng explained. Qing Shan and Brahma Spirit King were still at a loss, but Yaqing understood. It turned out to be them. Di Yonghao was already an extremely powerful God King before he entered the God King space. At this time, he is probably already the 8-change God King. As for that girl Di Zidong, I don't think she will be weaker than the 7 transformations God King. Yaqing and Di Yonghao brothers and sisters also met each other before the gate of the God King space. The boat is not far away. Although it was only a one-time relationship, because of Han Feng, Yaqing had already known about Di Yonghao and Di Zidong from Han Feng. As for Di Yonghao and Di Zidong, because of Han Feng, they have also been friends with Yaqing for a long time. But at this moment, Han Feng frowned slightly. Brother Yonghao seems to have encountered difficulties, let's speed up. Immediately, the 4 turned into a startled rainbow and went away. On the way, Yaqing sent voice transmission to Qing Shan and Brahma Spirit King, and roughly informed them about Di Yonghao and Di Zidong, so that they could get a general idea. The space of the King of Gods, where there is a sea of fire, even the sky here is blood red. In the sea of fire, Di Zidong and Di Yonghao were back to back, surrounded by several giant beasts, howling continuously. These behemoths are humanoid, tall and red, with hair flaring like sharp swords. There are 2 huge horns on its head, and the huge horns are blood red in color, and blood red light bursts out continuously, shooting towards Di Zidong and Di Yonghao brothers and sisters. And besides these giant beasts, there is a more majestic giant beast standing there proudly, roaring again and again, as if commanding other giant beasts. There are also various types of God King beasts in the God King Tower, some live alone, and some live in groups. As for the God King beasts that generally live in groups, a king, or leader, will often be born in the group. And these leaders are often a level higher than the God King beasts in the group. For example, this is the 5th floor of the God King Tower, and the level of the blood-red giant God King beast is a 2-star mid-level, so the blood-red giant beast with a stronger body, which is obviously the leader of this group, has reached the level of 3-star mid-level God King beast. The 3-star mid-level God King beast is also at the top level among the 8 transformation God Kings. Powerhouses such as the Brahma King also need to perform half-step immortal skills and use the power of immortality to fuse and blast, in order to be able to compete with other beasts. Contend. In the end, most of them still lost. In addition to being powerful, the leader-level God King beast also has the talent to command the same race. This does not mean that the leader God King beast has wisdom, but just the instinct of the leader God King beast. A long-distance hatred of independence, a student of Gu Nua, ghost enemy. Therefore, the command of the leader God King beast is often just the same clan God King beast to attack the enemy, without any strategy or strategy. At this time, under the command of the leader, the God King beast, several blood-red giant beasts attacked the brothers and sisters of Emperor Yonghao. Brother and sister Di Yonghao immediately unleashed their blood power, and they both turned into a phoenix. Apparently, although the 2 siblings inherited some of the blood of their father, the Emperor Yen Emperor, more of them inherited the blood of their mother, the heavenly phoenix God Empress. Di Yonghao is already the God King of 8 changes, and he has also cultivated his innate supernatural powers to the half-step immortal level. At this time, he blasted out with the help of the power of blood and immortality, and the power was so powerful that several God King beasts were repelled on the spot. Sun Yuan hates Yuyang alone and hates the enemy star. Di Zidong is only the God King of 7 transformations, although he is at the peak. There is still an insurmountable gap from the God King of 8 transformations. However, Emperor Zidong's blood, with the help of this immortal blood and the many treasures collected by Dian Palace over the years, has been promoted from the top level of the royal rank to the low-level immortal level in one fell swoop. Even if only 20% to 30% of the power of the immortal blood is exerted, it is enough for Di Zidong to have the ability to compete with the 8 transformation God King. However, given the difference in realm, Di Zidong is not enough to exert more power of the low-level immortal blood, so Di Zidong can at most compete with one end, and no more will be enough. No enemy, Fong Sun Cha, took over from Naoyang. Roar. If Fong Sun Cha takes over from Naoyang to Nuidi Yonghao, if he tries his best, he will be able to fight the leader God King Beast to lose both sides, but obviously, the leader God King Beast cannot fight Di Yonghao alone. The leader God King Beast suddenly roared, and the 2 blood-red giant horns on its head suddenly shot dense blood-red lights one after another. Donger, be careful. Di Yonghao immediately stood in front of Di Zidong, and his innate supernatural powers burst out suddenly. Boom boom boom. There was a deafening roar, followed by waves of incomparably violent energy rushing towards the surroundings. Di Yonghao barely resisted the blow, but his breath languished instantly. At the same time, the rest of the blood-red behemoths rushed towards Di Yonghao and Di Zidong again. Di Yonghao, if he tried his best, he would be able to fight the leader of the God King Beast, but obviously, the leader God King Beast could not fight Di Yonghao alone. Gradually, the brothers and sisters of Di Yonghao fell into the disadvantaged and were frequently in danger. Little sister, run away, I didn't expect that there would be a leader-level God King Beast here, we can't take down the God King Beast here. Di Yonghao said helplessly. Then withdraw, it's really unlucky, but a group of more than 10 God King Beasts can give birth to a leader God King Beast. Di Zidong was so angry that he was about to die. However, just when Di Yonghao and his sister were about to retreat, a beam of purple gold beam shot out suddenly from afar. The beam of purple gold beam was as fast as light, piercing through the leader, the King Beast, almost in one breath. It was Han Feng's purple gold flying sword. Zijing Feijian killed the leader of the God King Beast, and the leader God King Beast burst out a golden light and shot at Han Feng violently. Who is it? Di Yonghao and Di Zidong were horrified, staring into the distance in amazement. What a terrifying strength it is to be able to instantly kill a 3-star mid-level God King Beast from such a distance. Could it be that you come to know the 9 transformations God King? God, one more. Roar. The rest of the God King Beasts roared angrily. In their concept, except for their own race, all others were enemies. These God King Beasts, there will also be battles between different races. However, the God King Beasts in the God King Tower, unless they like to live alone, will move within a fixed range, which is the place where their groups live, so there are almost no conflicts between races. Of course, it is also possible that the God King Tower was set up in this way on purpose, otherwise the God King Beasts would continue to fight each other, and they would almost die before the God King came. At this time, Han Feng who broke into their territory, even though they showed great strength and killed their leader, they were still fearless and rushed towards Han Feng with a roar. These God King Beasts have no intelligence, and naturally, they have no fear. They don't even have the instinct of fear. Han Feng snorted lightly, and with a twist of his wrist, Zijing Feijian turned in the air, and then slashed at these God King Beasts. Even a 3-star mid-level God King Beast was easily beheaded by Zijing Feijian, let alone a 2-star mid-level God King Beast. The Zijin light kept making popping sounds in the air. It was the Zijin flying sword piercing through the body of the God King beast again and again. A streak of golden light flew towards Han Feng, and together with the previous leader-level God King beast, half of the God King gold medal in front of Han Feng had condensed. On the first floor of the God King Tower, about 10 God King beasts can condense a complete God King gold medal, but on the 5th floor of the God King Tower, it is obviously not enough. In fact, if one of the golden lights hadn't come from the 3-star mid-level God King beast, it would be good if 1/3 of the God King gold medal in front of Han Feng could be condensed. One piece is so difficult, but this time we have to condense 4 pieces. Han Feng sighed secretly. On the 5th floor of the God King Pagoda, the Brahma Spirit King might not be able to easily condense a complete God King gold medal. Fortunately, there are only a few God Kings who can be promoted to the 5th floor. Otherwise, it is impossible to say whether the 4 people on Han Feng's side can condense 4 complete God King gold medals. Your Excellency is. Thank you for your help. While being grateful, Di Yonghao and Di Zidong tested Han Feng's identity, not understanding why they would rescue them. It feels familiar. Di Zidong and Di Yonghao thought strangely in their hearts. At this time, Fang Qingshan, Brahma Spirit King, and Yaqing finally arrived. The enemy is not far away, the ball fights against the cold moon. Seeing Yaqing, Di Zidong and Di Yonghao's expressions softened a bit. There was a familiar person who finally made the two of them less vigilant. Han Feng smiled strangely. Brother Yonghao, did you not recognize Han so soon? If Han remembers correctly, Brother Yonghao said that after Han came out of customs, he and Han would have a good discussion. Enmity is not the place where the enemy's police station is the best. Right now, how about Brother Yonghao and Han Mao discussing each other? You are Han Feng. Di Yonghao already felt that there was a familiar aura about Han Feng, and after hearing Han Feng's remarks, he couldn't recognize Han Feng. Although Di Yonghao and Di Zidong didn't know much about the reincarnation and the deity, they also learned a little from Emperor Yan Xuanhuan. You know, when the reincarnation and Yaqing met for the first time, there was an embarrassing misunderstanding. Emperor Yan couldn't help but be impressed, but when he was impressed, he inadvertently revealed his tone. Of course, it was limited to his wife and his own children. Regarding other people, Emperor Yan's words were still very tight. Di Yonghao and Di Yonghao were surprised for a long time at the beginning. If Han Feng hadn't been retreating in Tianshan Cave at that time, the two would have gone to Han Feng to question him. Now, looking at Han Feng, who looks different but has a familiar aura in front of him, the two of them naturally understand that this is the deity. I didn't expect the deity to be so strong. Thinking of the original agreement with Han Feng, Di Yonghao couldn't help but look embarrassed. It's a trivial matter to compete with each other. The most important thing right now is to gather the gold medal of the God King. If it's too late, it will be a disaster. Seeing Han Feng, the previous performance, only a fool will really learn from each other, and there is no way to win. Di Zidong immediately made up the knife. Hey, brother, you are afraid of being retaliated by Han Feng, so you will be beaten up. Di Zidong remembers very clearly that Han Feng was used by his elder brother as an excuse to compete. He cleaned up Han Feng severely. Di Yonghao choked and coughed lightly. Where, little sister, you think too much. This is the kind of person in your eyes, brother? Han Feng joked. Since that's the case, why don't we discuss each other after we leave the space of the God King? Okay. Di Zidong didn't think it was a big deal to watch the excitement, so he clapped his hands and applauded. Sun Bubo loves Sun Shoyo alone and hates Feng. Damn girl. Di Yonghao glared at Di Zidong angrily. Not to mention, being so mixed up by Di Zidong, the slight strangeness between the two parties due to the difference between the deity and the reincarnation quickly disappeared. Sun Ku is far from being a ghost. Sun Ku is far from being a ghost. After Brahma Spirit King and Qing Shan interjected a few words, they can be regarded as having a little friendship with Di Yonghao and his siblings. Brother and sister Yaqing and Di Yonghao have been friends with each other for a long time, so they quickly became acquainted. After Brahma Spirit King and Qing Shan interjected a few words, they could be regarded as having some friendship with Di Yonghao and his siblings. All of a sudden, the six of them talked happily. After getting acquainted with each other, Di Yonghao suddenly hesitated and said, "Han Feng, are you really the king of 9 transformations?" Han Feng responded with a smile, neither saying yes nor no. Beyond the foundation of the emperor, Han Feng will not tell anyone except his relatives, including the Brahma Spirit King and Di Yonghao brothers and sisters, until he has the strength to deter those god emperors. Han Feng's silence caused the brothers and sisters of Di Yonghao to misunderstand, and they all thought that Han Feng was already the king of 9 transformations. After all, the act of instantly killing the mid-level god king beast was really shocking. Without using the blood, without using the power of the immortal artifact, just a random move can instantly kill the middle-level god king beast, which can only be done by the 9 transformation god king. Di Yonghao thought that Han Feng was the queen of the 9 transformations god, and a strong joy flashed across his face. "Han Feng, my little sister and I know that there is a place where dozens of nearly 100 god king beasts exist. Are you willing to go there?" Di Yonghao stared at Han Feng with piercing eyes. The end of the distance, cool post-school troubles without a fight. These god king beasts have no intelligence, and naturally, they have no fear. They don't even have the instinct of fear. After science and science are not affectionate, learn from Moyue and see far away. There are too many god king beasts in that group, there must be a leader-level god king beast, and its strength must be at the top among the 3-star mid-level god king beasts. Both are 3-star mid-level god king beasts, and their strength is also divided into high and low. The leader god king beast that was killed by Han Feng today is obviously weak among the 3-star mid-level god king beasts. After all, the group is only in the early 10, and the number is too small. It is simply bad luck to be able to give birth to a leader-level god king beast. Sky. As for the group of god king beasts mentioned by Di Yonghao, the leader of the god king beast is by no means comparable to today's blood-red leader god king beast. Coupled with nearly 100 god king beasts of the same family, the overall strength is extremely terrifying. Di Yonghao and Di Zidong also discovered such a huge herd of beasts by accident, and they fled immediately after discovering it. For such a large number of god king beasts, once their brothers and sisters were surrounded, they would surely die, unlike this time when they were surrounded and had the ability to escape. In fact, even if Han Feng didn't make a move this time, nothing would happen to the Di Yonghao brothers and sisters. A group of god king beasts approaching 100. Han Feng's eyes lit up. If he could get rid of the group of god king beasts, he would be able to condense 2 or 3 gold medals of the god king, and the worst would be 2. "Where is it?" Han Feng asked impatiently, without the slightest hesitation or fear. The first update. 2 more. Hundreds of 2-star mid-level god king beasts are extremely terrifying to anyone present except Han Feng, and even the Brahma Spirit King is unlikely to be able to escape. But for Han Feng, let alone a 2-star, a 1-star high-level god king beast, he is not afraid of hundreds of them. Han Feng's comprehensive strength has already far exceeded the power that the King of 9 Changes should have. Di Yonghao further confirmed that Han Feng was already the God King of 9 Changes, otherwise it would be impossible not to be afraid of that power. There are so many God King beasts that are equivalent to the level of the 8 Change God Kings. Only when the realm is higher than the 8 Change God Kings can they kill the group of God King beasts with overwhelming power. The future does not hate, the only enemy hates Moyueshu hate. Han Feng, I can take you there, but... Di Yonghao suddenly showed a look of embarrassment. Please tell me. Seeing Di Yonghao's expression, Han Feng had already guessed the general idea. Enmity is not far away alone. Sure enough, Di Yonghao waved his sleeve robe next, and 2 gold medals of the God King appeared in front of him, one of which was completely solidified, turning from virtual to real, and it was a complete gold medal of God King. As for the other piece, 3/5 of it is illusory, which means that this gold medal of the God King has not completely changed from fiction to reality, that is, it has not yet formed a complete gold medal of the God King. Di Yonghao said, Han Feng, if you can kill the group of God King beasts, I wonder if you can give a part of it to my little sister, so that this part of my God King's gold medal will completely turn from fiction to reality. Han Feng laughed. Of course, even if brother Yonghao didn't say anything, how could Han have the monopoly? Although Di Yonghao knew that Han Feng could not monopolize it, he still had a smile on his face when he heard Han Feng's assurance. The place is lonely and cold. A group of people galloped away, and under the leadership of Di Yonghao, they came to a thunder valley. In the sky above Thunder Valley, dark clouds gathered, and bursts of thunder shuttled through the dark clouds. In Thunder Valley, there are tall God King beasts roaming around, and some God King beasts are lying somewhere in Thunder Valley, lazily enjoying the ravages of thunder. The hair of these God King beasts is light yellow, with purple lines in them, and their heads are like leopards, with 2 eagle wings spread out from their backs. Han Feng called these God King beasts eagle-winged purple-striped leopards, which is simply too vivid. The eagle-winged purple-striped leopard, after observing Han Feng for a while, Han Feng had a general understanding of the eagle-winged purple-striped leopard. Weakening effect. The thunder and the dark clouds, each one has a breath that destroys the sky and destroys the earth, and it is afraid that it can severely injure a 7 transformation God King. However, when these thunderbolts hit these eagle-winged purple-striped leopards, the destructive power of these thunders was instantly weakened by 90%, and only 10% continued to bombard the eagle-winged purple-striped leopards. With this little power, it is impossible to cause harm to the eagle-winged purple leopard. Instead, it is a kind of massage. Sun Di is not scientific, cool sun hates Yangshu. Han Feng said to Yaqing, Qingshan, and Di Zidong beside him, you 3 stay here and don't move, I can do it myself. As for senior and brother Yonghao, the 2 of you can deal with several eagle-winged purple leopards at the same time, please protect Yaqing and the others here. Chuanka does not hate ghosts. Di Yonghao and Brahma Spirit King nodded. The Brahma Spirit King said in a deep voice, don't worry, even if a God King beast finds us here, with the strength of the old man and Di Yonghao, it is enough to resist the siege of more than 10 God King beasts and support your arrival. With the guarantee of Emperor Yonghao and Brahma Spirit King, Han Feng soared into the sky and rushed into the core of Thunder Valley. Ho ho ho! Immediately, many eagle-winged purple-spotted leopards discovered Han Feng, the intruder, and roared angrily, their voices shook the sky, and all kinds of thunder and light formed various attacks to block out the sky and bombard Han Feng. Han Feng's expression was calm, and the immortal power of the immortal fetus in his body gushed out continuously, forming a golden immortal light curtain directly in the void. One after another thunder light bombarded the immortal light curtain one after another, making rumbling noises, but the immortal light curtain was as stable as Mount Tai lying there. No matter how much the eagle-winged purple leopard attacked, it could not break the immortal light curtain. Finally came out. Han Feng smiled, and saw a purple-striped leopard with stronger aura and shape flew out from the core of Thunder Valley, roaring towards Han Feng. This aura is already infinitely close to the 9 transformations God King. It is really powerful. It is definitely the top among the 3-star mid-level God King beasts, but Han Feng's sharp light flashed away, Zijing Feijian it flew out in an instant, passing through the leader-level eagle-winged purple-striped leopard. Jieka is not cool, the enemy learns from the cold. Strong, too strong. Di Yonghao muttered to himself. Only by personally seeing the power of the 9 transformations God King can we have a deeper understanding of the 9 transformations God King's combat power. Di Yonghao knew that Han Feng might easily get rid of this group of God King beasts, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. The whole process was a massacre, and those God King beasts had no resistance at all. You still want me to protect Miss Yaqing? You don't need my protection at all. Di Yonghao muttered. Han Feng's killing speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, there were very few of these God King beasts left. Han Feng was about to take the opportunity to cleanly and directly kill the few remaining God King beasts, but at this time, there was a black light flying towards here at an astonishing speed in the sky. At the same time, there was another force of the ultimate God King rushing forward like a torrential river. 9 transformations God King. Han Feng's eyes burst into light. The knot is not far away. Sun Qiu meets the moon and observes alone. This is Han Feng's first encounter with the ultimate master of the 9 transformations God King realm in the God King space. A group of people galloped away, and under the leadership of Di Yonghao, they came to a thunder valley. Here comes another master. Di Yonghao and others who were hiding elsewhere, before they had time to rejoice that a large amount of golden light was about to fall into their hands, their expressions immediately changed. As the same 9 transformations God King, his strength also varies. Will Han Feng be the opponent of that 9 transformations God King? Almost in the blink of an eye, black light fell on Legu, and a young man with black hair, black eyes, black robe and pale complexion appeared in Han Feng's sight. It's him. Di Yonghao saw who was coming, his pupils shrank, and a look of fear flashed across his face. Who is this person? Qingshan, Yaqing, and Di Zidong didn't know this young man who appeared suddenly, but seeing that Di Yonghao knew him, they couldn't help asking. This person is called Gui Mietian, and he is the most outstanding genius of the ghost family in the ghost and god world in recent years. He is the peak of the 4 transformation God King before entering the realm of the God King, but he has already stepped into the realm of the 9 changing God King. Di Yonghao said in a heavy tone. Ghost and God Realm, Ghost Family. Those who knew about Ghost and God Realm and Ghost Family gasped. The world of ghosts and gods does not mean the world of ghosts, ghosts are just a surname. The reason why it is called the Ghost and God world is because of the blood of the Ghost family's 6-winged ghost eyes and demon gods. Ghost and God Realm, one of the 10 great thousand god realms, its ghost family is also a transcendent force not inferior to the Yin clan. According to legend, the ghost family is the descendant of the ruler. The ruling power of the great thousand god realm and the possibility of dominating the descendants all give the ghost family a detached position in the 3000 god realm, just like the Su family of the Taishu god realm. And among these forces, one can imagine the strength of the most outstanding genius in recent years. The second update. Demons, Part 1. Ghost Mietian. This old man has also heard about it, and it is said that this person's bloodline of the 6-winged ghost-eyed demon god is born at the level of immortality. The boat is not far away, the sun is cool, the moon is cool, and the sun is cool. It's a low-level immortal bloodline. Di Yonghao nodded affirmatively, and also stated the specific level. It's just a low-level immortal bloodline, so am I. Di Zidong said in disbelief. You were promoted the day after tomorrow, and it is unlikely that you can go further. That Gui Mietian has a low-level immortal blood and has become a god queen. With the background of the ghost family, there may be a heaven-defying treasure that can make Gui Mietian. The bloodline has further reached the intermediate immortal level. And Gui Mietian said in a deep voice, Gui Mietian is now the god king of 9 changes, which means that Gui Mietian can fully display the power of the low-level immortal blood. Di Zidong's face suddenly changed. The reason why Di Zidong doesn't take the low-level immortal bloodline seriously is because Di Zidong can only exert 10 to 20% or even less power at the moment. Although this power is strong, it is not so terrifying that it is unimaginable, so Di Zidong doesn't think Han Feng can't resist. But Dizidong had forgotten that she was only in the realm of the 7 transformations God King, while Gui Mietian was in the 9 transformations God King realm. The difference in realm allows Gui Mietian to display a complete immortal bloodline, instead of only a small part like her. Emperor Zedong's bloodline was acquired and evolved to the level of immortality, not innate, so compared with those geniuses who were born with immortal bloodlines, there is a flaw. Although the owner of the born immortal bloodline cannot exert the power of the immortal bloodline when the realm is still low, the power of the immortal bloodline is perfecting the body that he owns all the time, so after the immortal bloodline has more and more strength, it is logical to fully display the power of the immortal blood. The acquired immortal bloodline, such as Dizidong, has a weaker influence on Dizidong, so at the same level, Dizidong's ability to exert the power of the immortal bloodline is not as good as that of a natural owner of the immortal bloodline. Because of this, the power of the immortal bloodline that Dizidong can display is not too much, but this is not too much power, and it has already allowed Dizidong to compete with the ordinary 8-change God King in the realm of the 7-change God King. How strong should it be when all of it is played out? Dizidong began to worry about Han Feng's situation. In contrast, it was Qing Shan and Yaqing's calm expressions. Miss Yaqing, Miss Qing Shan, aren't you worried? Seeing the expressions of the two, Di Yonghao couldn't help being a little puzzled. Chuan Kadi's love rival Choma is haunted by my grandson. Qing Shan smiled mysteriously. It's just a low-level immortal blood, you still underestimated your husband. Look, if Gui Mietian really wants to harm your husband, it will definitely not be your husband who suffers. Oh? When Qing Shan said this, the Brahma Spirit King became interested. This disciple of his own will not lie for nothing. There must be some basis for saying this. Thinking of the relationship between Qing Shan and Han Feng, Brahma Spirit King guessed that Han Feng must have some powerful cards that he had never played against him. Di Yonghao and Dizidong also stared wide-eyed. Han Feng, can he really compete against that ghost Mietian? At this time, in front of Di Yonghao and Dizidong, Han Feng's ability to fight against Gui Mietian is already very remarkable. Sun Qiuqiu doesn't know how to get together, so he makes trouble with me. In the air, Gui Mietian stared at Han Feng with cold eyes, only to hear Gui Mietian coldly say, "The God King beast here. Is it all destroyed by you?" So what? Han Feng's face was indifferent, not affected by Gui Mietian's aura at all. The enemy is far from the enemy. Being able to kill so many God King beasts, it seems that you should be in the realm of the 9 transformation God Kings. Gui Mietian's face was slightly condensed, and his expression became more serious. Those who can be promoted to the 9 transformations God King in the God King space are all outstanding, with both strength and luck. Is it difficult to further break through to the 9 transformations God King without looking at those God Kings who have accumulated 8 transformations over the years? As the ultimate realm of the God King, the difficulty of breaking through the 9 transformations God King is beyond imagination. Only all kinds of hatred, all kinds of art, then cold and ruthless trouble. However, in the eyes of Han Feng, these words are extremely ridiculous. Gui Mietian stared at the golden light in Han Feng's hand. With so much golden light, it would definitely be able to condense a gold medal of the King of Gods. The guy surnamed Su has already reached the 6th floor. I can't delay it too late, otherwise. Thinking of this, even though he was a little afraid of Han Feng, Gui Mietian still said, coldly, "It seems that your excellency finally broke through to the 6th floor. For the sake of the God King of 9 changes, as long as you hand over one of the gold medals of the God King in your hand, I can let you go." From Gui Mietian's point of view, it would be a great pleasure for him to let Han Feng leave with a lot of golden light. Well, stay. However, in Han Feng's eyes, these words were extremely ridiculous. Not bothering to talk to Gui Mietian at all, Han Feng left a sentence of impossible, turned around and was about to leave. Keep the golden light. Gui Mietian was furious, and with a flash of his body, he shot towards Han Feng. Under the Emperor of God, there was not one who dared to reject him before Han Feng appeared. Huh! Han Feng snorted coldly, his aura was fully opened, and the aura of the 8 transformation God King who surpassed the foundation of the Heavenly Emperor surged out like a storm. That kind of momentum was not weaker than the peak of the 9 transformation God King. The enemy's territory is far from love. Rumble. Wherever the momentum passed, the space on the 5th floor of the God King Tower also rumbled, and cracks exploded. The peak of the 9 transformations God King, covered by Xiaopeng and the Skyfire Tower, Gui Mietian couldn't see through Han Feng's realm. The aura is too terrifying, not weaker than the peak of the 9 transformations God King, so Gui Mietian still mistook Han Feng for the 9 transformations God King, and didn't think about other aspects. If it is a God Emperor, or a high-level God Emperor, I am afraid that Han Feng's reality can be seen at a glance. It's actually the pinnacle. Gui Mietian was really shocked, even he was only in the early stages of the 9 transformations God King. Boom boom boom. Before Gui Mietian got close to Han Feng, he was forced by this momentum and had to retreat. Obviously, in the confrontation of momentum, Gui Mietian fell into a disadvantage, not as good as Han Feng at all. This scene made Di Yonghao, Di Zidong, and Brahma Spirit King's eyes widen with such a strong aura. Di Yonghao thought of Han Feng, who was trampled by him in Dian Palace before, and a drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Di Zidong twitched the corners of his mouth. You have already reached the peak of the ultimate God King realm. What are you doing in the God King Tower? Are you going to rely on the God King's golden light to improve your foundation or something else? Ships can't be cool. God King Jin Guang not only improves his cultivation and foundation, but also other aspects, such as innate supernatural powers, innate divine fire, powerful unique skills, etc. Back then, the Lord of the Flame God realized a unique art of immortality by relying on the golden light of the God King. Qing Shan and Yaqing looked at each other and smiled. Only the two of them knew that Han Feng was not the peak of the 9 transformations God King at all, but the peak of the 8 transformations God King, and he hadn't even reached the peak of the 8 transformations God King. The first update. P.S. The state has been bad recently, and the missing update may not be coded out until very late today. Everyone should go to bed first. Please search to see the most complete, the fastest updated novel. Ghosts Cry Gods Weep. The enemy's land is not far away. Since the aura was no match for Han Feng, Gui Mietian immediately unleashed his ultimate move, and the howls of ghosts and gods spread throughout the space, pervasive. Even Han Feng couldn't stop the howls of ghosts and gods from rushing into his ears. Immediately, the world of spirits and souls set off a turbulent sea, as if something was about to penetrate into the world of spirits and souls. Han Feng felt that he had come to another space, and there were ghosts again, and he kept crying, which made his head hurt. At this moment, Han Feng noticed that in the sound of howling ghosts and howling gods, there seemed to be a giant palm attacking. The giant palm was completely condensed by ghosts, and the grimaces opened their mouths, releasing even more mournful cries. Devil May Cry. Purple gold flying sword. Han Feng endured the pain in his head and the illusory picture in front of him, and the light of Zijin burst out. In Han Feng's perception, this ray of golden light seemed to come to the dirty place like a big sun, evaporating all the dirt. The golden light collided with the giant palm in an instant, and the sound of Devil May Cry became even more shrill, setting off endless storms. What? Gui Mietian was taken aback, that the other party was able to perform moves no less than quasi-immortal skills. After Yuanka's hatred alone, the ball fights with Ku and Ji. Gui Mietian's move, Ghost Crying God Weeping Palm, is a quasi-immortal move. Don't underestimate the quasi-immortal technique. Half-step immortality and quasi-immortality, in fact, both need to rely on the power of immortality to display their strongest power. From a certain point of view, half-step immortality and quasi-immortality are for god kings who have immortal blood, or god emperors who have condensed immortal god babies. I'm cold. Most of the god kings with immortal blood can realize half-step immortality by virtue of their superb comprehension after breaking through to the upper god king, but very few can comprehend quasi-immortality. Generally, it is easy for a first-order god emperor who has just broken through to comprehend half-step immortality, but it takes a certain degree of difficulty to comprehend quasi-immortality, and the real immortal mastery, even for a first-order god emperor. It is not so easy to comprehend. In other words, Gui Mietian's move is quasi-immortal skill, ghost crying god weeping palm. At least 1/3 of the first-level god emperors probably mastered the same kind of unique skill, and Gui Mietian has always been proud of it, but today, Han Feng's momentum is stronger, and the power of the world is higher, which is also equivalent to the quasi-immortal technique. Han Feng's purple gold flying sword is even better. After defeating Ghost Crying God Crying Palm, the Zijin Feijian's light suddenly diminished, like a candle that would be extinguished at any time. Even so, the Zijin Feijian continued to slash towards Gui Mietian. Gui Mietian took a few steps back, and then suddenly let out a roar. The sound shook the world, and the demonic energy around Gui Mietian was even more overwhelming. The devilish energy swallowed Gui Mietian, and then the 6 black lights suddenly blasted out from the devilish energy, colliding with the Zijin Feijian in an instant, and then the 6 black lights defeated the Zijin Feijian with the momentum of thunder, completely annihilating the Zijin Feijian. Then the 6 black lights continued to explode towards Han Feng. Han Feng's expression is awe-inspiring. The power of each of these 6 black lights is not weaker than the quasi-immortal level. This is definitely not caused by some tricks. It is 80 to 9 out of 10 that Gui Mietian used the power of blood. Things were exactly as Han Feng expected. When the devilish energy dissipated, where Gui Mietian was originally located, there were 6 devil wings spread out behind Gui Mietian, and the other parts did not change much, except for the head. Ghost Mietian's head, nose, mouth, and ears completely disappeared, and only 6 pitch-black magic pupils remained on the entire face. With 6 eyes, this strange appearance makes people feel chills just by looking at it. Those 6 black lights are the bloodline supernatural powers emitted by the 6 ghost eyes, ghost eye magic light. The magic light of the 6 ghost eyes blasted towards Han Feng like a broken bamboo, and Han Feng had to take it seriously with such momentum. A general examination. After all, the opponent has already displayed the power of the bloodline, which is still as high as the immortal level. The ghost eye magic light is at the quasi-immortal level, plus the strength increase of the bloodline of the 6-winged ghost eye demon god to Gui Mietian. The 6 ghost eyes. The destructive power of the magic light at this moment has reached its peak. It's time to verify that divine body. Although Han Feng's face was solemn, there was a surge of fighting spirit in his heart. The divine body of the immortal sun. Han Feng yelled, and a sun suddenly rose behind him, and the dazzling white light pierced the sky, followed by the boiling temperature in the surrounding area. Then, the overwhelming white flames rushed out like a torrent. It was the upgraded version of the flame of the sun after the fusion of the 9 suns divine body and the great sun flame body to upgrade to the immortal great sun divine body, the immortal great sun divine flame. The immortal sun god body is the immortal god body. The immortal sun god flame, which had just evolved at that time, actually did not reach the power it is today. At that time, the power of the flame was much higher than that of the king-rank god fire, but it was still far from immortal. However, in the following decades, the immortal sun divine flame has reached the level that matches the immortal great sun divine body, that is to say, the power of the immortal great sun divine flame has reached the level of the low-level immortal divine fire. With Han Feng's current cultivation base of the 8 transformations God King, which is not weaker than the peak power of the 9 transformations God King, coupled with the immortal God embryo in his body, he can fully exert the power of the immortal great sun God flame. The surging white flames made Gui Mietian horrified. Gui Mietian never expected that a person he met by chance would have an immortal divine body. And the flame brought out from the divine body has also reached the level of immortal fire. The 6 black lights rushed into the white flames, like a few gravels thrown into a river, except for a few bubbles, there was no effect. However, Gui Mietian has been called the most outstanding genius of the Gui family in recent years, and he was born with immortal blood, so his ability cannot be limited to the point that was exposed just now. The reason why Gui Mietian was shocked was because he had never heard of or seen Han Feng before. Generally speaking, it is impossible for someone with an immortal body or bloodline to be unknown in the world of the 10 great thousand gods. Just like Di Yonghao, although he has never seen Gui Mietian, he has seen a portrait of Gui Mietian, and he has heard all kinds of rumors about Gui Mietian long ago. The Brahma Spirit King doesn't often go to the Dakian god realm, and he is also very familiar with the name of Ghost Mietian. After the shock, Gui Mietian didn't have time to think about why Han Feng, who possessed the immortal divine body and immortal divine fire, was unknown and had never heard of it, because the overwhelming immortal great sun divine flame was about to come before Gui Mietian and kill him in gulf. Don't think that you are the only one who possesses the immortal fire. Gui Mietian's 6 magic pupils suddenly swept out a large amount of black magic flames, ghost-eyed magic fire. In just a few decades, Han Feng was able to raise the immortal great sun divine flame to the immortal level, so how could Gui Mietian, who was born with an immortal bloodline, fail to raise the ghost-eyed demon fire derived from his bloodline to the immortal level? Ghost-eyed demon fire is also a low-level immortal divine fire. The black and white flames collided back and forth in the air like this, setting off heavy waves of flames. That kind of momentum is enough to make any ordinary 9 changes God King pale in horror. The second update. Tags. Retreats. Equals. The complete power of the immortal blood and the full power of the immortal fire, when these two are concentrated on the 9 transformations God King, it is doomed that this 9 transformations God King is far beyond the reach of ordinary God Kings. Baidu search website updates the fastest and most stable. Whether it is Gui Mietian or Han Feng, the power displayed at this moment has far exceeded the power that the King of 9 Changes should have. The Heavenly Emperor's Foundation 6 Changes God King Breakthrough God Emperor, Breakthrough God Queen is the first level. After reaching the 3rd level, I am afraid that it will be able to match or even crush the fighting power that Gui Mietian and Han Feng are erupting at this moment. In the distance where Di Yonghao and others were hiding, Di Yonghao and Brahma Spirit King set off a turbulent seat in their hearts. Ghost Mietian is very strong, but they had already expected it. But Han Feng is also so strong, but they are extremely shocked. Before this, they never thought that Han Feng would have such a divine body and terrifying flames. Not to mention them, even Qingshan and Yaqing had a flash of surprise in their eyes. Of course, the second daughter believed that Han Feng would not be weaker than Gui Mietian, or even stronger, but the second daughter's confidence lay in the form of the flame demon Songling sword and sword demon, as well as the burning god body, immortal body, and so on. The immortal great sun divine body, the 2 daughters had never seen it before. Of course, the 2 women don't know that this immortal great sun divine body is the divine body produced after the 3 generations were unified, and it has only been born for decades. It's only natural that the 2 girls don't know, because so far, this is the first time that Han Feng has shown the immortal sun god body. In the void, black flames and white flames are distinct in color, dividing the void into 2 regions. Han Feng's strength is equivalent to the peak of the 9 transformations God King, and Gui Mietian is only in the early stage of the 9 transformations God King, so Han Feng is naturally stronger than Gui Mietian. However, Gui Mietian has mastered the ghost-eyed demon fire for a long time. Han Feng's immortal great sun divine flame has only recently been upgraded to the immortal level, and this is the first time he has used it. Regardless of the degree of mastery or the power of the flames, Ghost Mietian is actually better. Therefore, summed up, the two seas of flames are on par, and no one can do anything to the other. The palm of the immortal sun god. Han Feng raised his palm, and the power of the vast sun burst out from the sea of flames formed by the flames of the immortal sun god. Palm, thundering away, invincible, unstoppable. The sea of fire formed by ghost eyes and devil fire. It was squeezed in an instant, and then wiped out by this divine palm. Immortal knowledge. Gui Mietian stared at the palm that was slapped at him. This palm was completely beyond his expectation. Possessing the blood of the six-winged ghost eye demon god, the ghost eye magic light is super powerful, and the ghost eye magic fire has reached the level of immortal fire. However, both of these are brought by the blood of the six-winged ghost eye demon god, especially the ghost eye demon fire, which has reached the level of immortal fire, because of the power of blood. Therefore, Gui Mietian is not proud of these two abilities, because sooner or later, these two abilities will be eliminated as he becomes stronger. Whether it is the ghost eye magic light or the ghost eye magic fire, unless the power of the bloodline goes further, they have already reached their limit. Only the previous unique technique, Ghost Crying God Weeping Palm, is the trick that Gui Mietian is proud of, because it was comprehended by Gui Mietian himself. In the future, it can not only be upgraded to the real level of immortality, but also to intermediate immortality, and even advanced immortality. Han Feng has the immortal sun divine body and the immortal sun divine flame, both of which can be understood as the abilities brought by the divine body, but the immortal sun divine palm cannot be said that way. The immortal sun god palm is actually using the power of the divine body, but this unique knowledge is obviously not passed down from the divine body to Han Feng, but Han Feng comprehended it according to the characteristics of the divine body by relying on the time room in the Skyfire Pagoda. Therefore, this real immortality, the immortality that he comprehended by himself, finally shocked Gui Mietian. Not good. When the immortal sun god palm extinguished the ghost eye demon fire, and immediately approached Gui Mietian said inwardly, retreating quickly, and at the same time, threw out a fragment of the immortal artifact. A long-distance enemy, a ghost, Sun Shu, pointed by the moon and love. Now, Gui Mietian can only rely on the fragment of this immortal artifact to resist. This fragment, just like the fragment of the great emperor's son, is just a fragment, but its power is already very close to that of a low-level immortal artifact. Obviously, the complete period is either a mid-level immortal artifact or a high-level immortal artifact. However, Gui Mietian also knew that it would be unreliable to rely solely on the fragments of the artifact to compete against the immortal sun palm, but that was the real immortal mastery, or the immortal mastery that incorporated the immortal great sun divine flame. That level of power could be called terrifying. Ghost Mietian activated the fragments of the immortal artifact, and purple chains roared out, and soon the chains densely formed a large area. Gui Mietian once again spewed ghost-eyed demonic fire, attached to the purple chains, and the chains were like a mad dragon, rushing towards the palm of the immortal sun god. The palm of the immortal sun god was bound by chains and soon stagnated in midair, but soon a torrent of white flame swept out from the palm of the immortal sun god, causing the purple chains to make a hissing sound. Not long after, the purple chains began to break. This guy. Gui Mietian's pupils shrank, and he finally realized that he was not the opponent of the unknown 9 transformations god king in front of him. Just relying on this trick to integrate the immortal sun god palm of the immortal sun god flame, ordinary third-tier god emperors can only end up falling. Humph. Gui Mietian snorted unwillingly, then reluctantly took out a piece of talisman paper, as if taking out this piece of talisman paper was so humiliating. Then the talisman paper was torn, and a green light shot. The ghost Mietian devoured it, and the next moment Gui Mietian disappeared. This talisman is obviously an extremely brilliant teleportation talisman, so it can also be used in the God King Tower. Such high-level talisman papers, I am afraid that only the Ghost family and the Su family have the supernatural strength to come up with it. Escape? Han Feng frowned slightly. He could be teleported away in the God King Tower. This guy seems to have a complicated background. I don't know where he came from. Now that we have a grudge, I'm afraid that in the future. What are you afraid of? The next time we meet again, it will not be so easy to escape. Han Feng soon stopped caring. This is the confidence that his strength brought to Han Feng. After being far away and alone, after learning Xuanhuan's skills. Today's Han Feng, although he is still a God King, is already stronger than some ordinary God Emperors. Hou Yuandi was far alone, and the later student Xuanhuan's technique Feng Immortal Sun God's palm was bound by chains, and soon stagnated in midair, but soon a torrent of white flame swept out of Immortal Sun God's palm, causing purple, the chain squeaked. As for the God Emperor, although there are high and low, but because the number is too small, as long as you become a God Emperor, you can be said to be the top expert in this universe. Han Feng is the group of top experts, and no one should underestimate him. Where Di Yonghao and others were hiding, Di Yonghao and Brahma Spirit King had already been dumbfounded. The famous ghost Mietian, who was said to be the most outstanding genius of the descendants of the Gui family in recent years, and who was hailed as the most likely to grow into a sixth-order God Emperor peak giant, unexpectedly escaped. Looking at Han Feng again, the two had to admit that they seemed to have never seen through Han Feng's limit from the beginning to the end. Qingshan and Yaqing didn't care so much. As soon as Gui Mietian left, the two immediately flew towards Han Feng and threw themselves into Han Feng's arms. Even if they have confidence in Han Feng, it doesn't mean they are really not worried. The third update. Tags. More. Okay, I'm fine. I need to read a book. Han Feng patted Qingshan and Yaqing. Boy Han, the old man really underestimated you. Brahma Spirit King shook his head and flew over in admiration. You bastard. How many skills are you still unused? God, that's the ghost of the ghost family. If today's incident gets out, you will definitely be famous in the world of all gods. Di Yonghao stared at Han Feng, as if looking at a monster. Ghost house? Han Feng looked suspicious. Han Feng knew little about the ghost family. Di Yonghao immediately told Han Feng what he knew about the ghost family, and Han Feng was stunned, and he said that the power behind that guy would not be simple, and it was true. However, Han Feng was a little surprised that it was very likely that he was the descendant of the master. At this time, Han Feng's expression changed, and he thought of the Dragon God Palace in the Dragon God Realm. According to legend, the founder of the Dragon God Realm was also a ruler. But Dragon God Palace is far behind when compared to Gui family and Su family. Could it be that the rumors about the Dragon Palace being created by the Juggernaut are false? Forget it, don't think about it. Shaking his head, Han Feng no longer thinks about these things. Right now, he is not even a God Emperor, and the ruler is even further away from him. It's better to become the Queen of God, and then consider the road to domination. Han Feng stretched out his hand, and the bright golden light condensed several gold medals of the God King in front of him. Before meeting the Di Yonghao brothers and sisters, Han Feng had already condensed a piece of God King gold medal. Now that he had killed many God King beasts, he quickly condensed a complete God King gold medal. In addition to this one, there are 2 Demigod King gold medals. The half of Han Feng was given to Di Zidong, and Di Zidong's God King gold medal was soon completely solidified. At this time, Di Yonghao brothers and sisters could resonate with the God King gold medal, and be promoted to the 6th floor of the God King Tower, or leave the God King Tower. On Han Feng's side, he has 3 complete God King gold medals. He only needs to condense one more piece to advance to the 6th floor of the God King Tower, or leave the God King Tower. Brother Yonghao, are you planning to? Han Feng asked Di Yonghao. Di Yonghao looked at Di Zidong, and sighed. It's better to leave the God King Tower, although the younger sister's strength is good, but after all, she is only the 7th transformation God King, even if she has immortal blood, she can't exert much power. The 5th floor is dangerous for the little girl, but it's okay to have my protection. However, on the 6th floor of the God King Tower, even if I am alone, it is a bit dangerous to face a 3-star mid-level God King beast. Protect little sister. Di Zidong pouted. But he didn't say anything. Although Di Zidong was a bit willful, it was not that he could not see the situation clearly. If Brother Yonghao doesn't mind, you can go with Han, and you don't have to leave the God King Tower so early. Han Feng made a suggestion. Is this okay? Di Yonghao hesitated immediately. If you can advance to the 6th floor, you will definitely get more golden light from the God King. The difficulty of breaking through from the 8 transformations God King to the 9 transformations God King is definitely more difficult than most God Kings imagined. Only breaking through to the 5th floor of the God King Tower. To be honest, Di Yonghao is not very sure about breaking through the 9 transformations God King. It's nothing bad. Han Feng waved his hand, not minding at all. After all, there are only a handful of 8 transformation God Kings who can reach the 6th floor of the God King Tower. Even if they are allowed to kill, how many God King beasts can they kill? Han Feng believes that unless those 8 changed God Kings choose to join forces, it is unlikely that they can be promoted to the 5th or 6th floor. And once those 8 changed God Kings choose to join forces, they will be in the same situation as they are now, and the 2 sides will be at a similar level of competition. Seeing that Han Feng really didn't mind, Di Yonghao quickly cupped his hands, then thank you Brother Han. Di Yonghao didn't dare to treat Han Feng like he did when he was in Dian Palace. A group of 6 people walked together. On the 5th floor of the God King Tower today, it is definitely a huge force in terms of numbers. Now on the 5th floor of the entire God King Tower, the number is probably only a little over 100, and the number may be even less. In the middle of the journey, when some 8 transformation kings saw that there were 6 people on Han Feng's side, they didn't dare to approach them immediately, and even retreated far away. Under the condition that no one dared to rob, Han Feng and the 6 finally gathered the gold medal of the God King after half a month. In the past half a month, the 6 people did not find the God King Beast group, otherwise it would not have taken half a month to condense a God King gold medal. The 6 people resonated with the God King gold medal and were promoted to the 6th floor of the God King Tower. The God King Tower on the 6th floor has fewer people, and the number of Han Feng's 6 people is even more eye-catching. Naturally, none of the 8 changed God Kings came to make trouble. On the entire 6th floor, everyone went smoothly, and after 2 months, 6 God King gold medals were condensed. On the 7th floor, the strength level of the God King Beast will be raised to a high level. A high-level God King Beast, even if it is a 1-star beast, is equivalent to an ordinary 9-change God King. Among the 6, only Han Feng can ignore a God King Beast with this level. Therefore, Di Zidong, Di Yonghao and Brahma Spirit King chose to push away. The 7th floor is too dangerous for them. A random God King Beast can easily kill the 3 of them. Although there is Han Feng, but Han Feng must give priority to protecting Yaqing and Qing Shan, and may not be able to help them in time. In the face of danger, with only 1 breath of time difference, they may be lost forever, and the Brahma Spirit King and the 3 dare not take risks. On the 7th floor, a group of 6 becomes a group of 3. Outside the God King Tower, the Brahma Spirit King and the God King gold medal resonated and returned to the position before entering the God King Tower. Just as the Brahma Spirit King came back, an extremely huge golden vortex suddenly rolled up in the air, and the vast golden light crashed down, swallowing the Brahma Spirit King. The surrounding God Kings Li Xuan and Zhu Lai were extremely envious. The golden light was far superior to them both in terms of quality and quantity. Bathed in the golden light is pervasive. The Brahma Spirit King had spent too much time at the peak of the 8 transformations God King. At this time, when the golden light entered, the Brahma Spirit King broke through the shackles and stepped into the 9 transformations God King in one fell swoop. The King's ultimate God King realm. Boom boom boom. Unparalleled power emanated from the Brahma Spirit King. The power that was like heaven and earth made many God Kings such as Xuanhuan God King and Zhu Lai God King couldn't help but take a few steps back and almost knelt down and surrendered. Their eyes were horrified and fiery. This is the power of the 9 transformations God King. Once he breaks through to the God Emperor, he will break through to the 4th order God Emperor in an instant. How many high-level God Emperors are there in the 3,000 God realms? God King Zhu Lai and others believed that, based on Brahma Spirit King's years of preparation, it was estimated that Brahma Spirit King would be able to attack the realm of God Emperor in less than 1,000 years. Ho ho ho. For a long time, he was trapped in the peak realm of the 8-changed God King and could not break through. Now, once he breaks through, he is like a dragon, going out to sea, and soaring into the sky. Brahma Spirit King couldn't help but let out a long howl. The long-term precipitation finally played a role at this moment. When the Brahma Spirit King broke through, the realm soared, and it took almost one breath to skyrocket to the middle stage of the 9 transformations God King. After a few breaths, it rose to the late stage. The time for tea has already reached the pinnacle of the 9 transformations God King. The first update. C_T. From the early days of the 9 transformations God King to the peak of the 9 transformations God King, it was entirely due to the long-term accumulation of the Brahma Spirit King, and the golden light of the God King did not play much role. Web access. Therefore, apart from the fact that a lot of the golden light of the Divine King was consumed when breaking through the 9 transformations God King, and the golden light of the God King was not consumed much when he was promoted from the early stage of the 9 transformations God King to the peak, there is still a lot of the golden light of the God King left. Basically, the Brahma Spirit King is already the peak of the Heavenly Emperor, and there is no way to rise up, so the Brahma Spirit King uses the golden light of the God King to comprehend the unique knowledge. When the golden light of the God King dissipated a lot, Brahma Spirit King suddenly realized a truly immortal art. Although it is only a low level, as long as it can exert its full power, it is still powerful. Considering that there is no immortal blood to provide immortal power, it is difficult to display the full power of the immortal art, so the remaining golden light of the God King, Brahma Spirit King, is directly used to enhance his own spirit body. The spirit body of the Brahma Spirit King is the ultimate king rank. It is not easy to be promoted to the immortal spirit body. Even with the golden light of the God King, it is difficult to do it if the number is too small. The reason why God King Li Xuan and other God Kings didn't use it to enhance the bloodline before is because they knew that it was impossible to successfully evolve the bloodline with the golden light of the God King absorbed by them. The golden light of the God King on the 3rd floor is very different from the golden light of the God King on the 6th floor. Don't look at the fact that the 6th floor is twice that of the 3rd floor, and you think that the quantity and quality of the golden light of the God King is only twice that of the 3rd floor. In fact, for each level difference, the God King's golden light bestowed by the God King Pagoda, after considering the quantity and quality, is nearly 10 times that of the lower level on the whole. After being unresponsive and unfeeling. In other words, in terms of effect, the golden light of the God King on the 6th floor is almost 1,000 times that of the 3rd floor. And the effect of this 1,000 times, for the peak of the 8 transformations God King who is not deep in the background, I am afraid that it is only enough for the 8 transformations God King to break through successfully. It can be seen that the difficulty for the 8 transformations God King to break through the 9 transformations God King to what extent, and how much energy is required. Almost all the books you want to read are available. They are much more stable than ordinary websites and are updated faster. There are no advertisements in full text. If the Brahma Spirit King hadn't had a profound background, after breaking through to the 9 transformations God Queen, there wouldn't be much God King golden light left. Not to mention comprehending the unique art of immortality and evolving the spirit body to the immortal level, even the peak of the 9 transformations God King may not be able to reach it. Fortunately, Brahma Spirit King has a profound background, and he didn't use much golden light of the God King when he broke through. Only in this way can he use the golden light of the God King to comprehend a door of immortality, and he can also use the golden light of the God King to improve his spiritual body. Sun Qiu's vengeful complex learns from war and makes Ling Ji ship. After all the golden lights of the God Kings were fully utilized, the spiritual body of Brahma Spirit King made great progress. But Sun Budi's hatred is manifested by the moon skill ball. From the real immortal spirit. It's still a bit worse, it can only be regarded as a broken immortal spirit body. Even so, this incomplete immortal spirit body has greatly improved the strength of Brahma Spirit King, and can even exert the full power of immortality. Is it just a broken immortal spirit body? I didn't expect to absorb so much golden light of the God King, and I didn't upgrade to the real immortal spirit body level. But now I am a broken immortal spirit body. As long as I absorb some immortal essence, I can make the spirit body completely reach the level of immortality. Brahma Spirit King rested his chin in thought. The surrounding gods and kings immediately came over to congratulate the Brahma Spirit King. Their eyes were full of envy. They knew very well that the gap between them and the Brahma Spirit King was getting wider and wider, and in the future, they were destined to no longer be on the same level. Right now, they must seize this opportunity to make friends with the future invincible emperor. At the same time, somewhere in the God King space, Di Yonghao and Di Zidong also received great benefits. No hatred, no enemies, no war, no school. Di Yonghao is also the pinnacle of the 8 transformations God King, but his background is not deep, so he consumed a lot of God King's golden light when he broke through. And after the breakthrough, he only maintained the initial stage of the 9 transformations God King, and he was not as direct as the Brahma Spirit King. Soared to the peak of the 9 changes God King. The remaining God King Jin Guang was completely exhausted after Di Yonghao comprehended a low-level immortal absolute ocean. Can't get far. Di Zidong has been promoted to the peak of the 8 transformations God King, and there is still a lot of God King golden light left, but it seems that there is still a lot of God King golden light, but it is not enough to help Di Zidong break through to the 9 transformations God King, so Di Zidong Dong used the remaining golden light of the God King to comprehend 1 low-level immortal art, 2 quasi-immortal art and 2 half-step immortal art. Emperor Zidong's bloodline has evolved to the level of immortality. Relying on the immortal bloodline can generate a steady stream of immortal power. But there is no need to worry about not being able to exert the power of these half-step immortality, quasi-immortality, and low-level immortality skills. The enemy's far-flung enmity is alone, and the investigation is sealed by the solitary finger. The 7th floor of the God King Tower. The sky is full of red clouds. Because only 3 God King gold medals need to be collected, Han Feng didn't feel too much pressure. On the first 6 floors, Han Feng encountered many masters, but apart from Gui Mietian and other 9 transformation God Kings, there was no second 9 transformation God Kings. Of course, Han Feng also knew that there must be some masters he hadn't met, but among such masters, it is not very likely that there will be a master of the 9 transformations God King, so Han Feng guessed that those who can come to the 7th floor masters, I'm afraid there are only a few digits. Some 8 transformation God Kings are so powerful that they can indeed reach the 7th floor, but on the 7th floor, it is unlikely that they will condense the gold medal of the God King, so even some 8 transformation God Kings can condense the gold medal on the 6th floor. God King gold medal, most likely will choose to lead the God King Tower, just like Di Yonghao and Brahma Spirit King. Maybe only a few people came to the 7th floor. So even if there are not many God King beasts on the 7th floor, I am afraid it can still meet the needs of all God Kings. A month later, the 3 of Han Feng successfully advanced to the 8th floor of the God King Tower. On the 8th floor, Han Feng was lucky enough to find a group of God King beasts, and a 3-star high-level God King beast was born in the group, whose strength was equivalent to that of the Supreme 9 Transformation God King. Immortal Sun God Physique. Immortal Sun God Palm. Han Feng slapped it lightly, and the God King beast, with strength as high as 3 stars, was turned into flying ash under the palm of the Immortal Sun God. Han Feng accepted the golden light, turned his head suddenly, glanced somewhere in the void, and said lightly, "Since your excellency has already appeared, why don't you show up?" The light in the void twisted, and an elegant young man in a white robe suddenly appeared. Beside the young man in white robe, there was also a young man in white robe. However, this young man's eyes were like a torch, and there was a faint king character on his forehead, full of domineering. The elegant young man smiled at the corner of his mouth, bowed slightly to Han Feng, and said, "I don't know how to address you." Han Feng. Han Feng said indifferently, looking at the elegant young man without any fear. The elegant young man nodded. "Void Yen, next to Su is Bai Xingtian, brother Han, we will see you later." Said that it is still empty. Wu Yan cupped his hands again, and left with Bai Xingtian next to him, without any intention of snatching it. Han Feng was surprised that the other party didn't make a move like that Gui Mietian, and then suddenly realized that the power he showed would make the other party fearful. Han Feng didn't go after him. Even if Han Feng wasn't afraid of the opponent, why would he provoke a strong enemy for no reason? Only. "See you later?" What does this mean? Han Feng narrowed his eyes. The second update. King Tower, one more. See you later? Does it mean that there will be a war sooner or later? If that's the case, why didn't you take action just now? Or did you feel unsure and wanted to find help? Forget it, I don't think so much. If there is a real need for a fight, I won't be afraid. Han Feng said lightly, without any fear in his words, but with a surging fighting spirit. Ever since he reached the peak of the 8-change God King, his basic combat power is not weaker than that of the ordinary 9-change God King, and he has various trump cards such as the Sword Demon form, the Ancient Dragon transformation, the Immortal body, and the Immortal Sun God body, over an opponent who can give him his best. Including the previous Ghost Mietian, Han Feng only played his trump card of the Immortal Sun Divine body. Han Feng really wanted to meet an evenly matched opponent and have a good fight. Han Feng turned around and was about to leave when his body paused suddenly, and he naturally said to himself, "Void Flame? Could it be that Su family? And Bai Xingtian, could it be?" Vaguely, Han Feng roughly understood the identities of the two. If it's really that Su family, then the blood of this Wuyan is definitely not simple. A strange color flashed in Han Feng's eyes. That Bai Xingtian is the God King of 9 transformations, while Wu Wuyan is only the pinnacle of God King of 8 transformations. But Bai Xingtian seems to be based on nothingness, and there is only one reason, and that is that nothingness is lower than Bai Xingtian, but in terms of overall strength, it is definitely stronger than Bai Xingtian. The bloodline that the 8 transformation God King can make the 9 transformation God King submit to is the low-level immortal blood, maybe even higher. At this time, Qing Shan and Yi Qingfei approached. On the 8th floor of the God King Tower, the only thing the two girls had to do was to protect themselves. It was impossible to participate in the war. Yaqing noticed Wu Wuyan and Bai Xingtian, who had left, and asked curiously, "Han Feng, who are they?" Han Feng shook his head first, and then expressed his guess. "If it's really from the Su family, Han Feng, you have to be careful." Qing Shan looked worried. Yaqing said, "Han Feng, since this is the case, Qing Shan and I should leave the Tower of the God King. I think there must be some special reason why Wu Wuyan didn't do anything this time, not only because he is afraid of Han Feng's strength, but also because of your strength. There are other reasons. No matter what the reason is, since Wu Wuyan personally said that we can still meet in the future, then we will definitely have a fight with you. Me and Qingshan. It can't help you at all, but it's a drag. It's better to leave the God King Tower, so as not to be used to threaten you and make you tied up. This. Han Feng originally wanted to lead Yaqing and Qingshan to advance to as many floors as he could, but the reason Yaqing said made Han Feng ponder. Indeed, on the 8th floor of the God King Tower, there are elite 9 transformation God Kings everywhere, and on the 9th floor, there are even more extreme 9 transformation God Kings. No matter how strong he is, there will be times when he is negligent. In places like that, one negligence will result in Qingshan and Yaqing being in danger. With the strength of Qingshan and Yaqing, they don't even have the ability to compete with the extremely powerful 9 transformation God King and God King Beast. The gap between the 7 transformations God King and the 9 transformations God King is as deep as an abyss. After a while, Han Feng nodded in agreement. Not long after, 3 complete God King gold medals were condensed, and the Han Feng Resonance God King gold medal came to the 9th floor, but Qingshan and Yaqing left the God King Tower. Outside the God King Pagoda, Qingshan and Yaqing got the God King's golden light, which is beyond the reach of the Brahma Spirit King. The second daughter broke through to the realm of the 8 transformations God King easily, and then climbed all the way, reaching the peak of the 8 transformations God King in a short period of time. At the peak of the 8 changed God King, the 2 women stagnated for a while, but only for a while. Under the brutal indoctrination of the God King Jin Guang, the 2 daughters were only stopped for a cup of tea, and they broke through the shackles of the 8 transformations God King to the 9 transformations God King, broke through the bottleneck in one fell swoop, and stepped into the 9 transformations God King. After stabilizing the initial realm of the 9 changes God King, the 2 daughters did not continue to improve. Now that he has broken through to the God King of 9 changes, it is naturally not a problem to be promoted to the peak in the future, and it would be a bit wasteful to use the golden light of the God King to improve. The remaining golden light of God King, Qingshan used it to upgrade the creation spirit body, and raise the creation spirit body from the best king level spirit body to the low level immortal spirit body. Yaqing raised more divine fires to the top level of the king rank, and at the same time awakened a lot of divine fires. Several of the highest level divine fires had been upgraded to the level of immortal divine fires. According to the characteristics of these immortal divine fires, Yaqing also comprehended some immortal and quasi-immortal unique skills. Before entering the Tower of God Kings, the second daughter was just a 7 transformation God King, and among them, Yaqing's overall strength was only comparable to the ordinary 8 transformation God Kings. But now, the strength of the 2 daughters surpassed the God King of 9 changes, and their combat power surpassed that of the God King of 9 changes. Even Gui Mietian might not be as good as the second daughter at that time. However, it may be due to the rapid breakthrough of the golden light of the God King. The second daughter can't exert 100% of her combat power, at most 70% to 80%, and the remaining 20 to 30% of her combat power needs to be familiarized with herself before she can unleash it. Come out. In the God King Tower, Han Feng didn't know that the 2 daughters had also stepped into the group of the top powerhouses in this universe. Han Feng was on the 9th floor, but he didn't find a God King beast, which surprised Han Feng very much. Could it be that the God King beasts on the 9th floor were all killed? Thinking of this, Han Feng's face gradually darkened. In the extreme west of the 9th floor of the God King Tower, a towering giant tree stands there, with its roots firmly rooted in the ground, absorbing the power of the earth. The trunk is red, and there are hideous bulges, making the whole trunk thick and hideous. The huge giant tree has branches intertwined with each other, and red fruits hang upside down on the branches, but if you look carefully, these are not fruits at all, but red tree people. A burst of black light came, startling the group of Treants immediately, and the giant tree shook instantly. It was countless giants, jumping out from the trunk of the giant tree, intending to wipe out all the enemies that invaded the living range of the giant tree. The aura emanating from each treant is extremely powerful, and they are 3-star high-level God King beasts. That is to say, the powerful existence of the extremely powerful 9 transformations God King. Trees of people are like a sea, and their aura is united together like a wave, one layer after another, pressing towards the distance. That kind of aura is earth-shattering, and some gods and emperors will probably be shocked by it when they see it. Gue Mietian let out a long roar. With so many treants, even Gue Mietian had no choice but to immediately unleash the blood of the 6-winged ghost-eyed demon god. The power of immortality circulated, and ghost-eyed demonic lights shot out one after another. Each ghost-eye magic light can destroy a treant. But there were too many tree people, and they attacked densely, like a red torrent. Even if Gue Mietian's ghostly eyes and magic light could instantly kill a treant was inconspicuous in the crowd of trees like a torrent. The first update. Ghost Eye Magic Fire. Seeing that his attack had little effect, Gue Mietian's expression changed slightly, and he immediately unleashed the Ghost Eye Magic Fire, and the overwhelming black flames whizzed away, plunging into the crowd of trees. See. A large number of treants were devoured by the ghost-eyed demon fire and burned to ashes. Gue Mietian, who is going all out, has already surpassed the power of the 9 transformation God King in terms of comprehensive strength, whether it is an ordinary 9 transformation God King, an elite 9 transformation God King, or an extreme 9 transformation God King. In the eyes of Gue Mietian, they are all the same, they are all destructible existences. Only the heaven-defying 9 transformations God King is worthy of Gue Mietian's all-out attack. However, there were too many treants. The towering giant tree was 10,000 zhang high, with densely packed branches and crisscrossed branches. There were tens of thousands, or even more treants on each branch. Damn, there are so many tree people, how to fight? And if you want to get the heart of the giant tree to advance to the 10th floor, you also need to kill the Supreme Tree Demon. These treant clones are so strong, and the Supreme Tree Demon's strength may be even stronger. Its combat power must exceed that of the 9 transformations God King. Realm. But what about the 9 transformations God King? I may not be afraid of fighting alone, but this treant avatar is. Gue Mietian looked at the densely packed treant and felt a headache. Facing these treants, Gue Mietian could be said to have exhausted all his strength, even taking out the fragments of the immortal artifact, and fusing the ghost-eyed magic fire with the chains shot out by the fragments of the immortal artifact, making him even stronger. Even so, the treant avatar was still fighting one after another, as if it would never be able to finish killing them. Brother Gue, do you want Su to help? Just when Gue Mietian was secretly having a headache, an elegant young man in a white robe appeared not far from Gue Mietian out of thin air. It was nothingness. Beside Wu Wuyan, there was Bai Xingtian, who was also wearing a white robe as his follower. As you like. Gue Mietian snorted coldly, neither refusing nor agreeing. Wu Wuyan smiled slightly, and then his eyes froze, and a white light burst out from Wu Wuyan's body. Void light divine body. The vast and immortal power bombarded out, and the flame of nothingness seemed to turn into a ray of light at this moment, shuttling through the crowd of trees, and this ray of light pierced through at least dozens of tree people in an instant. There is jealousy in Gue Mietian's eyes, but the mere king of 8 transformations actually possesses an intermediate-level immortal body, which is simply hateful. With the strength of nothingness, at most, it can wield 1, 2, or 3 points of the power of an intermediate immortal artifact. However, Wuyan comes from the Su family of the Taishu god realm. The Su family has produced many emperors with immortal gods over the years. Understanding and control can be said to be the deepest among the 3,000 gods. With the guidance of the elders of the Su family and the treasures given by the Su family, the power that Wu Wuyan can exert at this time is roughly 40 to 50% of that of the intermediate immortal body. Don't underestimate the 40% to 50%, even the 40% to 100% powerful low-level immortal blood or divine body is far inferior. This is also the reason why Wu Wuyan is stronger than Gui Mia Tian, even though he is only the God King of 8 changes. If Wu Wuyan is also the God King of 9 changes, then Wu Wuyan's strength will only be stronger, and it will be easy to kill Gui Mia Tian in seconds. I am bound to win the 10th floor of the God King Tower. If my bloodline can evolve to the middle-level immortal bloodline or even higher by relying on the God King Golden Light, I will definitely not be my opponent in the future. Ghost Miatian said in his eyes. A flash of stern light flashed. On the other side, Bai Xingtian let out a long roar, and transformed into a huge white tiger. The white tiger was surrounded by golden light, giving off a holy aura. But when the white tiger roared, another king's arrogance rose to the sky. A weakened version of the immortal bloodline? Gui Miatian couldn't help squinting his eyes when he saw this scene. As expected of the White Tiger clan, even if it has fallen, the background is still there. It can raise its own bloodline to this level through treasures and secret methods. Although it has not yet fully evolved to the immortal level, it can be regarded as pseudo-immortal. People with low-level immortal bloodlines half of the power. This time, accepting the golden light of the God King, it should be easy to upgrade to true immortality. When Gui Miatian secretly estimated Bai Xingtian roared and rushed towards the tree crowd. When the white tiger got angry, the mountains and rivers shattered. From the mouth of the white tiger, endless white gold rays of light surged out, engulfing the tree crowd like a torrent, knocking hundreds of tree people to the ground, but not many tree people lost their lives. Bai Xingtian's overall strength is considered to have surpassed the range that the 9 changes God King should have, but the same is true, the strength is still high and low. Bai Xingtian's comprehensive strength was inferior to that of Gui Miatian. Even Gui Miatian could kill more than 10 or 20 treants at one time. How many people could Bai Xingtian eliminate? Gui Miatian continued to attack, sweeping away with chains burning with ghost eyes and devil fire. An hour later, the 3 of them had wiped out many tree people, but at a glance, there were still many tree people. It is still impossible for them to reach the towering giant tree. Null Wuyan, it seems that we need to find other helpers. Gui Miatian suddenly withdrew his hand, feeling that he had consumed most of his energy. He couldn't help but speak. That's true. Brother Gui, can you think of any channel that can help me? I did think of one person, and that person should have reached the 9th floor by now. Gui Miatian didn't know what he thought of, his face was gloomy. Wu Wuyan smiled slightly. Su has also met a master before, and I think he has reached the 9th floor. Then, let's go find helpers. Bai Xingtian said in a low voice, taking human form. A few days later, Wu Wuyan and Gui Miatian looked at each other in blank dismay. They never expected that the helper they were looking for was actually the same person. Facing the 3 of them, Han Feng held his chin and said, "So, on the 9th floor, only by killing the supreme tree demon and obtaining the heart of the giant tree can you advance to the 10th floor, and only this person can advance to the 10th floor." This promotion method surprised Han Feng. This method of advancing to the 10th floor is completely different from the previous method. No matter how many treants are killed, it is impossible to condense the gold medal of the King of Gods. The way to advance to the 10th floor is to get the heart of the giant tree, and only one person can finally reach the 10th floor of the God King Tower. As expected of the Su family and the Ghost family, they have a long history. I'm afraid Brahma Spirit King and the others don't know about this at all. Han Feng secretly sighed. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have to wander around on the 10th floor, and the result was nothing. Egg used, nothing was found. Han Feng pondered for a moment, and said lightly, since only one person can be promoted to the 10th floor, that is to say, the 4 of us are competitors with each other, how can we ensure that the 4 of us will not secretly plot against each other? When dealing with the Supreme Tree Demon, he was secretly attacked and seriously injured by some people. Wu Wuyan smiled. This Su has already thought about it, so before that, the four of us swear that we can't attack each other until we kill the Supreme Tree Demon. And killing the Supreme Tree Demon will get the heart of the giant tree. Finally, it is time for the four of us to fight each other. Whoever wins will get the heart of the giant tree and be promoted to the 10th floor. The second update. Swear. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. At their level, ordinary vows don't restrict them much. Wu Wuyan obviously also knew this situation, so he took out a stone tablet and said, "This is a special artifact bred by heaven and earth, Tiandao tablet. When we write our names on the Tiandao monument and leave a drop of our own blood, anyone who breaks the oath, the Tiandao monument will use the power of the Tao of heaven to punish the violator. Everyone present, including Su, is a god the best among the kings. Once he breaks through the god emperor in the future, he will also be a super existence among the god emperors, but even so, the way of heaven is still an existence that cannot compete with us. The power of the way of heaven will punish us, and none of the four of us can escape. When the oath is completed, the names of the four of us will disappear on the Heavenly Tao tablet." Heavenly Tao Monument. Gue Mietian's face changed, and he couldn't believe it. "You have such a treasure." "Okay, since there is a stele of the way of heaven, the ghost has nothing to say." Han Feng didn't know what the Heavenly Tao Monument was, but looking at Gue Mietian's appearance, I'm afraid the role of the Heavenly Tao Monument was true, and Wu Wuyan probably didn't set any traps. Thinking of this, Han Feng also agreed to use the Tiandao Monument to swear an alliance. After recording the names of the four people on the Tiandao tablet and leaving behind their aura and blood essence, Wu Wuyan made an oath in front of the three people, and the contract has been fulfilled since then. Sun Qiuqiu's soul investigation and battle against Lin Ma Tongka. Then Han Feng's face changed suddenly, and he felt a superior, indifferent existence watching him. This feeling of being stared at all the time made Han Feng shudder. Wu Wuyan smiled and said, "Everyone should feel the feeling of being stared at by Tiandao. The oath said on the Tiandao monument, only a powerful high-level emperor can avoid being killed by Tiandao after breaching the contract, but it is only possible to avoid it. If the method is not proper, it will still be unable to resist the bombardment of the power of heaven. Only the master can ignore the shackles of the Heavenly Tao monument. So, you don't have to worry about being attacked by someone when you are united against the enemy. If the attacker fails, they will be directly bombed and killed by the power of heaven." The problem was solved, and the four of them quickly flew to the far west. On the way, Han Feng asked, "Could it be that there are only four of us left in the entire 9th floor?" Gue Mietian curled his lips. Of course, after all, there are only a handful of people who can be promoted to the 9 transformations God King before entering the God King Tower, and that is the ultimate state of the God King. Without the cultivation base of the 9 transformations God King, or even the best among the 9 transformations God Kings, it is difficult to reach the 9th floor. To be honest, there are 4 people who have reached the 9th floor this time, which is already regarded as the previous God King Tower. The one with the largest number of descendants. There is only one person who can advance to the 10th floor, so what about the remaining 3 people? Without the God King Jin Guang, there is no way to leave the God King Tower, so the efforts on the first 8 floors are in vain. Han Feng suddenly thought of this question. Before Gue Mietian could answer, Wu Wuyan had already answered Han Feng's doubts. "Brother Han, this 9th floor is different from the first 8 floors, because only one person can advance to the 10th floor, so as long as someone advances to the 10th floor, the rest of the people who are still on the 9th floor will be sent out automatically, and there is no need to communicate with the first 8 floors. In that way, we can only be forced to wait for the God King Tower to disappear before we can go out. And the God King who was sent out on the 9th floor will still get the golden light of the God King, but the golden light of the God King obtained here is the same as the one who cleared the 8th floor. Ship Kukuyuan, cool enemy ball, battle Yangzhou ghost enemy. And after clearing the 9th floor and advancing to the 10th floor, you can also absorb the golden light of the God King. After that, you will absorb a layer of golden light from the God King every time you advance to the next floor, and you don't have to wait until you leave the Tower of the God King. It turned out to be like this. Han Feng's eyes lit up. As long as he passes through the 9th floor to reach the 10th floor, he can absorb the golden light of the God King every time he passes through one floor. Han Feng believes that as long as he advances to the 10th floor, the first 9 the golden light of the God King on the lower level, even if he is the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, is enough to help him break through to the God King of 9 transformations. The end is not far away. Breaking through to the God King of 9 changes, based on his foundation of surpassing the Emperor of Heaven, his comprehensive combat power will be unprecedentedly strong. Han Feng really wants to see how far he can break through with his greatly increased strength, by then. Only. Han Feng glanced at Wu Wuyan unobtrusively. Whether it was Gue Mietian or Bai Xingtian, he didn't feel threatened. Only in Wu Wuyan, Han Feng felt a little threatened. This void flame must be stronger than Gue Mietian and Bai Xingtian, even a lot. The enemy's distant branches and ghosts investigate the battle lonely. You can't expose all your strength, first observe the nihilistic flames. As everyone knows, Wu Wuyan also has the same idea as Han Feng at the moment. Han Feng felt that Wu Wuyan was much stronger than Gue Mietian, so why couldn't Wu Wuyan see through Han Feng? Ho enemy branch enemy cool enemy. The backland is far away, the back is cool. The back hates the war, and the moon is so cold. In the realm of the God King, this is the only God King he can't see through. The middle-level immortal bloodline with 40% power is stronger than the low-level immortal bloodline with 100% power. In the far west, where the supreme tree demon resides. When the 4 of Han Feng broke into the territory of the supreme dryad, on the crisscrossed branches of the supreme dryad, densely packed tree men shot towards them one after another. Gue Mietian immediately displayed the blood of the 6-winged ghost-eyed demon god, and then sacrificed the fragments of the immortal artifact. The ghost-eyed demon fire was attached to the chain and swept away. As soon as he makes a move, it is the strongest state of Gue Mietian. Bai Xingtian turned into his own body, and a huge white tiger stood on the sky, and a torrent of platinum light continuously spewed out from the white tiger's mouth. From time to time, Bai Xingtian would also pounce into the tree crowd, with the tiger's mouth, tiger claws, and tiger tail all up, tearing and crushing these tree people. The nothingness turned into a ray of light, shuttled across the field. Intermediate immortal bloodline? Turning into a ray of light? This is the trump card of the void flame? The cultivation base of the 8-change God King can exert about 40% of the power of the intermediate immortal bloodline. No wonder Gue Mietian is extremely afraid of this void flame. Enemy, Yuenka, enemy, enemy, enemy. The middle-level immortal blood with 40% power is also stronger than the low-level immortal blood with 100% power. Enemy, Yuenka, love, enemy, yang, enemy, alone, intermediate immortal bloodline? Turn into a ray of light? Is this the trump card of Nihility Flame? The cultivation base of the 8 transformation God King can exert about 40% of the power of the intermediate immortal bloodline. No wonder Gue Mia Heaven is extremely afraid of this void flame. But, is this really the full strength of Wu Wuyan? Han Feng remained skeptical. The other 3 had already made their move, so Han Feng naturally couldn't show weakness. After unfolding the immortal sun divine body, the immortal sun divine flame surged away, burning a large area. Plants are afraid of fire, and these treants have met their nemesis. Among the 4, Han Feng was the last to strike, but after only one blow, Han Feng immediately rose to the first place in the number of tree people killed. The flame of nothingness turned into a sharp light, piercing through the tree man, and the sound of laughter came out. The ship is not far away, the ghost ship is not far away. It really is the most correct decision to find Brother Han for help. Gui Miatian snorted coldly, extremely dissatisfied. It was also a mortal divine fire. His ghost-eye demon fire did not cause as much damage as others, which made Gui Miatian very uncomfortable. Ghost-eye demon fire of Gui Miatian, although it is a flame, is essentially a destructive power with a strong demon nature. However, Han Feng's immortal great sun flame is actually the sun god flame. Treants can resist magic power, but they don't have much resistance to the sun god flame. Although some divine fires are flames, they are endlessly cold. The resistance of this kind of flaming treants is stronger than that of ghost-eyed demon fires. However, although they killed the most tree people, compared to the vast sea of trees, this number is still insignificant. The first update. Equals. You two guys, are you still planning to keep your hands? You don't need to show your real skills, and you will never be able to deal with these tree people. Baidu Search Network updates the fastest and most stable. T. Gui Miatian suddenly turned to Han Feng and Wu Wuyan roar. Sun Ku does not hate cool enemies and fights against fan nuity. As for Gui Miatian himself and Bai Xingtian, they basically used all their strength. With the strength of the two of them, it doesn't take long for them to be repelled in the face of the treant like a sea of trees, without exerting all their strength. Han Feng immediately used the palm of the immortal sun, and the flame of the immortal sun melted into it, and its power soared. Jiaku is not far away from the rival Qiu Yuyang. With one palm, more treants were wiped out. It is also a low-level immortal skill, and it is also divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Due to the limited time, the immortal sun god palm is not considered powerful in the low-level immortal skills, and the immortal sun god flame has just been promoted to the immortal god fire, and has not yet reached the low-level immortal god fire. Therefore, although the power of the fused great sun god palm surpasses the highest power of the low-level immortal skills, it is still far from the intermediate-level immortal skills. Even so, this kind of destruction also caused the eyes of Nihility Flame. Not to be outdone, Wu Wuyan suddenly emerged from the sea of trees, standing in the void with a flash of light, and with a wave of his sleeve, the sky filled with light turned into sharp arrows, pouring down. Each sharp light is equivalent to the full blow of an ordinary 8 transformation god king. There are tens of thousands or even more radiant sharp arrows densely packed together, which is equivalent to tens of thousands of god kings of 8 transformations shooting together, and the momentum is overwhelming. Faced with such a terrifying blow, the king of 9 transformations can only be swallowed. The sharp arrows of light engulfed the tree people, and a large number of tree people were wiped out. After Han Feng got rid of the immortal god body, he cast the primordial dragon transformation. The primordial dragon transformation was cast with the power of immortality. Although the increase ability far exceeds the king rank level, it is still far from immortality. It probably only has the low-level immortal blood. 1/10 of the power. The increase does not seem to be much, but it also depends on what basis the increase is based on. 2 god kings with similar combat power, only 1/10 of the increase of the immortal blood, is enough to reverse the situation in an instant. Han Feng had already dealt with these treants with a crushing attitude, and he had a greater advantage after using the ancient dragon transformation. As for why he didn't use the sword demon form and immortal body, it was naturally to avoid being encircled and suppressed afterwards. After eliminating the supreme tree demon, the one with the strongest strength and the most eye-catching performance, it must be the first target for the other 3 to attack. Gui Miatian and Bai Xingtian have long lost that qualification, but Han Feng and Wu Wuyan are different. Considering that Bai Xingtian has long been headed by Wu Wuyan, Han Feng intends to win over Gui Miatian, and 2-on-2 is better than 1-on-3. It is one thing to be confident in one's own strength, but another to be cautious. Cautious. Under the joint efforts of the four of them, groups of treants were wiped out. After about an hour, the number of treants became significantly sparse, and they could no longer be prevented from approaching the Supreme Tree Demon. The four of them used their means to shoot at the Supreme Tree Demon. Rumble. The giant tree moved, and the densely packed roots pulled out from the ground. The giant tree stood up like a giant, with two extremely huge eyes opened on the trunk, and a hideous giant mouth full of white teeth. The next moment, endless vines came through the air, carrying terrifying power. Ghost Eye Demon Fire. Immortal Sun God Palm. The White Tiger Devours the Sky. Void Light Arrow. The Ghost-Eyed Demon Fire was attached to the chain, and instantly became entangled with countless vines. The Sun God's palm attacked, but was bound by vines, and then the flames from the Sun God's palm directly burned the vines that bound him, and the flames spread along the vines to the giant tree. The platinum light emitted by Bai Xingtian blows the vines out of reach. The densely packed radiant sharp arrows cut off the vines one by one. The Supreme Dryad was also very decisive. When he found that the flames were spreading to him, he immediately cut off the vines, and then threw out more vines. In front, the tree man returned quickly and besieged the four of Han Feng. The power of the Supreme Tree Demon lies in the fact that the Supreme Tree Demon has many clones of tree people, each of which is the power of the Supreme Nine Transformation King. The four people couldn't get close before, because there were too many tree people, which hindered the four people. However, once the number of tree people decreases, they will no longer be able to stop the four of Han Feng, and the Supreme Tree Demon himself is indeed powerful, exceeding the power that the Nine Transformations God King should have. God King Heavenly Emperor Foundation, but in the face of four terrifying opponents with the same combat power exceeding the limit of the Nine Transformation God King, the Supreme Tree Demon no longer has much advantage. The Supreme Tree Demon could only watch helplessly as the four of them got closer and closer to it, and then the attacks of the four fell on it one after another. The severe pain and the green liquid that exploded from the trunk of the giant tree made the Supreme Dryad furious. He opened his fangs, and a dense gust of wind blasted out. Every gust of wind had the power to severely injure the ordinary Nine Transformations God King. The four of them used their own means to avoid or resist, but the strong winds did not hurt any of them. Sun Buyuan's enemy's Fang Shushu is from the cold and the enemy's feelings. Sun Buyuan's Cho Fang's technique changed from cold to enemy's affection. Ghost Eyes and Demon Fire attached to the chain, instantly entangled with countless vines. Ghost Eye Demon Fire. Immortal Sun God Palm. The White Tiger Devours the Sky. Void Light Arrow. The four launched their tricks again, but this time they blasted into the mouth of the Supreme Tree Demon one after another, thereby blasting into the body of the giant tree. Stupid, it's fine if you don't open your mouth, but if you open your mouth, you're dead. Gui Mietian sneered. The Supreme Dryad's defensive power is still very strong. Although the attack of the four can hurt the Supreme Dryad, it is impossible to kill it with one blow. However, the Supreme Tree Demon is a creature without much wisdom after all. It was furious because of the pain. It never thought that it might survive without opening its mouth. The opportunity for the four to blast their attacks into its body. Just as the internal defenses of Han Feng and the others are not as good as those outside the body, so is the Supreme Tree Demon. The attacks of the four fell into the body of the Supreme Tree Demon, which immediately severely injured the Supreme Tree Demon. Come again! Wu Wuyan yelled, and took the lead. Void Light Arrow. Ghost Eye Demon Fire. Shipcho Dicho Fong Sun School Moon Love Old Moon. Immortal Sun God Palm. The White Tiger Devours the Sky. After a few times, the Supreme Dryad fell completely. With the fall of the Supreme Dryad, a green heart suddenly flew out and stopped in midair. The four of Han Feng separated suddenly, looking at each other warily. The previous oath was considered to have ceased at the moment when the supreme tree demon fell, and Wu Wuyan took out the Tiandao tablet, and the names of the 4 people on the Tiandao tablet had disappeared. At the same time, Han Feng felt that the feeling of being stared at all the time had completely disappeared. This Wu Wuyan is open and aboveboard, and he has no tricks. Han Feng thought to himself. In this way, this Wu Wuyan is a person who can be friends with. In fact, even that Gui Miatian is just domineering and ruthless, and also a character who disdains playing tricks, and is more willing to rely on power to control everything. Brother Gui, how about the 2 of us joining forces to fight against Wu Wuyan and Bai Xingtian? Han Feng took the initiative to send a voice transmission to Gui Miatian, seeking an alliance. The second update. Tags. Gui Miatian snorted coldly, but he didn't accept Han Feng's intention of joining forces. Ghost hasn't lost his mind yet. Even if we team up with you to defeat Wu Wuyan and Bai Xingtian, the heart of the giant tree will only be obtained by you in the end. Gui Miatian was defeated by Han Feng once, and he knew that he was no match for Han Feng. If only the 2 of them were left in the end, Gui Miatian knew that he had no other possibility except to be eliminated. Therefore, Gui Miatian didn't intend to help Han Feng. At the same time, Gui Miatian had no intention of helping Wu Wuyan and Bai Xingtian. In Gui Miatian's heart, it would be best for Han Feng to fight against Su Wuyan and lose both sides, and then he will benefit from it. Seeing that Gui Miatian refused, Han Feng immediately guessed what Gui Miatian was thinking. Forget it, as long as this guy doesn't help Wu Wuyan. Han Feng was a little helpless, and then he didn't care. If Wu Wuyan's strength is just as it has just been shown, then even if Gui Miatian is on the side of Wu Wuyan, Han Feng will not be afraid. Xingtian, you go and watch Gui Miatian, brother Han, leave it to me to deal with it. On the other side, Wu Wuyan gave Bai Xingtian an order, and Bai Xingtian agreed. Then his figure flashed, and he came to Gui Miatian's side, staring at him. Ghosts kill the sky. Gui Miatian's expression stern, and in the end, because he was afraid of nothingness, he could only snort coldly, and chose to ignore Bai Xingtian. Oh? Brother Su, why didn't you attack together? Han Feng couldn't help being curious when he saw this scene. Wu Wuyan laughed. I don't intend to bully the few with more, and Su also really wants to have a good fight with brother Han, and I don't want to be disturbed. Since that's the case, brother Su, don't regret it later. Han Feng chuckled, a strange color flashed in his eyes. No regrets, even if brother Han wins against Su, Su will only admire him and be willing to bow down. Brother Han, be careful, I'm going to attack. As soon as the words fell, Wu Wuyan suddenly disappeared from Han Feng's sight. This is... Han Feng's pupils shrank. This was definitely not a teleportation, nor was it fast, it really disappeared in front of him. Immediately, a majestic spirit surged out, surging in all directions. In an instant, Han Feng noticed a weak power fluctuation in a certain direction. Boom! Han Feng clapped his palm away. Rolling waves of energy, go away. In that direction, Wu Wuyan suddenly appeared, bursting out bright white light, and the white light condensed on Wu Wuyan's body, and then these white lights turned into vast beams of light, burst out, and hit Han Feng's palm in an instant. Rumble! In an instant, violent energy fluctuations spread towards the surroundings, ripples appeared in the space, and cracks opened one after another. At the center of the energy fluctuation, the figure of Nihility Flame disappeared again. Han Feng didn't dare to be careless, he was paying attention to the surroundings all the time, and soon Han Feng found a weak fluctuation in another direction. At this time, this position is extremely close to him. Immortal Sun Divine Flame. The turbulent Great Sun Divine Flame engulfed all directions, and the void flame appeared helplessly around the flame. Han Feng said in a deep voice, so that's the case, can the void light divine body be integrated into the light? The light is everywhere, blending into the light, and can travel almost anywhere where there is light. That's right, Brother Han is really powerful. He can see through the power of the void light divine body at a glance. In front of Brother Han, it seems that this little ability of mine is useless. Wu Wuyan laughed at himself. Han Feng's face was slightly condensed. If Brother Su can go one step further and break through to the 9 transformations God King, I'm afraid Han won't be able to deal with it so easily. Wu Wuyan's void light divine body is powerful, and the increase brought by it has made Wu Wuyan's combat power soar to the point where it surpassed the 9 changes God King. However, the 8 transformations God King is the 8 transformations God King after all. Although the overall strength is strong, it does not mean that it is outstanding in other aspects. Han Feng's foundation surpassed the Emperor of Heaven, and his soul was not weaker than the peak of the 9 transformations God King. The nihility flame melted into the light, and he could not completely hide from the search of this kind of soul. Rao is Han Feng's current level of obsession. I'm afraid he has to deal with it in a hurry. Wu Wuyan was non-committal, and immediately waved his hand. Densely packed rays of light and sharp arrows pierced through the void and blasted towards Han Feng. It was the trick that everyone used to kill the Supreme Dryad together, the void light arrow. This is impressively an immortal technique, but it is not considered strong among the low-level immortal techniques. It can even be said to be relatively low-end, and its power is not as good as that of the immortal great sun god's palm. With the power of burning the sky and boiling the sea, the immortal great sun divine flame instantly engulfed these rays of light, and the flames and white lights crisscrossed in the void. Void light divine flame. The monstrous divine fire was also ignited all over Wu Wuyan's body, and it rolled out. The level of the divine fire had also reached the low-level immortal divine fire. Wave after wave of the void light divine flame rumbled away like a stormy wave, and then split into thousands of ray arrows, as if incorporating the unique technique of void light arrow into it. Immortal Sun God Palm. Han Feng slapped out with a palm, and the immortal sun divine flame formed a giant hand, crushing the space, like an ancient giant blasting out with a palm. The space could not bear such a strong oppression, and burst into pieces. The endless radiant arrows bombarded the sun god's palm, and the sun god grasped these radiant sharp arrows in his hand, destroying them all. Blade of divine brilliance. Void Flame's face remained unchanged, and in the sea of flames of void light divine flame and stars, a bright giant blade formed by void light divine flame broke through all chaos, space, and darkness, and the terrifying sword intent swept wildly in all directions like a storm. Immortal Great Sun Sword. Han Feng's face turned serious. The other party's move is also an extremely top existence in the low-level immortal art. When it is integrated into the void light divine flame, its power is infinitely close to that of the intermediate level immortal art. With such power, even the 9th floor space of the God King Tower will be cut through abruptly. Immediately, without hesitation, Han Feng unleashed a stronger move, the Immortal Sun Sword. If the palm of the immortal sun god can only be regarded as the middle or lower level among the low-level immortal unique arts, then the immortal great sun divine sword is definitely considered top-notch among the low-level immortal unique arts, close to the top. The immortal great sun sword evolved from the 9 suns divine sword. Among the unique arts such as 9 suns sword, 9 suns palm, and 9 sunshine waves, 9 suns sword is the first to be comprehended, and it is also the most advanced to evolve into the immortal sun sword, so it is the most powerful. The immortal great sun sword is completely condensed by the immortal great sun divine flame, and its power is also close to that of the intermediate immortal skill. The 2 divine swords, completely transformed from immortal divine fire, slashed together. Rumble. The earth-shattering sound resounded through the 9th floor of the God King Tower. The place where the 2 divine swords slashed formed an extremely twisted and broken space, and it was filled with terrible flames. At the moment when the 2 divine swords slashed at each other, it seemed that there was only that shocking white light left in this world, so dazzling that even Ghost Miatian and Bai Xingtian were forced to close their eyes, otherwise their eyes would really be stabbed blind. The first update. PS, 2016 is here. I wish all brothers and sisters a happy new year. On underscore. What a strong energy. What a glaring white flame and white light. Both Gui Mietian and Bai Xingtian were shocked by it, and just the aftermath made them feel terrified. The top low-level immortal skills, coupled with the immortal fire, the power is simply earth-shattering. Boom boom boom. In the torrential flames, Han Feng and Wu Wuyan came and went, fighting fiercely. Han Feng's foundation is strong, but the 8 transformations God King realm is not weaker than the 9 transformations God King's peak power. With the addition of immortal art, immortal divine body and immortal divine fire, the overall strength is unbelievably strong. Although Wu Wuyan is far inferior to Han Feng in terms of basic strength, it is only the peak power of the 8 transformation God King, but the 40% power of the intermediate immortal body makes Wu Wuyan enough to smooth out his shortcomings. Brother Han, you are really powerful. I really can't believe that Brother Han, you are not from a transcendent force. However, if Brother Han and you only have this means, then Su will definitely win. Su Wuyan's confident voice spread across the sky, and then the whole person's momentum changed, and a terrifying momentum like overwhelming mountains and seas blasted around. This is. Forced by this powerful aura to retreat again and again, Han Feng showed deep surprise on his expression. The ray of light from Wu Wuyan's body is getting stronger and stronger, and the power of the void light divine flame seems to be constantly increasing. In just a short moment, the aura of Wu Wuyan has soared to another level. 60% power. Gui Mietian gasped. This nihilistic flame could not only display 40% of the power of the intermediate immortal body, the previous 40% power was intentionally lowered. The true extent of the immortal divine body controlled by Wu Wuyan is 60%. Wave after wave of momentum hit, and standing in the waves of momentum, the clothes on Han Feng's body were rattled by the blowing. 60% of the power of the intermediate immortal body. Han Feng sighed. Although it was only a 20% increase, it was 20% of the power of the intermediate immortal body. 20% of the power of the middle-level immortal god body is no less than 10% of the power of the low-level immortal god body. Blade of Divine Brilliance. The same trick. In the hands of Wu Wuyan at this moment, all the way was like a broken bamboo, cutting through Han Feng's immortal sun god flame, and then continued to cut towards Han Feng. The immortal great sun flame on both sides of the Xinyao blade unwillingly wanted to devour the Xinyao blade, but was resisted by the powerful sword intent before it got close. Is this guy going to be defeated? Gui Mietian murmured, a little unwilling, that Wu Wuyan hadn't suffered any serious injuries. How could he benefit from it? Seeing that the divine brilliance blade was about to hit Han Feng let out a low shout, and the dazzling immortal golden light pierced the sky, strands of which were not weaker than the void flame at this time, and even stronger than the void flame came from Han Feng. His body burst open. That is the power of the immortal physique. What? Su Wuyan was moved, showing horror for the first time. The power of the immortal physique flows through Han Feng's whole body, and the immortal embryo in his body continuously provides immortal power and pours it into the immortal physique. In the eyes of Gui Mietian and Bai Xingtian, Han Feng's body suddenly became taller, making them feel like they couldn't look directly at him, as if staring at Han Feng wantonly was an infringement on Han Feng. Immortal Sun Sword. Han Feng grabbed the void with his hand, and the invisible force squeezed the blade of Xinyao, and then the immortal great sun divine flame directly broke through the obstruction of the heavy sword, turned into a divine sword again, and slashed fiercely at the blade of Xinyao. The power of the Fengtian divine body and the primordial dragon transformation also exploded at this time, and after being integrated with the power of immortality, each of them also exerted super strength. Facing Han Feng at this time, the divine glory blade was completely vulnerable, and the immortal sun sword was almost destructive, cutting the divine glory blade into endless pieces. Oops! Void Light Divine Flame. Void Light Arrow. The composure on Wu Wuyan's face disappeared, and while retreating hastily, he continued to use his unique skills in an attempt to resist the immortal Sun Sword. Wu Wuyan originally thought that he could use 60% of the intermediate immortal body to determine the world and decide the winner, but he didn't expect that the opponent also had a hidden card. The illusory light arrows that filled the sky stagnated in mid-air one after another under the slash of the immortal Sun God Sword, and then shattered into stars that filled the sky and disappeared into the sky. The immortal Great Sun Sword, still with an invincible momentum, slashed towards the void flame. De Guang Tomorrow Gun. Just when the immortal Sun Sword was about to slash Wu Wuyan into serious injuries, Wu Wuyan threw a magic spear, threw it into the void, turned into a white light and blasted fiercely at the immortal Sun Sword. Click. Click. The immortal Sun Divine Sword passed through the previous Xinyao blade and void light arrow. After all, part of its power was offset, so when this white light hit the immortal Sun Divine Sword, the white light was bounced back, and the immortal Sun Divine Sword also lost its power. Most of the power disappeared, and the sword body condensed by the immortal Sun God Flame was covered with cracks. Wu Wuyan took over the rebounded De Guang Tomorrow's gun, and shouted angrily. The De Guang Tomorrow's gun shot out many spear shadows, like a white torrent, rushing out. The power of immortality and the divine flame of virtual light flowed from Wu Wuyan's body into the De Guang Tomorrow's gun, and with the help of the power of the De Guang Tomorrow's gun, they burst out again. Big Light Shot. The erupting white torrent is densely packed with gun shadows, as if coming from the Milky Way. The momentum is huge and earth-shattering. Immortal Artifact. Han Feng's expression froze. The opponent's De Guang Tomorrow, Divine Spear, is definitely a real immortal artifact. Even among low-level immortal artifacts, it is extremely powerful. The flame demon Song Lingjian snorted coldly, and the voice came into Han Feng's ears. Han Feng, it's time to use my power, a mere innate artifact, so what if it reaches the level of a low-level immortal artifact? How could it be my opponent? Among the innate artifacts, special innate artifacts like the flame demon Songling Sword are simply not comparable to innate artifacts of the same level. The strongest move in the inheritance of the Yenma Songling Sword, but it has reached the level of the intermediate immortality, and it is still the top of the intermediate level. Generally speaking, only the intermediate immortal artifact, if it has the inheritance, can have such a powerful move. Unlearned. Even without the flame demon Songling Sword, Han Feng is actually not afraid of being fully activated. Perhaps it is the void flame that has reached the strongest state. But since the flame demon Songling Sword has already spoken, Han Feng will not refuse. The flame demon Songling Sword was suddenly held in his hand, and then merged with Han Feng. The sword demon form made Han Feng's aura reach another peak. This aura made the 9th floor of the God King Tower tremble, and the terrifying aura turned into hurricanes, sweeping around. The ground creaked and collapsed continuously. The force blasted out of the void caused Gu Mietian and Bai Xingtian to be blown away after using their blood vessels and transforming into their bodies. With Han Feng as the center, an aura covering an extremely wide radius was formed, and Gu Mietian and Bai Xingtian couldn't get close at all. The torrent of gun shadows that shot at Han Feng violently was directly blocked by the powerful force shot by Han Feng before it approached, and could not get close to Han Feng in the slightest. At this moment, Han Feng suddenly made a move, and the Songling Sword energy around him was condensed on Han Feng's fingertips. With a move of Kang Lingpo, the Songling Sword energy was transformed into its Songling Storm, crushing away with the momentum sweeping the world. With the torrent of gun shadows, those with almost no resistance were completely defeated. The second update. 2470 Breakthrough, 1 update. The storm of Tsung Ling roared away, the space shattered in bursts. Wu Wuyan's face was horrified, and unprecedented disbelief flashed in his eyes. In this world, there is an existence more terrifying than him in the realm of the God King. Even if Wu Wuyan fell into a disadvantage for a while before, he only thought that his cultivation level was not as good as that of the opponent. When he stepped into the realm of the 9 transformations God King, it was absolutely impossible for the opponent to have the ability to turn the tables. But now that Wu Wuyan understood, he rushed at the terrifying combat power displayed by the opponent at this time. Even if he stepped further into the 9 transformations God King, he would only end up defeated. Defense! Wu Wuyan roared, and a burst of colorful light suddenly flowed around his body, which turned out to be an immortal defensive armor. Then, the Daguang Tomorrow, divine spear in Wu Wuyan's hand blasted out again. This time, Wu Wuyan condensed all his power into one point, trying to use the penetrating characteristics to maximize his attack power. However, the Zhongling storm came, directly engulfing the white light blasted by Daguang Mingming's gun, and then engulfing Wu Wuyan's entire body. In the storm of Zhongling, Wu Wuyan felt the ubiquitous sword energy wanting to pierce his body, piercing his flesh, bones, meridians, internal organs, and even his soul. The immortal armor played a vital role at this moment, protecting the void flames. When the Zhongling storm gradually lost its power, the entire world was in dilapidated condition. And rocks. Wu Wuyan spun down from the sky and smashed a deep hole in the ground with a bang. The immortal armor on Wu Wuyan's body was still flashing, but the colorful light had already dimmed, and Wu Wuyan's complexion was bleak. As soon as he opened his mouth, a mouthful of blood spewed out. Han Feng's attack was too strong. Even though Wu Wuyan was wearing the immortal armor, he was also severely injured by the Zhongling storm and lost most of his strength. If it weren't for the immortal armor, it would be entirely possible for the void flame to fall in the Zhongling storm. Of course, if Wu Wuyan really didn't have the immortal armor, it is estimated that Han Feng would also control the power of the Zhongling storm, so that Wu Wuyan would not really be lost in the Zhongling storm. After all, Wu Wuyan didn't do anything despicable and shameless. Whether he was attacking the Supreme Tree Demon before or fighting alone now, they were all above board. Coupled with the Su family behind Wu Wuyan, Han Feng naturally wouldn't do too much. Too much. Brother Su, you have already lost. According to the agreement, the heart of the giant tree will be mine. Standing in the void, Han Feng's voice boomed from all directions. Wu Wuyan didn't have the strength to speak, and lay silent in the pit. Gue Mietian's face showed unwillingness, and his heart was full of small Jojo. Could it be that Han Feng didn't have much fighting power now? After performing such a terrifying blow before, the strength in his body was almost exhausted. As if sensing Gue Mietian's careful thoughts, Han Feng's eyes suddenly swept over sharply. Boom! Just looking at each other with Han Feng, Gue Mietian felt as if he was facing an impassable mountain. The blood in his body was surging. He couldn't help taking a few steps back, and then spurted out a mouthful of blood. Gue Mietian's heart was full of turmoil, and he was injured just by looking at each other. Even the weaker god emperors couldn't do it. How could this guy be so strong? No matter how unwilling Ren Gue Mietian was, under such circumstances, he could only watch Han Feng take the heart of the giant tree into his pocket. Bai Xingtian was led by Wu Wuyan, and even Wu Wuyan was silent, so Bai Xingtian could only be silent. In fact, when Wu Wuyan was at a disadvantage, Bai Xingtian considered helping him, but how did Bai Xingtian think that when Han Feng broke out with all his strength, he would not even be able to get close? Such a huge gap made Bai Xingtian want to take action, but he was helpless. So, under the silence of Wu Wuyan, Gue Mietian, and Bai Xingtian, Han Feng snatched the heart of the giant tree, disappeared on the 9th floor of the God King Tower together with the heart of the giant tree, and was promoted to the 10th floor of the God King Tower. Wu Wuyan, Gue Mietian, and Bai Xingtian were also sent out by the God King Tower afterwards. On the 9th floor, you will not be forced to stay in the God King Tower because you can't get the God King Gold Medal, because there is no God King Gold Medal on the 9th floor, only the heart of the giant tree. But probably because of this, the golden light of the God King obtained by the three of Wuyan is actually the golden light of the God King that they deserved after passing through the 8th floor. Relying on the golden light of the God King, each of the three of them has greatly improved, and Wu Wuyan has also used this to break through to the God King of 9 changes, and his comprehension of the unique knowledge has gone a step further. The same is true for Bai Xingtian and Gui Mietian, who have comprehended more than one kind of immortality. It's a pity that the original purpose of Gui Mietian and Wu Wuyan was not to comprehend the unique knowledge of immortality, but to improve their divine bodies and bloodlines. If both of their divine bodies and bloodlines are only at the king level, then it is easy to upgrade to the low-level immortal art. However, one of the two has a low-level immortal bloodline, and the other has an intermediate-level immortal body. Only the 8th level God King Jin Guang cannot evolve their divine body and bloodline at all. Han Feng didn't know that he was promoted to the 10th floor of the God King Tower, so that both Wu Wuyan and Gui Mietian's original goals were not achieved. Wu Wuyan said before that starting from the 9th floor, every time you advance to a floor, you will receive the golden light of the God King, instead of leaving the Tower of the God King to absorb it. Han Feng originally held a dubious attitude, but as he reached the 10th floor, a golden vortex was rumbled in the void, and a vast golden light burst out from the golden vortex to swallow him up. Han Feng completely believed in the void flame said before. The golden light of the God King that devoured Han Feng was the golden light of the God King accumulated in the first 9 floors. The golden light of the God King in the entire 9 floors was very impressive in terms of quality and quantity. The majestic golden light shining towards Han Feng, from a distance, almost covered nearly a quarter of the space on the 10th floor of the God King Tower, dyeing the entire 10th floor of the God King Tower in a piece of gold. What a rich golden light of the God King! Han Feng was amazed. Even Han Feng himself did not expect that after passing the 9th floor, he would get so much golden light of the God King. Boom boom boom. Bathed in the golden light of the God King, Han Feng felt that all the power in his body was rushing against a gate, which blocked the breakthrough of the 8 Transformation God King to the 9 Transformation God King. This gate is extremely strong, and it is infinitely stronger than the bottleneck of the ordinary 8 Transformation God King breaking through the 9 Transformation God King. Beyond the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, of course, brought great benefits to Han Feng, such as amazing combat power. But it also brought other troubles to Han Feng, such as the difficulty of breaking through. If it was only the golden light of the God King accumulated in the first 8 layers, it might be a bit reluctant for Han Feng to break through, but the accumulation of the golden light of the God King in the entire 9 layers made Han Feng only stagnate for a moment at the peak of the 8 changes of the God King, and with the unstoppable momentum smashed through the bottleneck gate, and broke through from the 8 Transformation God King to the 9 Transformation God King realm in one fell swoop. 2471 Hongming Supreme Fire, Hongming Supreme Body, 2 more. Rumble. Han Feng's inner world is constantly changing, the scope of the world is expanding, the overall level of life is evolving, and the way of heaven in the small world has begun to conceive. Under the promotion of the God King Jin Guang, the world catastrophe of the 9 Transformations God King quickly passed, and the vast power of the world was directly suppressed by the God King Jin Guang, and transformed into the power of the world belonging to Han Feng himself. At the time of the 8 Transformations God King, Han Feng's basic strength was not weaker than the peak of the 9 Transformations God King. Now that Han Feng has broken through to the realm of the 9 Transformations God King, the power of Han Feng's casual punch has surpassed that of the 9 Transformations God King. Become a God King. Now Han Feng's understated punch is twice as powerful as the 2nd level God Emperor, the foundation of the 6th change God King before the breakthrough, plus the overall strength, unless the 2nd level God Emperor has a powerful immortality and immortality blood, otherwise it will be easily suppressed by Han Feng. As for the god emperors who had weaker foundations and lower realms before the breakthrough, Han Feng can easily kill them now. If there is a more detailed comparison, Han Feng's current basic strength is equivalent to that of the previous Supreme Tree Demon. The so-called basic power refers to the power under the condition that all kinds of methods that can increase the attack power, such as gods, blood, unique skills, and artifacts, are not used. On the whole, Han Feng's strength has grown by leaps and bounds. The mid-stage of the 9 transformations God King, the late stage of the 9 transformations God King. Han Feng's accumulation in the realm of the 8 transformations God King is not too deep, but he can't support the entire 9th floor of the God King, Jingguang Tai, who is too powerful, and Han Feng has been promoted to the peak of the 9 transformations God King with ease. Generally speaking, at this point, any God King will feel a kind of perfection, that is a kind of perfection in the body, inner world, and soul, a feeling that there is no progress. It seems that any further step will cause an earth-shaking disaster. Therefore, the 9 changes God King is also called the ultimate God King. But Han Feng raised his hands, closed his eyes, and carefully felt the condition of his body. After a while, he opened his eyes, and a strange flash appeared on his face. It's strange, why don't I have that sense of perfection? I feel like my body is like dry land, still hungry and thirsty. Could it be that I haven't reached my limit? Wait, my foundation surpasses the Emperor of Heaven, could it be? Han Feng's pupils shrank, and then Han Feng couldn't help but get excited. If his guess is true, then he is likely to step into the supreme realm that many God Kings in this universe have never reached before. Higher level God King realm. My foundation surpasses the Emperor of Heaven, this possibility is great. Han Feng murmured, his body trembling. It was not fear, but excitement. Immediately, Han Feng absorbed the golden light of the God King without hesitation, trying to challenge whether he could reach a higher level. However, Han Feng soon discovered that the God King Jin Guang had a feeling of powerlessness. If I can really go one step further, that level must be very difficult and require a lot of golden light of the God King. In addition, my foundation surpasses the Emperor of Heaven, so I need more golden light of the God King. There is still a lot of God King Jingguang left, but I'm afraid it's not enough to support my breakthrough to a higher level. Then, it is very important to clear the 10th floor of the God King Tower. Maybe the golden light of the God King obtained by clearing the 10th floor will allow me to reach a higher level. But to clear the 10th floor, I need a more powerful strength. If it wasn't for Fen Tianshan's physical ability to further evolve to the immortal level, and to evolve the Fenshan divine body, the 9 flames and different fire art must first break through to the 10th level. The next golden light of the God King will be used to improve the 9 flames different fire art. Han Feng operated the 9 flames and different fire art, absorbing the golden light of the God King around him, and the bright golden light attached to Han Feng's body. Han Feng sat cross-legged, suspended in midair. The whole body is dazzling golden light, like a Buddha. A trace of the golden light of the God King was absorbed by Han Feng. After absorbing a large amount of the golden light of the God King, the 9 flames and different fire Ju finally broke through the barrier between the 9th and 10th layers and stepped into the highest level of the 9 flames and different fire Ju. Boom boom boom. A vast aura gushed out from Han Feng's body, and a huge purple-gold pagoda emerged behind Han Feng, exuding endless majesty. The purple-gold light illuminated the 10th floor. After the 9 flames and different fire Ju reached the highest level, the Jiuyan Tianhua pagoda also returned to the level of the immortal artifact, and passed on the news of the 10th floor of the 9 flames and different fire Ju to Han Feng. The news was sent to Han Feng's soul world, and Han Feng finally had a thorough understanding of the 10th level of the 9 flames and different fire art. At this time, the 9 flames and different fire Ju on the 10th floor is actually not the end, because the 9 flames and different fire Ju on the 10th floor is actually divided into 3 stages. Right now, Han Feng's 9 flames and different fire art has only reached the first stage of the 10th floor. With the breakthrough of the 9 flames and different fire art, the Xuanhuan Fengqianyan in Han Feng's body also began to evolve, continuously absorbing the golden light of the God King, and a purple golden flame appeared faintly in the center of the original gray flame of Xuanhuan Fengqianyan in the Dantian. There are more and more purple gold flames, gradually devouring the gray flames. At the moment when the Zijing flame completely replaced the gray flame, Han Feng's body burst, and the Zijing divine fire gushed out involuntarily. There seemed to be an immortal aura coming from the Zijing divine fire, but deep within the immortal aura, there seemed to be a more majestic aura than the immortal aura. That is, the aura of the Supreme. Zijing Xuanhuan, full name Hongmeng Supreme Fire. Since the 10th level of the 9 flames different fire Ju is divided into 3 stages, so is the Hongmeng Supreme Fire. The primordial Supreme Fire is divided into 3 levels, which are the secondary, the true and the supreme, namely the secondary primordial Supreme Fire, the true primordial Supreme Primal Fire, and the supreme primordial Fire. In the early stage of the secondary Hongmeng Supreme Fire, it corresponds to the low-level immortal fire, in the middle stage it corresponds to the intermediate immortal fire, and in the later stage it corresponds to the high-level immortal fire. In the early stage of the true-level Hongmeng Supreme Fire, it corresponds to the top-level immortal fire, and in the middle and late stages it has already surpassed the immortal level. In fact, the first and second stages of the 10th floor of the 9 flames and different fires Ju are just transitions, in preparation for the 3rd stage. The 3rd stage is the real 10th and highest level of the 9 flames and different fires Ju, the most perfect state. Similarly, the sub-level primordial Supreme Fire and the real level primordial Supreme Fire are also transitional. In these 2 stages, the supreme aura in the primordial Supreme Fire gradually increases, swallowing the immortal aura until it becomes the supreme primordial Supreme Fire. It will be a complete supreme breath. In other words, the supreme primordial Supreme Fire is the supreme divine fire. It is a power that can only be controlled by the supreme power, and neither the emperor nor the ruler is qualified to control it. The sub-level and true-level primordial Supreme Fire are weakened versions of the Supreme Divine Fire, which are specially used by inheritors when their strength is not enough. I didn't expect the 10th floor to be divided into 3 stages. The 3rd stage is the real 10th floor. The primordial Primal Fire has also been divided into 3 stages. Then, isn't the primordial body also divided into 3 stages? The second update equals. In the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda, or Xiaopeng sent Han Feng the news of the 10th level of the Jiuyanihua Ju. Han Feng naturally knew the name of the Fengqian divine body after it evolved to the immortal level. Jia Kudi hate du enemy Lung Feng Du. The next stage of the Fengqian divine body is the Hongmeng Supreme Body. Based on the division of the 10th level of the Hongmeng Supreme Fire and the 9 flames different fire Ju, Han Feng suspects that the Hongmeng Supreme Body will also be divided into 3 stages. This is even true for Hongmeng Supreme Fist, Hongmeng Supreme Armor, and Hongmeng Supreme Seal. When the remaining God King Jin Guang was swallowed by the Fengqian Divine Body, and the Fengqian Divine Body evolved into the Hongmeng Supreme Body, Han Feng's guess was verified. The primordial body of Hongmeng is indeed divided into 3 stages, which are also the 3 levels of secondary, true, and supreme. The sub-level Hongmeng Supreme Body, the early, middle, and late stages correspond to the low-level, intermediate, and high-level immortal gods, respectively. The true-level Hongmeng Supreme Body corresponds to the top immortal body in the early stage, and surpasses the realm of immortality in the middle and late stages. The supreme primordial body is the supreme divine body, the supreme existence above the immortal divine body, and the divine body possessed by the supreme. It's a pity that there are not many remaining God King golden lights, so the breakthroughs in the 3 great arts of Fengqian Xuanhuan, Fengqian Xinjia, and Fengqian Shenin have not been completed. Even so, Han Feng's overall strength has grown substantially, and has not yet reached its limit. Sun Bukiks, cool knot tactics, and lonely battle. For example, it is possible for the secondary primordial supreme flame and the immortal great sun flame to fuse completely. Once fused, the power will increase explosively. After the fusion, the super divine flame will display the immortal skill, and the power is even more unimaginable. Even the God-changing king can't bear that kind of power, forcibly using it will only make him explode and die. However, even though Han Feng is the God King of 9 transformations now, his real power has already surpassed the God King of 9 transformations, and even surpassed it by a lot. If he can go further, his combat power will be unprecedentedly powerful. Unreachable ground. Using that level of power to display super divine flames and immortal skills will not exceed the limit of the body's tolerance, and cause the body to explode. Yu Huatai is not good at learning the earth science. Yu Huatai, a postgraduate student of the earth science department, is not skilled. In addition, Han Feng also intends to achieve a preliminary fusion of the immortal great sun divine flame and a secondary primordial supreme fire. The 2 divine fires are at the immortal level, and even if they are only initially fused, they will still have strong power. Familiarize yourself with the current power first, and then go to the 10th floor of the East Pole. Han Feng didn't leave immediately. From the peak of the 8 transformations God King to the peak of the 9 transformations God King, it is a huge increase in strength for those ordinary Heavenly Emperor foundations, not to mention for Han Feng who surpasses the Heavenly Emperor foundation. The improvement is even more earth-shattering. Such a big improvement can still be achieved in a short period of time. Even with the help of the God King Jin Guang, there is no need to worry about any sequelae, and with the help of the God King Jin Guang, there is no need to worry too much about not being able to control the soaring power. Get familiar with it. If there is no God King Jin Guang, this skyrocketing power may not be able to completely control the sudden increase in power for thousands of years. In addition, Han Feng also intends to achieve a preliminary fusion of the immortal great sun divine flame and a secondary primordial supreme fire. The 2 divine fires are originally at the immortal level, and even if they are only initially fused, they will still have strong power. As for complete integration, it depends on Han Feng's own efforts, and Han Feng knows very well that it is impossible to do it in a short period of time. Not to mention immortal divine fire, even king-rank divine fire, it is impossible to do it in just 1 or 2 days, or even 10 days and a half months. About half a month later, Han Feng was completely familiar with his current power, and the secondary primordial supreme fire and immortal great sun divine flame had indeed completed the initial fusion. It's time to go to the land of the East Pole, Han Feng said lightly. On the 9th floor of the God King Tower, the Supreme Tree Demon is in the West Pole, while on the 10th floor of the God King Tower, the Gatekeeper is in the East Pole. This is what an ancestor of the Su family said. The ancestor of the family once came to the 10th floor. In fact, even the geniuses of transcendent forces such as the Su family and the Ghost family, very few people can step into the 10th floor. Not to mention the 11th floor. Han Feng was able to know some information about the 10th floor from Wu Wuyan, but it was up to Han Feng himself for the 11th floor and beyond. The land of the East Pole on the 10th floor of the God King Tower, this is a boundless ocean. In the center of the ocean floats a giant pink water lily. Ho Dike's inadvertent enemies technique, Mo Lung's inspection and research shows. Is the heart of the lotus in this water lily? Han Feng flew into the air with a vigilant expression. Mo Lung's inspection of Ho Dike's Buffon enemy technique shows that from the peak of the 8 transformations God King to the peak of the 9 transformations God King, it is a huge improvement in strength for those ordinary Heavenly Emperor foundations, let alone for Han Feng, who surpasses the Heavenly Emperor foundation. That improvement was even more earth-shattering. The Supreme Tree Demon on the 9th floor has a large number of clones of tree people, So what kind of ability does this divine lotus have? Could it be many clones of water demons? Han Feng's soul kept paying attention to the ocean, but he didn't find anything until Han Feng approached the huge pink water lily. When Han Feng approached the water lily, two black lights rushed out of the water lily, and the black light turned the ocean into black, and a dark breath spread. One of the black lights turned into a huge elongated creature. Just looking at the size, people would mistakenly think it was a black giant python, but in fact, it was not a giant python at all. This huge creature has a slightly flattened body and is not cylindrical. Its back is green with black, and there are many yellow lines vertically and horizontally. It was a leech magnified countless times, extremely ferocious, and the monstrous black air brought a burst of oppression to Han Feng. The other black light turned into a moth-like water borer. Whether it was a leech or a water borer, the aura they emitted far surpassed the supreme dryad. Either of them might be enough to kill that giant tree. In terms of momentum alone, leeches and water borers are roughly equivalent to ordinary third-order god emperors. Before breaking through, they were the god kings with 6 transformations based on the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven. In the blink of an eye, huge leeches and water borers approached Han Feng. Among them, leeches travel by water, and water borers fly from the sky. Immortal sun god physique. Immortal physique. Han Meng's supreme body. Sword demon form. Han Feng raised his state to the strongest level in an instant, and the immortal breath and majesty gushed out like a storm and torrent. Boom boom boom. The sea suddenly set off heavy waves, and the air was filled with majestic coercion. The leeches in the water were directly dizzy by the rough waves, and they didn't know where to go. The water borers in the air were also directly pushed to the surface of the sea by the huge pressure. The power equivalent to the ordinary third-order god emperor is indeed terrifying. The nine-change god king who can surpass the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, coupled with the power of the immortal sun god body, immortal body, grand mist supreme body, and sword demon form, is more powerful than ordinary third-order god emperors. The power is even more terrifying. In terms of momentum alone, Han Feng is almost twice as strong as leeches and water borers. The immortal brilliance emanating from the immortal god body can suppress the water borer and the leech to some extent, which makes the water borer and the leech even worse. Songling Sword Chi. Han Feng didn't even use his unique skills, but only relied on the dense mass of Songling Sword Chi to pierce the leeches and water borers in the water and on the surface of the water, directly pierced by thousands of Songling Sword Chi. The two leeches and water borers, which had grown countless times larger, just disappeared. Yubudaik Dokia Jutsu by Lun Taijiu. What a powerful force! Han Feng was also startled by his own strength at the moment. With the addition of a primordial body, his cultivation level has been raised from the peak of the 8 transformations God King to the 9 transformations God King, plus the many trump cards before. The current Han Feng dares to fight against the ordinary fourth-order God Emperor. Lungumi. Chuandike's love rival Hate-You Lungumi is on the 9th floor of the God King Tower, the Supreme Tree Demon is on the West Pole, and on the 10th floor of the God King Tower, the Gatekeeper is on the East Pole. It's what an ancestor of the Su family said, that ancestor of the Su family once came to the 10th floor. The enemy is far away from the enemy hates the troubles. The first update. Tags. The Songling Sword Chi tore the leeches and water borers into pieces, and Han Feng quickly flew towards the water lilies, and his spirit poured into the water lilies, preventing the water lilies from having creatures more terrifying than giant leeches and water borers. C. Han Feng's vigilance is very necessary, because Han Feng's soul soon discovered that there was a large group of black shadows inside the water lily, and the black shadows were densely packed with wriggling leeches. This made Han Feng pale. It was not that Han Feng was afraid, but that there were so many leeches wriggling around, which made Han Feng feel a little sick. These leeches are not as huge as the previous one, only about 1/10,000th, and the aura is just stronger than those Treant avatars. Han Feng quickly used his soul to shake the size of these much smaller leeches. The breath was judged. However, although it is a small leech, it is compared with the previous infinitely large leeches. These small leeches are still the size of an adult. When ordinary people see so many leeches wriggling together, I am afraid that they can scare ordinary people. Scared to death. Although it is a large group, they are not strong enough to be wiped out at once. Han Feng formed a torrent of Songling sword chi from the air and blasted it into the water lily. A scene that surprised Han Feng happened. The water lily directly burst into a burst of dazzling pink light, and swallowed the Songling sword chi blasted out by him forcefully. Impossible. How can this water lily be so strong? Han Feng stared at this scene with wide eyes. No, this water lily doesn't have any breath of life. Actually, it seems to be made of a unique energy. Could it be? Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. If that is the case, it means that the water lily and the supreme tree demon is different, and it represents a rule of the God King Tower. In other words, the water lily would not attack him like the supreme tree demon, but because of certain regulations of the God King Tower, it prevented him from blasting the attack into the water lily. That is to say, only when those leeches attack me actively and leave the range of the water lilies, can I take action to destroy those leeches. This is just a conjecture, but Han Feng feels that it is inseparable, and as long as he tries it, he will naturally know whether his conjecture is true. Therefore, Han Feng got closer to the water lily. Looking up at the huge pink water lily, who would have thought that there would be so many ferocious leeches inside this holy pink water lily? Having said that, it seems that water lilies are easy to produce insects such as leeches, but these insects eat water lilies, which will have a great impact on the health of water lilies. But in this Tower of the God King, the water lily is transformed by a certain regular power of the Tower of the God King. Instead, it became the existence of protecting leeches. The leech also protects the water lily, or in other words, protects the heart of the lotus in the water lily. When Han Feng was less than a few hundred meters away from the water lily, a large group of leeches swarmed out from the water lily, covering the sky and rushing towards Han Feng. Song Ling Jian Qi. Han Feng pointed at the leech with his finger, and the dense Song Ling Jian Qi had pierced through, and the Song Ling Jian Qi seemed to pierce through the entire space. Each sword chi corresponds to a leech, which shows Han Feng's precise control over the Songling sword chi. This is not one or two sword chi, but tens of thousands, or even more Songling sword chi. Next, a scene that surprised Han Feng happened. The Songling sword energy blasted towards the leeches, and the leeches completely swallowed the Songling sword energy. After devouring the Songling sword chi, the breath of each leech changed slightly, stronger than before. Then, like cats smelling fish, these leeches flocked excitedly to Han Feng. Damn it, these leeches can devour my attacks and strengthen themselves. Han Feng cursed in his heart. No wonder these small leeches were kept by the water lilies as their whole cards, instead of the huge leeches and water borers before. Don't look at the strength of these densely packed leeches. They are far behind that giant leech, but the degree of dystocia of these leeches is even higher than that of the giant leech. Because these leeches can swallow all kinds of attacks. It's fine if it can devour it, but it can also be used to strengthen itself. These are things that giant leeches cannot do. It can be said that when a strong man whose combat strength is not much different from that of giant leeches encounters this group of small leeches, the final result may be that all attacks are swallowed up. After all his strength is exhausted, he can only watch himself being swallowed by densely packed leeches. It is better to commit suicide than to wait for death. I don't believe that these leeches will devour without limit, so it's useless for anyone to come, even if the master comes. The power that these leeches can swallow must have a limit. If the limit is exceeded, even if these leeches can swallow all kinds of power, they will only explode. So, I must burst out my strongest power in an instant, and I can't increase it slowly, otherwise the leeches will gradually increase after being swallowed. In the end, I am afraid that if I use the strongest power, I will be swallowed by the leech, with enhanced devouring ability lose. I hope that the strongest force I can unleash can reach the limit of leech devouring in an instant, otherwise I can only leave this God King Tower. If I didn't take that step in the God King Tower, it is almost impossible outside. A cold light flashed in Han Feng's eyes, and then there seemed to be a supreme sword intent breaking out of his eyes. The next moment, Han Feng's body was like the wind, and he directly faced the leech. Then, Han Feng's whole body turned into a divine sword, and the human sword merged into one, completely fused with the flame demon Songling sword. The spirit is like one. The last unique technique inherited by the Yanma Songling sword is the most powerful one among the many trump cards currently controlled by Han Feng. Songling Grui is also the top among the intermediate immortal skills. Boom boom boom. Han Feng turned into a terrifying sword, and with one strike, he broke everything in the world. The void breaks. The stars are broken. The earth cracked. This sword cannot be underestimated by ordinary fourth-order emperors. Die to me. Han Feng roared crazily, and the powerful force enveloped most of the leeches. Even though he had completely merged with the flame demon Songling sword at this time, Han Feng could still feel that these leeches were devouring his power. The leech became weaker and weaker, and its body became more and more bloated, and then it exploded with a bang. It was bursting abruptly. Before these leeches had time to use their devouring power to improve themselves, their original bodies collapsed, because they couldn't bear it. It has to be said that it is correct for Han Feng to perform the strongest move neatly. If he gradually increases his strength, he will only let the leeches continue to improve themselves, becoming stronger and stronger, and their devouring ability will become stronger and stronger. In the end, even if Han Feng used Songling Grui's trick, it would probably only provide nourishment for the leeches. With just one blow, almost half of the leeches were wiped out. Of the leeches that are still alive, some have not had time to absorb to the limit, and some have not been affected yet. Therefore, Han Feng cut out for the second time without hesitation. When he was still the God King of 8 changes, Han Feng would never be able to use such a powerful move twice in a row, and he hardly recovered his physical strength and energy in the middle. But now that his cultivation base has reached the peak of the 9 transformations God King, and his basic strength is far greater than that of the 9 transformations God King, it is already easy to perform 2 moves in succession. The next move is to destroy you all. Han Feng said viciously to the group of leeches. The second update. 2474 Supreme God and King, 1 more. 3 strokes before and after, Songling Rui, Han Feng completely killed the group of leeches, and then jumped into the water lily. Inside the water lily, there is a pink water lily that has shrunk countless times and is suspended in midair, slowly rotating. It seems that this is the heart of the lotus. Han Feng walked over with a look of joy, his soul opened up, and he explored the surroundings. Although there are no other creatures inside the water lily, it does not mean that there is no danger. Before getting the heart of the lotus, any accident may happen. However, until Han Feng got the heart of the lotus, there was no danger. It seems that he really succeeded in breaking through. The divine soul and the divine lotus heart resonated, and Han Feng suddenly disappeared in the 10th floor of the Divine King Tower. On the 11th floor of the God King Tower, the flames are soaring into the sky, and there are craters of different heights everywhere. Just as Han Feng arrived, the golden light of the God King came and engulfed Han Feng. The unprecedented golden light of the God King nourished Han Feng's body, soul, bones, internal organs, and inner world. A peak that had been reached in the inner world fluctuated violently again. A gap was opened in Han Feng's inner world, and another world catastrophe came. Having experienced so many catastrophes in the world, Han Feng has long been very familiar with the promotion process, so he calmly absorbs the golden light of the God King, uses the golden light of the God King to devour the power of those violent worlds, and finally turns it into his own use. As the inner world continues to expand, mountains and rivers continue to increase, and the level of heaven in the small world is also getting higher and higher. Until the sound of bang, Han Feng's breath soared, and he passed through the calamity of the world, and reached the realm of 10 transformation god kings that no one in the 3,000 gods had ever reached. And after the breakthrough, Han Feng's cultivation was still improving rapidly, and with the help of the god king Jin Guang, he finally soared to the peak of the 10 transformation god kings. It wasn't until this moment that Han Feng felt a kind of completeness, which was the completeness in all aspects, a feeling that there was no progress. Han Feng immediately understood that even if his foundation surpassed the heavenly emperor, the king of 10 changes was already the limit, and it was impossible to make another breakthrough. Although the 11th and 12th transformations that Han Feng had expected did not appear, even the king of 10 transformations satisfied Han Feng. In terms of basic strength, the 10-change God King has already surpassed the ordinary third-order God Emperor. Before the breakthrough, he was the 6th-change God King with the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven. Han Feng originally thought that his breakthrough had come to an end, and the inner world should be stabilized, but at this moment, the inner world suddenly changed. In Han Feng's body, immortal power circulated in streams of immortality, and unexpectedly came to the small world, merging with the heaven of the small world. Then, a scene that would never happen in the inner world at the stage of the God King happened. Life was born in Han Feng's inner world. This is. Han Feng's eyes showed shock, and he saw that the immortal fetus in his body was constantly absorbing the golden light of the God King, and it had also evolved. The immortal child is actually just a weakened version of the immortal child. Under normal circumstances, no immortal child will be born in the body of the God King, and when he is promoted to the emperor, it will only directly condense the immortal child. Only Han Feng, relying on the indestructible Bible, cultivated the immortal divine embryo. However, this immortal child is not an immortal child after all. Compared with the real emperor, Han Feng still has many weaknesses. But now the evolved immortal baby, even though it is still a baby, is no different from the general immortal baby. Thanks to the blessing of the immortal embryo, Zijin Feijian, who has always been in the immortal embryo, has also been promoted from a quasi-immortal to a low-level immortal master, able to break through to 10 transformation God King. Han Feng had expected it before, but the evolution of the immortal fetus and the birth of life in the inner world were not expected by Han Feng at all. Am I still a God King? Han Feng was a little at a loss. The immortal child, at this time, is equivalent to replacing the immortal child in Han Feng's body. Coupled with the initial birth of the world's life in the body, it seems that Han Feng is really no different from the emperor. But Han Feng understood that he was still a God King, not a God Emperor. Just because there is no immortal baby in his body. If there is an immortal catastrophe, the speed of life evolution in the small world inside the body will increase explosively. In an instant, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years. But now life is only the initial birth, and it is far from the birth of human-like life or wisdom. My life is still far away. Maybe I can only wait for me to break through the God Emperor, or wait for the small world in my body to live for thousands of years or even longer. However, humanoid life and intelligent life have not yet been born, and the practice system of my small world has already been born. After the fusion of the heavenly Tao and the immortal power in the small world, the evolution of the heavenly Tao in the small world was promoted, thus the cultivation level in the small world was born. The cultivation system in the small world of Han Feng is roughly from the 1st level warrior to the 9th level warrior, and then there are virtual immortals, heavenly immortals, true immortals, mysterious immortals, golden immortals, Tai Tianzuan, Daluo gods, and immortal emperors. Warriors from Tier 1 to Tier 9 correspond to ordinary to celestial ranks in the outside world. Immortals, celestials, true immortals, and Zhuangxians correspond to sanctuaries, venerable Jingxians correspond to true gods, Tai Tianzuan corresponds to ancient gods, and Deluo Shenzuan corresponds to God King. The immortal emperor naturally corresponds to the divine emperor. However, unless Han Feng transcends one day and becomes an existence of no less than 3,000 gods, the small world inside Han Feng's body, the immortal emperor can only be a legend, and it is impossible for anyone to successfully break through. The Great Luo God Venerable is the cultivation limit of the small world in Han Feng's body. With the level of Han Feng's future achievements, this so-called Great Luo God Venerable limit may be equivalent to the lower God King, or it may be equivalent to the middle God King. It is more likely to be equivalent to 7 changes, 8 changes, or even 9 changes. Gradually, the small world in Han Feng's body was completely stabilized. In addition to the changes in his cultivation and the small world, the 3 great arts such as Fenchin Shenquan, Fenchin Shenjia, and Fenchin Shenin also completed breakthroughs one after another, and were promoted to Hongmeng Supreme Fist, Hongmeng Supreme Armor, Hongmeng Supreme Seal. Like the Supreme Being of the Grand Mist, the Supreme Master of the Hongmeng Fist, the Supreme Armor of the Hongmeng, and the Supreme Seal of the Hongmeng are also in the second stage. So far, the golden light of the God King on the 10th floor has been completely consumed. Most of the golden light of the God King was consumed by breakthroughs in cultivation and changes in the inner world. The promotion of the 3 great skills of Hongmeng Supreme Fist consumes only a small part of them. Since it is the unprecedented 10 transformation God King, let's call it the Supreme God King. Han Feng gave his own realm a title. Opening his eyes, an unprecedented fierce momentum rushed to the sky, piercing the sky. Han Feng couldn't help but roared up to the sky, the ground shattered, and the crater burst. In the next moment, Han Feng directly turned into a beam of light and disappeared in place. A few days later, Han Feng arrived at the South Pole on the 11th floor of the God King Tower. After the 9th and 10th floors, Han Feng guessed that the gatekeepers of the God King Tower should be at the furthest point in all directions. The 9th floor is the land of the West Pole, the 10th floor is the land of the East Pole, then the 11th floor is either the land of the North Pole or the land of the South Pole. Han Feng found nothing in the North Pole, so he came to the South Pole. In this Antarctic place, Han Feng finally met the gatekeeper. The first update. C_T, the 11th floor of the God King Tower seems to be all craters and volcanic valleys. Baidu search website is the fastest and most stable update, advertisement, visit. But the craters in this Antarctic place are the densest, and magma erupts from time to time in the craters. After the magma falls to the ground, it immediately rolls over, and a large number of magma turtles drill out of it. The aura emitted by each magma tortoise is comparable to that of an ordinary third-order God Emperor. Good fuck. Han Feng clicked his tongue secretly. This is equivalent to the power of an ordinary third-order God Emperor. Even if these magma turtles have no wisdom, no supernatural powers, and no blood, one-on-one will not be the opponent of an ordinary third-order God Emperor, but they are still extremely powerful. It is easy to swallow dozens of 9 transformation God Kings in one gulp. And there is more than one such powerful magma turtle. Fortunately, I have improved a lot in all aspects. Han Feng quickly put away his shock, cheered up, and raised his state to the most perfect level. The knot is not far away. Feng Sun's hatred is detected by cold hatred. Immortal Sun God Physique. Hongmeng Supreme Body. Enmity is not distant. Immortal Physique. Enmity is not far away, the enemy's hatred is at the bottom of the test. Hongmeng Supreme Seal. Han Feng unfolded the Hongmeng Supreme Seal, and the immortal power surged out, turning into a golden giant seal, blocking Han Feng's body. Sword Demon Form. Han Feng's figure flickered, dodging the attacks of the magma turtles, and quickly approached one of them. The Tsungling sword Chi blasted out, instantly piercing this magma turtle whole into a sieve. Then Han Feng used the same method, and soon dozens of magma turtles fell into Han Feng's hands. With Han Feng's power at this time, the ordinary third-order God Emperor is not troublesome for Han Feng at all. Huh? The face of Han Feng, who was killing Xuanhuan, suddenly froze, and saw these large numbers of magma tortoises frantically gathering in a certain place, and then these magma tortoises merged into one in an instant. It turned into a giant magma tortoise nearly 1,000 times larger than the magma tortoise. Please go to the latest chapter of this book. A giant magma tortoise mouth. It is the billowing torrent of flames that spurts out, sweeps across the earth, and is about to submerge the ground, forming a sea of magma. Han Feng chopped out the Zijin flying sword, and before the Zijin flying sword got close to the giant magma tortoise, it was completely engulfed by the flames and magma ejected by the giant magma tortoise. The giant magma tortoise roared up to the sky, and the sound was rolling. Although it did not contain immortal power, the powerful aura and terrifying coercion emitted by this giant magma tortoise at this moment were equivalent to ordinary fourth-order God Emperors. This is a Tier 4 God Emperor, not a Tier 3 God Emperor. Regardless of the fact that it is just a difference of one level, for the God Emperor, the difference between each level can be described as a world of difference, especially when the level of the God Emperor is higher and the foundation is stronger. The difference between each level, let the next level of God Emperor easily kill the previous level of God Emperor reads. Don't look at Han Feng, who can easily kill the magma tortoise that is equivalent to the ordinary third-order God Emperor, but facing the magma giant tortoise that is equivalent to the ordinary fourth-order God Emperor, even Han Feng felt the great pressure and broke out in cold sweat. The promotion is too terrifying. You have been promoted directly from the third-level God Emperor to the fourth-level God Emperor. Even if it is just an ordinary God Emperor, it is not an invincible God Emperor, nor a legendary God Emperor, nor is it a heaven-defying God Emperor, but... Han Feng sighed with one sound, we can only fight with all our strength. According to such a terrifying promotion speed, if he was lucky enough to be promoted to the 12th floor of the God King Tower, I am afraid that he will stop here. The giant magma tortoise roared suddenly, and the magma ejected from its mouth split into countless densely packed magma cannons. Hongmeng Supreme Seal. Han Feng unfolded the Hongmeng Supreme Seal, and the immortal power surged out, turning into a golden giant seal, blocking Han Feng's body. In the golden light, another noble and supreme aura leaked out. Han Feng fully unfolded his own world domain. Although the giant magma tortoise has a powerful aura comparable to that of a fourth-order God Emperor, the giant magma tortoise is not a God Emperor. It does not have an immortal baby in its body, nor does it have the power of immortality. Sun Yuanke catches the solitary ball cold after the operation alone. Everything about the giant magma tortoise comes from the God King Tower. Therefore, facing the domain of the world, the giant magma tortoise will still be suppressed, and the blasted magma cannon will enter the domain of the world of Han Feng, and its destructive power will drop sharply. No hatred, no hatred, no hatred, no hatred, no hatred. Even so, the supreme seal of Hongmeng only resisted for a few breaths before it was shattered. Hongmeng Supreme Armor. A set of divine armor containing supreme aura appeared on Han Feng's body. His speed was raised to the limit, and he kept dodging the bombardment of the magma cannon. Occasionally being hit, the Hongmeng Supreme Armor also resisted most of the power, and the remaining power was not enough to hurt Han Feng. Songling Grui. Han Feng suddenly merged with the flame demon Songling sword and became the only one, completely turning into the flame demon Songling sword. Slashing out with a sword, the densely packed magma cannons were annihilated directly. Then, the power of this sword slashed at the giant magma tortoise. Boom boom boom. The giant magma tortoise roared and cried out in pain, and its huge body retreated. On the hard shell of the tortoise, a huge crack was cut by this sword. Han Feng's eyes brightened. After all, this giant magma tortoise cannot be compared with the real fourth-order God Emperor. If this continues, he can completely blast the same place with a sword, and sooner or later he can completely hull the giant magma tortoise where. But. Rumble. A crater erupted with magma, and many magma tortoises drilled out of the magma. These magma tortoises flocked to the giant magma tortoise at an astonishing speed that did not match the tortoise, and finally merged with the giant magma tortoise. Soon, the injuries on the back of the giant magma tortoise recovered as before, intact. Seeing this scene, Han Feng's face was dark. Could it be that this crater can continuously spew out magma to turn into a magma turtle, and then melt into the body of this giant magma tortoise so that the giant magma can recover from its injuries? Since this is the case, we can only use the strongest move. I didn't kill the giant magma tortoise with one blow, and I won't give the giant magma tortoise a chance to recover. Thinking of this, Han Feng retreated quickly, and spread his palms out at the same time. Two powerful divine fires appeared in Han Feng's hands, which were the supreme fire of Hongmeng and the divine flame of Immortal Sun. Fusion. Han Feng let out a low voice, and the two great fires began to merge initially. With the current Han Feng, he could only do so much. However, Han Feng believes that even if it is a preliminary fusion, as long as he uses it to display the Immortal Sun Sword, the power will definitely rise to a peak, which is even more terrifying than Songling Grui. Waves of terrifying aura and flame surged towards the surroundings with Han Feng as the center, and the entire 11th floor of the God King Tower shook extremely. The giant magma tortoise spewed out the magma cannon again. At the same time, Han Feng also turned the fused divine fire into a huge sword. The sword showed 3 colors of purple, white and gold. The hot temperature distorted and collapsed the surrounding space. Knots are far from Ghost Boat Surgery by Lonely Ghost Star. In the next moment, the purple, white, and gold 3-color Excalibur slashed fiercely at the giant magma tortoise with overwhelming power and unparalleled heat. Wherever it passed, the space distorted and collapsed, and the magma cannon was completely annihilated under the power of this sword. Then, the 3 beams of purple, white and gold were extremely dazzling, almost engulfing the entire 11th floor space, and the most intense part was the part that swallowed the giant magma tortoise. The immortal Great Sun Sword, the divine sword formed by the initial fusion of the Hongmeng Supreme Fire and the immortal Great Sun Divine Flame, the flames condense, a sword is inserted into the back of the giant magma tortoise, and the power of the divine sword blasts into the giant magma tortoise, instantly bombarded the giant magma tortoise, and the high temperature directly melted the broken body of the giant magma tortoise. The second update. Hoo. Han Feng also took a slight breath. Please search to see the most complete. The fastest updated novel. Immortal Great Sun Divine Flame and Hongmeng Supreme Fire were, after all, only the first attempt to fuse and display their unique skills. In the absence of experience, Han Feng consumed a lot of power that exceeded expectations. Fortunately, the opponent had already been beheaded, and the extra consumption did not affect the situation. Han Feng's spirit rushed in all directions, wary of a giant magma turtle suddenly appearing again. This is not impossible. For example, on the 10th floor, after the 2 giant leeches and the water borer were wiped out, wouldn't there still be a large number of small leeches in the water lily? After waiting for a cup of tea, nothing happened. Although the volcano was still erupting magma, no magma turtle came out of the magma. And where the giant magma tortoise was killed, a magma stone was suspended in the air, shining with magma flames. At this point, Han Feng was sure that he had indeed passed the 11th floor. Inhale the magma stone into the hand, the soul and the magma stone resonate, and the fire instantly engulfs Han Feng. On the 12th floor of the God King Tower, Han Feng was engulfed by the more dazzling and thicker God King Golden Light. Hongmeng Supreme Body, Hongmeng Supreme Fist, Hongmeng Supreme Seal, Hongmeng Supreme Armor, Nine Flames Different Fire Ju, Immortal Physique, Immortal Great Sun Divine Physique, which one should I improve? Han Feng thought about which whole card should be improved first. Ship Kudiyu Ghost Not Learning Battle Yangwei Connaught Technology. If any of these whole cards can be promoted to a higher level, the overall strength will have a relatively obvious increase. Han Feng, promote me. The voice of the flame demon Songling Sword reached Han Feng's ears, and it was very urgent. As an innate artifact, the flame demon Songling Sword was conceived by the Tao of Heaven, and it is also a very special artifact among innate artifacts. Ordinary innate artifacts must be gradually promoted from a divine artifact until they become an immortal artifact. There are many dangers in the middle, and it is very likely that they will fall under the divine calamity. Even if you don't fall under the God tribulation, it doesn't mean that you can break through easily if you want to break through. Innate artifacts also need a deep foundation, and breakthroughs also have the possibility of failure. Waiting for the race is the same, not to say that the road is smooth. And because the flame demon Songling Sword is a special innate artifact bred by the Tao of Heaven. So after birth, there are 9 seals in the body. The first seal has given the flame demon Songling Sword a power no less than that of the chaos artifact. Afterwards, you only need to unseal it slowly until the 9th seal is unsealed. Advance to immortal artifact. It can be said that for a special innate artifact such as the flame demon Songling Sword, the journey can be said to be smooth, and there is no need to worry about failing or falling under the catastrophe. Just like in the human race, some people have high talents and special physiques. Before they reach a certain stage, there is no bottleneck in their practice. As for the rest of the practitioners, every step forward, they need to practice hard. In short, it is extremely difficult. However, the way of heaven is also fair in some respects, and possesses various innate advantages. The flame demon Songling Sword had a smooth road before it became a low-level immortal artifact, but when it was a low-level immortal artifact, that is, after all the 9 seals in the body were unsealed, the flame demon Songling the Spirit Sword has reached its limit, and there is no way to advance. On the contrary, it is possible for those ordinary innate artifacts to be upgraded step by step from a 1 Kulpa artifact to a low-level immortal artifact, and then from a low-level immortal artifact to a mid-level or even a high-level one. Even the top immortal artifact is not impossible. After a month of observation. But now, with the help of the golden light of the God King, the Yanhua Songling Sword may be able to break through its own limit and step into a higher level. So why is the Yanhua Songling Sword not in a hurry? After the flame demon Songling Jian yelled, he became uneasy. It has reached its limit. If it wants to break the limit, it will consume a small amount of God King golden light. Perhaps the energy needed to break it through the limit is enough for Han Feng to go further with all kinds of cards. Therefore, Yanhua Kanglingjian was not sure that Han Feng would agree. Han Feng was indeed hesitant. The flame demon Songling Sword had reached its limit. How could Han Feng not know? The Hongming Supreme Body and so on have not reached the limit. One is to break the limit and the other is just to continue to improve. The energy required to consume is absolutely different. Only Han Feng thought about the help of the flame demon Songling Sword to him in these years, especially those years of reincarnation. The flame demon Songling Sword can be said to be the biggest trump card of the reincarnation body. The flame demon Songling Sword played a crucial role. Not to mention the reincarnated body, even now. Before that, the Balrog Songling Sword always used the strongest whole card as its trump card, which played a decisive role in the battle. If it weren't for the initial fusion of Immortal Sun Divine Flame and Hongmeng Supreme Fire, Songling Grui would still be Han Feng's strongest ultimate move. Now that Yan Emote Songling Jian made a plea for the first time, he still looked uneasy, which instantly softened Han Feng's heart. As long as there are enough resources, the primordial body of Hongmeng will always be promoted to a higher level. On the other hand, if the flame demon Songling Sword is lost, It may really only be restricted to the level of a low-level immortal artifact forever in the future. Han Feng doesn't know if there is any treasure out there that can break the limit of the immortal artifact. Maybe there isn't, maybe there is. But if there are, they are certainly rare and do not necessarily guarantee success. As for the God King Golden Light, unless he is still the God King before the next era, the God King space comes, otherwise he will never be able to enter the God King space and the God King Tower, and naturally he will not be able to get the God King Golden Light. Thinking of this, Han Feng said softly, "Okay, I will promote you." Han Feng already had a plan in mind. The next God King Jin Guang will be used to upgrade the Flame Demon Songling Sword first, and then to upgrade the Immortal Sun Divine Body. Enmity with the Earth. Enmity, Sun Zujiyuting's skills. Han Feng thought about how the Flame Demon Songling Sword helped him in these years, especially those years when he was reincarnated. The Flame Demon Songling Sword can be said to be the biggest trump card of the reincarnated body. Every time the weak defeated the strong, it was because the Flame Demon Songling Sword played a vital role. After all, as long as the immortal physique is constantly comprehended in the time room, it can always continue to improve, and the whole cards such as the Hongmeng Supreme Physique, as long as there is an immortal, can also continue to improve. Only the Flame Demon Songling Sword and the Immortal Sun God Body, after leaving the God King Tower, it seems that it is not so easy to improve, especially the former. The enemy is far away from the ghost, the queen is hated by the cold ghost. The golden light of the vast God King poured into the Flame Demon Songling Sword, only a small part flowed into Han Feng's body to enhance the Immortal Sun God Body. It took half a day for these God Kings to be completely absorbed by Han Feng. The Immortal Sun Divine Body broke through to the intermediate Immortal Divine Body as he wished, and the Flame Demon Songling Sword also achieved his wish, breaking his own limit and being promoted to the intermediate Immortal Divine Artifact. Naturally, the Sword Demon form also has a further form, that is, the 10th Heavy Sword Demon form, which can increase Han Feng's strength no less than the intermediate Immortal Body or Blood. However, unique skills such as the Immortal Great Sun Sword require Han Feng to spend time to master. In particular, the most powerful inheritance of the Yanma Songling Sword, Kangling Grui, as the Yanma Kanglingjian is upgraded to an intermediate immortal artifact, Kangling Grui is the most powerful, comparable to the high-level immortal technique. With Han Feng's current state, even if it takes time to master this level of unique knowledge, it can only exert 50% to 60% of its power at most. Advanced immortality is still too advanced for Han Feng. At least 1/3 of the many high-level God Emperors have not mastered this kind of unique knowledge. The first update. Tags. == Han Feng didn't go through the barrier immediately, but first got used to the 10th Epei Sword Demon form and the Immortal Sun God Body that had broken through to the intermediate Immortal God Body. Please search to see the most complete. The fastest updated novel. It is not necessary to immediately exert the peak power of the 10th Epei Demon form and the Immortal God Body of the intermediate Immortal God Body level. At least 89% must be exerted. Han Feng believes that it will not be too difficult to master the Sword Demon form and the Immortal Body of the Sun, which are promoted by the God King Jin Guang. This is where the power of the God King Jin Guang lies. The golden light of the God King improves the God King's cultivation base, blood, divine body, and unique knowledge. No matter how fast the improvement is, it will not affect the foundation of the God King. A few days later, Han Feng set off, aiming at the North Pole. Since the 9th floor is the land of the West Pole, the 10th floor is the land of the East Pole, and the 11th floor is the land of the South Pole, then the 12th floor is either the most core place or the North Pole. Generally speaking, the place where the promotion to the next floor is transmitted is near the central core. Han Feng didn't see any gatekeepers here, so he judged that the gatekeepers on the 12th floor should be in the North Pole. The opponent Han Feng faced this time was a huge ice bear. The ice bear controlled the power of ice and cold, and the entire North Pole was covered with ice and snow. In the initial fight, Han Feng judged that the strength of the opponent had surpassed the ordinary fourth-level God Emperor. If the immortal body had not been promoted to the middle-level immortality, and the flame demon, Sungling Sword, had also been further promoted to the middle-level immortal artifact, Han Feng would have no chance of winning. Even though the immortal sun god physique and the flame demon Sungling Sword had advanced one after another, Han Feng had to use all his strength to fight until the sky was dark, and he was worthy of victory. He killed the opponent with difficulty and obtained the heart of the ice bear. On the 13th floor, as soon as Han Feng came here, he was attacked by an ancient stone man. The stone man punched the sky and shook the earth. Han Feng immediately opened his state and cut out the immortal sun sword, which was also attacked by the ancient stone man. The man was crushed with a punch, and he vomited blood from the punch on the spot, so he had no choice but to flee quickly. Fortunately, the ancient stone man only showed his strength in his own territory. After Han Feng escaped from the ancient stone man's territory, the ancient stone man gave up his attack. Fleeing to a safe place, Han Feng still couldn't stop the horror in his heart. That kind of momentum, I am afraid it is not weaker than the ordinary fifth-order God Emperor. Perhaps for various reasons, that stone man cannot be stronger than the ordinary fifth-order God Emperor. The opponent of the opponent, the ordinary fifth-order God Emperor powerhouse, may be able to beat the stone man in seconds. Ho Cho Cho Feng Jian learns from Mo Lung, old hatred. But for me, that stone man is simply a mountain that cannot be climbed. I hope the golden light of the God King this time will give me the strength to resist. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng got ready for the arrival of the God King golden light. Han Feng first used the God King's golden light to recover from his injuries, and then used the God King's golden light to upgrade the Balrog Sungling sword. Just a trace of the golden light of the God King obtained by clearing the 12th floor may be enough for the 8-change God King to break through the 9-change God King in an instant, and the golden light of the God King that swallowed Han Feng at this time is more than a trace. The terrifying golden light of the God King, the energy contained in it, I am afraid that the middle and high-level God Emperors will be greedy, but unfortunately, no matter how greedy those middle and high-level God Emperors are, they will not be able to enter the Tower of the God King and obtain the golden light of the God King. The energy of the golden light of the God King is enough, and the energy needed by the flame demon, Sungling sword to break through the limit again and be promoted to a high-level immortal artifact is also enough to make people jaw-dropping. The golden light of the God King on the 11th floor promoted the flame demon Sungling sword to a mid-level immortal artifact, and also promoted the immortal sun body to a mid-level immortal body, and then exhausted all its power. Now Jin Guang, the God King on the 12th floor, has also exhausted all his energy after upgrading the flame demon Sungling sword to a high-level immortal artifact and the immortal sun body to a high-level immortal body. 11 Ape demon forms. Advanced immortal body. In an instant, Han Feng's whole body exploded with incomparably terrifying aura and energy from inside to outside. Ho ho ho! Han Feng raised his head to the sky and roared furiously, with overwhelming aura rushing in all directions, cracking the ground, shattering the space, and the violent aura directly destroyed the area tens of thousands of miles away. Gradually, Han Feng withdrew his power, but the power in his eyes was still intimidating. Ordinary low-level God Emperors would no longer dare to look directly at Han Feng. Thinking back to the beginning, Han Feng didn't dare to look at the Ling Huang. The brilliance of the God Emperor powerhouse was enough to cause Han Feng to be severely injured at that time. But now, it was the turn of the Emperor of God not to look too directly at Han Feng, even a powerhouse of the level of Emperor Ling. The love rival hates Mogu, hates alone, fights alone. The soaring strength gave Han Feng infinite confidence, and he immediately went to seek revenge on the ancient stone man who respected him. The 4th-level God Emperor is still the middle-level God Emperor, but the 5th-level God Emperor is already a high-level God Emperor. The gap between the third and fourth ranks is more terrifying. I was careless. Han Feng was injured and ran away because his strength soared. The sequelae that caused the mental distortion disappeared immediately. Han Feng suddenly discovered that perhaps the skyrocketing rise of the god King Jin Guang in all aspects would not affect his background and foundation, but it did not mean that it would not affect his mentality. Enemy division, distant enemy tactics, battle, lone ship, enemy sun. Although he was very cautious in the previous layers, this time because of the rapid improvement of the flame demon Songling sword and the immortal sun divine body, it changed unexpectedly, giving birth to the mind of looking down on the world. Fortunately, the few punches of the ancient stone man completely dispelled this bad idea. Unrequited love, hatred, solitary enmity, war. Generally speaking, the location where the promotion to the next level is teleported is near the central core. Han Feng didn't see any gatekeepers here, so he judged that the gatekeepers of the layer should be in the Arctic lands. Fleeing from the territory of the ancient stone man, Han Feng pondered, among the immortal gods, every level up will increase the strength tremendously. This time I lost after a few moves. It's not the 11th AP demon form and the immortal the great sun divine body is not powerful, but I have not exerted the power that the two divine bodies should have. Even if the 11th AP demon form and the high-level immortal sun god physique level make it impossible for me to exert my full power, it won't make me so unbearable in the face of that ancient stone man. I didn't even perform to the level I should have performed. Sun Yuan's far away, ghost knot technique battle makes the old moon and moon. Han Feng measured the gap between himself and the ancient stone man, and finally got a vague confirmation. If he can fully exert the power of the 11th AP demon form and the immortal god body, then relying on basic strength alone, he really has the ability to compete with ordinary 5th order god emperors. However, the ordinary 5th order emperor would at least need Xiaolu to defeat him. Jia, far away, cool enemies, hate, meet lonely masters, and alone. Now, although he can't exert his full power, as long as he does his best and exerts the limit that he can exert, at least he can fight the ancient stone man with sound and color, instead of being beaten to the point of vomiting blood like just a few punches. Even if the 11th AP demon form and the immortal sun god body level that reached the high-level immortal god body level are too high, it is impossible for me to exert my full power, but it will not let me. I was so unbearable in the face of that ancient stone man. I didn't even perform to the level I should have performed. Han Feng sat down and began to recover from his injuries. He calmed down the churning qi and blood in his body. After he recovered, he didn't bother to go to the ancient stone man. Instead, he practiced the sword demon form and the immortal god body, and tried his best to exert the limit he could master. After mastering about 30%, Han Feng was surprised to find that the next improvement was minimal, but Han Feng clearly felt that he had not reached the limit, and he should be able to exert more power theoretically. The second update. Tags. PS, good card, it's time to enter the next dungeon, 1 update today, and 3 updates tomorrow. So far, Han Feng dare not say that he has rich experience, but he is still a supreme god king, and his combat power can crush many god emperors. Soon Han Feng understood his reason. In the final analysis, the strength improvement is too fast. Relying on the huge promotion of the god king Jingguang, of course it will not affect the background and foundation, and it will not make Han Feng unable to grasp the power of the skyrocketing power, but the premise is that the power of the skyrocketing power does not exceed the limit. But now, the sword demon form has been upgraded from the 9th level to the 11th level in a short period of time, and the immortal sun god body has been upgraded from the low-level immortal god body to the high-level immortal god body. As a result, it was difficult for Han Feng to immediately unleash a part of the power he should have been able to control, that huge power. If he works hard for decades, Han Feng believes that he can play to his limit, but it is obvious that there are not decades for Han Feng to practice. Then the only way is to quickly absorb experience through fighting, and let yourself gradually exert your limit in the battle. Thinking of this, Han Feng began to practice Songling Pa, Songling Pendant, Songling Rui and other unique skills, until he found that the improvement of several unique skills had become negligible, and Han Feng went to the ancient stone man again. This time, the two sides had an earth-shattering fight, and the momentum was astounding. But in the end, Han Feng still lost. However, compared to the previous times of running away, Han Feng retreated a little more easily this time. Sun Dike, Chiu Ku, catches the ball and shows his skills. After that, Han Feng immediately retreated to absorb the battle gains, so that he could exert more power. Nearly half a year passed quickly, and Han Feng couldn't remember how many times he had fought with the ancient stone man. The 11th Ape demon form and the immortal sun god body that has reached the advanced immortal god body level, Han Feng is now able to exert 50% of his strength. Kanglingbo, Songling Pendant, Kanglingsuo, Kanglingian and other unique skills have also been able to exert about 40% of their power, probably because there are too many unique skills, and the improvement is not as significant as that of the sword demon form and the immortal god body. Immortal Great Sun Sword and other unique skills, now under the constant practice of Han Feng. It has almost been promoted to the level of intermediate immortality. As for Songling Grui's move, Han Feng has exerted at most 10% of his strength so far. The enemy is far from the place. The Yanma Songling sword can be promoted to a high-level immortal artifact, and Songlingpa and other unique skills can reach the 11th level at the highest level, and the 11th level is equivalent to a high-level immortal unique skill. But Songling Grui, who is also on the 11th floor, is comparable to the top immortal skills. The top-notch immortal art, also known as the Master's unique art, except for the Master, the rest of the gods can master very little before stepping into the Master. It can be said that there is almost nothing. Only a special innate artifact such as the Flame Demon Songling Sword can have such a powerful move in the inherited unique art. If it is replaced by other immortal artifacts, it may have to reach the level of the top immortal artifact to inherit the top immortal unique art. Some top immortal artifacts may not even have the inheritance of top immortal skills. Therefore, even if it can only display 10% of its power, it is currently Han Feng's strongest whole card. In recent years, Han Feng and the ancient stone man have been fighting more and more vigorously, but if he wants to severely damage the ancient stone man, he can only rely on Songling Grui's move. It's just that Songling Grui's current level is too high. Even if it's only 10% of the power, Han Feng will almost give up after using it once, and he can't kill the ancient stone man at all. Generally speaking, Han Feng's comprehensive strength has improved amazingly in recent years, enough to severely damage the ancient stone man, but he is still a little short of killing the ancient stone man. Fortunately, Han Feng is not in a hurry, because Han Feng understands that he has not reached his limit at this time. Han Feng estimates that whether it is a high-level immortal body or a high-level immortal skill, 60% of his power is his limit. As for the top-level immortal technique, your limit should be at 20%, and you should be able to exert about 20% of its power with all your strength. But Han Feng also understands that he only has one blow. Not to mention Songling Grui, just talking about the current sword demon form and the immortal god body, once Han Feng displays the increased combat power at the same time, he can only last for a short time. After a long time, his body may hold up first, can't help but collapse. The enemy is not the place, the cool knot technique is the best. This is also because Han Feng is now the Supreme God King. If he were any other God King, even if he was the 9 Transformations God King, he might explode in an instant after simultaneously displaying the 11th Ape demon form and the immortal sun god body, was abruptly burst. The enemy's land is not the cool knot technique, and the enemy is alone. The 11th Ape demon form and the immortal day god body that has reached the advanced immortal god body level, Han Feng has now been able to exert 50% of his power. About 2 years later, Han Feng finally brought out all the strength he could. 60% of the power of the 11th Ape demon form and the immortal sun divine body, together with the immortal physique, primordial supreme physique, primordial primal fire, and Songling Gruyi, finally killed the ancient stone man. Kikikuzen Chamo is the most troubled by the ball. Han Feng's strength has reached the peak in history, which is enough to compete with ordinary fifth-order god emperors. And if this is an ordinary fifth-order god emperor, his combat power is not very outstanding. For example, he doesn't have a high degree of comprehension, and he doesn't have a strong divine body and blood, then Han Feng is even sure to kill the fifth-order god emperor. Hokuyuan's hatred is alone, Moyang Feng hates. If this fifth-tier god emperor is also of outstanding combat power in the same rank, then Han Feng may be invincible, let alone the heaven-defying fifth-tier god emperor, the legendary fifth-tier god emperor, and the invincible fifth-tier god emperor. The fifth-order emperors of the last 3 levels all have the strength to kill Han Feng in seconds. After killing the ancient stone man and getting the heart of the stone man, Han Feng came to the 13th floor of the God King Tower. The golden light of the vast God King descended, and in this golden light, there was even a little purple light mixed in. At the same time, another message came into Han Feng's mind. It turns out that the 13th floor is already the highest floor of the God King Tower. After absorbing the God King's golden light, he can leave the God King Tower. A long-distance feud and a far-alone son Cha Yuyang Nua ship the last. Bathed in the golden light of the God King, Han Feng planned to continue to upgrade the Yanma Songling sword, but was rejected by the Yanma Songling sword. Han Feng, further up, is the top immortal artifact. The top immortal artifact is also called the Master Artifact. If the Emperor wants to break through the Master, he needs certain conditions. If the immortal artifact wants to be promoted to the Master Artifact, he also needs specific conditions. Conditions, only relying on the golden light of the God King, can no longer be improved. Han Feng was startled, and immediately thoughtfully said, since this is the case, isn't it the same for the divine body and blood? Flame Demon Songling Sword said, exactly, if the immortal god body and immortal bloodline have reached a high level, if you want to be promoted to the top level, that is, to dominate the god body and bloodline, you need the Chi of domination. Aura of dominance? Han Feng shook his head when he heard that. It seems that we can only improve the whole cards, such as the primordial body of Hong Meng. The immortal great sun divine body has already been upgraded to a high-level immortal divine body, so naturally, there is no need to upgrade again. After absorbing the golden light of the vast God King, the supreme being of the Grand Mist, the supreme fist, the supreme armor of the Hong Meng, and the supreme seal of the Hong Meng were successfully promoted from the early stage of the secondary level to the late stage, only half a step away from the true level. The 10th level of the 9 flames and different fire Ju has reached the late stage of the first stage, and the primordial supreme fire has also been promoted to the second late stage, which is not weaker than the high-level immortal divine fire. Immortal Great Sun Sword and other unique skills have also been raised to the limit one after another. The immortal physique has also reached its peak, not weaker than the high-level immortal physique. Han Feng's comprehensive strength has once again undergone an explosive improvement, and when he explodes with all his strength, it will reach an unbelievable level. Boom boom boom. The soaring power, even if it was boosted by the golden light of the God King, Han Feng almost couldn't control it. Just the breath permeated, and the 13th floor space was in constant collapse. God, with my current state, if I explode with all my strength, I'm afraid I'll be blown up before I succeed in destroying the enemy. Han Feng felt the terrifying power in his body, and couldn't help but smile wryly. Enemies and enemies, enemies and enemies from afar. With so many strong cards, Han Feng is in pain and happiness. Happiness is that there are many cards in the hole, which makes Han Feng more confident. Facing the best of the ordinary fifth-order emperors, Han Feng is not afraid now. The pain is because each whole card is terrifying to the increase in strength, limited by the realm of cultivation. it is impossible to use all of them, otherwise it will only hurt yourself first. But even so, God King Jingguang still has a lot left. The golden light of the God King obtained through the 12th floor is too much. So, Han Feng threw the previously used artifacts into the golden light of the God King. Eternal Spear, 7-star Pear Blossom Needle, Taishan Excalibur, Yantian Dance Treasure Wheel, 9 Dragons Seal, Soul Eater Ruler, Dragon Coronet, Sanyan Zhanshan Knife, Tianyan Divine Halberd, Purple Patterned Flame Spear, 9 Dragons The Python Imperial Fire Flag and other artifacts that have helped Han Feng have been used, but with the strengthening of Han Feng's strength, they are no longer able to help Han Feng. But this does not mean that Han Feng has forgotten about these artifacts. Now is also the time to return these artifacts. After absorbing all the golden light of the God King, the already extremely high-level artifacts, such as the Eternal Spear, have stepped into the level of the Immortal Artifact, and the Eternal Spear has even been upgraded to the intermediate level of the Immortal Artifact. The rest of the artifacts that were originally quite low level, even if they did not eventually evolve to the level of Immortal Artifacts, have condensed immortal seeds one after another. It will be a matter of time before they rely on their own strength to successfully advance to the level of immortal artifacts. After the golden light of the God King was completely consumed, Han Feng finally stepped out of the God King Tower. Recommended by this site, Composition Network. P.S. Well, the name of the previous chapter was wrong, it should be the name of the next chapter, and it has been changed now. God King Zhu Yan? God King Zhu Lai frowned when he heard the name. Haven't you heard of this person? Han Feng couldn't help being taken aback when he saw God King Zhu Lai frowning, and then he remembered that God King Zhu Yan might not know him even though God King Zhu Lai was also from the Suzaku clan. God King Zhu Lai was originally the best of the Suzaku clan, and he is the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, so from the beginning of cultivation to the present, even though he is already a master of the 8 transformations God King, he has practiced for hundreds of thousands of years, at most 2 years. Hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, God King Zhu Lai may not have seen God King Zhu Yan at all. No, I really want to have some impressions. King Zhu Lai scratched his head, recalling the familiar impression carefully. God King Zhu Lai was a little excited, he didn't expect this lord to have an old relationship with a member of the Suzaku clan. In this way, when this lord fully grows up, it might be possible to save the current decline of the Suzaku clan. Take the White Tiger clan as an example, they have also declined, but because of the Su family, they are now showing signs of rising again. Even if they don't rise up in the end, those forces who are keen on the background of the White Tiger clan will not dare to take action against the White Tiger clan because of the face of the Su family. Thinking about the Suzaku clan, God King Zhu Lai sighed. But at this moment, it seemed that a ray of light suddenly broke through the chaos in God King Zhu Lai's mind, and God King Zhu Lai finally remembered why he felt the name Zhu Yan God King sounded familiar to him. God King Zhu Yan? So it's him. I remembered. God King Zhu Lai became excited. Oh? Han Feng nodded, waiting for God King Zhu Lai's next words. God King Zhu Lai, in our Suzaku clan, there is a Suzaku stele, which records the root genius of the Heavenly Emperor in the history of the Suzaku clan. It is true that I don't know the King of Zhu Yan, but I have seen the King of Zhu Yan on the Suzaku stele. His name, it was a genius of the Suzaku clan many years ago, no wonder I couldn't remember it for a while. However, the record of God King Zhu Yan on the Vermilion Bird stele ended in disappearance. The God King Zhu Yan at that time was the God King of 6 changes. Han Feng sighed, I'm missing. Of course Han Feng knew what happened to the disappearance, but it seemed that King Zhu Lai didn't understand the reason. That's right, when God King Zhu Yan disappeared, God King Zhu Lai might not have been born yet. God King Zhu Lai said cautiously, my lord and senior Zhu Yan. Han Feng smiled, there was no need to hide any more at this time. Han Feng believed that as long as he revealed his true strength, even the god King Zhuning would not dare to be presumptuous. Although the fourth-tier legendary god emperor is very powerful, if he explodes with all his strength, it is not difficult to kill the fourth-tier legendary god emperor. It's just that a full-strength burst will cause great damage to the current body. Without exception, before breaking through the god emperor, he doesn't want to be at full strength. Therefore, Han Feng roughly told God King Zhu Lai about his relationship with God King Zhu Yan. Divine King Zhu Lai was dumbfounded. This lord in front of him has not even been practicing for 20,000 years? So it turns out that Senior Zhu Yan was murdered by the God Emperor of the Blood Demon clan in the Blood Demon realm in the competition for the artifact. God King Zhu Lai came back to his senses, his face darkened. In his eyes, there is even a hint of hatred for the blood demons. Han Feng understood the reason. In the previous conversation, Han Feng knew that the Gorefiend clan has been coveting the Suzaku clan for many years, and has always wanted to break through the interior of the Suzaku clan. Although the two forces are not in the same god realm, they have not been lest there is a conflict. Now the Gorefiend clan may have obtained an immortal artifact, but the former genius of his own clan has fallen. God King Zhu Lai's face would be a ghost if he could look good. Senior Zhu Yan God King's lineage, how is it now? This is what Han Feng cares most about. As for the Suzaku clan, if it is okay to treat the lineage of the God King Zhu Yan all these years, Han Feng would not be able to help out for the sake of the face of the senior King Yan God, but if he treats the lineage of the God King Zhu Yan badly, then he won't meddle in his own business. If it wasn't for the Xuanhuan temple of God King Zhu Yan, he might have fallen into the hands of the blood demon God King long ago. How could he have achieved his current achievements? However, when Han Feng asked such a question, God King Zhu Lai's face suddenly became strange. Han Feng frowned. Could it be that the descendants of Zhu Yan's predecessor? Han Feng obviously mistook the expression of Zhu Lai's face as that he was not doing well. How could Divine King Zhu Lai not be able to hear the indifference and chill in Han Feng's tone? He waved his hands quickly in fright, and then said, No, it's not that life is not good. Divine King Zhu Yan is a direct descendant, and even Divine King Zhu Ning Pulse, even if God King Zhu Yan is missing, the descendants of God King Zhu Yan will not have a bad life. At least it is much better than our collateral. Xuanhuan Zhuning? Han Feng was startled, and then a very bad premonition rose in his heart. Don't tell me, the previous king, Zhu Mu, is the descendant of King Zhu Yan? Han Feng said with a twitching corner of his mouth. King Zhu Lai nodded his head with difficulty. Han Feng raised his forehead. It was really flooding the Dragon King temple. But the descendant of Zhu Yan God King is actually the virtue of Zhu Mu God King. Fortunately, I didn't really kill King Zhu Mu, otherwise I would have been really sorry to Senior Zhu Yan God. Han Feng rejoiced. God King Zhu Lai, after leaving the space of the God King this time, I want to visit the Suzaku clan. Would you like to entertain Han? Yes, of course. God King Zhu Lai was very excited. This is definitely a good opportunity to build a good relationship. Therefore, God King Zhu Lai took out the star map, which recorded the location of the Vermilion Bird God realm. With this star map, he would not get lost in the starry sky. Star map? I can't follow you directly to the Suzaku God realm? Han Feng didn't expect the King Zhu Lai to give him the star map. Didn't he take him out of the God King space to go to the Suzaku God realm? God King Zhu Lai frowned. My lord, you don't know where the God King space comes in and where you go out, do you? My lord didn't enter the God King space in the Suzaku God realm, so how could I go directly to the Suzaku God realm, boundary? Han Feng opened his mouth. He really didn't know about this. Soon Han Feng was depressed. His real body and the two reincarnations entered the God King space in different places, so how will he leave then? Okay, after leaving the space of the God King, I will go to the Suzaku God realm according to the star map. Han Feng said. After confirming that the descendants of Zhu Yanshan are really good, and then handing over the Xuanhuan temple to the descendants of Zhu Yenshan, and giving them some benefits and care, it is considered that the cause and effect with Zhu Yenshan has been resolved. There is also the Dragon God realm. After dealing with the matter of Zhu Yanshanwang's descendants, you also need to return to the Dragon God realm. At the very least, you must be a backer for the primordial Fenlong clan, and you cannot let the primordial Fenlong clan continue being bullied. Thinking of how the patriarch of the primordial Fenlong clan took care of his reincarnation all these years, Han Feng was troubled. Should he tell the patriarch the truth? The second update. Long Feng, who has always been regarded by the head of the primordial Fenlong clan as a genius of the primordial Fenlong clan, will definitely lead the primordial Fenlong clan out of the quagmire in the future. If you don't want to return to the peak period of the ancient Burning Dragon clan, at least you don't want to be bullied by the broken-winged snake dragon and other dragon clans. It can be said that the patriarch placed high hopes on Long Feng. Han Feng didn't know how the patriarch would behave when he learned the truth. Are you happy that the ancient Burning Dragon clan has an extra backer? Still disappointed that the primordial Burning Dragon clan will continue to decline. Han Feng can be the backing of the primordial Fenlong clan, but if the primordial Fenlong clan does not produce geniuses, it is useless to have Han Feng as a backer, and they will continue to decline. There is also a possibility that the patriarch and Han Feng turned against each other. From Han Feng's point of view, he is part of the soul reincarnated from the primordial Fenlong clan and became Long Feng. Descendants of the Dragon clan. Headache. Han Feng patted his head. King Zhulai saw that Han Feng was thinking about other things, so he left immediately without disturbing Han Feng. Forget it, there must be a way for the car to reach the mountain, let's talk about it at that time. Even if the patriarch really misunderstood me and hated me, I can't let the primordial Fenlong clan ignore it. It may be that the primordial Fenlong clan is really about to be reduced to extinction. There are only dozens of primordial Fenlongs in the entire Dragon Island, so Long Feng was not only the patriarch, but other dragon elders also took good care of Han Feng in those years. Long Dao and the Taiku Fenlong clan inherited Longfeng's memories and emotions from Han Feng, and Han Feng had a great affection for him. 8. One Chinese website www.81. Having figured out what to do next, Han Feng started to do nothing in the God King space, just waiting for the moment when the God King space closed. As for continuing to look for opportunities in the God King space, most of the God Kings have not done so at the moment, and most of the God Kings who can still live in the God King space have reached the realm of 6 Transformation God Kings or even 7 Transformation God Kings. This level of realm is not something that can be broken through by simply absorbing a few Dao of God King Chi and God King Stone. Therefore, for the rest of the time, Han Feng stayed with Qing Shan and Yaqing, traveling all day to make up for the regret of not being together for so many years. In the last few days before the closure of the God King space, the Flying Flame Lion, 9 Heavens Xuanhuan and other beasts returned. A few years before the arrival of the God King Tower, Han Feng had thought about calling the beasts back into the God King Tower together, or simply bringing the beasts into the Skyfire Tower. But first, Han Feng was worried that after the beasts entered the Skyfire Tower, they would not be able to get out of the God King Tower, and second, the beasts also refused to enter with Han Feng, so in the end, the beasts did not join Han Feng to enter the God King Tower, but enter by itself. Han Feng knew what Ji Beast was thinking, probably because he was getting angry now that he was gradually unable to help him, and planned to fight it himself. The realm of the 8 changing God King is not bad, very powerful. Han Feng praised the realm of the beasts and said a few words. But compared to the boss, it's still far behind. How can I help you in the future? Flying Yancher was quite satisfied with his progress at first, but he was hit again when he learned that Han Feng was already the supreme God King from Xiaopeng's mouth. 8. One Chinese website www. If I had known earlier, I might as well have entered the God King Tower with the boss, and at least I could become a 9 transformation god king. It seems that without the boss, they really are nothing. Seeing the beasts drooping their heads and looking sad, Han Feng didn't know what to say. With the rapid improvement of his strength, the beasts are gradually unable to help. Han Feng himself does not care, and will not despise the beasts because of this, but the beasts don't think so. The flying flame lion and other beasts have always been annoyed and blamed themselves for this. They miss the days when they helped Han Feng. Han Feng was distressed and didn't know what to do. With his current strength, even if the beasts went one step further and became the king of 9 changes, they would not be able to help him. Breaking through to the God Emperor requires at least a 4th-order power to help him. How could a few beasts soar from the 8 transformation God King to the 4th-rank God Emperor in a short period of time? The beasts probably understood this truth, so they were even more frustrated. Han Feng couldn't think of a way, so he had to hand everything over to Xiaopeng, and let Xiaopeng appease the flying flame lion and other beasts. Not long after, the beasts suddenly regained their energy and returned to the Skyfire Pagoda. Little fatty, how did you persuade him? It's too powerful. Han Feng was amazed. Xiaopeng was persuading through sound transmission, so Han Feng didn't know what Xiaopeng said. Xiaopeng smirked and said, I said that since I can't help you, it's okay to protect your sons and daughters. These guys will be happy when they hear that they can protect your sons and daughters in the future. To put it bluntly, it is divert attention. Since you can't protect Han Feng, you can protect Han Feng's next generation. Han Feng blushed immediately. He hesitated and said, where are the sons and daughters from? Hey, sooner or later, there are many of you these days. TSK. Xiaopeng TSK a few times, which made Han Feng even more embarrassed. I haven't seen each other for so many years, and now we finally meet again, and it's finally okay, so I have done a lot of that stuff recently. After all, doing that stuff is also a way to promote the relationship between husband and wife. If you don't do it for a long time, the relationship between husband and wife will be disharmonious. It's just that it's embarrassing for Xiaopeng to tell this matter clearly. Han Feng, you have to work harder, don't let me doubt your ability. Xiaopeng continued to run on Han Feng. My ability is great. Han Feng gritted his teeth, and then said angrily, the higher the strength, the harder it is to conceive the next generation. What's the matter with ability? Even if I do that kind of thing every day for hundreds of years, it's normal for me and Qing Shan and Yaqing to not be able to conceive. It is generally accepted that the stronger the strength of a man and woman, the more difficult it is to conceive. Take Emperor Yendi and Tianhuang God later, they have been husband and wife for such a long time, and there are only 2 brothers and sisters, Di Yonghao. After bickering with Xiaopeng for a while, Han Feng took Qing Shan and Yaqing out for a wandering. This kind of comfortable life made the 3 of them a little intoxicated. Until the last day, the space of the God King was closed, and the 2 daughters were sent to the Flame God Realm and another God Realm. All the God Kings in the God King space were teleported to the God Realm where they entered the God King space. Those who did not get the gold medal of the God King in the God King Tower were also sent out at the same time, such as the Vermilionwood God King. Only Han Feng, he temporarily stayed in the space of the God King, because there were actually 3 passages in front of Han Feng. One of them leads to the Dragon God Realm, one leads to the Flame God Realm, and the last one is to the Tianlan God Realm, which is where the deity enters the space of the God King. Han Feng pondered for a moment, then walked to the 3rd passage. Han Feng had already deeply remembered the star map given by God King Zhu Lai before. At the beginning, Han Feng discovered that Tianlan God Realm is not far from Suzaku God Realm, only a few Zhongqian God Realm and several the distance of 10 small thousand gods. With his current state and strength, there is no need to take a spaceship or a spaceship, and he can reach the Suzaku God Realm by himself. Before and after time, not half a year. Therefore, Han Feng chose Tianlan God Realm. Whether it is the Dragon God Realm or the Flame God Realm, it is a little far away from the Suzaku God Realm, especially the Flame God Realm, but it is separated by several great thousand God Realms, dozens of middle thousand God Realms, and even more small thousand God Realms. Please enjoy Book Yuan Network. Don't underestimate the distance between the two little thousand God Realms. In the vast starry sky, if there is no star map, it is easy for practitioners to get lost in the starry sky if there is no star map. The adjacent little thousand God Realm. With the star map, there are indicators, and you will not get lost. In fact, as long as you don't get lost, even the true gods and ancient gods can fly from one God Realm to another, but there are starry sky behemoths in the starry sky, and most of the starry sky behemoths are not weak, and the true gods and ancient gods fall. The possibility is too great. That's why it is said that a god king can fly freely in the starry sky. In fact, the king of the gods will also encounter danger, but compared with the true gods and ancient gods, the chance of the king of the gods to escape is relatively high, especially for the supreme king of the gods like Han Feng. Even if they encounter a few weaker ones, a god-level starry sky behemoth can easily kill a starry sky behemoth. As for the God Emperor level starry sky behemoths, I am afraid that there are not many in the vast starry sky, and the chance of encountering them is infinitely close to zero. It's really only those who are so unlucky that drinking a glass of water can stuff their teeth between them may encounter a god-level starry sky behemoth in the starry sky. In the Tianlan God Realm, Han Feng returned from the God King space. Even if he tried his best to restrain his aura, the surrounding space could not bear Han Feng's power and became distorted. The space of Zhongqian God Realm is far less stable than that of Daqian God Realm, and even less so than the space of God King. Some nearby ancient gods who were waiting for the return of relatives and friends, and some ancient gods who were preparing were instantly dragged into the distorted space, torn apart and died. Those who can evade in time are the best among the ancient gods. Han Feng frowned, and turned into a ray of light in the next moment, rushing towards the fetal membrane of the Tianlan God Realm, and rushed out of the Tianlan God Realm. With a wave of the sleeve robe, the star map appeared in front of Han Feng. After confirming that he remembered the direction correctly, Han Feng's star map immediately fled deeper into the starry sky. In the Flame God Realm, there are only a few figures returning from the God King space. Compared with the huge number of people entering the space of the God King, this number is only a fraction, which shows the danger in the space of the King of Gods. However, the weakest aura of the few returned God Kings is also the six-change God King. Most of them are seven-change God Kings, such as Emperor Yonghao, Zidong and Yaqing, 3 people. It has even reached the realm of the 8 transformations God King and the 9 transformations God King. Ha ha ha, as expected of me. Emperor Yan Xuanhuan felt the realm of Di Zidong and Di Yonghao, and laughed happily, so excited that he couldn't help himself. The eyes of the Queen of Heavenly Phoenix were also proud. The 8-change God King, once he breaks through the God Emperor, he will be a third-order God Emperor. 9 transformation God Kings, once they break through to God Emperors, they become fourth-order God Emperors. And it is invincible in the same realm, so it is also called the Invincible Emperor. The Heavenly Phoenix God Empress thought that her son and daughter might gain something this time, but she never expected such a big gain. Di Yonghao and Di Zidong looked at each other, both a little embarrassed. Only the two of them understood that without Han Feng, they might still have something to gain, but definitely not as big as it is now. Saint Leizong Zhixiao Mountain and these behemoths who are as famous as Dian Palace, the gods and emperors are all jealously staring at Dian God Emperor. You must know their forces, except Zhixiao Mountain who has an 8-change God King, the other 3 major forces are nothing more than a king of 7 changes. Compared with the 8 transformations God King and the 9 transformations God King in Dian Palace, they are far worse. On the side of Yanshan Valley, Emperor Fuhu didn't see Yan Tianjiao, Yan Xiaoman, Yan Jiyu, these Yan clan's arrogant figures, and his expression couldn't help but be troubled. It wasn't until he found out that there was such a nine transformation god king as Yaqing that his face softened and his attitude when talking with Yaqing was extremely gentle. Even though Fuhu God Emperor is the 5th level God King, before breaking through, he was only the God King of 7 changes. Yaqing, who is the God King of 9 changes, will be the God Emperor of the 4th level once he breaks through. The 4th order Invincible Emperor is enough to crush the 5th order God-defying Emperor. In other words, once Yaqing breaks through, it is very likely that she will immediately overwhelm the God Emperor Fuhu. With the background of the Flame God Valley, it is not difficult for Yaqing to be promoted to the God Emperor in a short period of time. How dare God Fuhu show off? Not only Fuhu God Emperor, but also the other mid-level God Emperors in Flame God Valley, they dare not look at Yaqing with the same eyes anymore, treating Yaqing as if they were treating an existence of the same level. In such a situation, the God King who came back alive from Yan Zhiyu's line did not dare to say anything, even if he suspected that Yan Tianjiao's death might have something to do with Yan Yaqing. He could only remain silent under such circumstances. Not far away Dusan Shuazhan Yueku Yugang. Because he is only the God King of 7 changes, when he breaks through to the God Queen, that is, the 2nd level heaven-defying God Emperor, who is far behind the 4th level Invincible God Emperor, how dare he offend one of the future voices of the Flame God Valley? The God Emperors of Yenshan Valley who are here at this time, including God Emperor Fuhu, believe that Yaqing will definitely be one of the strongest people who can control Yenshan Valley in the future. Girl, how many divine fires have you mastered? How many divine fires have advanced to the top of the royal rank? The Queen Yaoiwei was very satisfied with Yaqing's cultivation, and then she couldn't wait to ask the most critical questions about the people of the Yan clan. The Yan clan does not have blood and divine body, what they rely on is mastering many divine fires and merging many divine fires. Jia, Kudi enemy. If there are too few divine fires that have awakened, or if there are too few divine fires that have been promoted to a higher level, then no matter how high their level is, they are only weak among their peers in Yenshan Valley. Yaqing smiled slightly, stretched out her palms, a ray of divine fire condensed out, and suddenly a monstrous immortal aura surged out like a frenzy. Then Yaqing's other hand, the jade hand, was a little bit in the void, and flowers condensed with flames emerged, all of which gushed out extremely powerful power fluctuations. Empress Xiaoyue's face suddenly became dull, and she stammered, "Immortal divine fire. My God, 3 low-level immortal fires, and more than 10 top-level king-level fires, how did you grow up?" The Lord of the Flame God didn't change his mind at the beginning. Not only the Yaoiwei God Empress, but also the masters of the Yan clan, such as Fuhu God Emperor, were also caught in the turbulent waves. The art of ending the earth, far enmity, ghosts and enemies, by now Feng. The Emperor Fuhu laughed, "That's great, that's great. The enemy is not far, the bitter knot hates the lonely ghost war. In their Flame God Valley, wouldn't there be another Flame God Lord? No, it must be stronger than the Lord of the Flame God." At this time, what Yan Tianjiao Yan Xiaoman Yan Zhiyu was all forgotten by Fuhu God Emperor. With Yaqing as a woman, those geniuses are geniuses, they will die if they die. The God Emperors of Saint Lei Zong Zixiao Mountain and other forces couldn't help sighing. They thought that their own forces had more 7-change God Kings and 8-change God Kings. In the future, they will break through to high-level God Emperors and be able to compete with Yenshan Valley. Now the gap has not only not shortened, but bigger again. Why did Yenshan Valley have such great luck? First, there was the Lord of the Yenshan, and then this woman appeared. Sun Buyuan loves Sun Shuasua monthly examination too. The first update. Enable new URL. In the end, Yaqing left surrounded by a group of God Emperors headed by Fuhu, God Emperor, in the Flame God Valley. Before leaving, Yaqing could only send a voice transmission to Di Yonghao to say goodbye to his brother and sister, and told them about Han Feng so that they would not worry. As expected of the daughter that Han Feng had his eyes on, she is really powerful. The celestial elephant emperor rubbed his chin. Ah, the 9 transformations god king, another invincible god emperor, is about to appear in the flame god realm. By the way, where's Han Feng? The celestial emperor suddenly discovered that Han Feng hadn't come back at all. Could it be that something happened? Han Feng has already merged with the main body. Before the girl Yaching transmitted the sound, Han Feng should have returned to the god realm where the main body entered the god king space, so he did not return to the flame god realm. Di Yonghao saw the Tianxiang god, the emperor, showed anxiety, and quickly told about Han Feng. Merge 2 into 1? The heavenly elephant emperor, the emperor Yen emperor, and the heavenly phoenix empress knew that Han Feng had a reincarnation and a deity, but they didn't know exactly what happened. At this time, Di Yonghao said that he had already combining the 2 into 1. I can't help but be very interested. It's just that the 3 god emperors also know that this is not something that should be said here, so the 3 god emperors returned with Di Yonghao, 2 brothers and sisters, and the 2 Dian Palace god kings who came back alive, and returned to Dian Palace. As long as Han Feng is fine, there is nothing to worry about. Dragon God Realm. Many Dragon Clan forces looked at each other in blank dismay, and glanced cautiously at the Dragon Emperor and the Great Elder of the Dragon Palace. At this moment, the atmosphere in this space condensed. No one expected that this time, Long Leiyang of Dragon God Palace, the direct disciple of the Great Elder of Dragon God Palace, who was very likely to become the next Dragon Emperor's Dragon Clan arrogance, just fell into the God King dimension. Everyone knows the dangers of the God King dimension, but Long Leiyang was already a very powerful God King when he entered the God King dimension. Even if there is a possibility of falling, this possibility is undoubtedly lower than other Dragon God Kings. But Long Leiyang did not come back. In addition to Long Leiyang, the 2 disciples that the Dragon Emperor personally accepted a few years ago, Long Feng and Long Chutai, also fell into the space of the God King. Not know love, learn to accept coldness and old hatred. Some dragon forces even played a small game. Long Leiyang fell, Long Feng and Long Chutai seem to be dead in all likelihood, so before the Dragon Clan has a younger generation of Dragon Clan Tianjia rising, they can. Humph. The Dragon Emperor's face was solemn, and a cold snort mixed with supreme power swept all directions, which immediately made some cautious dragon gods turn pale. The power of the 4th-tier peak god emperors is far from comparable to these 1st and 2nd-tier god emperors. This made the high-level god kings and low-level god emperors of many forces clear their heads. Even if they want to suppress the younger generation of Dragon God Palace, as long as these older generation god emperors are around, they may not be able to do so. I heard that every retiring Dragon Emperor of Dragon God Palace will go to a certain place to cultivate. Among these retiring Dragon Emperors, it is impossible that none of them has not broken through to a high level. As for where these previous Dragon Emperors have gone, no one knows, and they might come back suddenly one day. So, those who were a little bit cautious at first, now put away their little thoughts. Go back. The Dragon Emperor returned with a livid face, and the rest of the Dragon Clan also retreated. This time the Dragon God Realm didn't return many God Kings, not just the Dragon God Palace, but the entire Dragon God Realm suffered a lot this time, but it wasn't as big as the Dragon God Palace. Everyone thought that this time the matter was over like this, but no one expected that at some point in the entire Dragon God Realm, a news would suddenly come out, and it would spread throughout the Dragon God Realm at an extremely fast speed. It is said that Long Leiyang, Long Chutai, Long Feng and other talents of the Dragon God Palace, as well as Long Shihao brothers and sisters of the Golden Star Dragon Clan, all fell into the hands of one person, and the portrait of this person spread all over the world in a very short period of time. The entire Dragon God Realm. Everyone understands that this matter is not simple, no one pushes it, this news will not spread so fast, even the portrait of the murderer spread all over Dragon God Realm so quickly. Obviously, someone planned to use the power of Dragon God Palace and other dragons to solve the human race in that portrait. However, even if it is understood that it is being used, so what? Dragon God Palace needs to vent, no matter whether the person in the portrait is the murderer or not, as long as he catches the soul and searches for it. If it is really the murderer, Dragon God Palace can be regarded as revenge. If it wasn't for the murderer, Dragon God Palace would find trouble with the people behind the scenes, and if they wanted to plot against Dragon God Palace, what would they do without paying some price? The Eastern Emperor Tianlong clan. There are many mountains here, lush and green, and among the mountains, a high mountain towers into the clouds. On the top of the giant mountain, a middle-aged man in a purple robe stood with his hands tied. Behind the middle-aged man, a pale young man looked indifferent. The pale complexion didn't seem to be caused by some reason, such as physical weakness, but it seemed to be naturally pale. However, the youth's pupils were completely red. Brother 2, it seems a little inappropriate to use the Dragon God Palace to deal with the little God King. Even if the Dragon God Palace does what you want, it will definitely come to trouble my Eastern Emperor Tianlong clan afterwards. The middle-aged man in purple robe said lightly. The young man behind him sneered, could it be that the patriarch is afraid? Afraid? As the 6th level God Emperor peak, I am only one step away from the ruler, so why not be afraid? It's okay if the Dragon God Palace doesn't come to trouble me. If it comes to trouble me, I will let you go. Those trash from Dragon God Palace will never return. Only. Dragon God Palace was created by that waste. If Dragon God Palace is really eliminated, that waste will have to take action. Although this seat is powerful, it is also the best among the 6th level emperors. However, facing the master, this seat, the strength is not enough. The middle-aged man in Zipeo mentioned that person with a look of fear and anger. Kekadi Independent School War Yuaji Taisua. When it is not possible to kill, it must be at this critical moment. The young man chuckled, trash? Trash can't grow up to be a master. Forget it, you, and that grievance, I also know something from the king. The patriarch actually doesn't have to worry too much, and the king will take that step soon, then we will be able to invade this world ahead of time, and that one will probably have to fight against the king with the other 3 at that time, so there is no time to manage the Dragon Palace. Even if you destroy the Dragon God Palace, you can completely rely on the king in the future. Humph, it's just because the reincarnated clone was eliminated, so it's necessary to go to war like this. If this is the strength of the confidant of the Lord of the Demon, it's too small. It's just because the avatar was reincarnated and killed, it was necessary to kill a little god king. When is it impossible to kill? It has to be at this critical moment. The young man just smiled. Of course he would not say that the Lord of Heavenly Demon felt threatened by that little god king. Once that little god king grows up, he might devour the king's great cause of breaking through the universe. Make an impact. The purple-robed young man didn't think that the young man would answer, so he turned around boredly, and a deep hatred flashed in his eyes. Long Boyan, you took away my chance to dominate, this time, I will step on you again, underfoot. In the Dragon God realm, when the Dragon God Palace was looking for Han Feng in a big way, Han Feng finally came to the Suzaka God realm after half a year. Not long after stepping into the Suzaka God realm, Han Feng immediately contacted God King Zhu Lai through the contact information left by King Zhu Lai. The second update. Enable new URL. Zhumu. P.S. It is estimated that there will be another update today, and the missing ones will be filled tomorrow. Now Han Feng's speed is not inferior to that of the middle-level God Emperor, and he has a star map in hand, with a clear route, so he arrived at the Vermilion Bird God realm in just over half a year. It would take 100 years or even longer for an ordinary low-level or middle-level God King to fly from Tianlan God realm to Suzaka God realm with a star map in hand, and without encountering any danger in the starry sky. If you don't have a star map, you may get lost in the starry sky, and you can't find the way to Suzaku God Realm at all. Land and earth enmity, cool knot, school battle, loneliness, promise and enmity. Let's talk as we walk. Xuanhuan turned sideways and invited Han Feng. The Suzaku God Realm is vast and abundant, not weaker than the Flame God Realm at all, but for a strong person with Han Feng's speed, running from the east to the west, or from the north to the south, it only takes a few months or even less time. This is still in the case of the stable space of the Great Thousand God Realm, which suppresses the strong to a certain extent, otherwise the time will only be shorter. Therefore, after God King Zhu Lai set off to meet Han Feng and told Han Feng the location of the Suzaku clan, Han Feng only spent a little over 10 days before meeting God King Zhu Lai on the way, and then went to Suzaku together with God King Zhu Lai. After a few days, they arrived at the Suzaku clan. The place where the Suzaku family lives is extremely beautiful, like a paradise, and the world's mountains and rivers are picturesque. A divine bird that has not yet taken shape flew by in the sky, looking at Han Feng, a stranger, from time to time. For the Suzaku clan, the space here may have been stabilized intentionally by the ancestors of the Suzaku clan, the God Emperor. It is actually more stable than the space of the Suzaku God Realm, and it suppresses Han Feng even more. Coupled with the half a year of flying in the starry sky, although Han Feng has not yet reached the realm of returning to nature, he can be regarded as easy to retract, so at this time Han Feng restrained his momentum, and these unformed divine birds dared to look at Han Feng. But, that's all. These divine birds are very sensitive, and they naturally sense that Han Feng is not easy to provoke, not to mention the God King Zhu Lai, who is beside Han Feng. They know each other. Sun Qiu and Yang Nua fight against each other. It is definitely not an ordinary God King who can make God King Zhu Lai treat him so respectfully. What a fairyland on earth! Han Feng swept his eyes and praised. The Suzaku family has a great career. With the heritage left by the ancestors, it is no wonder that it will attract the coveted attention of many forces. There are not many forces in the Suzaku God Realm who dare to attack the Suzaku clan because the strength of these forces is average. Hearing what Han Feng said, King Zhu Lai smiled with pride on his face. Their own ancestors were powerful beings who could compete against the 7th-level masters with the 6th-level God Emperors, and they were the pride of their Suzaku clan. But soon, God King Zhu Lai's face turned bitter. My lord, this time you came at a bit of an inappropriate time. Mr. Zhuning has something to do and can't come to entertain you. Please forgive me. Han Feng shook his head. Han is just a God King, so it is not worthy of Senior Zhuning's personal hospitality. Besides, Han is here to give something to the descendants of Zhu Yan God King, to fulfill Zhu Yan God King's last wish. To complete, Han will leave later and won't stay for long. However, having said that, Han Feng knew in his heart that the troubles encountered by the Suzaku clan this time might not be small. Any 9 transformation God King deserves to be treated solemnly by the God Emperor, because once the 9 transformation God King breaks through, he will be a 4th-level invincible God King, which is not weaker than the ordinary 6th-level God King. If it was a God Emperor who had a weaker realm before the breakthrough, even if he reached the 6th rank, he would be far from being the opponent of the 4th-rank invincible God Emperor. Let me ask, in the face of such a 9 transformation God King, which God Emperor would dare to neglect? Unless this God Emperor is also an invincible God Emperor, or it is a legendary God Emperor or a God-defying God Emperor with a very high level, such as the 6th rank. However, Emperor Zhuning is only a 4th-order legendary emperor, not a 6th-order. If he were God Emperor Zhuning, when he heard that God King 9 changes was coming, and he still had an old relationship with his descendants, he would have to show up and say a few words to show his friendliness. Now Emperor Zhuning didn't show up, and he was just being entertained by God King Zhu Lai. We can only say that the problems that Emperor Zhuning or the Suzaku clan are facing at the moment are very difficult, so difficult that they don't care about entertaining a 9 transformation God King, who will be invincible in the future God Emperor. Han Feng is not a kind person, since God King Zhu Lai is unwilling to say what troubles the Suzaku clan has, and has not asked him for help, then naturally he will not rush to help. My family knows about my own affairs, and Han Feng knows that he is the supreme God King, and all his trump cards have exploded. Even ordinary Sixth Order God Emperors can fight or even kill them, but God King Zhu Lai doesn't know. Come on, maybe he is a promising 9 changes God King. Maybe the battle power will be strong in the future, but now he still can't compete with the more powerful God Emperor. It seems normal not to ask him for help. King Zhu Lai quickly cheered up, and pretended not to be worried. He brought Han Feng to the place where the direct descendants of the Suzaku clan lived. Unexpectedly, the practitioners of the Suzaku clan live in a place similar to that of the human race, and it is also a jade building. A burst of red light shot out. It was a Suzaku soaring high. This Suzaku fell and turned into a human body. It was the Vermilionwood God King. Jumu God King looked at Han Feng with a complicated expression. He didn't expect that the guy who shot him at the beginning not only achieved the ultimate God King state, but also had an old relationship with his ancestor. Taking a deep breath, Xuanhuan said, "Zhu Lai, you do what you should do, and this lord entrusts me to entertain you." Facing the 9 transformation God King Han Feng, even though Xuanhuan has always been proud, he is also humble. Took his proud head. This is the influence of the 9 changes God King among the many practitioners in the 3000 God realm. Hou Yuandi's love for science and hate for technology. Hou Yuandi's love and hatred for Ji Duji. These gods and birds are very sensitive, and they naturally sense that Han Feng is not easy to mess with, not to mention the King Zhu Lai who is beside Han Feng. They know each other. If there is no divine king descending from the space, there may not be a 9 transformation divine king in an era. God King Zhu Lai hesitated, looked at God King Zhu Mu, then at Han Feng, for fear of conflict between the two. King Zhu Mu gave a blank look. There is nothing to worry about. No matter how stupid I am, I won't provoke a 9 transformations God King when our family is in trouble. You'd better do your own thing. This. God King Zhu Lai looked at Han Feng, who nodded. So, God King Zhu Lai left quickly, and the one who entertained Han Feng was replaced by God King Zhu Mu. King Zhu Mu laughed at himself. I didn't expect that my lord has something to do with the ancestors. Please forgive me for the disrespect in the tower of the God King. After speaking, the king of Zhu Mu bowed. Han Feng helped God King Zhu Mu, and said, God Zhu Mu must have known about Han's intention this time. If it wasn't for the Tsangyun temple left by the senior King Zhu Yan, Han might have fallen already. If King Zhu Mu didn't, if you need help from Mr. Han will help you. The police station is not far away. Later, far away, the hatred of ghosts and the lonely morning sun made trouble. King Zhu Mu was silent for a moment, and said with a wry smile, I really beg my lord to help me with one thing. What's the matter? Han Feng put on a gesture of asking for the general. Let's talk as we walk. Xuanhuan turned sideways and invited Han Feng. Han Feng nodded slightly, and walked up. After passing by the King Zhu Mu immediately followed Han Feng half a step behind and organized his words. It's only been a few hundred years now, and it hasn't yet taken shape. I hope that my lord can accept my son as a disciple, not asking how many people I have, but only asking for a safe life. Will my lord be willing? Open the new website. Hundreds of years, right? That is to say, you were born after you entered the space of the God King? Han Feng was surprised, and his face was a little weird. Doesn't the King Zhu Mu feel that he is being cuckolded? The Vermilion God King didn't think it was so strange. It took hundreds of years or even thousands of years for the Suzaku clan to conceive life, and some even took longer. Before he entered the space of the God King, his wife had been pregnant for hundreds of years. the fastest updated. Han Feng quickly realized that the pregnancy time of the monster clan and the human race was different, and the Suzaku clan was a special clan among the monster clan, and even separated from the monster clan, so it is not surprising that the pregnancy time is long. Only, why should Han take care of it? Han Feng was very strange, and then remembered that the Suzaku clan had encountered some troubles. Could it be because of this trouble? Actually, my lord should have guessed it. It is indeed what my lord thinks. I am afraid that the Suzaku clan will have a big battle in the near future. I don't know if we can get through it. Even if we can, the Suzaku clan will definitely suffer a lot. There are many forces who fell into trouble. My son is weak, and he has been sick and weak since he was born. This has caused him to be unable to take form for hundreds of years. The catastrophe of this era is coming, and our family will be damaged again. I am afraid that I will not be able to protect my boy. That's why I hope that the adults will accept my son as a disciple. Han Feng sighed. Han is also a god king himself, so the Zhumu god king is so sure that I can protect you, Xuanhuan? Although my lord is still a god king now, he is the ultimate god king. Once he breaks through the god emperor in the future, he will be a fourth-order invincible god emperor. If even the fourth-order invincible god emperor cannot survive the catastrophe, then my Suzaku clan will only be more dangerous. Xuanhuan's words are plain, and he intends to gamble on Han Feng. Han Feng pondered, and after a while he slowly said, "Can you tell Han what trouble the Suzaku clan is having now?" This. Xuanhuan hesitated for a moment, and immediately planned to tell Han Feng the ins and outs of the matter. It turns out that the Suzaku clan has handed down a treasure since ancient times, called the immortal Yin-Yang gourd. There are two beads in the gourd, namely, the immortal Yin bead and the immortal Yang bead, collectively known as the immortal Yin-Yang bead. Put some immortal things into the immortal Yin-Yang gourd, and the immortal Yin-Yang pearl will release the power of immortal Yin-Yang, transforming the immortal things into immortal essence. Cho Kuyuan's lone ship catches the lonely cold ship. Even if there is no immortal thing, the immortal Yin-Yang gourd will absorb the energy of the heavens and the earth, and the power of the immortal Yin-Yang can still convert these energy of the heavens and the earth into the immortal essence. To put it bluntly, any energy can be transformed into immortal true liquid by the power of immortal Yin and Yang. It's just that some energy is low, and the conversion efficiency is not high and the speed is slow. For high-level treasures such as immortal objects, the conversion efficiency is extremely high, and the speed is extremely fast. For the God King, taking the immortal true essence will undoubtedly greatly reduce the difficulty of breaking through the Divine Emperor, and even comprehend the true meaning of immortality from the immortal true essence, leading to immortal catastrophe. Once crossed, it is the Emperor of God. For the God Emperor, immortal essence is also a treasure that can speed up their cultivation speed. The enemy's land, the ground, the ghost, the ball, the moon, the enemy's sole observation. In the Suzaku clan, gods and emperors emerged one after another. It can be said that in a certain era, if there were not the three clans of Qinglong, Baihu, and Xuanwu, the Suzaku clan might have dominated the god realm at that time. It turns out that the Suzaku clan has handed down a treasure since ancient times, called the immortal Yin-Yang gourd. There are two beads in the gourd, namely, the immortal Yin bead and the immortal Yang bead, collectively called immortal Yin and Yang beads. It is a pity that the Suzaku family suffered heavy losses during a certain catastrophe, and the immortal Yin beads and the immortal Yin-Yang gourd were lost. Without the immortal Yin beads, only the immortal Yang beads could not form the power of immortal Yin-Yang to refine immortal things into immortal liquid. Hoka UND Ghost Enemy learns from MOUU Enemy. Without a steady stream of immortal essence, it is naturally impossible for the Suzaku clan to create God Emperor without limit. The Suzaku clan has also been looking for the immortal Yin bead, hoping to restore the immortal Yin-Yang gourd and restore the former glory of the Suzaku clan. Unfortunately, after so many years, the Suzaku clan has not even found any news about the immortal Yin bead, let alone the immortal Yin bead. How many were found? It wasn't until the Blood Demon God Emperor from the Blood Demon God realm came directly to the Suzaku clan that the Suzaku clan discovered in astonishment that the immortal Yin pearl was actually in the hands of the Blood Demon God Emperor. This time the Blood Demon God Emperor came in a menacing way, and the Comer was not good at all. The goal was the immortal Yin Yang gourd and the immortal Yang orb in the immortal Yin Yang gourd. If it was normal, Emperor Xuanhuan would have driven away the Blood Demon God Emperor long ago. However, the Blood Demon God Emperor was no longer the previous 4th-level heaven-defying God Emperor, but broke through to the 5th-level heaven-defying God Emperor, becoming a high-level heaven-defying God Emperor. Overwhelmed Emperor Xuanhuan. The 4th-tier legendary God Emperor is weaker than the 5th-tier heaven-defying God Emperor, and only the 4th-tier invincible God Emperor can crush the 5th-tier heaven-defying God Emperor. The Blood Demon God Emperor is stronger than the Xuanhuan God Emperor, and he is bound to win the immortal Yang orb and the immortal Yin Yang gourd, but the Suzaku clan will never give up the immortal Yin Yang gourd, so a great conflict is inevitable. Immortal Yin Yang gourd. A strange color flashed in Han Feng's eyes. The Suzaku clan really had a deep background, and the White Tiger clan, the Xuanhuan clan, and the Qinglong clan were probably the same. Once these 4 races have a chance to rise, I am afraid that they will soon become the natural forces of this universe, and it is not impossible to restore the ancient glory. Blood Demon God King? Jumu God King, have you heard of Blood Demon God King? The title of Blood Demon God Emperor reminded Han Feng of the Blood Demon God King in the lower plane. If there was not Xuanhuan Temple and the Blood Demon God, the king hasn't even recovered 100,000th of his power. I'm afraid he has fallen to the lower plane long ago. How can he become the supreme king of God now? Blood Demon God King? Jumu God King pondered for a moment, and said, the Blood Demon God King of the Blood Demon realm is the only son of the Blood Demon God Emperor. Unfortunately, he disappeared with his ancestor many years ago and did not return until not long ago. This person was killed by Blood. The Demon God Emperor has high hopes, otherwise he would not dare to call himself the Blood Demon God King. However, this person seems to have returned more than 10,000 years ago, and has been recovering since his return. It seems that he has not entered the space of the God King. I only found out after returning from the space of the God King. In order to step into the realm of the God Emperor, and he is a second-order God-defying God Emperor. So, now the Blood Demon God King is no longer called the Blood Demon God King, but the Blood Demon God Emperor. You didn't even go to the God King space. Han Feng Xiao was surprised, and then laughed. Unexpectedly, the Blood Demon God King who was extremely powerful in his eyes at the beginning, and the Blood Demon God King who almost killed him, is now just a second-rank God-defying God Emperor. Only in terms of basic strength, the second-order heaven-defying God Emperor is not as good as Han Feng's Supreme God King. Of course, judging the strength of both sides is not only based on basic strength, combat experience, bloodlines, divine body, etc., are all indispensable factors. However, Han Feng, who possessed the primordial body, the immortal sun body, and the sword demon form, would only crush the Blood Demon King even more. No, it should be called the Bloody God Emperor now. It's also time to settle the grievances between the Bloody God Emperor, me, and my compatriots on the mainland. Han Feng thought lightly in his heart. Many compatriots in the lower plane died because of the Bloody God Emperor. This revenge must be avenged. Enemy Kiki Cool learning skills. The first update. PS, my head is almost a mess, so let's move the third update to tomorrow. Please search, product hashtag. The fastest updated novel. Huh? Jumu God King suddenly noticed a murderous intent on Han Feng's body, and this killing intent made him, the 8 Transformation God King, feel a little trembling at this moment. Han Feng's killing intent disappeared in a flash, and quickly disappeared, so quickly that King Zhumu almost felt that this was an illusion. But for the King of Eight Changes, is it possible to have an illusion? King Zhumu lowered his head, thinking about whether something had happened between Emperor Xueli and Han Feng. Otherwise, how could he have murderous intent when he mentioned Emperor Xueli? Before God King Zhumu could ask, Han Feng said quietly, God King Zhumu, do you know how Han met God King Zhuyan? I don't know. King Zhumu shook his head. Han Feng then told the matter of the lower plane, and finally said, actually, Han has never met the senior Zhuyan God King, but only met the Xuanhuan temple artifact spirit of the senior Zhuyan God King, from the mouth of the Chi spirit. Just a few things. The bloody God Emperor, in order to break free from the seal, caused many compatriots in Han's hometown to fall. In the past, Han was weak and unable to compete. Now that Han has the ability, it is time to seek justice for the fallen compatriots in his hometown. It was also the first time that King Zhumu heard that his ancestors had such a relationship with Han Feng, and that Han Feng wanted to take revenge on Emperor Xueli, so King Zhumu's expression changed. After a while, God King Zhumu let out a breath of foul air. My lord, I will tell Emperor Zhuning about this matter, but God Emperor Zhuning will probably not agree to involve you in it, my lord. Although the God King of Nine Changes is strong, as long as he does not step into the God Emperor, his combat power is limited. The King of Zhumu knows this, and he doesn't think that Han Feng can really help. Han Feng naturally heard Xuanhuan's perfunctory, and he didn't care. He really didn't want him to intervene. Naturally, he would not meddle in other people's business. The emperor will get rid of the bloody emperor. Next, King Zhumu brought Han Feng to his place of residence, and brought out his wife and son to meet Han Feng. The lady Han Feng was holding a somewhat frail Suzaku in her arms. Suzaku's head was biting and still dozing off. Can't beat the distance. Can't compete with Yueku Sungang of the faraway school. This is my son. Zhu Xian. The eyes of King Zhumu fell on his son, and suddenly became gentle. Seeing this scene, Han Feng couldn't help but sigh. The extremely arrogant Zhumu God King in the God King Tower. There were times when he was so kind. I'm afraid this is fatherly love. The wife of King Zhumu gave a salute to Han Feng. Han Feng held the Suzaku in his arms and teased him. Now the little Suzaku Zhu Xian was fully awake, his eyes widened and his eyes were full of curiosity. Perhaps because of the presence of both parents, little Zhu Xian does not have any timidity or fear. This kid is quite courageous. Han Feng said with a smile. King Zhumu sneered, it's just that I and my wife are here. Immediately King Zhumu asked his wife to entertain Han Feng, and he went to report Han Feng's previous proposal to Emperor Zhuning. Han Feng continued to tease little Zhu Xian, and searched little Xuanhuan's body with fascination. He was sure that little Zhu Xian was indeed congenitally deficient, and he didn't know how Xuanhuan and his wife were in good health, so how did little Zhu Xian become like this? After some conversation, Han Feng discovered that Xuanhuan and his wife were cousins who were closely related by blood. So that's the case, it's Suzaku, and it can't avoid the blood relationship being too close to cause problems in the offspring. About half a day later, King Zhumu came back and apologized to Han Feng, saying that Emperor Zhuning was confident that he could fight against the blood demon god and did not need help from outsiders. Han Feng gave a faint "oh," and then said, Han wants to stay here for a few more days. I wonder if King Zhumu is willing? Of course, King Zhumu wanted Han Feng to take Zhu Xian away from the Suzaku clan as soon as possible and stay away from danger. But seeing Ziji's ignorant eyes, King Zhumu's heart suddenly softened. It would be good if he could spend a few more days with his son. My lord is willing to live here, it's my honor. Zhu Mushenwing said that he agreed. Sun Budi's ghost nods hatred with Lung Dunuogu. On the first day, God King Zhu Lai and King Zhu Mu could still come to Han Feng to communicate, especially the exchange of martial arts experience, which was beneficial to the three of them. But after 2 days, 3 days, and 4 days, the time for King Zhu Lai and King Zhu Mu to come was much less. A few days later, even Han Feng, who had been staying with King Zhu Mu, sensed that a storm was about to come. Emperor Demon God and Emperor Zhuning can't bear it anymore, Han Feng murmured. 3 days later, the fairyland of the Suzaku clan was blasted by a blood-red light. During the days when the Blood Demon God King stayed in the Suzaku clan and Zhuning God Emperor's confrontation, the support from the Blood Demon realm had reached the Suzaku clan and blocked the Suzaku clan, and even the Blood Demon clan from the Blood Demon realm invaded the Suzaku clan and started killing. The enemy, the coup, the cool, the sun, and the hatred are all controlled by the Moon Lord. Zhuning. If you don't want to hand over the immortal Ingyang Gourd anymore, don't blame me for killing your Suzaku clan. The sky was blood-red, and in the blood-red clouds, a middle-aged man with blood hair roared loudly, resounding all over the place. The entire Suzaku clan. The monstrous aura of the Fifth Order God Emperor was like raging waves. Humph. You want my family's immortal Ingyang Gourd, the Blood Demon God Emperor, you are dreaming. Fiery flames exploded in the void, and a figure stood in the flames. The legendary Emperor, Emperor Zhuning. The Blood Demon Emperor looked cold. My surname is Zhu, you want to toast and not eat fine wine. Do you really think that the Emperor is still the 4th rank before? Now that the Emperor has stepped into the 5th rank, even if you are the legendary Emperor, you are still weak. You Ben Huang. The enemy and the earth are not alone. Blood Demon Emperor, of course I know that you are stronger than me now, otherwise why do you think I have been procrastinating these days? Do you really think that I don't know that you are waiting for the support of the Blood Demon realm? I don't know that you are waiting for the Blood Demon realm with support. The Emperor is also making his own preparations. The enemy is not alone, and Sun Chayu made a fuss. After a long while, Zhimu Xuanhuan let out a foul breath. My lord, I will tell Zhuning Xuanhuan about this matter, but Zhuning Xuanhuan may not agree to let my lord involve you, went in. Today, the Blood Demon God Emperor, you just killed me. I guarantee that you, and the other God Kings, and God Emperors of the Blood Demon family, will all die here. God Emperor Zhuning roared. The Blood Demon God Emperor's pupils shrank, and it was a lie for the Blood Demon God Emperor to say that he was not afraid of Zhuning, a legendary God Emperor whose roots were stronger than his. But, now that he has reached this point, he is not allowed to back down a bit. He wondered what trump card Emperor Zhuning would have to deal with him, the 5th Order God-defying Emperor. Blood Demon Divine Body. The Blood Demon God Emperor unfolded the Blood Demon Divine Body, and the rich blood color dyed the sky blood red, and at the same time, billowing black devil energy rolled out. Intermediate Immortal God Body? Han Feng looked at the Blood Demon God Emperor in the sky from a distance. When the Blood Demon God Emperor casted the Blood Demon God Body, Han Feng immediately judged its level. I heard that the Blood Demon God Emperor's divine body was congenitally low level and immortal. He became a God Queen and improved his divine body through various means. Han Feng had just finished judging the body of the Blood Demon God Emperor, and the God Emperor Zhuning on the other side let out a bright cry, and turned into a huge bird burning with flames, and the breath of the vast immortal blood burst out. Emperor Zhuning's blood of Suzaku has reached the high level of immortality. The second update.